The shaman, attuned to the cosmos, possessed a universe within his heart, serving as the supreme guardian of his tribe. Wu Yu traversed back to the primitive era, becoming the shaman of the tribe. Indeed, the women here had yet to, well, let civilization begin with modesty. I am the master of my tribe. Wu Yu thus embarked on the glorious path of conquering the primal world. Engaging in battles against heaven, earth, beasts, and men, the thrill was boundless. He sowed civilization, ascended technology, constructed fortresses, and waged wars in all directions. Who could rival him? If you like primitive world story, subscribe to support the channel. Chapter 1. The Soul Transmigration to Become a Shaman. So weary, Wu Yu languidly opened his eyes. Before him lay several unfamiliar faces, dark and menacing. Their large features smeared with blood, mouths agape as they gasped for breath, accompanied by a foul odor. The urgency etched upon their faces was palpable. Their upper bodies were bare, adorned with various injuries, flesh torn and blood oozing, each chest adorned with a necklace of beast teeth, etched with the image of a ferocious dragon soaring through flames, lifelike in its detail upon awakening. Wu Yu initially mistook them for living beings. Their hair hung loosely, also stained with blood, matted together, while beads of sweat, as large as peas, trickled down their foreheads, with a few droplets falling into his mouth. Salty and unpleasant, Wu Yu discreetly shifted backward, raising a hand to shield his face from the falling sweat, only to discover his hand was crimson, gaunt as bone. Instinctively, Wu Yu deduced that these were not his hands, and he realized his attire had changed. He was bare above the waist, with his lower half wrapped in a soft hide. There was an odd emptiness, a suspended sensation, indicative of being without undergarments. That a nauseating metallic taste filled his mouth, and his body felt ablaze, flushed with heat. Oh yeah, wahela wua, murmured a youth, whose chest bore the most and largest beast teeth, yet bore few injuries, his tattoos differing in hue from the others. Wu Yu swore he had never encountered such a language. He had traversed the globe, even mingled with various tribes in Africa, yet he could not comprehend a word. What is this gibberish, dressed in wild garb? The dragon tattoo on his chest is exquisitely crafted, and these wounds appear so lifelike in the distance. Some are divining, others lie lifeless. Am I in the midst of a prehistoric film? How did I end up here? What on earth is going on? Suppressing the overwhelming heat threatening to consume him, he pondered quietly, his eyes surveying his surroundings while his hands subtly groped the ground, seizing a stone. He recalled leaning against the elevator railing, uttering "so tired," before collapsing, the takeaway he held scattering across the floor. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself encircled by faces reminiscent of savages, urgently exclaiming something. To Wu Yu, these individuals were no different from wild men, clad only in a strip of hide around their waists. Of course, he was no exception. Just as he was grappling with confusion, an unfamiliar surge of information abruptly flooded his mind, followed by an indescribable pain. It felt as though 1,000 drills were simultaneously whirring in his ears within a confined space. Involuntarily, he clasped his head with both hands, curling into a ball, rolling on the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching scream that pierced the heavens. This startled the youth, who hurriedly restrained him, covering his mouth as if fearing their cries would attract unwanted attention. At that very moment, not far off, a figure draped in black python-patterned hide, expressionless, was intently focused on 3 gleaming turtle shells before him. Upon hearing Wu Yu's anguished wails, he glanced back momentarily before returning to the shells, his demeanor grave, a look of dawning realization crossing his face after a lengthy pause. Meanwhile, further away, a group of over 100 individuals seemed to have heard the cries, the leader gesturing for them to hasten towards the source of the sound. After what felt like an eternity, the excruciating pain finally subsided. Ugh, let go of your hand. You're suffocating me. Wu Yu squirmed, straining to shout, his voice peculiar. Are you all right? I didn't expect the blood of the wild beast to truly rouse a person, the youth said hurriedly, releasing his grip. This time, Wu Yu comprehended the man's words. He sat up against a large stone, exhaling heavily before awkwardly uttering 3 words. I am not hurt. The language that emerged from his lips was indeed the same as that of the youth's earlier speech. Although it felt strangely unnatural, it was as innate as his mother tongue. Without hesitation, he remarked, so I've transmigrated. What a cliched tale, yet it has befallen me. The words flowed more naturally this time, with greater fluency. You were struck on the head by a warrior of the wolf tribe with a stone, which shattered. Your head is fine, yet you remained unconscious. How did you know we were carrying you through the stone mountains? And how did you know I was feeding you blood? Not just any blood, but the blood of a wild beast, freshly slain. What does dog mean, and who am I? The youth, named Huang, appeared astonished, bombarding Wu Yu with questions in rapid succession. Wu Yu recognized he had inadvertently revealed too much in his excitement. Maintaining his composure, he smiled enigmatically and replied, Huang, if I were ignorant of these matters, could I truly become a disciple of the shaman? What dog signifies, you will discover in due time. As for who I am, Huang, a formidable figure with bright, piercing eyes and a robust physique, had arms nearly the girth of Wu Yu's legs, rippling with sinewy muscle, exuding boundless strength. He was the leader of the hunting team of the Yanlong clan. Huang scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. That's true. A shaman can do anything, and naturally so can their disciples. After saying this, he scratched his rear, prompting Wu Yu to suspect he was tending to an itch, likely a habitual gesture. His hand had just been covering his mouth, which explained the foul stench. Wu Yu couldn't help but shudder. Indeed, Wu Yu had transmigrated to a primitive world. The body he now inhabited was that of a 16-year-old orphan, named Yu in the tribe, a name only a character away from his original name. Frail and sickly throughout his childhood, he had failed to become a warrior at 12, but was discovered to possess shamanic talent, and was taken in as a disciple by the shaman. Fortuitously, it was this shamanic talent that led to his ailments being treated with various herbs, allowing his health to improve gradually, enabling him to survive to this day. Otherwise, even if he had not succumbed to illness, he would likely have perished from hunger or exposure. Becoming a disciple of a shaman was no easy feat. One must possess shamanic talent to qualify. Yet, such individuals were exceedingly rare in the tribe. Some clans had even faced extinction after their shamans passed, with no successors to carry on their legacy. Wu Yu belonged to the Yanlong clan, which consisted of over 1,000 members, residing in a remote and desolate area of the Juma mountain range known as Yushan. In this region, numerous small clans existed, yet the Yanlong clan stood out due to their mastery of advanced leatherworking techniques. Tall trees attract the wind. Thus, the neighboring wolf tribe allied with the Bei tribe, launching a surprise attack while the Yanlong clan slept soundly the previous night, successfully breaching their defenses and entering their territory. Under such circumstances, how could they hope to find unscathed remnants? After the tribe was overrun, the leader, accompanied by dozens of totem warriors, fought valiantly to protect the shaman and Yu, carving a bloody path to escape. However, in their hasty retreat at dawn, they encountered a wild beast, its intentions unclear. Whether it sought food or merely passed through. Typically, in this season, such a desolate expanse would never encounter savage beasts. For the inhabitants, this would be akin to a bolt from the blue, adding insult to injury, and pouring fuel on the flames. Heaven has certainly turned its back on the Flame Dragon clan. Avoid confrontation if one cannot engage, but the savage beasts relentlessly pursued them, forcing a struggle for survival. After a fierce battle to the death, they suffered the loss of 2 orange-striped warriors and over 10 red-striped warriors before slaying the beast. In light of such heavy losses, they were compelled to seek a concealed refuge to recuperate for a moment. Fortuitously, during their escape, a shaman accompanied them, bestowing blessings upon the totem warriors, which ultimately enabled them to vanquish the savage beast. Had it not been for the shaman's presence, they would have undoubtedly faced total annihilation against such a formidable foe. When the shaman Yu awoke, the wounds visible on the bodies of his companions were all too real, and the lifeless forms strewn upon the ground were not mere props, but genuine corpses, clearly indicative of the beast's tremendous prowess, due to Yu's prolonged unconsciousness. Huang took the initiative to administer a few mouthfuls of steaming savage beast blood, hoping to rouse him with the blood's violent energy. He reasoned that as a totem warrior, consuming the blood would ignite an unbearable heat within him, and thus Yu would surely awaken. However, Yu's frail constitution could not withstand the blood's exceedingly ferocious energy, leading to his untimely demise, which allowed Shaman Yu to seize his place. Consequently, the current Shaman Yu could still sense the residual violent energy rampaging within his body, rendering him akin to molten iron freshly drawn from a furnace. As for his transmigration, Shaman Yu harbored no aversion. Rather, he embraced it with anticipation. According to the memories of this body, the shaman held the highest status within the tribe. As the disciple of the shaman, he was destined to ascend to that role. Barring unforeseen circumstances from his recollections, the shaman seemed to be in the twilight of life, poised to depart at any moment. At that juncture, he could assume the mantle of a local sovereign. Before his transmigration, Shaman Yu had been a solitary figure, one who thrived independently, ensuring his own sustenance while leaving others unfed. An abandoned infant, he had been cast aside at the entrance of a children's welfare institution, still bearing the traces of blood, devoid of any identification. He was known by the surname of the institution's director, Shaman, and surviving against such odds was nothing short of miraculous. At 18, he enlisted for military service, joining an elite special operations unit known as Blade, and after 9 years rose to the rank of Major, leading the Dragon Sting Squad, with his own codename being Flame Dragon. Unexpectedly, during an overseas mission, he was shot multiple times while saving a comrade, sustaining a punctured lung. Although he survived, his body could not endure the strain, and doctors predicted he would not live beyond 35. Reluctant to burden his organization, he resolutely chose to retire as a conscript, declining job offers and medical retirement, wishing to spend his final days indulging in a life of his choosing, believing that living until 35 would be a gain. Upon returning home, he first allocated a significant portion of his retirement pay to the director, his adoptive father, and then spent 2 years traversing the scenic wonders of the nation, eventually settling in a city with a cerulean sky and abundant ecological oxygen ions to write a novel. Yet, before he could complete his manuscript, his funds were depleted, compelling him to take on a part-time job delivering meals. Ultimately, he collapsed while on duty, marking the end of his brief yet illustrious life at the age of 35. If he harbored any regrets about his previous existence, they were for his adoptive father, the director, who had cared for him like a biological parent, the beautiful Yuru, who had grown up alongside him, and the brothers of the Dragon Sting Squad with whom he had shared life and death. Now, within this new body, aside from a bump on his head caused by a stone, though frail, he was not lacking in limbs, which was certainly preferable to the limitations of his former life. Moreover, this transmigration was not a personal custom. One could not dictate how they crossed over. The mere fact of having transcended was a stroke of fortune, naturally leaving no room for negative sentiments. At the very least, he could regard this as an immersive role-playing game set in a primitive era. Or perhaps this was all part of his destiny. After all, why else would he have been transported to the Flame Dragon tribe, sharing the same name as his codename, rather than to the Flame Serpent, Flame Horn, Flame Cat, or Flame Dog? In the grand scheme of fate, it seemed that everything was preordained. We must flee. The Wolf tribe and the Jackal tribe are upon us. A lookout warrior cried out in desperation from a distance. Chapter 2. The Immortal Shaman, the Indestructible Tribe. Curse it, these treacherous scoundrels. How could it possibly end so abruptly without even a whiff of the battle? Wu Yu silently lamented. He had traversed into the realm of a shaman's disciple, a title that sounded grand and promising, yet the harsh reality was fraught with pitfalls. At this perilous juncture, his life hung by a thread, and the prospect of escape was uncertain. The feral beasts had thwarted their chances of a timely escape. Moreover, Wu Yu's anguished scream had drawn the pursuers directly to them. At that moment, an elderly figure, swathed in black python skin, emaciated and frail, with skin resembling chicken skin and hair like a crane's, adorned with a hat crafted from animal skulls and embellished with exquisite feathers, approached him with a cane, his steps unsteady. In this scene, the old man's gait was distressing. In his memories, this was the shaman of the Yanlong tribe. As for his name, Wu Yu was unaware. Within the tribe, once one became a shaman, they were simply referred to as the shaman, their original names fading into obscurity. Tribes distinguish their shamans by their tribal names. Thus, the shaman of Yanlong was called Yanlong Shaman. Wu Yu also knew that shamans were ranked in tiers. The lowest rank was the blessing shaman, who could only bestow blessings, conduct warrior awakening ceremonies, identify certain herbs, and master a few herbal concoctions. The next level was the divining shaman, who possessed the abilities of a blessing shaman, could divine and bless, and understood more healing methods. The third tier was the spirit shaman, typically found only in mid-tier tribes, capable of using cultivated shamanic power to heal ailments and boasting a long lifespan, often living over 200 years. In Wu Yu's recollections, this was all he knew. Following the shaman was a towering figure at least 2 meters tall, resembling an iron tower, muscles rippling beneath his skin, with hair tied with beast tendons and adorned with several feathers. His footsteps echoed like thunder, and Wu Yu clearly discerned the orange emblem of the Yanlong totem on his chest. He was the chief of the Yanlong tribe, named Meng, an orange-striped warrior, his expression urgent and grim. In primitive tribes, warriors must undergo awakening to possess totemic power, which manifests prominently on their chests. The Yanlong emblem was not merely a tattoo but the tribe's totem, awakened through shamanic rituals, explaining its vividness. Initially awakened warriors bore a red totem, known as red-striped warriors. Upon advancing, it transformed to orange, and the next rank was yellow. Wu Yu's memory only encompassed these 3 tiers of warriors. Candidates for awakening totemic warriors were selected at the age of 12, referred to as unmarked warriors. The strength of a tribe depended on how many totemic warriors it could awaken. If the shaman represented the heavens, mysterious and unfathomable, then the totemic warriors were the earth, the very foundation of the tribe. However, not everyone could awaken as a totemic warrior. For instance, Wu Yu's predecessor, Yu, had not even been selected as an unmarked warrior. The optimal age for awakening totemic warriors ranged from 12 to 18, with only 10% capable of such a feat. The entire Yanlong tribe boasted around 100 totemic warriors, a relatively high number. Yet now they were fewer than half. Seeing the shaman and the chief approach, Wu Yu hurriedly stood and saluted them from a distance. The others swiftly dispersed, turning to the path they had come from, arming themselves in preparation for battle. The shaman approached him, gazing intently into his eyes, seemingly trying to discern something. The shaman's eyes were dark and profound, captivating. Even after countless lie detection trainings in his previous life, Wu Yu felt an involuntary sense of guilt and hurriedly lowered his gaze to his bare toes. He noticed the shaman was also barefoot, likely due to the tribe's lack of footwear. A rare smile broke the solemnity of the shaman's face as he reached out to ruffle Wu Yu's hair, saying, "You, from this day forth, you shall be the shaman of the Yanlong clan. Remember, as long as the shaman exists, the tribe endures. Our ancestral land lies in the central continent, once a place of glorious history. I intended to pass down the shamanic legacy after you cultivated your shamanic power, but it appears you must now navigate this path on your own. The legacy resides in this pouch. You must grasp it diligently and cultivate your shamanic power at the earliest opportunity." Then, addressing the chief, he instructed Meng, "Have Huang lead 20 formidable warriors to protect you, fleeing eastward into the Black Wind Forest. It is a mysterious woodland, rumored to harbor malevolent unknown forces. Once inside, they are unlikely to pursue, and even if they do, it is probable that they will evade this calamity. Why not let someone protect you instead?" The chief Meng questioned, perplexed. "You are a divining shaman, while you has yet to cultivate any shamanic power, not even qualifying as a blessing shaman." The shaman patiently explained, "Had it not been for the appearance of that wild beast, we might have escaped. However, it is now too late. They have 12 orange-striped warriors, while we are down to 5. If we merely flee, they will soon catch up. At that point, our tribe's annihilation awaits us. The best course of action now is for us to remain and block their advance, thus buying time for you and the others to enter the Black Wind Forest." After a brief pause, he continued, "I have consulted the omens, and the ancestors indicated that death brings life. Into the black wind, the Yanlong soars. When you was struck unconscious, I observed that he had no chance of awakening, yet he suddenly regained consciousness. Does this not signify death brings life for him? I believe you will cultivate shamanic power, and the legacy of our Yanlong tribe will endure. One day, the Yanlong will return to our ancestral land. Remember, our sacrifice is not in vain." After speaking, the shaman removed a pouch from around his neck, caressed it briefly, and handed it to Wu Yu. Chief Meng, without hesitation, turned to execute the shaman's command. As long as the tribe persisted, he was willing to sacrifice himself at any moment. If the shaman commanded him to die now, he would unflinchingly plunge a dagger into his heart. There exists no absolute power. It is all ultimately futile. Wu Yu has never subscribed to the notion that the weak can triumph over the strong. In the days of Han Xian, when he was weak, he could only endure humiliation and crawl beneath others' feet, but upon grasping power, he transformed into a formidable force. This world is not the primitive society that scholars in Wu Yu's past life have theorized. Here, there exists the brutal plunder among tribes, endless wilderness, and catastrophic beasts that can obliterate the heavens and the earth, alongside countless unknown forces of which he remains oblivious. The classifications made by those scholars, this clan, that society, this era, that era, can all manifest here, and may even overlap entirely. If one were to define this world, it would be as a realm that exists solely in the pages of fantastical novels penned by dreamers of previous lives, where the extraordinary is commonplace and all possibilities abound. Since I have arrived, I must find my peace in it and heed the arrangements of the shaman. His method is undoubtedly the best way to preserve the legacy of the Flame Dragon tribe. There are no alternatives. The most perilous places are indeed the safest. One cannot help but wonder if the shaman's words of death and rebirth, of entering the Black Wind and the Flame Dragon's ascent, are divine truths or mere fabrications to comfort the masses. Can he truly discern that I am a reincarnated soul? So, then the shamans of this world would indeed be gods, rather than charlatans. Wu Yu exhaled a long, heavy breath, attempting to calm his tumultuous heart. In less than 30 seconds, Huang arrived with 20 warriors before the shaman, all kneeling on one leg and bowing in reverence. Huang, akin to the chief in stature, was an orange-striped warrior, towering half a head above him, though the color of his chest totem was not as vivid. The remaining 20 warriors bore crimson totems, all being red-striped warriors. The shaman glanced at them, raising the snow-white, jade-like bone staff above his head. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. His lips moved, and his eyes sparkled with vigor, shedding any semblance of age. Abruptly, strands of visible gray mist emanated from the staff, swirling towards the totems on the warriors' chests. Upon entering, the totems glowed brilliantly, seemingly imbued with life. The onlooking warriors displayed expressions of envy, as receiving the shaman's blessing appeared to be a tremendous honor. Wu Yu could neither discern his words nor the incantations he uttered. Although he had encountered similar scenes in his memories, witnessing it firsthand left him profoundly astonished, granting him a newfound understanding of this world. Yet he remained impassive, fastening the pouch he had received around himself, clenching his fists, and observing with a complex heart. Once the shaman completed his ritual, he swayed slightly, appearing considerably aged, his entire weight resting upon the staff. He spoke slowly. From this moment forth, you shall be the shaman of the Flame Dragon clan. Protect him as you would your own lives. As long as the shaman endures, the tribe shall not perish. With that, he turned away without a glance back towards the chief. Huang rose, casting a glance at the shaman, and without further ado, hoisted Wu Yu onto his back and sprinted eastward. Wu Yu allowed Huang to carry him at a frenzied pace, the sounds of battle fading into the background, and he did not turn to witness the fate of the shaman and the others. It was not that he lacked the courage to look, nor that he could not bear the sight. It was simply that they had rounded a hill and were no longer visible. Flame Dragon warriors shall never be enslaved. With this rallying cry, the cacophony of battle behind them became a mere whisper. Simultaneously, he distinctly heard a cracking sound emanating from the pouch given to him by the shaman. The shaman is the bridge between heaven and earth, wielding dominion over life and death. The shaman embodies faith, leadership, and the power to inscribe history, passing down the flame of legacy. As long as the shaman persists, so does the tribe. Wu Yu recited these thoughts within his mind in an effort to alleviate the unprecedented sense of despair that weighed upon him. At some point, he noticed his face was streaked with tears. Chapter 3. The Black Wind Forest. I believed myself to be cold-blooded and resilient. Little did I know, I possessed such a sorrowful side. Wu Yu gazed upward at the sky. With the shaman's blessing preceding him, he regarded the 9 suns arranged in a grid-like formation, akin to a heating lamp, and the occasional massive shadow soaring across the sky. He felt no additional astonishment. It all seemed rather ordinary. What are 9 suns but the legends spoken of? In Wu Yu's memory, this region was divided into dry, rainy, and cold seasons. Presently it was the dry season, lasting 120 days, characterized by relentless sunshine and cloudless skies, resulting in cracked earth and dried-up rivers. Even when it rained, it was accompanied by thunder and violent winds. This season allowed ferocious beasts to claim dominion over the jungles and water sources, rendering hunting and access to drinking water a formidable challenge, with diseases proliferating. Following the dry season came the prolonged rainy season, also lasting 120 days, during which torrential rains fell daily, obscuring the sun as if the heavens had been pierced, transforming the parched earth into a vast ocean, with various beasts roaming freely, competing with the tribe for territory. After the rainy season comes the desolate cold season. The oceanic expanse formed by the rains freezes into solid ice, with heavy snowfall persisting for 120 days. Despite the presence of 9 suns above, one cannot feel their warmth. The biting cold drives animals into hiding and kills off vegetation. During this season, the tribe typically suffers from a lack of food, compounded by the cold, leading to significant loss of life. In summary, this world can be described as a battleground against the heavens, the earth, ferocious beasts, and unknown forces, while simultaneously guarding against the encroachment of rival tribes. The conditions for survival and reproduction are exceedingly harsh, fraught with peril, and navigating this treacherous landscape is a daunting endeavor. Existence itself is justification enough. Having been a special forces soldier in my previous life, my adaptability and resilience surpass that of ordinary individuals. Thus, I fear not this predicament, especially since I have no alternative. I am not one to dwell on gains and losses. I understand that I now bear the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Flame Dragon tribe, serving as the fulcrum of their survival, the beacon of their legacy, and my own hope for life. Even a cornered beast will fight fiercely. In order to ensure that this hard-won life does not flicker out like a fleeting flower, I must devise a means to survive. To live is to harbor hope. To live is to hold power. If I perish, the 21 warriors who follow me shall surely not survive alone. Farewell, dear shaman. Do not lament the expenses. Farewell, Ruuru. Forgive my abrupt departure, and I hope you find someone who cherishes you. Farewell, brothers of the Dragon Spike Squad. May you be safe. Shaman and you Wu, rest assured. Since I have taken possession of this body, I am a flame dragon person. The central continent, I Wu Yu vow today that if I manage to escape this fate, I will exhaust every means to grow stronger within my lifetime and lead the flame dragon back to our ancestral lands. As Wu Yu silently pledged this, he caught faint, intermittent sounds carried by the wind. Hurry, keep up. There are traces. The Black Wind Forest. In his previous life Yu was frail, yet his hearing was exceptional. Listening closely, Wu Yu discerned that the pursuing soldiers were not far behind. Were it not for the towering grasses obstructing their view, they would likely be visible upon turning back. Huang heard the call but did not turn back. He shouted to a warrior, "Xian, the Black Wind Forest lies ahead. Lead 10 warriors and, by all means, halt them here to buy us a moment to enter the forest." After uttering these words, he harnessed the last of the totemic power, launching himself toward the Black Wind Forest like an arrow released from a bowstring. To Xian and his small contingent, their chances against the enemy were akin to that of a bird's egg striking a rock. They should not sacrifice themselves in vain. Let them join us instead. By the time Wu spoke these words, Huang had already surged far ahead. Originally, he intended to say like an egg against a stone, but reconsidered, opting for a phrasing more befitting of this world. "Wu, I must ensure your safety," Huang replied, maintaining his speed. "If you all perish, what use is it to leave me alone? If you still regard me as Wu, then order them to run with us. Otherwise, I shall die before your eyes." Wu threatened, having no other recourse. Without the skin, where will the hair attach? In Wu's memory, the warriors of the Flame Dragon tribe would fight to the death, never yielding to enslavement. If they exhausted themselves, leaving him alone, given his current frail state, even with his past as a special forces operative, his chances of survival in this world were limited. Even if he were to miraculously endure, could he still call himself a member of the Flame Dragon tribe? Moreover, he was merely a stowaway. Yet, he did harbor a plan. Once inside the forest, concealed by the trees, he could unleash his lethal skills, allowing them to experience the jungle warfare of a modern-day special forces soldier. This was the only strategy he had conceived thus far. Naturally, for this to come to fruition, he needed allies. In his current condition, encountering even a single carnivorous beast would spell doom, rendering his plan unattainable. Reluctantly, Huang turned back and shouted to Xian and the others, "All of you, come along. No need to hold them back." Xian responded loudly, "No, for the Flame Dragon, we willingly accept this fate," displaying a resolve to fight to the death. Huang bellowed, "That is Wu's command. Do you dare to disobey?" Upon hearing it was Wu's order, Xian, albeit reluctantly, rallied his comrades to follow. "Huang, let everyone expend their last vestiges of totemic power and race toward the Black Wind Forest." "Yes." Huang replied decisively, then shouted to the crowd, "By Wu's command, expend all totemic power and dash toward the Black Wind Forest with all your might." No sooner had Huang's words fallen than another voice echoed from behind, "Hurry! They are just ahead. Advance at full speed." Perhaps Wu had previously bestowed blessings upon them, endowing their totemic strength with an unprecedented vigor, or perhaps the blessings had merely ushered in good fortune. For along the way, they encountered not a single ferocious beast. This stretch of land, aside from the towering grass that shielded their forms, could be considered open terrain, allowing them to accelerate considerably. Certainly, there were still many non-aggressive creatures. Massive herbivorous dinosaurs, as large as buildings, and even larger than airplanes, were said to feast upon Tyrannosaurus rex, while the pterosaur soared above. Wu was astounded. His current state of mind was far too preoccupied with fleeing to marvel at the fascinating and mysterious unknown world around him. Survival at this moment took precedence. The warriors, fully unleashing their totemic might, swiftly entered the Black Wind Forest. Just as they crossed the threshold, the enemy arrived at the forest's edge mere minutes later, prompting Wu to silently commend their fortune. As Wu glanced back upon entering the forest, he estimated there were around 40 pursuers. Upon witnessing Wu and his group disappear into the forest, the enemy hesitated at the edge, lingering for quite some time. While clearing the battlefield, they realized Wu's disciples were missing and had thus hastened their pursuit. To cut the grass without uprooting the roots is to have it grow back with the spring breeze. They seemed to understand this principle, ultimately resolutely following into the Black Wind Forest. Their hesitation afforded Wu and his companions at least half an hour of precious escape time. Once inside, Huang did not slow down, yet Wu was left in awe by the unique scenery that flashed before him. Towering trees reached skyward, the smallest requiring 2 or 3 dozen people to encircle, with bizarrely shaped branches twisting like great dragons. Enormous vines spiraled up the trunks, while the lush green leaves completely obscured the sky, allowing dappled sunlight to filter through the foliage, casting a patchwork of light and shadow on the forest floor. The roots of these colossal trees twisted and turned like serpents, adorned with a myriad of peculiar plants that swayed gracefully in the gentle breeze, vying for attention in a vibrant display. The brambles, thorns, and wildflowers were so large that Wu found himself exclaiming in wonder. The ground was carpeted with decaying branches and thick layers of leaves, crunching underfoot and startling the vividly colored insects that either took flight or scurried away, becoming prey for predators, leaving Wu in awe. Occasionally, large spiders as big as millstones would drop down unexpectedly, though fortunately, these spiders posed no threat. The interior was stiflingly hot, even more so than the scorching rays of the 9 suns outside. Attached to the trees were cicadas, the size of frying pans, calling out incessantly. A bird adorned with feathers of vibrant hues perched upon a branch, preening its plumage and singing merrily. Not far off, a long-necked dinosaur let out a roar toward the sky. The symphony of insects, birds, and beasts intermingled, forming a primal orchestra that left Wu profoundly moved. He also noted a commonality. Whether trees or plants, they were all shrouded in a layer of blackish gray. As a primordial forest, this seemed quite normal after years of accumulation, so he paid it no mind. Within every few steps startled creatures, who, upon seeing so many upright beings, would pause in shock before turning and fleeing. Once inside, all warriors heightened their vigilance, encircling Wu in a protective formation, treading carefully with each step, thus slowing their pace. As one warrior passed a gigantic flower, its stamen suddenly transformed into a tongue, reaching out to ensnare him. Panicked, the nearby warriors quickly pulled him free. A carnivorous plant, one muttered. In the tribe, they referred to their fathers as Fa, mothers as Mu, ancestors as Zu, and elders as Da, while siblings, peers, and juniors often addressed each other by name. For ancestors and elders, they appended respectful titles, such as Flame Ancestor or Dragon Elder. It seemed that insults transcended time and space. A leech as thick as an arm clung to his leg, feasting unabated, and he had to use his bone knife to pry it off before crushing it underfoot. A massive long-necked dinosaur grazed leisurely on the leaves of a tree, and rather than detouring, they chose to pass beneath its belly. Just after they did, a snake as thick as a leg lunged at Wu from the dense foliage. Although Wu's body was frail, his hearing was acute. Upon sensing the rush of wind, he hurriedly buried his head against Huang's back. Xian unsheathed a long fang knife from his waist, leaped forward, and with a swift motion, severed the serpent's head midair. This is the Black Wind Forest, a place of unparalleled beauty, yet fraught with peril at every turn. With each step taken, one could encounter life-threatening dangers, rendering their progress a cautious endeavor. Fortunately, with over 20 companions and the presence of Huang, the orange-striped warrior, they found themselves at the forest's edge, where threats loomed but did not yet pose a mortal risk. Upon witnessing a serpent attack Wu Yu, Huang swiftly retrieved a shorter fang knife from his waist and handed it to Wu Yu for self-defense. The knife, slightly shorter than an arm, though simplistic in design, gleamed with a radiant luster. Wu Yu accepted the fang knife, examining it with keen interest, drawing envious glances from several warriors. At this moment, anything that Wu Yu encountered would instinctively trigger memories within him. In his understanding, the tribe's weapons and tools consisted solely of stone, bone, and wood. The fang knife, classified as a bone tool, was a rare treasure, crafted from the fangs of ferocious beasts, sharp and durable, depending on the ferocity of the beast. These knives were categorized as fierce fangs or barbaric fangs. The knife in his possession was a barbaric fang knife, a weapon reserved for the tribe's mightiest warriors, coveted by every totem warrior. Other bone tools included bone knives, bone spears, and bone hammers, all fashioned from the bones of fearsome creatures. Compared to fang knives, bone knives exhibited slightly lower density and toughness, making them prone to breakage. Wooden tools consisted primarily of spears, suitable for both close combat and throwing. However, all their spears had been expended during battle. Stone tools included stone axes, stone knives, and stone hammers. Heavy weapons like stone hammers, bone hammers, and stone knives were also favored by totem warriors, yet were similarly destroyed in combat. At present, their arsenal comprised merely a handful of fang knives and bone knives. Having ventured only a short distance, Wu Yu felt his heart clench violently. Chapter 4. Encountering Danger. Wu Yu's heart tightened upon sighting a colossal python, reminiscent of the towering chimneys of his past life. This serpent, entirely black, was coiled around a massive tree, its head as large as a small car, adorned with crimson patterns, while its blood-red tongue flickered menacingly. The pair of fangs, as long as an arm, retracted as it prepared to strike. To be candid, this far exceeded his imagination. Even the giant pythons depicted in films paled in comparison to this creature. While dinosaurs elicited little visual shock, the sheer magnitude of this python quickened his heartbeat. Huang, sensing Wu Yu's reaction, promptly remarked, "Wu, this is a black-scaled giant python, merely an ordinary ferocious beast. With our numbers, it is unlikely to attack us unprovoked. We must hasten our escape. He had not anticipated encountering such a beast so soon. Wu Yu inquired, "Aren't there many ferocious beasts? Will it take long to slay it?" Huang replied, "Wu, the ferocious beasts outside are scarce, but I cannot ascertain the number within. It is said that the Black Wind Forest is unique and perilous. Few venture here unless fleeing for their lives. Although this giant python appears formidable, I can dispatch it with ease. Then let us slay it. It may prove useful later," Wu Yu pondered aloud. "Agreed," Huang decisively responded. He entrusted Wu Yu to a fellow warrior's back and drew forth his long barbaric fang knife, leaping towards the python's head. Upon perceiving Huang's attack, the python reacted instantaneously, opening its mouth and lunging toward Huang with lightning speed. The python was swift, but Huang was swifter. He plunged his knife into the python's head, twisting forcefully before withdrawing it, while his other hand delved into the wound, gripping tightly. Despite the python's frantic thrashing, Huang relentlessly stabbed at the same spot on its head. Wu Yu regarded Huang with newfound respect. This was a warrior seasoned in battle, a prowess that even the greatest super soldiers from his past life could not rival. In pain, the python released its grip on the massive tree, coiling around Huang in tight circles. Yet, regrettably, it could barely encircle him before thrashing wildly. "Beast crystal. I've unearthed a ferocious beast crystal," Huang exclaimed, emerging covered in blood, clutching a fist-sized crimson crystal. Even before his arrival, the sound of the beast crystal reached Wu Yu, unlocking the doors of his memory. In this world, creatures exhibiting a certain degree of aggression, rivaling the strength of totem warriors, were collectively referred to as ferocious beasts, categorized as fierce beasts, barbaric beasts, and wild beasts, each corresponding to the warrior's red, orange, and yellow markings. This classification also applied to non-aggressive creatures. For instance, the wind god pterosaur, while not prone to attacking humans, possessed strength equivalent to a wild beast or higher, thus also deemed a ferocious beast. This was the extent of Wu Yu's knowledge regarding wild beasts. He remained unaware of any further classifications beyond that. Wild beasts, in the region where Wu Yu and his companions resided, were considered apex predators within the food chain. Had the Yanlong tribe encountered a wild beast during their escape, it would have likely spelled their doom. Of course, had that been the case, Wu Yu would have had no stake in the matter. He should perhaps express gratitude to that wild beast and Huang. Without them, he might still be a wandering soul without a master. Within the heads of ferocious beasts, a type of crystalline substance known as beast crystal forms. Fierce beasts yield fierce beast crystals, characterized by their red hue, which corresponds with the warrior's totem levels. The orange beast crystal represents barbaric beasts. In this world, it was initially a realm of ferocious beasts. Through an extensive process of evolution, humanity emerged, banding together for survival, leading to the formation of tribes and the rise of shamans. Upon discovering beast crystals, shamans envisioned granting humans the combat prowess of ferocious beasts, giving birth to totem warriors. Thus ignited the conflicts between tribes. The reason for the correspondence between the colors of warriors' totem markings and beast crystals lies therein. It is not merely the act of slaying a ferocious beast of fierce level or higher that guarantees a beast crystal. Fortune plays a pivotal role, as not every beast possesses one. Even the wild beast they had slain during their flight bore no crystal, highlighting the rarity of these treasures. Beast crystals are essential for awakening the totemic powers of tribal warriors, serving as a universal commodity for trade between tribes and also enabling warriors to advance in rank. No wonder Huang was so elated. The higher the level of the beast crystal, the greater its value, and the more potent the totemic power activated by the warrior. In other words, among red-marked warriors, those who awaken their powers using fierce beast crystals are inevitably weaker than those who utilize wild beast crystals. Of course, regardless of which beast crystal one uses to awaken their totem, they remain red-marked warriors. However, awakening with a higher-level beast crystal generally facilitates a swifter growth rate and greater achievements. Legends suggest that when awakening as a totem warrior, one might glean certain innate skills from the original ferocious beast, though such occurrences are exceedingly rare. In Wu Yu's understanding, the Yanlong tribe had yet to produce such warriors. Upon reaching Wu Yu, Huang respectfully presented the beast crystal before him, stating, "Wu, this black-scaled giant python was slain at your behest. Thus, this fierce beast crystal rightfully belongs to you. I shall present to you this formidable beast crystal, which will significantly enhance your capabilities." Wu Yu, riding the tide of circumstances, observed closely during the battle. Even at his zenith, his combat prowess paled in comparison to Huang's. Should their Dragon Sting team confront this colossal python? Without the use of powerful lethal weaponry, their annihilation would be assured. The strength from his previous life bears no resemblance to the might of this world. Wu Yu understood that his true advantage lay not in brute force, but in the modern mindset, mature technology, and tactical systems he possessed. Armed with this knowledge, he felt confident navigating the primitive world that had yet to embrace civilization. If circumstances allowed, he envisioned customizing his approach in this realm, leaving his unique mark. However, this was contingent upon his survival and the cultivation of his shamanic powers. As Huang joyfully stowed away the beast crystal, Wu Yu instructed him to have the giant python carried along as they ventured deeper. By the way, break some branches as we proceed. But Wu, shouldn't we be moving stealthily? Why leave traces? Huang questioned, perplexed. In the past, he would never have dared to challenge Wu's decisions. Yet today he had broken that precedent and questioned several times, no longer caring for another instance. Wu Yu, unfazed by such matters, had fostered a military democracy within his Dragon Sting team. The best defense is a good offense, much like how the Wolf tribe and the Snare tribe united to thwart their rise to power. As they entered the forest, their pursuers followed closely behind. It would be better if they chose not to chase. Should they do so, Wu Yu vowed to ensure their return was impossible. I must avenge Wu. They have granted us this precious time, he declared, his tone resolute, eyes glinting with ferocity. Huang, upon hearing this, fell into a brief contemplation, hesitating to voice his thoughts. He likely wished to question Wu's confidence but refrained, instead summoning several warriors to carry the python, leading the way deeper into the woods. For Wu Yu, he would go to great lengths to protect him, even at the cost of his own life. Yet, subconsciously, he still regarded Wu Yu as the child dwelling outside the shaman's cave. Despite the giant python's demise, its body twitched reflexively, akin to a freshly gutted eel tossed into hot oil. One of the warriors, bearing the python's head, seized the opportunity to drink its blood, knowing that the blood and flesh of fierce beasts could bolster an ordinary person's physique and greatly enhance the totem warrior's levels. In the tribe, it was rare to hunt such beasts. Drinking blood or consuming flesh once every 10 days or so was considered fortunate. Those seeking to drink blood would take turns carrying the head or directly approach the bleeding site, balancing movement with energy replenishment. Unfortunately, they had not brought along anything resembling water pouches, likely lost in their hasty retreat or simply unable to gather such items in time. They advanced swiftly. Wu Yu, perched on a warrior's back, keenly observed the fleeting scenery. His current physique overwhelmed him with sensations, as he would spot a rare herb only to find it 10 paces away, forcing him to stifle the words he wished to utter. After traveling several miles, amidst the twisted vines, they discovered a serene spring, its water flowing gently, leaves fluttering, with fish frolicking freely. Wu Yu instructed them to halt. The beast blood Huang had previously fed him still lingered, causing him to feel overheated and uncomfortable. This was normal. The beast blood coursing through him made even Huang feel warm, as it could not be fully absorbed in a short time. Once Huang confirmed the area was safe, he drank some water before allowing Wu Yu to do the same. As Wu Yu approached the tranquil water's edge, he gazed at his reflection, momentarily entranced. This was the first opportunity he had to do so since his arrival in this world. His face remained unchanged from his previous life, stern. Beneath his sword-like brows, his eyes were still dark and profound, perceiving all. His nose was sharp, and his lips were still distinctly defined, exuding determination. Even the small birthmark in the center of his forehead, resembling a sesame seed, remained intact. His appearance was identical to that of his past life, devoid of any sense of dissonance. Still as striking as ever. This realization brought Wu Yu great joy, prompting him to leap into the water, immersing himself completely, startling the fish into a frenzy. The likeness of his visage served as the last vestige of his former life in this world. How could he not be elated? After a while, he swam upstream, resting on a large rock to drink from the water. Although the forest was hot and stifling, the water was refreshingly cool and sweet. The purity of this water, unlike any from the lofty snow-capped mountains, was incomparable. As the water quenched his thirst, the heat within him subsided. Just as he straightened up, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From a tree nearly 40 people wide and over 150 meters tall, a massive crimson spider descended swiftly, adorned with beautiful white patterns, its body nearly the size of a tank. This spider seemed to sense Wu Yu's vulnerability, launching a thick strand of silk toward him from a distance. This is a ferocious red wolf spider. Protect Wu, Huang bellowed, but it was too late. Wu Yu found himself ensnared by the silk, yanked upward at a rapid pace. The red wolf spider ascended swiftly as well. Having faced numerous life and death situations in his past life, Wu Yu remained composed in the face of this imminent threat, drawing the newly acquired barbaric tooth knife to sever the silk. To his dismay, the silk's adhesive properties were too strong, binding the knife to it, leaving him helplessly watching as he was pulled higher. In desperation, he refrained from touching the silk with his hands, gripping the black leather pouch tightly to prevent its contents from falling, urgently shouting, "Huang, have someone throw you at the red wolf spider." Chapter 5. Digging a pit, summoning the dark wind. As Wu Yu was ensnared by the spider silk and pulled into the air, Huang and the others were momentarily stunned. They were approximately 10 paces away, unable to assist in time, and in their bewilderment, they witnessed him being lifted into the sky. Realizing the urgency, Huang leaped, attempting to grasp Wu Yu's feet but missed. Seeing Wu Yu being drawn into the air, Huang's face paled. If Wu were to perish, the Yanlong tribe would face extinction, and he would bear the weight of immense guilt. Just as he was about to climb the vines to rescue him, he heard Wu Yu's cry and suddenly came to his senses. With newfound clarity, Huang crouched and leaped, landing on a warrior's shoulder. The warrior reacted quickly, grasping Huang's feet, and called upon another warrior nearby. Together, they hurled Huang toward the red wolf spider. In midair, Wu Yu watched as Huang shot toward the spider like a cannonball, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon witnessing Huang's audacious maneuver, the other warriors promptly emulated his actions. In an instant, shadows flitted through the air. After being hurled away, Huang gripped his dagger tightly, ascending at a speed that surpassed the pulling force of the red wolf spider, swiftly outpacing Wu Yu. He refrained from touching the spider silk, aware that becoming ensnared would make escape a formidable challenge. His objective was the red wolf spider, aiming to eliminate the threat at its source. The warriors trailing behind him all reached for the spider silk, their intent clear, to diminish the pulling force of the strands and buy Huang precious time. Seeing Huang approach, the red wolf spider, realizing its meal was still some distance away, severed the silk and redirected its assault towards Huang, climbing rapidly towards the treetops. As Huang noticed the spider silk advancing towards him, and with his speed noticeably diminished, he resolutely grasped the silk with his unarmed left hand, hoping to be drawn closer to the creature. Regrettably, his plan fell flat. The spider seemed to sense impending danger, hastily severing the silk again and ascending to greater heights. 10 warriors, including those who had originally severed the silk, plummeted like meteors, caught by their comrades waiting below. Huang, shaking off the silk from his hand, tossed the severed end downwards, where it adhered to a vine, swinging to the ground. Fearing further mishaps, he abandoned the pursuit of the red wolf spider. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, a fleeting moment that felt both swift and delayed. Nevertheless, the overall outcome was one of exhilaration without peril. Once on the ground, Wu Yu, observing the spider silk still entangled around him, could not help but feel a spark of inspiration. Experimenting with his hands, a smile crept onto his face as he exclaimed, "Huang, do you employ traps while hunting?" "Wu, what is a trap?" Huang inquired, puzzled. Wu Yu did not elaborate but instead posed another question. "How do you hunt?" Hunting, of course, involves direct combat with ferocious beasts. When faced with a savage beast, we charge together. When confronted by a wild creature, we flee. The weak can be dealt with by a single warrior, Huang replied. "Do the wolf tribe and the bai tribe hunt in the same manner as you?" Wu Yu further inquired. "Certainly, it is much the same," Huang affirmed. "Very well. I understand now. Please instruct a few brothers to separate the flesh from the giant python's bones." "Brothers?" Huang murmured, not questioning the rationale, and summoned several warriors to assist in dismantling the giant python before moving to help Wu Yu free himself from the remaining spider silk. Once Wu Yu extricated himself from the silk, he began surveying the area, recognizing it as an exceptional site for an ambush. It was the dry season, and water was a precious commodity. Even with a daily supply of beast blood, the warriors preferred to drink more water. Without it, while they could survive on blood, their bodies would easily succumb to heat, leading to ulcers and hemorrhoids. With water available, the enemy would inevitably be drawn towards the stream. "Huang, follow me," Wu Yu commanded, setting off along their previous path. Huang, bewildered, called upon several warriors to protect Wu Yu as they advanced. Having learned from the lesson of the red wolf spider, he now exercised greater caution. As Wu Yu traversed each location he deemed viable, he marked the ground with sticks. After approximately 40 markers, he halted and instructed Huang, "Arrange for the brothers to dig pits at the marked locations. They should be of this size and depth," gesturing as he spoke. "Wu, why must we dig pits?" Huang could no longer contain his curiosity. "These pits are intended for burying our enemies. Did you not inquire about traps?" This is a trap. Once the pits are dug, we will fill them with the giant python's bone spikes, with the points facing upwards, cover them with branches and then with leaves. Should the enemy step upon them, they will fall into the pits and impale themselves on the spikes. Even if they do not perish, their combat capabilities will be severely diminished. Wu Yu patiently explained to Huang. Upon hearing this, Huang's eyes brightened, and he promptly asked, Wu, how do you know they will definitely pass through this location? It is quite simple. We merely need to pile the excavated soil nearby. They will surely investigate the mounds to discern what they are. Of course, only the traps nearest to the front need soil piled around them. The others can have their soil thrown farther away, covered with leaves to create an illusion. Leaving them perplexed, Wu Yu replied with a smile. Wu Yu established traps along the path the enemy was likely to traverse, with the majority situated on the route to the stream and a few on the path they might take to flee. Those unfamiliar with traps would not suspect anything amiss. Out of curiosity, they would undoubtedly venture closer, and should someone fall into a trap in a panic, they would be even more likely to stumble into subsequent traps. Indeed, if I were in their position, I too might be inclined to investigate, Huang remarked with excitement, summoning the remaining warriors to unsheathe their daggers and begin digging at the marked spots. The totem warriors were remarkably swift at digging. Typically, one could complete a pit in under 10 minutes. As the traps were being excavated, the giant python was also fully dismantled, and under Wu Yu's guidance, the sizable bone spikes were separated, positioned with the points facing upward within the traps. This particular python was non-venomous and lacked venom glands. Due to time constraints, the spikes were not coated with poison. The python's fangs were gifted to 2 warriors who did not possess daggers, much to their delight. The skin was also put to use, serving to carry the excavated earth. The meat was cut into long strips for easier transport and consumption, while the gallbladder was retained by 1 warrior for future use, as it could alleviate heat and detoxify. Wu Yu additionally instructed the warriors to fashion water bags from the cleaned intestines and stomach of the giant python. The python's intestines were roughly the same diameter as Wu Yu's waist and were resilient against punctures from hard objects. He directed the warriors to cut the intestines into lengths slightly exceeding Huang's height, fill them with water, and tie both ends together, creating a water bag that could be conveniently slung over their backs. The stomach was fashioned in a similar manner. Upon witnessing this, Huang's expression reflected contemplation, while the other warriors were filled with joy. Thus, they no longer had to worry about provisions for water and food during their flight. Naturally, they also sensed that Wu Yu was somewhat different, possessing a wealth of knowledge that was beyond their comprehension. This giant python, a fierce beast, had bone spikes capable of piercing a red-striped totem warrior without difficulty. Even an orange-striped warrior could fall prey if caught off guard. The key insight came from Wu Yu's reflection on the spider silk, inspiring him to set traps in this manner. To prevent enemies from escaping once ensnared, he instructed the warriors to gather strong spider silk to create nooses within the traps. In this primordial forest, spider webs were ubiquitous, with the thinnest being as thick as a finger. Should the enemy step into the traps, they would inevitably become ensnared by the silk, and in their ensuing panic, would be more likely to fall into the pits and be impaled. Gazing at the freshly dug traps, still fragrant with the aroma of earth, Wu Yu felt a sense of anticipation. Initially, he had intended for the warriors to hide within the traps and strike from ambush, but after some consideration, he decided against this course of action. If the trap fails to function, it would spell tragedy. The few companions he has left cannot withstand any losses. After completing all these tasks, he instructed Huang to carry him deeper into the forest. They had scarcely traveled a few miles when a sudden wind swept through the trees. This gust brushed against them with an intense heat. The wind was warm. Almost immediately, Wu Yu noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The myriad of insects had fallen silent. The leisurely dinosaurs munching on leaves glanced anxiously into the depths of the forest and bolted away in haste. One rabbit, nearly the size of the wild boar Wu Yu had seen in his past life, rushed frantically and, upon spotting Wu Yu and the others, collided with a giant tree in sheer panic, meeting its demise. As the wind intensified, the roars of beasts ceased, the chirping of insects faded, and the songs of birds disappeared. The forest seemed to plunge into an eerie silence, with only the rustling of leaves amplifying the stillness. This strange quietude puzzled Wu Yu, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. Could this be a precursor to an earthquake? Moments later, the wind took on a color, resembling smoke or fog, carrying with it a faintly acrid odor. Coughing ensued. What in the world? It smells like exhaust fumes. Could it be? Wu Yu thought. Black wind forest. Cease. Everyone huddled together. Upon this realization, he quickly urged Huang and the others to stop and stand back to back. Cough? Cough. Quickly dampen cloths with water and cover your mouths, he exclaimed, tears streaming from his eyes due to the smoke. No one moved, staring blankly at their water bags. The surroundings began to blur, as if they were descending into a cloud. Wu Yu instantly grasped the situation. Pointing to a sheltered area, he shouted, "Take out your knives and dig a deep pit here. We need a bunker to hide in." A bunker? Cough, cough. The warriors sensed the gravity of the situation. Though uncertain, they promptly drew their knives and began to dig. The two warriors equipped with the giant python's fangs were particularly helpful, using them to excavate with great efficiency. With many hands at work, in under 10 minutes, they unearthed a pit tall enough for a person to stand in, capable of accommodating 30 to 40 individuals. Wu Yu instructed Huang to lay half of the giant python's skin at the bottom of the pit and to gather sturdy branches nearby to create a support structure above. After stretching the remaining python skin over it, they left a few openings for entry and exit, then filled the pit with soil, effectively crafting a bunker. Once they completed this task, the wind transformed into an inky blackness, rendering visibility non-existent, prompting them to hastily enter the bunker. It felt akin to being submerged in seawater, as if a colossal squid had unleashed a torrent of ink all around them. Wu Yu directed his companions to seal the entrance with fine branches and leaves to minimize the black wind's intrusion while allowing for ventilation. Just as they settled in, a bone-chilling scream echoed from the direction of the stream. Chapter 6. The strange beast roars, divergence arises. Shortly thereafter, another scream followed, then a series of cries rang out incessantly. "Wu, that sounds human. Our trap appears to be working," Huang exclaimed with excitement from within the bunker. "I heard it too," Xian responded. "I never anticipated these pits would truly be effective." "Wu, your ingenuity is remarkable," the other warriors chimed in, exchanging words of amazement. "The heavens have favored us. In this darkness, it's a wonder we haven't been ensnared." Wu Yu mused to himself, shifting backward to lean against the wall. "Huang, did you count how many cries there were?" "Aye." Just then, a roar erupted from the depths of the forest, sending tremors beneath Wu Yu and causing his ears to ring. The roars crescendoed, one louder than the last. Unable to withstand the cacophony, Wu Yu pressed his fingers against his ears, only to find warm liquid trickling from them. Simultaneously, something warm flowed from his nose. "What the hell is this ferocious beast? It's so vicious that it made me bleed from all 4 orifices. My body is too weak. I must find a way to grow stronger." A more ferocious roar followed, and Wu Yu emitted a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground, losing consciousness. When Wu Yu awoke, he found Huang's large face hovering above him, mouth agape, anxiously watching him. Wu Yu hurriedly covered his mouth, straining to move his legs and elbows, but found he lacked the strength, managing only to shift slightly before helplessly asking, "Has the black wind dissipated? Where am I?" He then realized the futility of his question. If the black wind had not dispersed, how could he see? "It has dissipated. You fainted from the beast's roar, causing you to bleed. We only noticed you had collapsed when the black wind cleared, and we gave you some water to revive you," Huang reassured him, visibly relieved upon Wu Yu regaining consciousness. After clearing his ears and nostrils, Wu Yu attempted to move his body and said, "Huang, what sort of ferocious beast was that?" Its roar was incredibly powerful. It sounded like there were 2. Huang, mimicking Wu Yu's actions to clear his ears, replied, visibly shaken, "It might be wild beasts fighting for territory, engaging in mutual slaughter. However, the wild beasts we encountered while fleeing did not have such fearsome roars. Even now, my ears are still ringing, and I feel a heaviness in my chest, as if lacking energy. This black wind forest is indeed a treacherous place." Huang's words illuminated Wu Yu's understanding. The fatigue was not an individual affliction but rather a shared experience. The heaviness in their chests and lack of strength were consequences of inhaling the black wind. However, he refrained from voicing this and simply instructed Huang to distribute the giant python gallbladder for the warriors to drink. The gallbladder is known for its heat-clearing and detoxifying properties. It should have some effect. To their surprise, the gallbladder proved effective, even yielding remarkable results. After consuming the bitter gall, which made them grimace, the warriors soon found the sense of weakness dissipating. Wu Yu moved his body once more, and the previous fatigue had indeed vanished. He casually asked Huang, "What do you call the beasts that are more fearsome than wild beasts?" Huang's face turned crimson as he replied, "I've only been an orange-patterned warrior for 2 years. I don't know about creatures beyond wild beasts." He seemed to forget that, as a shaman, Wu Yu was also unaware. "Do you know how long those beast roars lasted? Did they cease simultaneously with the black wind? How long was I unconscious?" Wu Yu inquired again. "When the roars ceased, the black wind dissipated." We opened the bunker upon seeing light and discovered you covered in blood. The duration of the roars corresponds to how long you were unconscious, Huang answered earnestly. I must have asked a foolish question, Wu Yu thought to himself, then asked, did you discern how many screams came from those trapped? Huang hesitated for a moment, his face reddening further as he stammered, Wu, I was too caught up in the excitement to pay attention. I counted a total of 30 cries, no, actually 31. As one coincided with that mighty roar, Xian interjected, moving closer to assist Huang. Huang cast a grateful glance at him. The tribe was capable of counting. They simply lacked written language, leaving record-keeping to the shamans, which was not their concern. Regardless of whether it is 30 or 31, this has certainly taken me by surprise. Very well, let us venture forth to finish them off. Wu Yu, filled with joy, turned his gaze towards Xian. He is a thoughtful warrior, and given his prior conduct, he is indeed worthy of cultivation. With a preconceived notion, he noticed Xian's long hair cascading down, making him one of the more delicate-looking individuals among this group. His hair appears cleaner than Huang's, and should he don a long robe and refine his appearance, he would undoubtedly exude an air of elegance befitting his name, Xian. Xian's prowess is second only to Huang, and his prestige among these warriors mirrors this. Finish them off? Huang and Xian chimed in unison. Yes. We shall return to see those who remain unscathed and deliver a final blow. Those already fallen can perish a little faster, a process we may refer to as annihilation. Upon finishing, Wu Yu mimed a gesture across his throat. Haha! His vivid explanation elicited laughter from both Huang and Xian, who mimicked his gesture. The other warriors, naturally, overheard their conversation and found it quite entertaining, joining in on the annihilation gesture while shouting, Annihilate! Upon exiting the bunker and gathering the python skins, they retraced their steps. Initially, Huang and the others moved at a brisk pace, but as they continued, they began to slow down, exhibiting signs of reluctance. Wu Yu sensed this, recognizing it as a classic case of outward compliance with inner resistance, yet he refrained from addressing it, allowing them to proceed as they wished. Halfway through, Wu Yu called for a halt. The group looked at him in confusion. Wu Yu smiled and began to explain, We must set some traps here. Even if they all fall into them, it is unlikely they would all be harmed. Moreover, they likely have at least 2 or 3 orange-patterned warriors, if not more. If we return this way, are we not leading sheep to the tiger's den? Leading sheep to the tiger's den? That is indeed the case, Huang concurred. So, shall we still go to finish them off? Xian employed a newly learned term. We will certainly finish them off, but not at this moment. Wu Yu replied with an air of mystery. Wu Yu. Huang noticed a change. Since Wu had awakened, his speech had grown more profound and articulate. The previous Wu had often been at a loss for words, spending his days idly outside of Wu's cave, seemingly engaged in nothing of significance, rarely venturing out. He appeared pale to a frightening degree. Additionally, Huang was supposed to lead him to safety, ensuring his security while finding a remote area to enhance his strength. Logically, he should have kept his distance. Why then was he returning to finish them off? He felt as though he was blindly following Wu's lead. Alas, who could blame him for being Wu? He felt compelled to heed his words. Even if he refused, Wu would resort to extreme measures, leaving him no choice but to comply. Thus, he contemplated stalling for time. If some of them fell into the traps, the likelihood of their pursuit would diminish significantly. Stalling for time was a strategy to wait for their retreat. Whether this method was viable remained uncertain. Huang's mind was muddled, and his emotions were complex, prompting him to smack his forehead. Wu Yu had long perceived Huang's thoughts and remarked, Let us first set some traps here, leaving a portion of us behind while the rest proceed to the creek. If there is no danger, we will finish them off. If danger arises, we will lead them into the traps and annihilate them there. After he spoke, he mimicked the annihilation gesture again. This time, the effect was not as profound as in the bunker. Once everyone calmed down, the fervor dissipated. Ultimately, Huang voiced his thoughts. We truly need not proceed in this manner. Seizing this opportunity, we could escape far away. Once you become a true Wu, and I become a yellow-patterned warrior, while Xian and the others become orange-patterned warriors, we could return and take vengeance. Xian added, Wu, I believe it wise to venture deeper while they have not yet caught up. His implication was clear. He was reluctant to finish them off. Indeed, we also think this is the best way to ensure your safety. We presently lack the means to confront them directly. The other warriors echoed his sentiment. This indeed reflected their genuine thoughts. Seeing Huang and Xian express their views gave them the courage to speak. Wu was the supreme entity of the tribe without question. Yet, one must first be a Wu. Strictly speaking, Wu Yu could not yet be termed a Wu. He lacked the Wu power. Huang, Xian, and the warriors could sacrifice themselves to protect him, but that did not equate to complete allegiance. As Wu Yu had stated, proceeding this way was akin to leading sheep to the tiger's den. Wu Yu recognized their divergence in opinion but remained unfazed, considering it entirely normal. From another perspective, he might feel the same. Furthermore, their fighting spirit had been eroded by an excessive focus on safety. They were solely preoccupied with protecting Yu, fearful of any misfortune befalling him, and sought to avoid direct confrontation with the enemy. Thus, he surveyed the group, then fixed his gaze on Huang's eyes, enunciating each word with deliberation. Huang, what if our strength never improves? How long must we wait? 10 years, 20, or even longer? Moreover, as our strength increases, do we not expect theirs to rise as well? Let us not forget, they have just plundered our resources. Their enhancement will outpace ours, not lag behind. Besides, with our limited numbers, even if we escape far away, how do we plan to improve our cultivation while constantly hiding? Huang felt a fine sheen of sweat break out on his forehead as Wu's gaze bore into him. Just as he was about to wipe it away, Wu Yu continued. You only think of ensuring my safety, fearing for my well-being, which has dulled the fighting spirit and resolve expected of a warrior. This is truly alarming. Do you not realize that you might believe we possess nothing now and are no match for them? Indeed, we are but 22 at present. However, we are fueled by an overwhelming sense of hatred and fury. This is our advantage. Tell me, do you harbor any hatred in your heart? Answer me yes or no. The oppressed shall surely triumph. Wu Yu understood this principle, his tone suddenly rising, his hand pointing at his totem tattoo, causing Huang to instinctively take a step back, his mouth opening as if to utter an "I," but Wu Yu interrupted him directly. What "I"? Let us not forget. It is the Wu and the chief who have secured this precious moment for us to breathe. Do not forget, we bear the mission of the Yanlong clan's legacy. Do not forget, your women, children, and parents are in the hands of others. They are now slaves. What does slavery represent? It signifies disgrace, your disgrace. This is the disgrace of the entire Yanlong clan. Death is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the humiliation of a life worse than death. Wu Yu's hand swung vigorously as he seemed to immerse himself in his own words, passionately urging them on. Now is the optimal moment to weaken the strength of the wolf and beast tribes. If we miss this opportunity, we know not when we shall have another, and we may perish in the waiting. If that were the case, both you and I would become eternal villains of the Yanlong clan, forever nailed to the pillar of historical disgrace, our souls unable to enter our ancestral lands. As warriors, we must possess unwavering confidence in victory, and we must also have the resolve to win. Do you have that confidence? As he reached this point, Wu Yu's hand swung forcefully, freezing in that moment, abruptly halting. Chapter 7. The oppressed shall surely triumph. Huang and Xian, along with the warriors, were consumed by a palpable hatred, their eyes ablaze with fury, straining against the depths of their rage. The tribe, once a close-knit family, was now fracturing, and their anguish surpassed that of the time-traveling Wu Yu. It was a torment deeper than mere physical pain. The captured elders, children, and women included their own parents, wives, and offspring. The fallen warriors were their brothers and friends, some of whom were blood relatives. Most agonizing of all was the loss of their omnipotent shaman, who had also perished. Huang vividly recalled the night he had just finished rolling the animal skins with his beloved when the signal for attack echoed through the air, forcing him to abandon her and heed the call to protect the shaman. Xian remembered that when the chief summoned them, his infant son, still in the throes of sweet slumber, clung to him, but he too had to summon the strength to leave his family behind in order to safeguard the shaman. A few warriors silently turned away, hastily wiping their eyes. One warrior let out a roar, striking a tree with his fist, flesh and blood mingling, all without invoking the power of their totem. Pain coursed through them, a heart-wrenching agony. When a tribe is breached, the elders, women, and children are not slaughtered. No tribe is willing to commit such an atrocity. Instead, they are destined to become slaves. The elders would toil as slaves crafting stone, bone, and wooden tools. The women would be reduced to mere vessels for reproduction. For a tribe to thrive, population growth is essential. More children born means more totem warriors awakened. An increase in totem warriors translates to greater resource acquisition. This is a vicious cycle. As for the children, they would be isolated and raised apart, many only knowing their mothers, oblivious to their fathers. Upon maturation, they would awaken the tribe's totem, becoming totem warriors themselves, and breed with the tribe's women, ultimately serving as pawns for others. Those unable to awaken would be relegated to slavery, performing the same labor as the elders. Even more cruelly, they might succumb to hunger. Thus, they would once again be trapped in a vicious cycle. Wu Yu understood that the acts of plunder and being plundered were all driven by the survival and development of the tribe. There was no clear right or wrong. His words stirred Huang, Xian, and the warriors to reflect on their families, their loved ones, and their lives. If they could reclaim them swiftly and return home, that would be their greatest desire. Shaman, tell us what you require of us, and we shall comply. We are confident, declared Huang, Xian, and the warriors in unison. They were all in, having reached a point where death was the worst outcome. Perhaps in death there lay liberation. Louder. I cannot hear you. Are you women? Do you possess confidence? Inadvertently, he began to view Huang and the others as his dragon spike squad. Yes, yes, yes. Their voices reverberated, sending insects scurrying and birds soaring in fright, while a dinosaur echoed their cries with a mighty roar. Such a resounding declaration did not intimidate Wu Yu. Rather, he welcomed it. This was the effect he desired, to unite them in a common cause. He aimed to make them understand that their fight was not solely for the Yanlong clan but also for their families, their loved ones, and their very lives. Unity is strength, an unstoppable force, rendering the impossible possible. Of course, even without his exhortations, Huang and Xian would have followed his directives, albeit merely as an obligation. If their pursuers truly fell into the trap, Wu Yu was confident they would not continue their chase. His strategy was not a reckless gamble, but rather a calculated move, relying on the mature jungle warfare tactics from his past life and the adverse effects brought by the Black Wind. Subsequently, Wu Yu led them to survey the terrain, ultimately selecting 17 locations as traps, meticulously teaching them how to lay ambushes. This setup was far more sophisticated than previous traps. Though unconcerned about their pursuers, Wu Yu urged Huang and the others to proceed swiftly while ensuring quality, fearing that any delay might allow the enemy to retreat, rendering their efforts futile. This time, he focused on positioning traps among the trees and the immense vines, establishing 6 points to eliminate the enemy's orange-patterned warriors, with a soldier hidden at each location as a backup. Learning from past experiences, the enemy would surely develop a wariness of the ground. Thus, he also dug 11 traps in the earth, leaving a few deliberately flawed to entice the enemy into believing they could avoid danger by taking to the trees. Once all was completed, he instructed Huang and Xian to lead 4 warriors as simulated adversaries in training exercises, continuing until they mastered the art of baiting the enemy and the timing of revealing their hidden soldiers. Only then did he let the 6 proceed to the creek, while he concealed himself among the ground traps with the remaining warriors. Initially, Huang was uneasy about Wu Yu being out of sight, but upon seeing him hidden in the trap, he felt reassured enough to proceed. He and 2 warriors concealed themselves in one of the flawed traps. One warrior was named Lin, and the other Yi. Both were formidable fighters, guarding Wu Yu on either side. Sitting in the trap, Wu Yu smiled and engaged in light-hearted conversation with the 2 warriors, first inquiring about their fathers, then their family situations and finally their aspirations, employing the familiar tactics of camaraderie between officers and soldiers. In his previous life, he had been a reclusive super otaku, only familiar with those who could enter the shaman's stone cave. Otherwise, he could hardly name most. After his inquiries, he found himself smiling wryly. Nevertheless, through this formal dialogue, he gained insight into Yi and Lin. Yet, he couldn't shake a sense of melancholy. Thoughts of his comrades in the Dragon Spike Squad filled his mind, prompting a shift in topic as he began to ask about matters concerning the tribe. Engaging in conversation was not his intention. Rather, he sought to alleviate his own anxiety. Truthfully, he felt a tinge of nervousness. Although everything was prepared, he remained uncertain. After all, this was not a matter he could control entirely. Some events are beyond human will. It reminded him of a mission from his past life that had initially appeared flawless. Suddenly, a child had dashed onto the scene, and to prevent the innocent from perishing, Yen Hu had leaped into action, triggering a chain reaction that disrupted the entire battle, leading to him being shot in the lung by an enemy sniper while trying to save Yen Hu, and subsequently, being hit multiple times by stray bullets. Just as his thoughts spiraled, a piercing whistle echoed through the air. It was Huang's signal, a prearranged cue to lure the enemy deeper. Instantly, his heart raced. Huang and Xian were the linchpins of the entire operation. Any misstep on their part could lead to total disaster. Moreover, they were in the heart of the primal jungle, where a sudden incursion of feral beasts could further complicate matters. Soon, Xian's and the other 4 warriors' shrill cries resonated in response, signaling the commencement of the battle. Lin and Yi held their breaths, their bodies trembling slightly, revealing their own tension. In this battle, which pertains to the very lives of all, it would be unnatural not to feel a sense of tension. Shortly thereafter, The air was filled with the cacophony of combat, accompanied by anguished cries that rose and fell in a disturbing rhythm. From the sounds, it was evident that both foes and allies were involved. Within, Wu Yu sat, each passing second a torment. This tumultuous clash, where one could only hear but not see, rendered every scream an electric jolt to his nerves, especially those that belonged to his comrades. Before he realized it, his palms were slick with sweat. Wu Yu lost track of time, and when the screams outside ceased, he suddenly sprang to his feet. Lin and Yi immediately followed suit, rising on either side of him. A burst of exuberant laughter erupted from outside. Upon hearing that joyous sound, Wu Yu's anxious heart found its rhythm again. It was Huang's laughter. His survival signified that they had triumphed in this conflict. Soon after, he heard Xian's voice. Wu, you may come out now. They have all been vanquished. Before Wu Yu could respond, Lin and Yi leapt forward, forcefully displacing the camouflage above them, and embraced him as they landed on the ground. Upon reaching the earth, Wu Yu's first inquiry upon seeing Huang was, "What of our brothers? Is anyone injured? Is everyone safe?" After a decade of military service, he had grown accustomed to referring to his comrades as brothers. It was an ingrained habit that he could not forsake. Our own brothers, aside from Yan, Zhui, Teng, Kong, and Lung who are injured, none have perished, Huang replied, placing particular emphasis on the word brothers, likely still unaccustomed to such a term. Nevertheless, he understood its significance. Wu Yu exhaled deeply, a weight lifting from his heart. Finally, the dust had settled. He no longer had to worry about being pursued, at least not for the moment. Instead of surveying the fallen enemies, he made his way to the 5 wounded warriors. 4 of them leaned against each other, blood still oozing from their lips, while one lay upon a large stone, clearly gravely injured, for otherwise, he would not be resting there. Xian and several warriors were frantically attending to the wounded, their hands stained with blood. One soldier, pressing down on his wound, cried out in a trembling voice, "No, please no." Wu Yu recognized the urgency of the situation and hurried over to the injured warrior. This soldier, named Yen, bore the most severe injuries among the 5. His abdomen was slashed open, exposing his entrails, blood gushing from the wound. Totem warriors often faced injuries while hunting, but they would be carried to Wu for treatment. They had only rudimentary skills for dealing with minor wounds, and at times, they would forego any treatment altogether. Thus, a seriously injured totem warrior during a hunt was essentially awaiting death. In the tribe, the mortality rate among totem warriors was high. Each hunt claimed lives or left individuals maimed. Alas, if only Wu could harness the power of a shaman, Yan's dire wounds might find hope. Yan's vacant eyes fixated on a distant point, devoid of any expression of pain, as he surrendered to the slow ebbing of life. Chapter 8, Total Submission. The hushed whispers of the warriors reached Wu Yu's ears without missing a single word. A smile flickered at the corners of his mouth as he thought, "Though I possess no shamanic power, handling such wounds is not beyond my capability." He then instructed Xian and the others to step aside, squatting down as he asked them to hold Yen's limbs and found a branch for him to bite down on. Huang and Xian complied in silence, having been astonished by the surprises Wu Yu had presented them with today. Perhaps this would be yet another. Next, Wu Yu gathered several plantain leaves nearby, chewed them until pulpy, and applied the juice to clean the wound and the exposed intestines before swiftly reinserting them. Thankfully, the intestines were intact. Plantain is the optimal herb for cleansing wounds in the wild, easily found. Self-treatment of battle wounds is a fundamental skill for special forces, and Wu Yu had honed his craft, adeptly devising methods of self-rescue in various environments. He then withdrew his tooth knife and, advising Yen to endure, proceeded to pierce the skin around the wound with the blade's tip. Lacking specialized suturing needles, he had no choice but to make do with the tooth knife. The knife gifted to him by Huang was sharp and pointed. Whether it was due to the numbing pain or a lack of hope, Yen did not resist, allowing Wu Yu to take charge without a sound of protest. Despite this, Wu Yu could sense the tremors coursing through Yan's body. As he worked, he attracted the attention of all present, who held their breath, refraining from disturbing him. Once the hole was made, he summoned Xian over, plucking a few strands of his hair to use for suturing the wound, believing Xian's hair to be the cleanest. With assistance in applying pressure to the wound, he threaded the hair through the corresponding holes and tied it tightly, effectively stitching the area. Given the limitations, this was the best he could do. The holes were slightly larger than ideal, which might render the scar less than aesthetically pleasing. Once the suturing was complete, he searched the nearby underbrush for some mature gray pods, akin to pineapples, tore them open, and applied the dark, dry spore powder to the wound, instantly halting the bleeding. The gray pod, also known as horse dung pod, not only stops bleeding quickly but also prevents infection, making it a natural remedy for external injuries, both easy to find and convenient to use. During his missions in Africa, when supplies ran low, he often relied on this remedy for injuries sustained in the jungle. With no fabric for bandaging, he had Huang cut a strip of python skin, punctured it for ventilation with his tooth knife, and used it to wrap the wound. The work was done. Yen should survive. The totem warriors of this world possessed remarkably robust physiques. After the bandaging, the previously vacant look in Yan's eyes began to coalesce, shimmering with a hint of life. Throughout the entire process of his treatment, Yen observed without furrowing his brow. As a totem warrior, he was acutely aware of the ever-present possibility of death. In his understanding, wounds of his nature during a hunt, without a shaman present, meant certain death. As he gazed upon the properly treated wound, the sensation of life slipping away vanished. Yen's demeanor did not escape Wu Yu's notice, and within him surged a tumult of emotions, silently praising the totem warriors of this world. Had it been in his past life, such an ordeal inflicted upon him would likely have resulted in losing consciousness from the pain. Huang watched in awe, his heart racing as if he had witnessed a wild beast. He had seen Wu Yu's methods of treating wounds, and they were fundamentally different. The surprise had come swiftly, proving to be yet another astonishment. Intuition told him that Wu Yu's approach to wound care was vastly superior, a chasm apart from anything he had encountered before. The injuries sustained by Yen, under the previous shaman's care, would never have been treated with hair sutures. Instead, a poultice of herbs would have been applied, accompanied by a blessing spell, followed by a wait to see if the injured party possessed the resilience to survive. He found himself profoundly curious as to how Yu, as a disciple of the shaman, came to employ such an unconventional method. Why had he not exhibited this capability before? The former Yu would flinch at the sight of blood, yet today he tended to the wound with remarkable skill, as though he had done so countless times before. Moreover, these fanciful traps, which even the orange-striped warriors could fall victim to, where had he acquired such knowledge? A cascade of questions flashed through Huang's mind, altering the way he regarded the shaman Yu. He appeared utterly transformed, as if he had become a different person altogether. From death to rebirth, entering the black wind, the fiery dragon soars, the shaman had proclaimed, and although Huang was not present at the time, he had heard it clearly. Could it be that the ancestral spirits had manifested, possessing Yu to rescue the Yanlong tribe? Undoubtedly. With this thought, Huang instinctively knelt, bowing deeply before Shaman Yu in reverence, his posture one of complete submission. What was happening? What on earth was this? Just as Shaman Yu rose, he was taken aback to see Huang kneeling before him in such a devoted manner. Surely, this was an overreaction for merely performing a simple suturing of a wound, a rudimentary surgical procedure. Even if one were to bow, it should have been Yen. Xian and the other warriors, witnessing Huang's kneeling, followed suit, all prostrating themselves. They had implicitly recognized Huang as the current leader of the Yanlong clan. The remaining 4 injured warriors also joined in their kneeling. Even Yen, freshly bandaged, attempted to rise to pay his respects, but Shaman Yu pressed him back down, for his wound could not withstand such exertion. Reopening it would necessitate resuturing. It was evident that their kneeling was born from the depths of their souls. At this moment, silence spoke volumes. Knowledge is indeed power. This veneration earned through knowledge was truly gratifying. Naturally, Shaman Yu did not let this adulation go to his head. Such thoughts flitted through him momentarily as he quickly addressed the gathering. Please rise. He offered no further words, aware that his actions had shifted their perception of him, leading them to embrace him as their shaman, a source of spiritual solace. Coupled with the inherent aura of the shaman, their behavior could be seen as a form of blind worship. At this juncture, any additional words would be futile, even counterproductive. Upon hearing Shaman Yu's command, they all stood, save for the few injured, who leaned against nearby supports, their mouths stained with blood from their prostration. The other 4 injured warriors bore internal injuries, requiring no external treatment, merely rest. Shaman Yu examined the 4 warriors, offering words of comfort and inquiring about their injuries, gleaning insights into the entirety of the preceding battle. Given that their injuries were internal, he ventured into the forest, hoping to discover some medicinal herbs, and fortuitously found some sanchi, which delighted him immensely. He instructed the 5 injured to consume the leaves and roots raw. This sanchi was renowned for its properties in dispersing bruises, stopping bleeding, and reducing swelling and pain. In the past, it was an essential component of any battlefield first aid kit, a veritable miracle remedy for military campaigns. He also elaborated on the effects and applications of 3 herbs, plantigo, gray package, and sanchi, all of which could be found in the mountains and woods, as well as on how to manage extensive external wounds. This left Huang and the others utterly astonished. The previous shaman had never imparted such knowledge to them. He was indeed different. Yan's severe injuries were a result of a final, treacherous strike from an orange-striped warrior, while the other 4 warriors had been wounded during a tactical maneuver designed to lure the enemy deeper into their territory. Huang, along with Xian, carefully led the 4 injured warriors, those with internal injuries, toward a nearby stream, arriving just as their adversaries were preparing to withdraw from the Black Wind Forest. Although the enemy had heard Huang's shouts, the heavy casualties they had already suffered deterred them from pursuing. Nonetheless, they harbored a deep-seated hatred for Huang and his companions, feeling wronged and vengeful, wishing to flay their skin, strip their tendons and drink their blood. To their surprise, they dared to investigate, igniting their fury, and without a second thought, they charged toward the 6 of them. Did they truly consider them easy prey? Even an aged beast retains a few teeth. The pursuers numbered 12, including 4 orange-striped warriors, 2 of whom bore injuries. Their confidence to pursue stemmed from their numerical superiority, bolstered by the presence of 4 orange-striped warriors. Even though 2 were injured, they were still far superior to red-striped warriors. Upon seeing their pursuers, Huang turned to flee. In times past, even with 100 times the courage, he would have never dared confront 4 orange-striped warriors with so few allies. The combat prowess of a single orange-striped warrior was roughly equivalent to that of 10 red-striped warriors. However, today was different. They were merely luring the enemy deeper, with reinforcements waiting in the wings. Unbeknownst to the enemy, seeing only 6 individuals before them, their wrath blinded them to their earlier losses, and they failed to learn from their mistakes. During this pursuit, 2 uninjured orange-striped warriors chased the fastest, catching up to the 4 red-striped warriors just as they approached the ambush site, wounding them. Huang and Yu confronted the 2 injured orange-striped warriors. The 4 injured warriors climbed into the trees and onto the vines, appearing as if they were fleeing in panic, but in reality, they were leading the 2 orange-striped warriors toward the trap. As orange-striped warriors, they held a certain pride. How could they tolerate a red-striped warrior escaping under their watch, especially when they could clearly see the trap laid out before them? With a disdainful sneer, they pursued further. 1 orange-striped warrior thus entered the ambush set by Yen. This ambush site involved bending a tree branch, thick as a waist, into a bow shape. Once the orange-striped warrior stepped inside, the baiting warrior would sever the vines binding the branch, unleashing its tremendous recoil to inflict injury, while Yen, concealed behind the rebounding branch, would deliver a fatal blow. This orange-striped warrior, not being overly reckless, drew his dagger as he pursued. However, upon entering the ambush, he was caught completely off guard and was struck unexpectedly, allowing Yen to successfully drive his dagger into the warrior's heart. In the moment of impact, fearing the warrior would not perish, he even twisted the dagger, causing a slight delay in his withdrawal, giving the orange-striped warrior just enough time to retaliate with a strike that grazed his abdomen. Another orange-striped warrior was led to a vine thick enough for 3 to embrace. The underside of the vine had been hollowed out, and a warrior at that moment. The orange-striped warrior's gaze was solely fixed on the fleeing red-striped warrior, who, until his last breath, never fathomed that someone could be concealed within the vines. Thus, he was ruthlessly struck in the abdomen by this warrior, followed by a powerful kick that sent him tumbling into a pitfall on the ground, where 2 other warriors swiftly ended his life by slitting his throat. Meanwhile, the 2 wounded orange-striped warriors were successfully lured into a trap, only to be stabbed in the back by the hidden warrior. As the 8 pursuing red-striped warriors witnessed the complete annihilation of the orange-striped warriors, they attempted to turn and flee, but it was too late. They found themselves surrounded and were all mercilessly cut down in the ensuing power disparity. Once Wu Yu comprehended the entire course of the battle, he led Huang and Xian to the scene. The 2 eagerly followed, looking to him for guidance. Chapter 9 Harvest. Upon arriving at the site, Wu Yu posed several questions to the 2, highlighting the shortcomings observed during the battle while praising the commendable aspects, with an emphasis on encouragement. Indeed, he was conducting a battle debriefing to facilitate future encounters. It was evident that he intended to cultivate them as special forces, honing their combat awareness and tactical skills. In this world, their limitations stemmed not from their strength but rather from their mindset and perspective. What may seem commonplace to modern individuals could represent a revolutionary change in this almost primal era. A shift in perception can indeed broaden one's horizons. He merely sought to use this opportunity to awaken their latent potential. Although a resounding victory had been achieved, it was merely the beginning. The lost territories had yet to be reclaimed, and the flame dragon still required diligent effort. After providing his insights, he instructed Xian to gather all the belongings from the 12 fallen warriors, including their hides, and dispose of the bodies in the prepared pit, burying them on site. Once these tasks were completed, he taught Huang and the others to construct 6 stretchers, reinforced with python skin, with the lifting positions also fashioned into ropes for ease of transport. One of the stretchers was designated for his own use. Feeling somewhat awkward without a shirt, he preferred to carry it himself. The remaining stretchers were intended for the injured Yen and the other 4. Subsequently, they all made their way toward the brook. This time, it was truly for the finishing blow. Along the way, he also instructed the warriors on the most direct and efficient method for slitting throats, saving time and effort. At the brook, 20 wounded red-striped warriors lay sprawled, accompanied by 10 corpses. Each of the injured warriors appeared despondent, grimacing in pain as they lay there. Upon hearing footsteps, they initially believed their comrades had returned, but when they turned to look, their expressions shifted dramatically, prompting them to scramble in all directions. However, they were swiftly overtaken by Huang and the others, who pursued them without hesitation, fueled by intense hatred. Without a moment's pause, they executed the familiar maneuver of clasping their heads with one hand while using a knife to slit their throats with the other. This action had indeed been mastered. Xian proved to be a promising asset, proactively enlisting several warriors to scour the battlefield. After stripping the corpses of their possessions, he disposed of them in the nearby pits, camouflaging the sites with soil. Furthermore, he took it upon himself to restore the remaining traps. After the cleanup, the area appeared as if nothing had transpired. The 40-plus traps previously excavated by Wu Yu had all been effective, resulting in the deaths or injuries of 32 individuals, including 2 orange-striped warriors. The screams Xian had heard were not far from 10. Wu Yu recognized that the reason for such a decisive victory was largely attributable to the timely arrival of the Black Wind. In the pitch darkness, avoiding the traps was nearly impossible. Moreover, it was crucial to note that excessive inhalation of this black wind could be detrimental to one's health, potentially even fatal. He even suspected that the 10 who had died first may have suffered severe injuries that led to their suffocation by the black wind. The successful elimination of the 4 orange-striped warriors was also significantly aided by the black wind, which had likely sapped their combat effectiveness. Wu Yu had anticipated this outcome. His decision not to disclose such information to Huang and the others was made with their best interests in mind, fearing that such knowledge might lead to complacency and a loss of vigilance. The reason they had not completely lost their combat capabilities was due to the presence of a water source nearby, which allowed them to evade the full brunt of the black wind. Nevertheless, they were still not entirely out of danger. Subsequently, the group settled by the brook to sift through their spoils. Having learned from Wu Yu's earlier encounter with the giant spider, Huang remained vigilant, even following Wu Yu to the bathroom. Wu Yu, appreciating his concern, accepted the protection, acknowledging that he currently required the kind of safeguarding reminiscent of a national-level guardian from his past life. In this battle, they had successfully wiped out 42 enemies. They had acquired 4 barbarian fang knives, 10 fierce fang knives, 10 bone knives, 28 bone hammers, and 10 stone hammers. The totem warriors favored heavy weaponry, especially bone hammers, stone hammers, and stone knives which felt powerful in hand. Fang knives and bone knives were somewhat too lightweight, primarily utilized for self-defense and the butchering of meat. To their astonishment, they had even recovered 4 beast crystals from the 4 orange-striped warriors. The spoils lay before them, awaiting Wu Yu's distribution. He did not hesitate. In the interest of fairness and motivation, he allocated the items based on strength, contribution, and the state of their equipment. Of course, even without this method, his decisions would have faced no objections. He distributed 2 beast crystals to Xian, 1 to Yen, and 1 to Huang, intending for Xian to swiftly ascend to the rank of orange-striped warrior. An orange-striped warrior was worth 10 or more red-striped warriors. The barbarian fang knives were given to the 4 severely injured warriors, while the fierce fang knives went to those lacking fang knives. As for the remaining heavy weapons and bone knives, they were allowed to choose freely, as there were plenty to go around. The leftover items, including the beast skin skirts, were noted by Huang for distribution among the warriors as supplies. Having completed these tasks, the sky gradually darkened, and the weary birds began to return to their nests. Huang, eager to put his newfound knowledge to use, directed the others to excavate a shelter large enough for them to sleep in, while also digging several traps around to deter ferocious beasts. Witnessing this, Wu Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. If he were to truly grow, he would undoubtedly leave a lasting mark on Huang, Xian, and the warriors, who were like blank slates. In the forest, nighttime was when ferocious beasts sought food, while during the day, they typically remained in their dens, digesting their meals. Xian distributed the giant python meat among the group, while Wu Yu, alongside Huang, caught several palm-sized crucian carp from the brook and gathered a bounty of water celery. Seizing the opportunity before nightfall, he dug a fire pit and ignited a blaze using the primitive method of friction. The expressions on Huang and the others' faces as they witnessed Wu Yu conjure fire with a single piece of wood were far more animated than when they had first attempted to roll out skins with a woman. In the tribe, the long-standing tradition of fire-making had been overshadowed by this most primitive technique, which they had unwittingly passed down from their ancestors. Wu Yu, without offering any explanation, picked up a stick and began to skewer the fish, setting up a Y-shaped rack in front of him to roast it, occasionally turning it over. Before long, the enticing aroma of fish wafted through the air. Ah, it was tender and delicious, complemented by the freshness of the water celery. If only a pinch of salt could be added, it would be perfection. Huang and the others watched, their mouths watering, swallowing hard as they mimicked Wu Yu in roasting fish. Indeed, a mouthful of fish paired with this water vegetable was truly delightful. To bolster his physique, Wu Yu consumed a few small pieces of python meat. He was still unable to indulge excessively in the flesh of ferocious beasts. Raw beast meat contained more energy than cooked, making it the most nourishing. His predecessor had been unable to strengthen himself due to his aversion to eating raw beast flesh. During survival training in the wild, Wu Yu had consumed snake meat, rat meat, and even earthworms without hesitation. However, the flesh of ferocious beasts was particularly tough and somewhat difficult to chew. Once ingested, it ignited a fire within him after being broken down by gastric juices, creating a sensation of being ablaze. This caused the crimson hue that had faded from his body to return with fervor. Let it be red. As long as it enhances his constitution, even if it becomes a deep purple, it matters not. He would grow accustomed to it. He understood that the heat coursing through him indicated a high thermal conversion efficiency, which would naturally promote his metabolism and strengthen his physique. Of course, there were limits to consuming beast meat. Beyond a certain point, it would lose its efficacy. Just as the Scarlet Warriors could initially enhance their strength by consuming the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts, once they reached saturation, it became ineffective, necessitating the consumption of the flesh and blood of savage beasts for further enhancement. It was said that overindulgence could rebound adversely on the body. The Flame Dragon tribe had not heard of such matters, as they did not consume beast flesh daily. The warriors, though still shrouded in the grief of lost homes and loved ones, found their spirits lifted by their remarkable achievements, gathering around the bonfire to roast fish, eat python meat, drink water, and howl with excitement, pounding their weapons and dancing. Some occasionally flaunted their strength before Wu Yu, showcasing their most robust selves through their movements. Indeed, the primal dance of wildness was the most beautiful. Wu Yu couldn't help but silently commend them. This was a sight he reveled in. The essence of sorrow intertwined with joy, pain mingled with relief. As night enveloped the land, the mist began to rise. Through the mottled leaves, Wu Yu glimpsed two moons in the sky, one bright as a jade plate and the other a deep crimson like blood, illuminating each other. The dappled moonlight, the flickering fireflies, the softly dancing giant moths in the breeze, the distant roars of beasts, and the gradually rising chorus of insects captivated Wu Yu, leaving him entranced. What a splendid depiction of a primordial jungle night. Once everyone had eaten their fill, they extinguished the fire by burying it in the earth and retreated into the bunker, camouflaging themselves. Inside the bunker, darkness enveloped everything. Wu Yu, feeling his way, requested a few animal hides from Xian, laying them on the stretcher he used, resting his head in his hands and closing his eyes to recuperate. Huang and Xian, seeing him silent, sat cross-legged opposite him, one on each side, producing beast crystals and crossing their hands to press the fierce beast crystal onto the center of the totem, absorbing its power. In the darkness, the totems on their chests flickered in and out of brightness. With his eyes closed, Wu Yu seemed to sense this, and upon opening them, he beheld the glowing totem patterns on their chests, prompting him to reflect sorrowfully. If given a choice, he would wish for his combat prowess in this world to resemble that of a totem warrior rather than a shaman. In his previous life as a special forces soldier, his deepest yearning, embedded in his subconscious, was for the thrill of traversing the wild, soaring through the skies, and engaging in visceral combat. According to his memories, if he were not even a nameless warrior, it would be impossible for him to become a totem warrior, as his body would be incapable of withstanding the frenzied power awakened by the beast crystal. Many nameless warriors had suffered grievous injuries or even death during their awakening due to this overwhelming force. Moreover, he had never heard of any shaman from any tribe being both a totem warrior and a shaman. In Wu Yu's heart, he yearned to break this constraint and attain both the fish and the bear's paw. It was not greed. In this world, possessing an additional skill equated to an extra chance at survival. The shamans in the tribe held a position of utmost reverence solely within their own community. Other tribes would be more than eager to see them perish. If he were to confront a rival totem warrior one-on-one, he would surely meet his end. Furthermore, as a shaman, he would primarily remain within the tribe's stone cave, guarded by designated totem warriors, seldom venturing outside, just as he was now, needing others to carry him to escape, rendering him virtually powerless. Some shamans had never stepped foot outside their tribe from the day they became shamans until their deaths. In Wuyo's understanding, the revered status of shamans within the tribe stemmed from their knowledge, which commanded respect. This was not what Wuyo desired. Yet, was it useful to contemplate such distant aspirations when he was not even a shaman? What he urgently needed now was to become one. Chapter 10. Cultivation. The Beast Roar Resumes. With time to ponder the meaning of life, Wuyo's mind became a tangled mess, knotted and chaotic. It was not that he aspired to lofty heights, but rather that he was plagued by an overwhelming multitude of thoughts. He considered this and that, leading him to forget the most fundamental truth. He was not even a shaman yet. Overwhelmed by his musings, Wuyo couldn't help but mock himself internally and began to organize the knowledge pertaining to shamanic cultivation in his mind. Possessing the gift of a shaman did not equate to intelligence or high IQ. The test was quite simple. One merely needed to hold a black stone known as the Shaman Yuan stone in their hand and use their consciousness to sense it. If the stone emitted light, it indicated the presence of shamanic talent. It was as straightforward as that. To become a shaman, the first step in cultivation involved using one's consciousness to perceive a type of energy present in the world, known as Yuan Qi. Through the 5 hearts, this energy would be absorbed into the body, traveling through the meridians before ultimately being stored within the mind to form shamanic power. The storage place for shamanic power was called Qi Palace, a space that emerged in the mind once Yuan Qi reached a certain threshold. This was a process where quantitative changes led to qualitative transformations. The so-called Qi Palace was, in fact, formless and infinitely expansive, existing solely within one's consciousness. If one claimed it did not exist, it resided within the minds of shamans, a phenomenon of great mystery. Wuyo was able to comprehend these cultivation principles. Yuan Qi was the innate energy, a mysterious and intangible force. Although the pronunciation of Qi and Qi is identical, they possess fundamental differences. Qi refers to the primordial energy, the original form during the world's genesis, while Qi denotes the acquired energy, which is the energy one absorbs from the air. Shamanic power, in simpler terms, is an invisible force related to cognitive energy and spiritual strength, real yet intangible, similar to modern electromagnetic waves, with the distinction that individuals endowed with shamanic talent can receive it through their consciousness without needing a receiving device akin to an electron tube. In fact, from a scientific perspective, electromagnetic waves also fall under the category of energy. The so-called primordial Qi may indeed bear resemblance to the existence of electromagnetic waves. In Wu Yu's understanding, witchcraft is a synthesis of the roles of mages, priests, warlocks, and shamans from a previous life-s game. He perceives the skills employed by witches as akin to those utilized by these figures. The concept of the 5 hearts is even more comprehensible. It refers to the heart of the head, the palms of both hands, and the soles of both feet. During cultivation, one must direct the 5 hearts towards the heavens. To put it simply, this means sitting cross-legged with the soles of the feet facing upward, and the palms resting on the thighs also directed skyward. This bears a striking similarity to those legendary Qi cultivators. In essence, the practice of witchcraft can be distilled into a process wherein the body serves as a receiving apparatus, continuously absorbing the energies of heaven and earth, thereby achieving mental cultivation, spiritual nourishment, intellectual enhancement, wisdom expansion, and a return to simplicity, culminating in a harmonious unity with the cosmos. Through this practice, the witch gradually acquires skills and abilities such as blessings, divination, and the healing of the wounded. However, during the past 4 years, aside from successfully activating the witch's primordial stone during the aptitude test, this body has been unable to sense the primordial Qi of the universe, likely due to a malfunctioning vessel. As a result, a Qi palace has never formed in his mind, and thus the cultivation of witchcraft powers has been unattainable. Unconsciously, Wu Yu seated himself cross-legged, softly muttering the cultivation incantation. With the 5 hearts directed toward the heavens, the tongue bridging the palate, embracing the primordial and maintaining singularity. Devoid of sorrow or joy, utterly forgetting oneself, he connected with the primordial Qi of heaven and earth. At some unknown moment, Wu Yu entered a state of selflessness, his breath synchronizing with the rhythms of the universe. The cosmos felt like a crucible, and he found himself within it, surrounded by myriad shimmering silver motes, suffused with a mysterious energy, what is referred to as innate Qi, swimming about like tadpoles. With a mere thought, the chi, akin to those little tadpoles, entered his body through the 5 hearts, flowing gently within, ultimately converging in the brain, coalescing into an imperceptibly small point of light. Thus, Wu Yu relentlessly and insatiably absorbed the chi within this celestial crucible. Just as he was reveling in this absorption, a tremendous roar erupted, shaking the earth. The eerie cries of beasts, which had echoed during the day, resounded once more. The intensity of the roars surpassed that of earlier, more piercing and chilling. With a sudden grunt, Wu Yu collapsed to the ground, his posture unchanged, yet it appeared even more dire than his previous fainting spell. If there had been light, one would have observed that this time, blood flowed not just from 4 orifices, but from 7, adding the eyes and mouth. Meanwhile, Huang and Xian, who were drawing energy from the beast crystal, were compelled to cease their absorption, stowing the crystal away and silently awaiting dawn. Immersed in their energy gathering, they remained oblivious to Wu Yu being knocked down by the ominous beast's roar. Huang, however, was silently counting the roars. At daybreak, Huang was the first to notice Wu Yu, cross-legged and bleeding from 7 orifices, lying atop the beast hide. Alarmed, he hurriedly reached to check for Wu Yu's breath with the very hand he habitually used for less dignified tasks. Strangely, as soon as his hand approached Wu Yu's nose, the latter suddenly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Huang's round face and the hovering hand near his nostrils, Wu Yu instinctively recoiled. "Remove your hand," he exclaimed, maintaining his cross-legged position, unchanged. His awkward movements resembled a turtle flipped onto its back, spinning in place, which elicited a soft chuckle from Huang. Wu Yu shot him a glare before attempting to lower his crossed legs, only to find himself unable to do so. Perhaps due to the prolonged duration, his limbs had stiffened. "Laugh all you want, you too, but hurry and help me uncross my legs," Wu Yu said, annoyance evident in his tone. "Be gentle, ow." After much effort, Huang and Xian finally managed to pry Wu Yu's legs apart, their brows glistening with sweat. It wasn't that they lacked strength. Rather, they were cautious not to injure Wu Yu with their force. Once his legs were flat, Wu Yu rested for a while, gradually emerging from his rigid state, regaining mobility. He felt vexed. Having entered that profound state of cultivation and forgotten himself in practice, he was jolted back by the beast's roar, causing his chi to surge chaotically within. Thankfully, his resolute mind allowed him to maintain his focus, preventing him from succumbing to madness. Though the beast's roar had interrupted his practice, Wu Yu still grasped that elusive feeling of cultivation. He understood that with experience comes familiarity. As he continued to practice, it would soon become second nature, bringing him much joy. Nevertheless, he harbored a growing animosity towards the ferocious beast that had caused him to bleed. It was truly a case of to consume its flesh and drink its blood to quell the resentment in his heart. Thus, he inquired of Xian, "Do you know how long the beast's roars lasted?" He refrained from asking Huang again, feeling that while his answer was correct, it lacked reliability. "I can't say when you fainted, but the roars lasted roughly as long as it takes to walk from the foot of Yushan to its peak," Xian offered, providing a vivid analogy for the duration. Wu Yu regarded him appreciatively. Indeed, he was quite astute. The tribe had no concept of time. Living in accordance with the rising and setting of the sun, they had an abundance of time. Yushan, where the Yanlong tribe resided, spanned approximately 20 miles, with the path from the foot to the summit being around 6 or 7 miles. Even at his frieliest, it would take him no longer than 2 hours to reach the top. According to Xian's estimate, the eerie beast's roars likely persisted for around 2 hours. What in the world could that be? Wu Yu pondered. Just then, Xian continued. This time, the beast's roars were louder and more frantic than during the day, as though 2 ferocious creatures were engaged in a life-or-death struggle. At that moment, Huang chimed in, "Wu, I counted, and the roars occurred roughly 200 times. "Oh." Wu Yu replied, casting Huang a look of commendation. This fellow was indeed worth teaching. After their last conversation, he had become more observant. Based on Huang's account, the beast's roars seemed to occur about once per minute. Wu Yu mused to himself, if the beast did not travel in packs, and if it were truly a formidable creature, then there should be no other dangerous beasts within its territory. If 2 beasts had indeed fought to the death, might there be a chance to scavenge their carcasses? To drink the blood of a high-level beast, to feast upon its flesh, and perhaps even to obtain a piece of high-grade beast crystal, such prospects were tantalizing. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, saliva pooling in his mouth. "Wu, are you hungry?" Xian asked with concern upon noticing Wu Yu's demeanor. Wu Yu suddenly realized his lapse in composure, quickly swallowing and responding with an awkward, "aha," to mask his embarrassment. Breakfast consisted of grilled fish and python meat, accompanied by water celery. After satisfying his hunger, a new dilemma arose: which path to take next? Wu Yu did not act unilaterally or establish a dictatorship. Instead, he gathered everyone together in a circle, positioning himself between Huang and Xian, attentively listening to their perspectives on the next course of action. He encouraged each individual to share their thoughts on how they could swiftly enhance their strength and reclaim lost territory. It bore resemblance to a modern military strategy meeting. Indeed, Wu Yu aimed to cultivate their ability to identify and resolve issues through this method. Initially, the warriors hesitated, their faces marked by shyness, reluctant to speak. However, under Wu Yu's gentle encouragement, they gradually opened up, articulating their intentions and expressing their innermost thoughts. Some advocated for leaving the Black Wind Forest, deeming it too perilous. The oppressive winds made breathing difficult, and the roars of beasts instilled fear. This sentiment was shared by a significant number, nearly half. Others, however, suggested remaining in the Black Wind Forest, reasoning that they had already spent nearly a day and night there without encountering any real danger. Even if danger lurked, they had the omnipotent Wu to rely on. Additionally, the forest was abundant in food, providing opportunities to hunt fierce beasts and enhance their prowess, as long as they did not venture too deep or encounter the savage creatures. Those with this mindset included Yen and a few others, as well as Lin and Yi. Indeed, it is only through life and death battles that one's capabilities can be elevated, Wu Yu mused after considering their thoughts. He sought to identify talent through this approach. Talent is a coveted asset in any era. Huang and Xian also advocated for staying in the Black Wind Forest, their spirits soaring with enthusiasm, more invigorated than if they had consumed the blood of a savage beast. Under Wu Yu's guidance, their transformation was evident. The direction of thought determines the path forward. Attention to detail dictates success or failure. Once all had spoken, they turned their gazes toward Wu Yu. Regardless of their ideas, fervor, or boundless combat spirit, they awaited his judgment. Wu Yu surveyed the group, and with deliberate clarity, declared, "My intention is to delve deeper into the Black Wind Forest, heading towards the direction of last night's beastly roars, in search of fierce creatures." His words resonated with authority. A collective gasp echoed among them. This notion was astonishing, a boldness that only someone like Wu could dare to entertain. Wu was indeed exceptional, his thoughts as unique as the savage beasts themselves. Chapter 11. Advancing into the depths of the forest. Wu Yu patiently elaborated on his thoughts and plans. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering its den. He needed to instill hope, demonstrating that following him was not aimless but rather beneficial for the development of the Yanlong clan. As he concluded, he added, "Do you have confidence?" With their previous experience in mind, Huang and the others understood Wu Yu's intent and, in unison, bellowed with their most resounding voices, "Yes, yes, yes." Their voices reverberated through the morning forest, infusing it with vitality. Wu Yu was pleased. This was also a form of motivation. Such exclamations could indeed ignite passion, elevating spirits to heights akin to the legendary blood of the rooster. Before proceeding, Huang led several warriors up into the trees, intent on hunting the red wolf spider. Having acquired a beast crystal from slaying the black-scaled giant python, he believed the red wolf spider might possess one as well. In the past, beast crystals were exclusively controlled by the tribe, insufficient even for awakening totem warriors, making it impossible for them to be allocated for enhancing strength. Without much effort, they located the red wolf spider atop the tree, which Huang swiftly dispatched. Regrettably, no beast crystal was found. Observing the lifeless spider, Wu Yu instructed Huang to strip off its shell and sever its legs. Under his guidance, they utilized local resources and the spider's silk to fashion 4 shields after simple processing. Huang and Xian tested the shields and found them remarkably useful, especially in combat against other humans. The legs, too, were promising. The flesh of spider legs should prove delectable, and the segmented limbs served as durable natural containers. While all this transpired, Xian led a few warriors to inspect the restored traps. To their surprise, they discovered several animals had fallen victim, perishing within. With the availability of fierce beast meat, they deemed these catches unworthy and restored the trap's camouflage. Wu Yu also examined Yan's wounds. Seeing that they no longer bled, he found several gray herbs nearby to replace the bandages. Having completed these tasks, Wu Yu gestured toward the direction of the ominous beastly roars and advanced. Meanwhile, not far outside the Black Wind Forest, 6 individuals gazed intently at the entirely fog-enshrouded expanse, their totems emblazoned in deep orange hues. These 6 orange-patterned warriors included 3 from the wolf tribe and 3 from the gibbon tribe. At that moment, the most robust among them, a warrior matching Huang's stature, spoke up. Gaia, Mu, we have been tracking the Yanlong clan for a day without sight of them. The traces indicate they have undoubtedly entered this mysterious black wind forest. Should we follow them inside? The winds. We did not find what the Wu sought on the Yanlong sorcerer. It is likely that his disciple Yu led them to escape here. The items on the Yanlong sorcerer are imperative, and this was a condition for our initial alliance. The warrior known as Gaia replied, serving as the Gibbon tribe's hunting captain. Very well, we shall pursue them inside. With all 6 of us, we should be safe during the day, right? Wind, the hunting captain of the wolf tribe, responded. Gaia, you know there are malevolent forces within. You cannot be ignorant of this. Remember, your brother, also known as Yaya, was overly confident in his prowess and ventured alone into this black wind forest. Years have passed, and he has yet to return. He was the most likely candidate among our Gibbon tribe to become a yellow-patterned warrior, another warrior cautioned. Ding, enough of that. Even if fierce beasts roam freely within, we must enter today. Do not forget the sorcerer's instructions. The 6 warriors resolutely plunged into the depths of the black wind forest. Meanwhile, Wu Yu and his team ventured deeper as well. They believed that any pursuers had been left behind, thus prioritizing safety over speed. This allowed Wu Yu the opportunity to sit cross-legged on the stretcher and examine the contents of the bag entrusted to him by the sorcerer. He emptied it onto the stretcher, and the first thing to catch his eye was 3 gleaming black turtle shells, all shattered. He recalled hearing the sound of shattering within the bag. These were the shells used for divination by the sorcerer. They indeed possessed a certain spiritual essence, resonating with their master's consciousness. Although they were no longer usable, as a legacy passed down by the sorcerer, he silently placed them back into the bag. The remainder consisted of several gray-white stones, smooth and shiny, clearly shaped by frequent handling. He counted them, and there were a total of 9 pieces, each roughly the size of a fist. Aside from these, there was nothing else. The stones were familiar to Wu Yu. They were the Wu Yuan stones. He understood that when held in one's hand and mentally engaged, they would emit a glow, indicating a talent for witchcraft. However, he was unaware of any other uses these stones might possess. Given that the witch had collected 9 Wu Yuan stones, frequently caressing them and carrying them at all times, it was evident that these stones were anything but ordinary. The lineage of the witch lay within his pouch. Wu Yu vividly recalled the witch's words at that time, delivered with considerable solemnity. The implication was clear. The heritage resided within the pouch. Undoubtedly, this inheritance must consist of these 9 stones. Since one could trigger the Wu Yuan stones to illuminate through mental focus, he decided to give it a try. With this thought in mind, Wu Yu picked up one of the Wu Yuan stones, which felt warm and smooth, as light as a feather. This sensation caused his heart to flutter. He had encountered such a Wu Yuan stone in his previous life, carrying a smaller one that was merely the size of an almond. It was not of a grayish-white hue, but rather a fiery orange closely resembling the sun, which he referred to as the Yen-Yang stone. He had stumbled upon this stone while on an overseas mission at an ancient civilization's ruin. Finding it aesthetically pleasing, he had picked it up and later crafted it into a necklace that he wore around his neck. Indeed, there was no such thing as an unmerited crossing. Wu Yu mused to himself. At this moment, the how and why of his crossing, and whether it was due to the Yen-Yang stone, no longer held significance. Being in this primitive otherworld rendered tracing back the origins somewhat meaningless. Subsequently, he cast aside these distractions, assumed a meditative posture, and focused his mind on the stone. Huang and Xian walked on either side of him, with Lin and Yi serving as his dedicated chauffeurs. The two were exceedingly pleased to serve the witch, considering it an honor of a lifetime, a point of bragging rights in the future. The 4 focused entirely on Wu Yu's safety, oblivious to his actions, nor did they notice the stone in his hand beginning to glow. Wu Yu indeed connected his mind to the stone, but was abruptly repelled by an invisible force within, causing a sharp pain in his head, leaving him dazed for quite some time. It was clear that some form of restrictive power was embedded within the stone. Despite this, Wu Yu felt no trace of discouragement. Instead, he was exceedingly pleased. This indicated that the stone harbored secrets, and the witch's legacy was likely stored within it. You must diligently cultivate to soon awaken your witch's power. He recalled the witch's words. It seemed that only by developing his witch's power could he delve deeper into the mysteries of the Wu Yuan stones. This world was indeed enigmatic. It was likely that the Wu Yuan stones functioned similarly to modern external hard drives, capable of containing consciousness-based entities such as documents and images. Though they appeared to be mere stones, they were, in essence, something more, neither entirely stone nor entirely jade. When held, they exuded a warmth akin to sunlight, truly marvelous. Unable to decipher the true nature of the Wu Yuan stones, Wu Yu decided not to dwell on it further. He stowed the stone away and addressed Huang, saying, Huang, instruct the brothers to keep an eye out as we walk. If they spot any sanchi, have them dig it up. Wu Yu knew that sanchi, commonly known as golden ginseng, had very particular growth conditions determined by geography and factors such as light, heat, water, soil, and air. Since they could find sanchi in this forest, it was clear that the conditions here were conducive to its growth. Sanchi was a valuable resource. The more they could gather, the better, as it could be used to reduce swelling and stop bleeding in case anyone was injured. Also, assign a few brothers to dig traps along our path as we proceed, and exercise caution. If we encounter snakes, kill them and collect their gallbladders. Huang asked no further questions and complied. By day, the forest was relatively safe, as most ferocious beasts remained in their lairs. However, this was not absolute. There were exceptions, as they had encountered two the previous day. Now they stumbled upon another. This time, it was not the beast that appeared before them, but a warrior named San who, while digging up a sanchi, startled a snake. In his pursuit of the snake, he discovered a massive burrow from which snoring sounds emanated, accompanied by a powerful stench. From the sounds, it was evident that it was a li, a wild boar. San hurriedly reported this to Wu Yu and Huang. Wu Yu understood that li referred to a wild boar. He immediately expressed his desire to taste the meat of this li, implying the intent to hunt it. Huang comprehended the implication but hesitated due to concerns for the witch's safety. Although he was an orange-patterned warrior, facing the li alone posed significant risks. Nevertheless, since the witch wished to hunt the li, he decided to fulfill that desire. After spending the day with Wu Yu, Huang felt that everything the witch said and did was not mere conjecture but rather executed with certainty. Encountering a ferocious beast during the day was a stroke of luck, and they certainly could not pass up the opportunity. With so many of them, it would not be a problem to expend some effort to slay the li. Huang's hesitation did not escape Wu Yu's notice. To reassure him, Wu Yu said, since it is still asleep, hunting it will be much simpler. We shall set a trap. Set a trap? Huang and the others questioned. Yes, a trap, Wu Yu replied. Thus, to further educate everyone on trap setting, Wu Yu commenced an impromptu lesson near the wild boar's burrow, elaborating on the habits of the target, how to select locations and assess routes, speaking softly and gesturing as he explained. In previous instances, time constraints had hindered him from providing a systematic overview. Now, with ample time at hand, he was eager to share his knowledge. He understood that the absence of traps in tribal hunting was not due to the primitive people's ignorance. On the contrary, they were quite intelligent. The reason stemmed from cognitive biases and the overwhelming strength of the ferocious beasts during this era. Conventional traps were ineffective against them, leading to a lack of consideration in that direction. In simpler terms, it was a matter of insufficient imagination. Chapter 12. The Great Toothed Li. Huang listened attentively. It was indeed ideal to conserve energy while hunting this li. To his surprise, Wu Yu insisted that he remain as an observer, only to intervene if danger arose, while Xian led the warriors in the hunt. Undeniably, Wu Yu was training them, consciously nurturing their skills. This primal forest served as an exceptional training ground. Although the li was a ferocious beast, it was among the more formidable of its kind. If classified within modern gaming tiers of common, rare, and elite, the li would fall into the rare category, with strength approaching that of a wild beast. It would typically require a coordinated effort of 20 to 30 red-patterned warriors, or 2 to 3 orange-patterned warriors, to successfully hunt it. In terms of combat power comparison, a red-patterned warrior equated to a fierce beast, an orange-patterned warrior to a ferocious beast, and the strength of a wild beast was equivalent to 10 orange-patterned warriors or 100 red-patterned warriors. It is no wonder that they encountered wild beasts during their flight, with escape being their only concern. This is merely a standard comparison, yet fundamentally, warriors of similar caliber are considerably weaker than ferocious beasts. Following Wu Yu's guidance, Xian and his companions began to dig a pit not far from the cave entrance. In less than 10 minutes, they had excavated a pit approximately 5 meters in length and width, and about 3 meters deep, into which they inserted several rows of shoulder-high spikes crafted from resilient wood. This was merely one aspect of their preparations. Not far in front of the trap, beneath a massive tree, they also dug 2 shallow pits, lined with snares made from tough vines. These vines were exceptionally sturdy, easily resisting the strength of several scarlet warriors, and were referred to by the tribe as hard vines. Above, several rows of bone knives were suspended, bound together to form a lethal array, accompanied by a snare made from the same hard vines. Further ahead, they erected several rows of wooden stakes, adorned with numerous spikes, all cleverly camouflaged with branches. Everything was in place, awaiting the arrival of the wild beast. Although they had previously triumphed over orange warriors, bolstering Wu Yu's confidence, Xian and his companions remained apprehensive. They were acutely aware of the beast's ferocity. Its massive teeth capable of crushing bones, sweeping everything before it like a tempest. Should they be caught in its path, survival would be impossible. Wu Yu's confidence stemmed from his understanding that while wild boars possess a broad field of view on either side of their bodies, their vision does not overlap and fails to form a complete perspective in the direction of their advance. Although this trait aids in defense, it is detrimental to their predatory instincts, somewhat akin to astigmatism in medical terms. Thus, when enraged, the wild boar charges like a bulldozer, moving in a straight line. His decision to set the trap before the massive tree was predicated on this reasoning. Naturally, he conveyed all this to alleviate their anxious hearts, assuring them with unwavering conviction that if they followed his instructions, they would feast on the blood of the wild beast today. In the tribe, the blood of wild beasts is a rare commodity, seldom encountered even once a year. While they might successfully hunt one, the amount of blood obtained is minimal. Slaying a wild beast may be straightforward, yet collecting its blood in totality proves to be a far more challenging endeavor. For when a wild beast struggles in its death throes, no one dares approach. They typically wait until it lies still, having bled out before daring to investigate. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Although Huang and his companions were well acquainted with the habits of the wild boar, they had not delved deeply into the matter, merely ensuring that no one stood directly in front of it during hunts, except for the powerful orange warriors, who could withstand a wild boar's charge and compete with it. The trap was indeed ready, yet luring the beast posed a dilemma. They felt uncertain about enticing such a formidable creature, comparable to a wild beast. Luring it was a skill in itself. After Wu Yu imparted some essential techniques, Xian exhaled deeply, gripping his shield with his left hand as he approached the wild boar's den to draw it out. The den was not particularly deep, and with the aid of light, he could vaguely discern the wild boar lying within. Holding the makeshift spear he had just fashioned, he stood at the entrance and hurled it towards the boar's abdomen with great force. Humph! The wild boar merely smacked its lips, shifted slightly, and resumed its snoring. In truth, it was not that it was in a deep slumber, but rather that Xian's spear had proven ineffective, likely due to insufficient force, akin to pricking it with a toothpick, failing to penetrate its tough hide. With nothing left in hand, Xian reluctantly sought out a large stone nearby and hurled it at the boar's head, striking it squarely in the eye. The wild boar let out a pained squeal, abruptly opened its eyes, and glared towards the entrance, vaguely perceiving an upright figure peering in, rising in anger and charging towards Xian. Seeing that he had successfully drawn the wild boar's attention, Xian hastily sprinted toward the trap, circumvented it, and positioned himself a short distance ahead, grasping a spear that he had previously planted there. The wild boar emerged, a massive tusked beast. This sight caused Wu Yu, who was hidden nearby and witnessing a primitive wild boar for the first time, to gasp in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief at its sheer size. It was enormous, far larger than he had imagined. The wild boar's fur was brown and appeared quite clean. It stood over 2 meters tall at the shoulder and measured at least 3 meters in length, with legs resembling 4 sturdy pillars supporting its massive body. Its eyes were blood red, and it possessed an exceedingly grotesque and terrifying maw, dripping with saliva, featuring a pair of formidable tusks that curled upward like bullhorns, nearly as long as an elbow, dark and menacing. Upon seeing the massive boar, Xian hurled the spear he held, striking it squarely on the forehead. Of course, it did not penetrate and fell to the ground. The tusked beast was an active predator, yet its hooves were ill-suited for toppling or capturing prey. Their hunting method primarily consisted of charging forward and taking a bite. Infuriated by the 2 provocation attempts, the tusked beast would not tolerate such a diminutive upright creature affronting it. With a fierce cry, it charged toward Xian, intent on sinking its teeth into him. At that moment, Xian wore an expression that seemed to challenge the beast, gesturing as if to say, "Come and bite me." The trap lay more than 10 meters from the cave entrance. Observing the beast leap forward, capable of covering 5 to 6 meters in a single bound, Wu Yu silently cursed, his heart leaping into his throat. Should it leap at the edge of the trap, the first trap could very well become ineffective. Of course, this was merely a possibility. Perhaps the situation was not so dire. Better to be safe than sorry. Xian seemed to recognize the potential issue and promptly took a few steps forward, now less than 2 steps from the trap, gripping his shield tightly. Each movement of his legs counted as a single step left and right. At this point, he stood less than 2 meters from the trap, intending to use himself as bait, hoping to lure the tusked beast to leap towards him, thereby landing in the trap with its hind legs. Witnessing Xian's actions, Wu Yu could not help but mentally commend him. This reassured him significantly. Beside him, Huang clenched his fists, visibly tense. Even he felt pressure facing the tusked beast. Let alone Xian, who was merely a scarlet warrior. Despite being the foremost among the scarlet warriors, he was still no match for an orange warrior. The injured members of Yan's group sat up, anxiously observing. After a night of rest, they appeared to have regained some vigor. The tusked beast, seeing that Xian not only did not flee but also advanced a few steps, could not comprehend this peculiar behavior with its limited cognitive capacity, and leaped towards Xian from several meters away. Unfazed, Xian did not retreat a single step. He bent forward, knees slightly bent, shield in hand, and as the tusked beast reached its apex in the jump, he suddenly raised his shield, and when the beast's front hooves struck the ground, he executed a backward leap, landing securely behind it. The shield proved effective, successfully blocking the debris that was kicked up as the colossal Ya's foot struck the ground. In truth, even if Xian had not dodged, it is likely that the Ya's massive fangs would not have reached him, as its forefoot landed over a meter away from his standing position, precisely at the edge of the trap. As soon as its forefoot touched down, it attempted to open its mouth and bite Xian. Just as it extended its tusked head, a resounding crash echoed, and in an instant, its entire body was propelled backward, its head retracting as its front limbs desperately clawed at the ground. A piercing howl followed, unmistakably a result of its hind leg plunging into the trap, wounded by the jagged spikes within. Witnessing the yaw tumble into the pit, a smile broke upon Xian's face, and without a moment's hesitation, he retreated swiftly, finding refuge beneath the great tree, seizing a sturdy vine. The trap, while not fatal to the fallen yaw, ignited its ferocity. Despite its injuries, it unleashed its instinct to burrow, using its formidable fangs to gouge a gap in the earthen barricade. With its forelimbs planted firmly, it thrust its hind legs against the ground, propelling itself upward. Then, its bristled form, eyes ablaze with fury, charged toward Xian like a bulldozer. It was a frenzied onslaught. Such rage was precisely what Wu Yu was eager to witness. The beast's rear was drenched in blood, with several wooden spikes embedded within, a testament to the difficulty of piercing its thick hide. As the yaw rampaged forward, it left a gruesome trail of blood, a sight both chilling and pungent. So much so that even from a distance, Wu Yu could discern the scent, involuntarily licking his lips. The nearby chevaux de frise were no match for its colossal force, shattered upon impact, leaving only a slight abrasion on the yaw's skin before it crashed into the great tree. The moment the yaw collided with the chevaux de frise, Xian was whisked upward by the tree's leaves, evading the impending disaster. The tree trembled under the force of the yaw's impact, a clear indication of the beast's tremendous strength. Chapter 13. The Skull. The yaw's violent collision yielded little benefit for itself, as its fangs became lodged within the tree. Just as it howled in frustration to extract its fangs, a barrage of blades descended from above, embedding themselves deeply into its back. Simultaneously, two nooses crafted from the sturdy vine were pulled taut, ensnaring the yaw's forelimbs. Under this relentless assault, the yaw's fury intensified, its cries more anguished as it struggled fiercely to break free. At this critical moment, a figure descended from the tree Xian, his feet entangled in the vines, head downward. With one hand grasping the sturdy vine and the other wielding a dagger, he plunged it deep into the yaw's neck, twisting fiercely. In tandem, Lin also fell from the tree, holding another noose fashioned from the sturdy vine, which he deftly looped around the yaw's neck just as it managed to extract its fangs. After executing this maneuver, both men were swiftly hoisted back up. The warriors above exerted all their strength, pulling the noose taut, hoisting the yaw into the air. Those holding the forelimb nooses retreated behind the great tree, binding the yaw firmly against it, weaving the vines around it as if it were a bundle of reeds. At this sight, Wu Yu's previously anxious heart finally settled, and he bellowed to Xian and the others. Quickly, fetch containers to collect the blood. Let none go to waste. Bound securely, even if the yaw retained some strength, it could do little but emit pitiful howls. The cacophony reverberated in Wu Yu's ears, prompting him to cover them with his hands, fearing a repeat of a fainting episode that would surely provide amusement to onlookers. Nearby creatures, terrified, fled from their burrows in a panic. Its cries reached the ears of Guya and his companions, who were nearing the creek. Did you hear that? It sounds like the yaw's cries. Someone is hunting it, likely Mu and his crew. Even if Yen Long and the others survive, they lack the strength, Guya murmured, listening intently. The others nodded in agreement, a glimmer of relief washing over their faces as they exhaled deeply. Thank goodness. Unbeknownst to them, just ahead lay many of their fallen comrades. And so, they hurried toward the sound, eager to reunite with Wu Yu and the others. It seems there's the sound of trickling water ahead, Ding exclaimed excitedly. Guya focused, his brow relaxing. It had been days since he last drank, his mouth parched and sore from hunger. Since it's Mu and his crew ahead, there's no need to rush. A sip of water wouldn't hurt. He glanced at Feng, asking, "What do you think?" Feng returned a smile, replying, "My mouth is just as parched. Even swallowing is painful. And my backside, it's been suffering during this dry season. I wouldn't mind a dip in water." With that, Feng casually scratched at his posterior. As the six approached the first few traps dug by Wu Yu, Guya suddenly halted, causing the others to stop as well, Feng nearly colliding with him. Guya sniffed the air, saying, "Do you smell that? It's the unmistakable scent of freshly dug earth." And the Yao's cries grow ever louder. It seems Mu and his team are close to a successful hunt. Indeed, Mu is among the most formidable warriors of our wolf tribe. Coupled with your 2 orange-striped warriors, they total 4 orange-striped fighters and over 30 red-striped warriors. Slaying a savage beast is akin to hunting small game for them. Do not overthink it. The scent of fresh earth is nothing unusual in this black wind forest. The local fauna are abundant, and their burrowing naturally releases such odors, Feng replied dismissively, already making his way toward the creek with swift strides. He had barely taken a dozen steps when he vanished, as if swallowed by the air itself. Ah! A scream pierced the silence at the very moment he disappeared. Guya and the others watched in shock, as Feng fell into one of Xian's meticulously prepared traps. Yet they paid little heed, assuming he had simply stumbled into a hole made by some creature, sharing a laugh at his misfortune. "Jian Shi, come help me out. I'm injured," Feng shouted from within the trap, his voice laced with agony. Jian Shi, upon hearing Feng's cries, hurried toward him, only to find Feng wedged between 2 bones. His hands pressed against his rear, elbows straining against the sides to maintain his balance, his face contorted in pain. Seeing this, Jian Shi quickly turned to another orange-striped warrior trailing behind and called out, "Aoci, hurry, Feng is stuck." With that, he cautiously jumped into the trap. Following closely behind, the scorpion-like creature, upon witnessing the scene, panicked and leapt into the fray, clutching Feng's thighs with both its sturdy claws, gently attempting to hoist him upwards. "Oh dear, be gentle, it hurts," Feng grimaced as he spoke. Gaia and his 2 companions soon arrived, and upon seeing Feng's predicament, they all jumped into the trap to assist. After considerable effort, they finally managed to extricate Feng from his entrapment. As he was lifted, blood trickled down from his rear. The bones of the giant python had been meticulously placed in the trap by Wu Yu and Xian. Although Feng sustained no injuries elsewhere, he had unfortunately landed squarely upon a previously broken bone, becoming wedged between 2 beastly bones, rendering him immobilized and powerless. Once on the ground, Feng lay there, intermittently striking the earth, desperately enduring an indescribable agony. After aiding in his extraction, Gaia and his companions turned their attention to the trap, examining it closely. Gaia then turned to Feng and remarked, "This pit was dug by humans, and it is new. The bone spikes within were also deliberately placed here. I wondered about the earthy scent. It appears someone has been digging here. How despicable." At this moment, Feng, drenched in sweat from the pain, managed a few incoherent responses before resuming his futile pounding on the ground. Gaia, after making his observation, continued to scrutinize the trap, evidently intrigued, moving back and forth within it. When Feng ceased his pounding, Gaia emerged from the trap, seemingly lost in thought. Although Feng's pain had lessened, walking remained arduous. With each step, he felt the sharp sting in his rear, leaving him reliant on Jian Shi's support to progress. The howls of the wild beasts had seemingly faded into silence. A warrior from the Bibu tribe named Gaoshan addressed Gaia, "Let us head to the creek." Gaia replied affirmatively, wielding a long tree branch to forge a path ahead, prodding the ground as he walked. The giant saber-toothed beast that Wu Yu and his companions had hunted lay silent now, lifeless, with only its vivid blood continuing to flow. The warriors eagerly collected the blood in their containers. This time, the limbs obtained from the red wolf spider had been hollowed out to form natural vessels. Bone cups, one for each person, durable and long-lasting. Wu Yu gazed at the steaming blood of the beast in his hands, then glanced at the softly glowing skin, and without hesitation, tilted his head back to drink it all. After a day, the blood of the wild beasts and the flesh of the giant python within him had nearly been depleted. As the beast blood entered his stomach, it felt as though a flame ignited within him, swiftly spreading throughout his body, igniting him. Soon, his entire being glowed a deep crimson. Thanks to the prior consumption of wild beast blood, he would not experience the overwhelming reaction as before. The surging energy threatened to burst forth, and Wu Yu involuntarily began to leap about, his movements quickening until he could no longer restrain himself, running in the vicinity. In his frenzied state, he spotted a wild boar den and plunged headlong inside. Huang, observing Wu Yu's antics, stifled a laugh and followed closely behind him into the den. This den was approximately 10 meters deep and straight. Surprisingly, it was rather dry and cool inside, devoid of any foul odors beyond the distinctive scent of the beast. The wild boar was relatively clean, as it only relieved itself in designated areas far from its burrow. Upon reaching the back, Wu Yu found himself at a dead end and was about to turn back when he stumbled over something. Struggling against the heat, he cast a casual glance and immediately stopped, crouching down. What he had tripped over was, astonishingly, a human skull. Huang also noticed this and crouched beside him to inspect it. This skull belonged to a human. They began to explore the depths of the den together. At the very center, a thick layer of dry grass was spread out, undoubtedly the nest of the wild boar. In a corner, they discovered a pile of stark white bones. Huang carefully picked apart the bones, setting aside those he deemed useful while discarding the rest in an empty corner. Meanwhile, Wu Yu endured the lingering odor as he searched through the wild boar's nest with meticulous attention, lifting handfuls of grass to examine. Just as he was nearing the end of his search, he noticed that the light ahead had grown noticeably brighter. After a thorough search, he unearthed a luminescent object hidden beneath a layer of grass. It was an irregular stone, radiating a glow akin to moonlight. Holding the glowing stone in his hand, he examined it closely, the light filtering through his fingers, making the fine hairs on his hand distinct. A fluorite? What a remarkable find! Could serve as a lamp at night. This discovery sparked Wu Yu's interest, and muttering to himself, he paid no mind to his drenched body, continuing to joyfully sift through the pile of grass with one hand while clutching the fluorite with the other. Chapter 14. A surprise. Huang naturally heard Wu Yu's words and glanced at the fluorite in his hand, his expression unchanged, likely already aware of its significance. He merely murmured a comment about the lamp before returning to his search among the bones. Soon, he too made a discovery, an ornament crafted from beast fangs strung together with sinew. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were all fangs from wild beasts, one of which was black, prompting him to glance back at the skull, lost in thought. 6 years prior, when he had just awakened as a totem warrior, he had heard tales of an orange-striped warrior from the Bibu tribe who ventured alone into the Black Wind Forest, never to be heard from again. Could this be the same individual, the Fong of the Bibu tribe? If so, the name was quite fitting, Fong of the Wild Boar, yet ultimately falling victim to the jaws of the great saber-toothed beast. Huang couldn't help but mutter to himself. Just as Wu Yu finished clearing the wild boar's nest, finding nothing beyond the fluorite, he approached Huang and inquired, "Who is Fong?" Fong is an orange-striped warrior from the Bibu tribe, said to be the most likely candidate to become a yellow-striped warrior. However, for reasons unknown 6 years ago, he ventured alone into the Black Wind Forest and has not been seen since. As Huang explained, he continued to sift through the white bones. "Oh, this person certainly possesses great courage. Setting aside the mysterious nature of the Black Wind Forest, daring to enter alone is quite an accomplishment. He must have sought the opportunity to break through to become a yellow-striped warrior. Do you suspect this skull belongs to Fong? Was he devoured by the great saber-toothed beast?" Wu Yu chimed in, assisting in the clearing of the bones. "Indeed," Huang replied, handing the string of beast fangs to Wu Yu. Wu Yu took it in hand, examining it with great seriousness. He truly does not comprehend the unique qualities of these beast fangs, merely distinguishing them by size and color. As for the distinction between the fangs of ferocious beasts and those of savage beasts, he is currently unable to differentiate. After observing for quite some time, he returned the fangs to Huang, remarking he died well. If he had lived and become a Huangwen warrior, our escape this time would not have been so easy. Upon hearing Wu Yu's words, Huang disdainfully tossed aside the ornament in his hand. It was evident that his hatred for the Wolf tribe and the Bei tribe had seeped into his very bones, extending even to the dead Yenya, who had no part in the matter. Shortly thereafter, Wu Yu made a new discovery. He unearthed a relatively intact leather pouch from the pile of bones. Huang, intrigued, approached. Wu Yu emptied the contents of the pouch onto the ground. 3 bone vials made from beast bones the thickness of a fist, sealed with wooden stoppers, presumably for holding medicinal powders. 2 fiery red stones, flint that, when struck together, would spark and ignite a fire. A bone cup, the size of a calf, empty and likely used for drinking water, and a small, glittering octagonal stone, no larger than a walnut. Wu Yu barely glanced at the stone before turning his attention to the final 2 items, 2 grayish-white stones about the size of a fist. He seized one, warm to the touch as if weightless. "This is a Wuyuan stone," he exclaimed, a tremendous surprise. He had not anticipated such a find in this wild boar cave. Overcome with excitement, Wuyu closed his eyes and focused his mind on the Wuyuan stone in his hand. "The stone is glowing," Huang exclaimed in astonishment. Wuyu did not respond but wore a smile of realization. Indeed, his consciousness entered the Wuyuan stone without encountering the rebounding restrictions that had previously plagued him with the Wuyuan stone given by Wu. Inside the stone, he sensed a rich essence of yuanqi, which he could absorb for cultivation if he so desired. It turned out that the Wuyuan stone could also be used for cultivation. This was perhaps the most joyous revelation since Wu Yu's arrival in this world. Slowly opening his eyes, he glanced at Huang and said, "This is a Wuyuan stone. Those with the talent for witchcraft can make it glow. Would you like to give it a try? Perhaps you too possess such a talent. Please, don't jest with me. I have sensed this stone before, but it did not glow then, so I did not pay much heed to its nature," Huang replied. Wu Yu chuckled lightly. "With these two Wuyuan stones, if time permits, I should soon cultivate my witch power." "Really?" Huang said excitedly. "If that is the case, it would be splendid. If you manage to cultivate your witch power, we would have nothing to fear." "Huang, do not worry. Trust me," Wu Yu reassured him. "Even if I have yet to cultivate my witch power, once Xian becomes a Qingguan warrior, we can exit this Black Wind Forest and reclaim our lost lands." "I believe in you, Wu," Huang replied sincerely. "To be trusted is a joy." Wu Yu happily placed the Wuyuan stone back into the outermost layer of his pouch. The pouch gifted to him by Wu had 3 layers. The innermost contained the 9 Wuyuan stones, while the middle held the turtle shell used for divination. At this point, he finally directed his attention to the glittering stone he had previously overlooked, taking it into his hand. It was a relatively regular natural octagonal stone, colorless and gleaming. "This was indeed a diamond. What a sizable specimen. I have struck it rich," Wu Yu exclaimed. Huang, observing Wu Yu's delight with the stone, "Even more so than with the Wuyuan stone," said Wu, "this stone is called a diamond and this one is quite large. Such stones are unbreakable, cannot be consumed, and aside from their beauty, they hold little practical use." "Diamond? Yes, that does seem fitting," Wu Yu mused. "Are these stones common?" he inquired in return. "Not at all. They are quite rare. I have only seen a smaller red one once at the chief's place, who told me it was a diamond," Huang replied. "Ah, I see. You startled me. I thought these were abundant," Wu Yu said. "This diamond, or rather this jiangangshi, could be used for polishing items. If ground into powder and applied to weapons, it would undoubtedly yield unimaginable benefits." Huang, upon hearing this, remained unconvinced and resumed clearing the bones. As he continued, he unexpectedly uncovered a fong knife and a bone hammer. After examining them closely, he let out a long sigh and said to Wu Yu, "Wu, this fong knife is an arid fong knife, and this bone hammer is crafted from the bones of savage beasts. Furthermore, both are etched with a pair of yenya fangs. I am certain this skull belongs to the Bei tribe's yenya." Wu Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that there was nothing else of value in the cave, he turned to Huang and said, "This yenya has left us some useful items. Let us bury it here, granting it peace in the earth and a soul's ascent to the heavens." Without hesitation, Huang began to dig a hole in the center of the cave. Once completed, he placed the skull and some suspected human bones inside, filling the hole with earth before taking the recovered items, and the two exited the wild boar cave. Upon emerging, Xian and the others had also finished separating the hide, meat, and bones of the giant-fanged beast and had cleaned the area thoroughly. If one were not to pay close attention, they would not discern that a giant-fanged beast had once been hunted here. A slight regret lingered, however, as there were no beast crystals. Upon noticing the items in Huang's hand, Xian's eyes gleamed with envy as he approached, saying, "Huang, is that the arid fong knife and bone hammer? Are you going to keep them all?" Huang retained the arid fong knife but discarded the rest on the ground, replying, "Take whatever you find useful. I only want this arid fong knife." After this, he removed the man fong knife from his waist, saying, "If you desire it, take it as well. This arid fong knife is sufficient for me." Xian happily accepted the man fong knife and also picked up the bone hammer, testing its weight and finding it quite satisfactory. At that moment, the mist above the forest dispersed, and sunlight streamed through the branches. Wu Yu looked up and realized it was likely noon, prompting him to suggest they eat some of the beast meat. He himself consumed a small portion, feeling capable of handling it. Just as they finished their meal, the wind began to stir once more in the forest. Having experienced it once before, Wu Yu understood that the wind heralded the approach of the Black Wind and urgently instructed Xian to expand the original trap, transforming it into a bunker. This time, Before the black wind arrived, the bunker was completed, and they remained inside for quite a while until the black wind fully descended. While Wu Yu and his companions had a bunker, Guya and the others were not so fortunate. Near a creek, they discovered traces of human activity. After a quick resupply, they selected a direction, one that coincided with Wu Yu and the others' path, and set off. At this moment, they followed the traces, arriving at the location where Wu Yu had instructed Xian to set traps while walking. The wind was now able to walk on its own, and although it still ached while moving, it was no longer painful enough to elicit grimaces. Though Goya continued his solitary journey, cautiously probing ahead with a long wooden staff, the sudden onslaught of the black wind left the 6 individuals ensnared in a trap, rendering them helpless in the pitch-black darkness. Fortunately, Goya managed to brace himself against the ground with his staff as he fell, narrowly escaping disaster and eventually finding refuge in a safe location where he collapsed to the earth. Nevertheless, he was not unscathed. Soon enough, he was coughing violently from the noxious black wind. After a prolonged fit of coughing, Goya discerned that it was the black wind that had caused his distress, prompting him to hastily dig into the soil and bury his head to shield himself. His mind and awareness remained sharp, yet it was notable that he failed to alert the others. Perhaps in his moment of panic, he forgot their presence entirely. As for the other 5, they had emitted piercing cries upon their descent into the pit, though the extent of their injuries remained unknown. However, judging by the subsequent sounds of coughing, it appeared that none had perished. Chapter 15. Evasion. The anguished cries of the 5 were unmistakably heard by Wu Yu and his companions. In the heart of the bunker, Wu Yu wrapped a piece of beast hide around some luminous stone, cutting several holes in it to create a makeshift lantern, reminiscent of neon lights in a dance hall, albeit without the ability to rotate. The black wind had not infiltrated significantly, allowing them to see somewhat clearly in the bunker thanks to this light. The cries were evidently human, and given their proximity to the path they had traversed, a grave expression crossed their faces. Roar, roar. At that moment the bunker trembled, and the bizarre beastly roar echoed once more. However, this time it was only one creature vocalizing, and its ferocity was considerably diminished compared to the previous 2 instances. Wu Yu refrained from covering his ears, knowing it would serve no purpose. If blood was to flow from his orifices, it would do so regardless. Whether it was the effects of the beast's blood he had consumed earlier or the diminished intensity of the roar, he astonishingly endured until the black wind dissipated. He had been counting the time in his mind since the onset. After approximately 8,000 counts, which equated to around 2 hours, the black wind finally subsided, coinciding with the cessation of the beastly cries, aligning closely with what Huang and Xian had informed him. Once the black wind dissipated, Wu Yu instructed Huang to break open the snake gallbladder for the warriors to consume, while they gathered their belongings and restored the trap. They transformed the trap beneath the tree into a triggering mechanism, binding a series of blades atop it, and set off in the direction from whence the beastly roar had emanated. With experience now on their side, the black wind no longer posed a significant threat to them. This time, he directed Xian to erase their tracks as they advanced, ensuring no trace remained for the enemy to follow. Though traces were inevitable, they would only be discernible upon meticulous inspection, thus consuming the enemy's time and granting them a valuable advantage. As they progressed, he also instructed Huang and the others on how to fabricate triggering traps, such as placing a noose made of sturdy vines at one point, suspended with a row of sharp spikes. At another, utilizing the rebound force of branches to inflict harm, and even considering the vines hanging from trees, where he would cut a notch at their base. They fortified both the heavens and the earth with such traps, and while the principles were straightforward once understood, their unexpected nature could yield surprising results when executed in haste. Wu Yu contemplated returning to eliminate the adversaries, but the mere thought was swiftly extinguished. Although the cries had been few, their tone indicated they were likely from the orange-patterned warriors. He recognized that while the traps had proven effective, the wooden spikes would not inflict severe damage upon the orange-patterned warriors. It was possible they might not even sustain injuries. A cry did not necessarily indicate injury, could merely stem from shock. In such impenetrable darkness, suddenly falling into a trap without prior adaptive training would naturally evoke screams of fear, a reaction that even the orange-patterned warriors could not escape. Possessing combat prowess did not equate to possessing mental fortitude. Indeed, as Wu Yu surmised, the 5 who fell into the trap, while their cries were loud, did not seem to have sustained injuries commensurate with their outbursts. Feng had simply fallen in and scathed. Perhaps due to a prior experience, the thought of pain made him instinctively cry out. In that moment of descent, he instinctively protected himself, landing on the spikes with his hands first, thus avoiding a more grievous fate. Genshur and Aoci, as well as Ding and Gao Shan, had only minor injuries, consisting of cuts roughly an inch long. Such wounds were trivial for totem warriors, who could likely tend to them with medicinal powder if they had any on hand. Though the 5 were not severely injured, they were nonetheless choking on the black wind, lying in the trap with their eyes closed, appearing as if on the brink of death, utterly drained of strength, even reluctant to move a finger. Goya, having buried his face in the earth to mitigate the inhalation of the black wind, still absorbed a fair amount. While not as severely affected as Feng and the others, he appeared wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Sitting on the ground, he felt a sense of malaise throughout his body. After taking several hearty gulps from his water pouch and resting for some time, he began to feel better and rose to check on Feng and the others. Seeing them all motionless in the trap, he hurriedly jumped down and extracted each one, prying open their mouths to administer water to them one by one. Coughing, the group managed to drink a little water, resulting in a slight resurgence of strength, enabling them to lean against the higher ground. Noticing that the others were moving, Goya finally breathed a sigh of relief, retrieving a bone vial from his pack, uncorking it to pour some white powder onto the wounds on Ding and the others' legs. Once he had tended to their injuries, he leaned against a tree and addressed Feng. Feng, shall we continue our advance? Feng, with great difficulty, shifted his body to a more comfortable angle, managing to see Goya, and retorted, Goya, given our current predicament, do you truly believe we can press on? Goya cast a cold glance at him, shifting his grip on his dagger, and spoke deliberately, Feng, do not forget the oath we swore when we united to vanquish the Flame Dragon tribe. Goya's movement did not escape Feng's notice, his hand instinctively resting on his own weapon, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he replied icily, our wolf tribe has not breached the oath we established. We still have over 30 red-patterned warriors ahead. We shall not proceed further. If your tribe wishes to advance, you may do as you please. Goya sprang to his feet, gripping his dagger tightly. Feng remained unfazed, glancing upwards with a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, silently observing Goya. The atmosphere grew tense, thick with an impending sense of conflict. Jianshi, Aoci, Ding, and Gao Shan each grasped their daggers, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. The air was charged with the scent of battle, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. Suddenly, Lone Feng sprang into action. With a swift leap, he ascended above the head of the wind and struck down with his blade. Blood rained from the heavens, splattering across Wind's face. Unfazed, he calmly wiped it away and turned his gaze towards a serpent's head that had simultaneously fallen to the ground, a triangular-headed venomous snake. Jianshi and Aoci, witnessing Lone Feng's leap, followed suit and drew their fangs. Naturally, Ding and Gao Shan also sprang up, brandishing their weapons at the two. When the 4 of them realized that Lone Feng had slain a venomous snake, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, yet none loosened their grip on their weapons, still poised for confrontation. After descending to the ground, Lone Feng grasped the serpent's body, cast a sidelong glance at Wind, and coldly snorted before sitting down. After tilting his head back to drink some of the snake's blood, he used his fang to slice open the snake's belly, extracting the gallbladder and tossing it into his mouth, crushing it before swallowing. As the gallbladder entered his abdomen, a refreshing sensation surged to his mind, illuminating his vision and instantly dispelling his fatigue. Seeing Lone Feng seated and consuming the gallbladder, the others each sheathed their fangs and sat down as well. Wind, I shall inquire once more. Are you truly unwilling to venture further? Lone Feng casually asked, picking at his nails with his fang. We shall not proceed any deeper, Wind replied, licking the snake's blood off his hands with a nonchalant demeanor. Now, if, hypothetically speaking, I possessed a means to alleviate the effects of the black wind on your bodies, would you dare to venture forth? Lone Feng inquired again. Even if I were to ascend to the rank of a yellow pattern warrior, I would still not dare to enter this black wind forest. Avoiding death is the best course. I wish to live a few more years, not seek my demise within this cursed forest. Did you not hear that terrifying beastly roar? Such a sound could only belong to the legendary fiend beast, Wind replied resolutely. Wind, shall we truly forsake Mu and the others? Jianshi interjected. We can no longer assist them. Based on my deductions, they have likely encountered misfortune. Even we, as orange pattern warriors, would fall into such traps and suffer injuries. Do you think they would fare any better? Wind responded with a hint of helplessness, then stood up to stretch his limbs. Jianshi fell into contemplation without further questioning, eventually nodding thoughtfully and moving to stand beside Wind. Aoci joined them as well. Observing the two approaching, Wind addressed Lone Feng. Lone Feng, I recognize your bravery and cunning, yet we find ourselves in the Black Wind Forest, a place shrouded in ominous legend. We have barely ventured this far and already encountered the black wind. Thankfully, no ferocious beasts have appeared. Had they, we would be in dire straits. Enough said, we shall await your return outside the forest until tomorrow. I sincerely hope to see you again. With that, Wind turned away without looking back, retracing his steps. Lone Fong remained silent, silently watching as the trio departed. Once their figures faded from view, he turned to Ding and Gao Shan and said, "The gallbladder can dispel fatigue, swiftly restoring one's energy." Upon hearing this, the two hurried off in search of snakes. Lone Fong stood up, having spotted a venomous snake concealed within the vines above Wind's head, fixated upon him. No wonder Wind had glanced upward. After slaying the serpent, Lone Fong was reluctant to waste it. Hence he had opened its belly to consume the gallbladder. Little did he know, the gallbladder's essence could counteract the black wind's effects on the body, a revelation that fortified his resolve to delve deeper. Should Wind agree to continue, he would disclose how to eliminate the black wind's influence. The Bay tribe had a pact with the Wolf tribe, yet it was merely a union of convenience, incapable of withstanding the test of time. Competition between tribes was an everlasting reality. How could he possibly divulge such a discovery, capable of dispelling the effects of the black wind, to wind without compensation? There are no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies. Holding such a secret was undoubtedly a monumental advantage for the Bay tribe. This signified that they could hunt in certain areas of the Black Wind Forest during this drought. It was an untouched primordial forest, teeming with ferocious beasts. This implied a wealth of beast crystals awaited them. With their strength enhanced, the Bay tribe could ultimately swallow the Wolf tribe. In truth, Lone Fong's determination to venture deeper stemmed from a singular, paramount desire: to seek out his brother, Yao Fong. To see the living or to find the dead was his guiding principle. Chapter 16. There is no greater sorrow than silence. Wu Yu and his companions did not rush their journey. He understood that even if there were pursuing forces, their numbers would be limited, at most 5 or 6 individuals. Beyond that, they could not spare any more warriors. The tribe itself required a certain number of totem warriors for defense. If they were all deployed, and other tribes were to discover this, it would spell disaster for their stronghold. 2 tribes would never take such a risk, nor would they commit such a fundamental error. Moreover, the newly stirred black wind would undoubtedly have an impact on any pursuing forces, instilling a psychological shadow. It might even compel them to retreat, fearing to advance a single step further. The Black Wind Forest was not just a name. Even a powerful orange pattern warrior like Yao Fong had fallen victim to its calamity. If the pursuing forces did not catch up, it was a blessing. If they did, they would not fear it. In truth, Wu Yu secretly hoped they would pursue, for the Black Wind Forest was an excellent battleground for depleting the enemy's strength. Following the battle against the giant-toothed Yao, Huang and his companions were brimming with confidence and martial fervor, exuding an air of invincibility. This was not arrogance, but rather the natural buoyancy born from a string of victories. It was a sight that brought joy to Wu Yu. A tribe that loses its confidence is destined for demise. The greatest sorrow is a heart that has ceased to believe. Without confidence, what could one possibly achieve? Should they slay 2 or 3 orange pattern warriors from the Wolf and Bay tribes, in addition to the 4 they had previously dispatched, it would surely sap their vitality, securing their reclaimed territory with an added layer of assurance. In the territory of the giant-toothed Yao, it was uncommon for a second ferocious beast to appear, though stronger savage beasts were not included in this consideration. Thus, they were not overly concerned about encountering ferocious beasts. If misfortune struck and they were to encounter a savage beast, they would simply have to rely on luck. Wu Yu had never contemplated confronting a savage beast with such a small number of warriors. Nevertheless, he had devised a series of tactical arrangements. Strategically underestimating the enemy while tactically respecting them, he never engaged in unprepared battles. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared, are they not? He organized all personnel, including himself, into 4 small teams. Huang was appointed as the captain of the first team, leading 4 warriors, each wielding a spider shield. Xian commanded the second team, also leading 4 warriors. He led the third team with 5 warriors. He, along with the 5 injured, formed the 4th team, taking on the role of captain as a reserve unit. Should they encounter a savage beast, the first team, led by Huang, would draw its attention, while the second and third teams would execute flanking maneuvers to sever its limbs. If this tactic proves successful, even if they cannot slay the savage beast, escaping should pose no issue. If victory is unattainable, then retreat is the prudent course. As the saying goes, while the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Of course, this is merely an idealistic strategy, a contingency plan. It is best to avoid encountering the savage beast altogether. Were it as easy to slay as one might hope? When they first faced the creature, they were a formidable group of 50 to 60 individuals, including several orange-patterned warriors. After suffering the loss of numerous red-patterned warriors and 2 orange-patterned ones, they ultimately managed to vanquish that savage beast. Moreover, should the pursuing enemies truly catch up, their tactic would be inverted. The first squad, led by Huang, would engage the weakest foes 5 against 1, concentrating their strength to swiftly eliminate them before moving on to the next vulnerable target. The second squad would distract the strongest adversaries, while the third squad would draw the remaining opponents. The crux of this strategy lies in overpowering the weak with strength. Huang's first squad must execute their assault with blinding speed to eliminate the enemy's weaker forces, thereby achieving an unexpected victory. Wu Yu also has reason to believe that the first squad, under Huang's command, would undoubtedly dispatch a red-patterned warrior in the blink of an eye. Against a less formidable orange-patterned warrior with proper coordination, it would take no longer than 10 breaths. Guya and his 2 companions, wary of potential traps, opted to advance through the trees, using the vines to swing down to another vine. From a distance, they resembled monkeys darting between the branches. This way, they no longer needed to worry about traps beneath their feet, allowing their pace to quicken significantly. Before long, they arrived at the site where Wu Yu and the others had hunted the giant-toothed wild boar. Evidence of their actions lingered in the air. Although Xian had tidied up the scene, the pervasive scent of blood was impossible to erase. It seemed Gu Ye possessed a keen sense, as he detected the metallic odor of blood the moment he swung down to this spot, landing to investigate. Naturally, he immediately spotted the wild boar's den and discerned the pit trap. Cautiously, he entered the den and discovered the beast tooth ornament cast aside by Huang, promptly picking it up. Ding and Gao Shan did not follow him inside. Instead, they stood guard at the entrance, one on the left and the other on the right. Guya examined the necklace for a long while before taking another step forward. Unbeknownst to him, tears had begun to stream down his face. His chest heaved as he gazed upon the totem of the fierce-headed creature, its presence flickering between light and darkness. He recognized the necklace as belonging to his brother. Yeah, for he vividly recalled the necklace his brother wore around his neck, which contained a single black beast tooth, a trophy from their hunt of a savage beast. The tribal necklace is a symbol of honor, essentially a representation of the individual who wears it. There was no doubt that finding the necklace in this den indicated dire circumstances for his brother. He placed the necklace around his own neck. Then, he noticed the freshly disturbed earth within the den, staggering forward to dig with his hands. It was evident that he had lost all sense of caution, forgetting any semblance of vigilance. Concern breeds chaos. Such is an undeniable truth. Fortunately, Wu Yu was unaware that Ye had a brother who might pursue him. Had he known, he would have undoubtedly set a trap within, ensuring his demise. He shows no mercy to his enemies. Before long, Guya unearthed the skull and extracted all the bones that Huang had presumed to be human, laying them out on the ground for careful examination. This must be the remains of Ye. Otherwise, how could one explain the necklace? He had entered this place, likely overwhelmed by the black wind, losing his strength and falling victim to Ye. Given Ye's near-equal prowess to an orange-patterned warrior, facing a wild boar alone would have posed no challenge. In truth, these bones alone could not definitively prove they belonged to Ye. However, he found himself with no reason to doubt that this skull was indeed his brother's. Had he seen the weapons taken by Huang, his conviction would have only strengthened. After a considerable time, he quietly returned the skull and bones to their resting place, burying them with care. Once done, he offered a silent prayer before moving towards the pile of bones and dried grass, rummaging through it. Finding nothing of use, he exited the den. Upon emerging, he surveyed his surroundings and then executed an unexpected maneuver. Drawing his tooth knife, he swiftly turned and drove it fiercely into the cave wall behind him, then began to stab wildly. In an instant, dirt flew everywhere. He was either venting his emotions or perhaps something more. Ding and Gao Shan, witnessing this spectacle, could do nothing but retreat to a safe distance, watching in silence. Before long, the entrance to the wild boar's den had been sealed off by Guya's frenzied assault, which he compacted with his foot once he deemed it sufficient. Such was his intention. There is no greater sorrow than silence. After completing his task, he leapt onto a vine, deftly swinging towards the enormous tree that the wild boar had charged. Ding and Gao Shan followed closely behind. By instinct, Guya had already concluded that this wild boar was not one they had hunted, nor had they ever set foot here. The reason he swung towards the massive tree was that he had spotted numerous dark red bloodstains lingering on its surface. Grasping the vine, he pondered how the wild boar's blood could have splattered so high. How could this be? He scrutinized the area for some time before looking down and noticing nothing unusual, prompting him to leap down. Ding and Gao Shan followed suit, drawing their tooth knives to cut through the obstructing vines. Guya discovered a sturdy vine, seemingly stained with blood, and brandished his knife to sever it. The vine snapped with a resounding crack. Immediately, a sharp sound sliced through the air, as if something was plummeting from above with tremendous force. He looked up, his expression turning pale with shock. "Quick! Get out of the way!" he shouted urgently before darting aside with lightning speed. Ding and Gao Shan, hearing the warning, instinctively lunged forward. Indeed, Guya had triggered the trap set by Wu Yu and his group. Time was of the essence. Yet, the three of them were still a moment too late. Although Guya managed to evade more swiftly, he was still grazed by the descending blade array, leaving a gash approximately the length of a finger along his right arm. Had he been a moment slower, it might have struck him directly on the head. Whether the blade could pierce through to his skull remained uncertain. Ding and Gao Shan were not so fortunate. As they had both lunged forward with their backs arched, the falling blades each found their mark, piercing them. These blades, though deemed unwanted by Wu Yu and his group, were still capable of inflicting harm. Fortunately, both were orange-patterned warriors. At a crucial moment, they invoked their totemic power to fortify their backs, astonishingly enhancing their defense. The blades broke against their spines, allowing them to narrowly escape this peril. This can be considered a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Had the trajectory been slightly altered, and the projectile pierced their bodies, even if they had not succumbed immediately, the potential severing of their spines could have rendered them disabled for life. Although they narrowly escaped a gruesome demise, both individuals sustained considerable injuries to their spines, which, while not impairing their mobility, caused excruciating pain with the slightest movement. Witnessing the injuries on their backs, Gaia, momentarily disregarding the pain in his own right arm, hastened to examine them. Though the sight of exposed bone was alarming, he was relieved to find that it had not fractured. Chapter 17. Those who offend the flame dragon shall face retribution. Had their injuries been grave, his plans for further exploration would likely have been thwarted at this juncture. Gaia retrieved a bone vial from his satchel, sprinkled some medicinal powder onto their wounds, and offered a few words of comfort before attending to his own injury. After tending to their wounds, Ding and Gao Shan attempted to hop about. Aside from experiencing significant pain during movement, they encountered no further issues, and the flow of their totemic power was unobstructed, which alleviated their worries considerably. Meanwhile, Gaia, wielding a dagger, plunged it fiercely towards the colossal tree. Yet midway through, he abruptly halted the blade, immobilizing it in place. Fear had gripped him, fear of triggering yet another calamity. To be candid, he felt akin to someone who, having once been bitten by a snake, now harbored an irrational dread of ropes. He struggled to restrain himself, his face contorting into a terrifying grimace. Ultimately, he unleashed a wild swing of the dagger into the air, emitting a mournful cry, and bellowed, "Flame dragon, you despicable fiends, show yourselves, come forth." By the end of his roar, he bent at the waist, propping himself up with the blade. His brother, Yaoya, was indeed found, but not a single complete skeleton remained. Throughout their journey, they had yet to encounter any living beings, yet all had sustained injuries to varying degrees, rendering them too apprehensive to venture deeper. A profound sense of frustration and silent sorrow enveloped him. This string of setbacks had pushed his psychological endurance to a critical breaking point, which inadvertently triggered the traps set by Wu Yu and his companions. Were it not for Wu Yu's explicit instructions to locate the Flame Dragon's legacy stone, he might have turned on his heel and fled without a second thought. Even if he were to uncover the secret to dispelling the Black Wind, what would it matter? He would still be left in disgrace by the remnants of the Flame Dragon. Yet, bound by his mission, he had no choice but to press on in pursuit of the Flame Dragon's remnants. Fortunately, the adversary consisted solely of a single orange-patterned warrior named Huang, which provided him with the confidence to continue, especially since he had 3 orange-patterned warriors at his disposal. At that moment, he was convinced that Mu and his companions had met with misfortune. Their 2 orange-patterned warriors from the Bei tribe had undoubtedly faced similar fates. However, he did not dwell on Wu Yu and his group, but instead believed that Mu and his companions had perished within the jaws of the ferocious beasts of the Black Wind Forest, much like his brother Yaoya. One lingering question baffled him. If they were adept at employing such underhanded tactics, why not utilize them in the defense of their tribe? The trio pressed forward. It must be said that Gaia seemed to possess a natural talent for tracking, as their chosen path was unmistakably aligned with the direction taken by Wu Yu and his group. Due to Ding and Gao Shan's injuries, they were compelled to tread carefully along the ground, proceeding with heightened caution, as if walking on thin ice. Experience had taught them to be wary. Gaia's mournful cry pierced through the forest, reaching Wu Yu and the others. Had they been ensnared? Wu Yu mused to himself. Huang, brimming with battle fervor, eagerly suggested, Wu Yu, shall we advance or lie in wait here? Do you have confidence? Wu Yu countered. Yes, yes, yes. Huang and the others instinctively shouted in response to Wu Yu's inquiry. However, this time, they all lowered their voices, fearing that a loud outburst might alert their foes. Their hushed tones, though subdued, resonated with undeniable fervor. If they were to set an ambush, it was imperative that their adversaries remained oblivious. Wu Yu had not anticipated that his casual retort would yield such a powerful effect. The low growls from Huang and his companions sent a tremor through his heart, rekindling his long-dormant resolve. The sense of leading the Dragon Spike squad on missions surged back within him, prompting him to shout, "Excellent! Those who dare to offend the Flame Dragon shall face retribution. Those who offend the Flame Dragon shall face retribution," echoed Huang and the others, their voices low yet charged with a palpable fighting spirit that sent nearby animals fleeing in terror. This time, Wu Yu devised only a single trap. Knowing their foes would be on high alert after sustaining previous injuries, he surmised that any further traps would likely be counterproductive. This particular trap was intended for his own use. More accurately, it could be described as a tunnel. He directed Huang and his companions to excavate a slanted passage approximately 10 meters deep, following the tree roots, allowing just enough space for him to slide into the spiraling tunnel, then carved an exit leading to a concealed location where the injured members could hide. Indeed, he intended to use himself as bait to lure the enemy into the snare. Huang's first team would be stationed directly in front of him, with Huang positioned no more than 2 meters away. Should anyone dare to enter the tunnel, for shield-bearing warriors would spring forth to launch a surprise attack, catching them off guard, while Huang would swiftly deliver a lethal blow, allowing Wu Yu to escape through the spiral tunnel. His rationale for this strategy was not one of recklessness, but rather the realization that the enemy's relentless pursuit was primarily aimed at him. They sought to eliminate him and extinguish the Flame Dragon's legacy. Furthermore, they clearly aimed to seize the inheritance left behind by the Flame Dragon's shaman. Otherwise, they would have no reason to take such risks by entering the Black Wind Forest. As for the second and third teams, they were strategically concealed on either side of the path they had traveled, poised to act at a moment's notice. The method of camouflage for Huang and his companions posed no challenge for him. He had gathered a variety of plants from the area, each in different hues, and combined them with a certain amount of resin, soil, and spore powder, mashing them together to create a paint suitable for applying camouflage war patterns. Huang and his group observed carefully, silently committing the process to memory. Subsequently, he instructed them on the application technique. After the war patterns were painted on, he had Sun lie concealed within a thicket for testing. Wu Yu, this is simply astonishing. If one did not know better, they would think it indistinguishable from the jungle, Xian exclaimed in genuine admiration. Wu Yu smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. While the realism of the war patterns was advantageous for concealing their scents, they were prone to washing away or fading with excessive perspiration. To prevent Huang and his companions from sweating, he even had them apply several layers, ensuring absolute security. Following this, he produced 3 bone vials obtained from the wild boar den, forcefully removing the corks to reveal that each vial contained a significant amount of powder, a smile flickering across his lips. Subsequently, he procured a leaf, carefully poured the powder from the bone vial into it, and, after assessing its texture and finding it satisfactory, stored it in the bag he had obtained from the wild boar cave. Huang, filled with curiosity, inquired what purpose does this serve? The enigmatic Wu Yu smiled mysteriously and replied, "You shall know in due time. It will undoubtedly be a delightful surprise, but for now, discretion is paramount." Huang rolled his eyes, feeling a tad foolish for his inquiries, and proceeded to apply the camouflage paint onto his body. After completing these tasks, Wu Yu felt a twinge of unease and insisted that Huang and the others engage in a round of coordinated practice before placing a stone beneath him, extending his legs into the tunnel, and awaiting the arrival of their adversaries. Meanwhile, Huang and his companions took their positions, expertly camouflaged. Of course, Wu Yu was not idle. He held a diamond, meticulously polishing a piece of bone from a savage beast, no larger than a pinky finger. Gaia and his 2 companions tread cautiously, managing to avoid triggering any traps along the way. In fact, they discovered several traps, skillfully evading them. Upon reaching the ambush site set by Wu Yu, they observed him seated alone, his hands in constant motion, and halted at a distance, quietly surveying the surroundings with peripheral glances. "Having never encountered you before, Gaia noticed the absence of totems on his chest and concluded, without a doubt, that this individual must be the disciple of the former flame dragon which... Humph! Gaia scoffed inwardly, chastising the despicable flame dragon which for attempting to ensnare them, convinced that they would not fall for such tricks, believing that they were not as naive as 3-year-olds. Gaia had already attributed these convoluted schemes to Wu Yu, recognizing that a totem warrior could never conceive of such underhanded tactics, only a witch could devise such dastardly plots, even with his self-proclaimed intelligence. Had he not personally experienced and witnessed these events, he would have never fathomed them, regardless of their apparent simplicity. Wu Yu, noticing only 3 individuals and observing that 2 of them limped slightly, furrowed his brow, deducing that they had sustained injuries, which brought him a measure of reassurance. Furthermore, the fierce expressions on the 3's totem faces indicated that the wolf tribe had not accompanied them. With merely 3 orange-patterned warriors, the situation became significantly simpler. Had he known from the outset that there were only 3, he would not have needed to devise such a complex plan. Now that the groundwork had been laid, it was best to adhere to the established strategy. Gaia's self-satisfied demeanor did not escape Wu Yu's notice. However, he was rather surprised by the trio's vigor, which bore no trace of the negative influence of the black wind. It seemed they had discovered a method to counteract its effects. Regardless, the final outcome would remain unchanged. I refuse to believe you will not fall into my trap. The wolf tribe, indeed. You must have suffered greatly along the way. Do you think us despicable? Are you not guilty of the same? Wu Yu rolled his eyes and glanced at Gaia, speaking coolly. In that moment, he noticed the 2 necklaces adorning Gaia's neck. A thought flickered through his mind, concluding that he had ventured into the wild boar cave and shared a close relationship with Niaoya. Otherwise, he would not be wearing those necklaces. Based on his age, it was likely that he was Niaoya's younger brother, which made matters even easier. At that moment, Gaia was secretly surveying the area, taking a deep sniff. Aside from the gnarled roots of enormous trees and some shrubs, there was no trace of the distinctive sweat odor associated with tribal warriors. Moreover, this location lacked the means to concoct any underhanded schemes. What was he truly plotting? Could it be that Huang and the others had abandoned him to flee? The warriors of the Flame Dragon tribe would rather die in battle than become slaves. Logically, such a scenario was implausible. Gaia's mind was a whirlwind of questions, and he found himself at a loss for answers, which was quite vexing. Chapter 18. Flawless Perfection. Just as Gaia was mired in confusion, Wu Yu remarked, "You must be Niaoya's brother. We have acquired his belongings." As he spoke, he retrieved the bone cup from Niaoya's bag, giving it a shake. He also had a savage tooth knife and a rugged bone hammer, which had been divided between Huang and Xian. Pausing momentarily, Wu Yu placed the bone cup into his bag and nonchalantly took out a pouch of powder, playing with it in his hand, while with the other, he displayed the witch's stone obtained from the wild boar cave. "You have been relentlessly pursuing us, hoping to seize the legacy left by our flame dragon which, contemplating my demise to eradicate the flame dragon legacy entirely." Wu Yu's gaze remained fixed on Gaia. Though the distance was considerable, he noticed a twitch in Gaia's face. He imagined that had they been closer, he would have seen the fire burning in Gaia's eyes. Indeed, as he had surmised, Gaia's eyes blazed with fury, and a seething anger welled up within him. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to maintain his composure, hissing through clenched teeth, "Where are Huang and the others? Why have they not shown themselves? Even if your leader and the witch were resurrected today, they could not save you." With that, he advanced a few steps forward. Ding and Gaoshan followed suit, positioning themselves at his sides, anxiously surveying the surroundings. "Do you believe me? Huang is lying in wait all around me. Xian and the other warriors are nearby. You wish to take my life and the legacy of our flame dragon which? I am right here. Do you dare to come for me?" Upon finishing, Wu Yu provocatively extended his hands in a classic gesture, raising his middle fingers and gesturing incessantly. Gaia, caught up in this gesture, mimicked it and suddenly realized its meaning. Being a man of the world, Gaia understood the significance of the middle finger and was instantly consumed with rage, letting out a furious roar and charging at Wu Yu. Ding and Gaoshan hurriedly restrained him. Ding leaned in and whispered, "Gaia, you and Gaoshan keep an eye on things here. I will go take care of this brat. Even if I cannot kill him, I can draw Huang and the others out. I refuse to believe they will not come to save him, and I also doubt they can kill me outright." After Wu Yu finished speaking, they scrutinized the area around him, finding nothing amiss, concluding that there was no way to conceal oneself in such a location. Once Gaia calmed down, he considered Ding's reasoning and agreed. With him watching closely, there should be no major issues. He nodded in agreement, quietly advising Ding to be cautious. Wu Yu coldly observed the unfolding scene, aware that their patience was wearing thin. As the saying goes, heaven has its paths, yet you refuse to walk them. Hell has no gates, yet you come uninvited. After receiving Gaia's consent, Ding suddenly drew his tooth knife and charged at Wu Yu. 50 meters, nothing unusual. 20 meters. Still no signs. 5 meters, where are they? 3 meters. Suddenly, 4 shields appeared abruptly around him, launching a shield bash. The 4 warriors, naturally unwilling to confront him head-on, could only retreat behind their shields, using them to attack. This was a principle Wu Yu had emphasized. Preserving oneself was essential to effectively eliminate the enemy. Ding had anticipated such a move. Upon sensing the surge of hostility, he scoffed and leapt onto one of the shields, using it as leverage to propel himself toward Wu Yu. At the very moment he leapt into the air, Wu Yu flung the powder pouch from his hand, swiftly slipping into the tunnel and vanishing without a trace. The pouch, encountering resistance in the air, dispersed, enveloping Ding entirely within its contents, causing a significant amount to enter his eyes, rendering his vision obscured and instilling within him a profound sense of terror. "Help me!" Ah! He barely managed to scream. Just as a bizarrely sinister blade, the wild tooth knife, materialized beneath him and, with lightning speed, plunged into his perineum. As the knife pierced his body, a shrill, heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips, a sound capable of shattering stone. Indeed, at the very moment Wu Yu cast the powder pouch, Huang had launched his attack from below Ding. But that was not the end. He twisted the knife within, then forcefully sliced forward, unleashing a torrential spray of blood that rained down upon the verdant young leaves, staining them a vivid crimson. Ding subsequently collapsed, unceremoniously falling onto the stone where Wu Yu had been seated, his body convulsing uncontrollably as horrific sounds escaped his mouth, and within a short span, silence enveloped him. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Guyan heard Ding's cries for help with crystal clarity, yet he only perceived the sound without witnessing the gruesome scene of Ding's demise at Huang's hands. In that instant, as Huang struck, 4 shield-bearing warriors obscured his actions with their shields. After successfully striking, Huang did not spare a glance and advanced toward Guyan. As Guyan rushed out, barely 10 paces away, he was suddenly struck by Shen, wielding the wild beast hammer, which descended upon his head with thunderous force. Hearing the wind's whistle, Guyan instinctively performed a forward roll, narrowly evading the blow. Just as he regained his footing, Huang was upon him, lunging forward with a thrust of his knife. Simultaneously, the 4 shield warriors followed suit, launching shield strikes from the flanks. After dodging Huang's assault, Guyan, confronted with such dire circumstances, shouted in desperation while resisting, "Gao Shan, flee, don't worry about me." He understood that Ding was dead, and they no longer possessed the means to confront Huang and his men. His immediate thought was to escape. However, when he glanced at Gao Shan, his heart sank in disbelief. At that moment, Gao Shan, even if he wished to flee, found it impossible. The second team led by Shen and the third team led by Yi had surrounded him with relentless and powerful assaults, rendering escape utterly futile. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Guyan felt the sting of Huang's knife as it sliced across his right arm, creating a cross-shaped wound that exposed the white bone beneath. The sharp pain in his arm quickly regathered his focus, compelling him to concentrate fully, with no room for distraction. The warriors from the second and third teams brimmed with indomitable fighting spirit, driven by unending hatred, fearlessly targeting Gao Shan's vital areas with each strike. As Shen attacked Gao Shan, he taunted, "Orange-patterned warrior, is this all you have?" In an instant, Gao Shan found himself in disarray, overwhelmed by Shen and Ye's relentless onslaught, relying solely on defense and lacking the strength to retaliate. Meanwhile, Shen and his allies grew bolder with each encounter, gradually developing a silent synergy. The combat prowess of a single orange-patterned warrior equated to that of 10 red-patterned warriors. Yet, Shen commanded 11 men and was himself nearing the capabilities of an orange-patterned warrior. Faced with them, Gao Shan could only lament silently, recognizing his disadvantage not only in power but also in morale compared to Shen and his team. He pondered an opportunity to escape, but found himself utterly encircled, with no avenue for flight. The moment he entertained thoughts of fleeing, he subconsciously sought an opportunity to do so, inadvertently undermining his own fighting spirit. The collapse of one's mental fortitude can be a terrifying ordeal. In comparison, Guyan's situation was hardly better. The disparity in strength between him and Huang was negligible, compounded by the 4 shield-bearers who incessantly battered him with their shields, leaving him increasingly flustered and disoriented. The 4 shield warriors, having witnessed an orange-patterned warrior fall to Huang, had cast aside any lingering fear, replaced now with a fervent fighting spirit. With their relentless shield assaults, they had honed their attacking techniques, becoming increasingly adept and ferocious in their offensive. Initially, Guyan held a flicker of hope for a counterattack, but upon observing the increasingly meticulous and unassailable nature of Huang's onslaught, he could only sigh helplessly within, casting a glance at Gao Shan before the totemic patterns on his chest erupted with vigor. Seizing the fleeting opportunity during Huang's moment of resistance, he executed a backward leap onto a shield, utilizing it to propel himself upwards, grasping a sturdy vine in midair and swinging towards another. In the blink of an eye, he vanished among the foliage, leaving no trace behind. Guyan's escape was a frantic dash into the depths of the forest. Upon witnessing his flight, Huang chose not to pursue but instead directed his attention towards Gao Shan. Realizing that Guyan had fled and Huang was now approaching him, Gao Shan's resolve crumbled entirely. He withdrew his knife and, with a swift motion, slashed across his own throat. As the blade glided through, a warm spray of blood erupted, splattering Xian's face. At that very moment, Xian's wild-tooth hammer struck Gao Shan's head with a resounding thud, shattering his skull upon impact. Retrieving his hammer, Xian wiped the blood from his face and, after kicking the fallen Gao Shan, turned his gaze towards Huang. Huang made a gesture of resignation and remarked, "Guyan has escaped." Retreating deeper into the forest. "Why did you not pursue him?" Xian inquired, his bloodied visage appearing particularly menacing. "If I were to chase him, and they had a backup plan hidden away, who would protect Wu?" Huang retorted. Having only known Wu Yu for a mere 2 days, his consideration was surprisingly astute, indicating that some influences were indeed subtly transformative. Xian paused, contemplating the validity of Huang's reasoning, before scratching his head and proceeding to search Gao Shan's belongings. Gao Shan had only possessed a wild-tooth knife and, apart from his leather skirt, had no other items of worth. Meanwhile, Huang made his way towards the hideout of Wu Yu and his companions. Their refuge was not far from their last location, yet it was exceedingly discreet. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, they emerged voluntarily. "Wu, I have disappointed you. Guyan has escaped." Huang's first words upon seeing Wu Yu were filled with regret. "Aha, Huang, it was already quite perfect. There is no such thing as perfection in this world. 9 out of 10 is the norm in life. Guyan is indeed the brother of the wild tooth. Let him flee. Perhaps he will encounter a wild beast deeper within." Wu Yu consoled, feeling exceptionally satisfied with their unexpected victory. Chapter 19. A Beautiful Killing Intent. Xian, brimming with excitement, directed the second team of warriors to clear the battlefield. Ding's demise was gruesome. His chest had been brutally sliced open by Huang's blade, and aside from the wild-tooth knife he clutched, he possessed only a leather pouch containing a large bone vial. Although there were no significant achievements with the two of them, their demise represented the greatest triumph. Weakening the strength of the Bibu tribe is the foremost objective at present. The corpses of both were buried deep in a pit, excavated from a distance by Xian. In the interim, Huang smiled and remarked to Wu Yu, "To be honest, your little packet of powder was thrown at just the right moment. I never anticipated that such a small sachet could wield such great effect, though I must admit, it feels somewhat, how should I put it, lacking in substance." Wu Yu chuckled softly, thinking to himself, "This is nothing. Had we possessed lime powder, it would have blinded him in an instant." He then turned to Huang with an earnest expression and said, "Huang, do you think this is insufficiently noble, rather underhanded? Remember, the essence of combat lies in the outcome, in victory. As for the means employed, whether honorable or devious, as long as it does not contravene the heavens, it is permissible." Seemingly struck by a thought, he inquired, "Huang, how many totem warriors do the Wolf and Bibu tribes have, respectively?" Huang pondered for a moment before responding. "Both tribes' totem warriors should be roughly equivalent to our Yanlongs, differing by around 10. And their orange-patterned warriors? How many do they possess?" Wu Yu pressed on. "As far as I know, the Wolf tribe has 11 orange-patterned warriors, while the Bibu tribe has 12. At that time our Yanlong had 13, Huang replied. He gazed upward at the leaves swaying in the wind and, with profound sorrow, continued, "At that time, they unitedly deployed 15 orange-patterned warriors and 150 red-patterned warriors to assault our Yanlong, employing despicable tactics by setting fire to our stone cave while we slumbered. We sacrificed 6 orange-patterned warriors and over 50 red-patterned warriors to carve a path through, while they lost only 3 orange-patterned warriors in total. After encountering the wild beasts, we suffered the loss of 2 more. As for whether they incurred further losses among their orange-patterned warriors afterward, I cannot say. 3 plus 4 and adding today's 2. Even if Wu and the others did not slay any of their orange-patterned warriors during the rear guard action, it is now certain that they have lost a total of 9. With 23 orange-patterned warriors in total, including the solitary Fong that fled deeper into the woods, they are left with merely 14. Excellent. We shall take them down one by one and reclaim our lost territory. Wu Yu mused thoughtfully. Indeed, they must eventually venture out to hunt. We can lay an ambush at their hunting grounds. Xian interjected as he approached and overheard the conversation. Wu Yu cast an appreciative glance at him, as he had been thinking along the same lines. Currently, we have only one orange-patterned warrior among us. If only we had one more, Huang lamented. We will acquire more orange-patterned warriors and beast crystals. We shall reclaim our lost territory of Yushan. Your women, children, and elderly will all be retrieved. The wolf and Bibu tribes will undoubtedly be eradicated from this world. Trust me. Wu Yu fixed his gaze upon both of them, enunciating each word with conviction. Wu, we believe in you. Huang and Xian responded resolutely, their voices ringing with strength. Wu Yu smiled, choosing to remain silent, and lifted his gaze to the sky, sensing that it was getting late. He instructed Xian to scout ahead for a water source for rest. Shortly thereafter, Xian returned with good news. Not far ahead was a lake nestled within the forest. Upon reaching the lake's edge, a breathtaking vista unfolded before Wu Yu's eyes. A lake, bluer than the sky itself, shimmered in his view, where water met the heavens. Towering trees along the shore dipped their branches into the azure waters, while the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the surface, creating rippling waves that fragmented reflections and refracted a kaleidoscope of colors. Come softly. Just as I came quietly, Wu Yu could not help but recite. Huang, standing beside him, shot him a puzzled glance, unable to comprehend his cryptic words. Wu is indeed Wu, speaking in such an enigmatic manner that leaves one baffled. Nevertheless, we have come quietly. Wu Yu inhaled deeply, observing the unknown waterfowl, diving suddenly from the sky, seizing a fish before darting away, while others, barely skimming the surface, were abruptly snatched by a lurking head, swallowed whole. What astonished Wu Yu the most was the sight of a gigantic dragonfly, nearly 2 meters wide, dancing upon the lake's surface. He mused to himself how splendid it would be to capture one for use as an aircraft. The warriors, upon discovering the lake within the forest, erupted in exhilarated shouts, their voices echoing across the water, startling countless birds. One warrior named Fei boldly approached the lake, standing atop a large rock, unfastening his leather skirt, bending his knees, and reaching back with his hands, clearly intending to plunge into the lake for a swim. Fortunately, Wu Yu's keen eyes caught this reckless act just in time, and he called out to halt such a foolish endeavor. This forest lake was roughly the size of 10 football fields, undoubtedly harboring fearsome aquatic beasts. Just as Wu Yu's warning fell, a waterfowl dove into the lake ahead of Fei, causing a splash, and it never resurfaced. Moments later, a pair of eyes, as large as a baby's head, emerged from that very spot, gazing intently at Fei. Beneath its beautiful exterior lay a hidden danger of unimaginable proportions. Fei, startled, retreated in alarm. In truth, it was not that he sought death. Rather, having just vanquished 2 orange-patterned warriors, he had become overly exhilarated, momentarily forgetting the hunting rule of avoiding lakes. Huang, noticing this, swiftly positioned himself in front of Wu Yu and shouted at the few warriors attempting to approach the lake. Retreat behind me. This is a ferocious beast, the giant-toothed crocodile, with strength in water comparable to that of a savage beast. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu instinctively scrutinized the creature more closely. The giant-toothed crocodile's eye sockets faced outward, slightly angled forward, its body floating seamlessly in the water. Unless one examined closely, one would never detect the crocodile lying in wait for prey to unwittingly approach. Wu Yu understood that crocodiles typically reside in water, observing movements on the surface, for their eyes possess stereoscopic vision, allowing them to ambush animals drinking by the water's edge. Until the very moment of their strike, no creature would perceive the eyes lurking beneath the surface. The giant-toothed crocodile, seemingly irate at the thought of its imminent meal slipping away, suddenly surfaced, opening its mouth to reveal a formidable array of straight, sharp teeth. Now Wu Yu comprehended why it was named the giant-toothed crocodile. He believed a more fitting name would be wild boar crocodile, for its teeth rivaled those of the formidable wild boar. It was clear that it was asserting its dominance. It seemed to convey, this territory is mine. You upright creatures should keep your distance and not interfere with my hunting. After its display of intimidation, the giant-toothed crocodile slowly sank back into the water, resuming its silent vigil. Wu Yu estimated that this crocodile was at least 7 meters long. That enormous jaw, coupled with those teeth, possessed an astonishing biting force capable of crushing the skull of a totem warrior without difficulty. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine. Very well. This is your domain and you are the master here. The group had no choice but to seek another location. If one does not court death, one shall not die. As long as the giant-toothed crocodile remained in the water, they dared not venture in to hunt. They had not yet reached the level of blind hubris to consider themselves invincible. Just then, from the center of the lake, a long head suddenly emerged, letting out a resounding roar to the sky. Indeed, it must be a plesiosaur. They traversed nearly half a circle along the lakeshore before discovering a suitable spot to rest. Here lay a shallow water area, with the water level just above their knees, rendering it impossible for those colossal aquatic predators to conceal themselves in such a region. Nonetheless, they remained vigilant, ensuring there was no danger before approaching the shore to capture some fish and gather water celery. In their understanding, the combination of water celery and grilled fish was a delightful treat, a true indulgence. After savoring a piece of grilled fish, Wu Yu then consumed some raw meat and drank a cup of beast's blood. He needed to elevate his physical condition within a short span, striving to meet the standards of a markless warrior. Regardless of whether he could awaken as a totem warrior, it would undoubtedly benefit him. For years, Yu had seen little improvement in his physicality, primarily due to his lack of exposure to the blood of wild beasts. It was not that the flame dragon which was unwilling to let him partake, but rather that she feared he could not withstand the ferocious energy contained within. Now, however, Wu Yu, having undergone the enhancement of wild beast blood, coupled with several days of consuming the blood of formidable creatures, could distinctly sense that his physique had reached a pivotal point. This was quite understandable. Akin to the forging of iron without the quenching process, the quality could not be enhanced. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Xian dug a small bunker 100 steps from the lake's edge for their overnight stay. Naturally, he did not neglect safety measures, setting up pit traps around the bunker. As darkness fell, everyone entered the bunker. At its center hung a piece of luminous stone. Huang and Xian sat across from each other, guarding Wu Yu on either side. Noticing Wu Yu's silence, Xian retrieved a large bone vial he had obtained from Ding, removed the cork, and was immediately met with a pungent odor that startled him into hurriedly replacing the cork and rubbing his eyes. At the moment he opened the vial, his vision blurred, leaving him unable to discern its contents, prompting him to glance at Wu Yu. Surely, the witch with her boundless knowledge would know what this was. Wu Yu indeed recognized the contents of the large bone vial acquired from Ding, affirming his suspicion by observing Xian's actions of rubbing his eyes. The vial contained a liquid ejected by a millipede, capable of inducing temporary blindness. During his mission in Africa, he had encountered a millipede nearly 40 centimeters long, also known as the thousand-legged worm. The flame tiger, finding it amusing, had poked it with a stick, releasing a similar pungent odor, though not as intense as that from the vial. He had no awareness of the potential size of millipedes in this world, but in his imagination, they could easily measure 4 to 5 meters in length. Chapter 20. The Subterranean Behemoth. Wu Yu, noticing Xian's unwavering gaze upon him, explained, "This is a liquid released by the millipede as a defensive mechanism, capable of causing momentary blindness. As for why someone would carry such a vial, it is likely intended for blinding prey during hunts." Upon hearing this, Xian curled his lip in disappointment, deeming the millipede liquid to be of little use, and returned it to the bag. Wu Yu, choosing not to dwell on Xian's reaction, took out the witch stones he had obtained from the wild boar den, holding one in each hand, closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. The other warriors in the bunker, witnessing Wu Yu's diligent practice, also seated themselves cross-legged, entering meditation akin to his. Huang and Xian exchanged a knowing smile, retrieving their beast crystals, crossing their hands over the totem, closing their eyes, and absorbing the energy within the crystals, causing the totem on their chests to flicker with light. Even Yen joined in, placing his beast crystal at the center of his totem, engaging in his own cultivation. Drawing from his previous experience of entering a meditative state, Wu Yu soon transcended into a sublime state of unity with heaven and earth, immersing himself in the primordial energy of the witch stones. Indeed, familiarity breeds comfort. Inside the bunker, a scene of fervent cultivation unfolded. Outside, a cacophony of beastly roars echoed, a symphony of various sounds clamoring for attention, creating a vibrant atmosphere, interspersed with the occasional piercing howl. Yet, the peculiar beastly roars remained conspicuously absent. As the night deepened, Wu Yu felt the bunker tremble slightly, akin to a minor earthquake, prompting him to conclude his meditation and slowly open his eyes, just in time to see Huang and Xian wearing grave expressions, their brows knitted together. Observing their demeanor, Wu Yu inquired, "What is happening? Is there an earthquake?" We may be encountering a ferocious beast capable of traversing underground. Let us hope it is merely passing through and not heading our way, Huang replied with a hint of concern. How much longer until dawn? Wu Yu asked, immediately regretting the question's idiocy. It should be soon, approximately the same duration as the Black Wind, Xian replied earnestly. Although Wu Yu found himself puzzled by how Xian measured the length of night, he unconditionally trusted Xian's response. In the absence of a clear time frame, sometimes intuition proved remarkably accurate. If it was indeed similar to the duration of the Black Wind, then dawn was merely 2 hours away. Surely they couldn't be so unfortunate. Wu Yu mused inwardly. He then asked, how formidable are these subterranean beasts? How aggressive are they? What methods can we employ to combat them? Wu Yu, an expert at slaying, knew little about the ferocious beasts of this world, being a veritable novice. He could only humbly seek knowledge like a diligent student. Subterranean beasts are primarily brutish. They either possess massive jaws or formidable pincers and antennae. These creatures, frequently traversing underground, tend to have exceptionally thick skin, rendering typical blades ineffective. Huang explained. Xian added, moreover, subterranean beasts are notoriously unpredictable in their appearances, making them far more challenging to hunt than surface beasts of equal strength. Do you believe we stand a chance against these subterranean beasts? Wu Yu ventured to ask. Practically none. We wouldn't even be able to approach them. These subterranean beasts are incredibly sensitive, as if every part of their body is an eye, Xian remarked. As soon as Xian finished speaking, Wu Yu felt something stirring beneath the bunker, and he could see the giant python skin laid across the ground undulating like waves. Damn it! This world is truly fraught with peril at every turn. Every time I enter a meditative state, I am either jolted by beastly roars or confronted by subterranean monsters. It is indeed a stroke of misfortune, Wu Yu cursed inwardly. Huang's concern stemmed from fears for his safety. He never anticipated that, in his previous life, he had always been the protector of others, yet now found himself in need of protection. While it might sound lofty, it was a state of helplessness. One could say he had become a burden to Huang and the others. At this moment he yearned for power. How might one deal with this subterranean beast? If only there were a way to disorient it. The thought had scarcely emerged in his mind when he suddenly slapped his forehead and said to Huang and the others, if this underground beast is indeed heading our way, we shall employ the centipede essence to deal with it. The pungent odor of this essence should temporarily impair the creature's sense of smell and sight. Even for those beasts reliant on touch, it should prove somewhat effective. Upon hearing Wu Yu's words, Xian promptly retrieved the bone vial and handed it to Huang. The formidable task of hunting the subterranean beast could only be entrusted to Huang. Aware that a ferocious creature lurked beneath, they had no choice but to exit the bunker and retrieve the giant python skin. Stepping out of the bunker, they beheld the vast expanse of stars and 2 luminous moons, with sporadic twinkling fireflies illuminating the forest. Wu Yu was filled with awe, reflecting, the primitive world is indeed resplendent, yet it conceals boundless peril. Xian's second team, tasked with protecting Wu Yu's fourth team, had ascended a large tree, which offered both offensive and defensive advantages. Meanwhile, Huang's first team remained in place alongside Ye's third team, awaiting the approach of the underground beast. Huang instructed the warriors to gather sturdy vines to suspend above. In addition to one for each of them, several were left hanging in reserve for unforeseen circumstances. They had contemplated fleeing, but the dangers of the night forest rendered such an escape even more treacherous. One could never know where a deadly beast might be lurking. The unknown threats were the most terrifying. If the underground beast had indeed locked onto them, fleeing would be futile. Having discovered a method to counter it, it seemed wiser to remain in place. The subterranean beast was indeed homing in on them. Just as Wu Yu and the others had clambered onto a branch of the colossal tree, illuminated by the moonlight, they witnessed the area of the bunker suddenly collapse, and a massive worm erupted from the ground. Wu Yu observed with clarity. This subterranean behemoth was rotund, nearly as thick as the rotating drum of a cement truck, covered in a layer of armored scales. Its lower half remained buried in the earth, while its abdomen was white, contrasting with the rest of its brownish exterior that shimmered under the moonlight. The colossal worm opened its gaping maw, revealing countless appendages, as thick as arms, writhing within, evoking a sense of revulsion that sent shivers down one's spine. He also noted that the creature's eyes glimmered with a red hue in the moonlight, concealed within its head, not prominently protruding, making them difficult to spot without careful observation. The appendages on either side of its abdomen moved restlessly. As soon as Huang laid eyes on the giant worm emerging from the earth, he removed the cork from the bone vial, grasped one of the sturdy vines, and swung above the creature, dousing its head with the essence. Instantly, a sharp, acrid scent enveloped the air. The giant worm, disoriented by the centipede essence, flailed about like a headless fly. It appeared that the essence had indeed served its intended purpose. Seeing this, Wu Yu let out a sigh of relief, now convinced that Ding had brought this for the purpose of hunting. Each observation was a torment for him, and he was uncertain whether his proposed method would be effective. It was merely speculative. Had the essence failed to work, it could have cost them their lives. The other warriors had been prepared. As Huang swung towards the giant worm, they seized their vines and ascended to higher ground. Once he had doused the creature with the essence, they swung towards it, brandishing their daggers, stabbing at the worm, and promptly retreating after striking, never overreaching. Indeed, as Huang had indicated, the creature's armored scales possessed remarkable defensive capabilities. Striking directly at the scales proved ineffective, and only by angling their attacks through the gaps could they inflict injury. The dagger penetrated the giant worm's body, and green blood splattered forth from the wound. After dousing the worm with the essence, Huang hurled the bone vial into the creature's maw, simultaneously wrapping his feet around a sturdy vine, positioning himself head down, and thrusting his jagged dagger with all his might towards the creature's head. His strike found its mark, piercing the giant worm's left eye, driving the blade deep until the hilt was fully submerged. The jagged dagger, nearly the length of his arm, retained a certain lethality even when embedded in the creature's head. He refrained from withdrawing the blade, instead stirring it vigorously, intending to slice downward when the giant worm thrashed violently, its head and body crashing down towards the ground. Caught off guard, the sturdy vine snapped, and he was violently dragged down as well. True to his nature as an orange-striped warrior, he remained undaunted. As the vine broke, he forcefully kicked against the giant worm's head, using the momentum to extract his dagger and leap into the air, narrowly avoiding the impact as the creature's head struck the ground. Huang's actions were perilously close, causing Wu Yu to break into a cold sweat. Xian and the others nearby gasped in astonishment. The giant worm, having slammed into the ground, swiftly rose again, preparing to strike down with thunderous force, unstoppable and fierce. In an instant, the area was engulfed in a cloud of dirt and flying debris, leveling everything around it. The pit traps previously dug by Xian were utterly obliterated, their effectiveness rendered negligible. Wu Yu understood that this must be the creature's final frenzy. Death was surely imminent. Huang's strike had likely damaged a vital area. Fortunately, they had left numerous sturdy vines suspended above. Had they been on the ground, they would undoubtedly have been crushed, and even if they survived, death would have been close at hand. After leaping into the air, Huang was caught by Yi, who swung him to safety. To their surprise, after the giant worm had slammed down multiple times, it suddenly shrank and retreated underground, vanishing from sight. This left Huang and his companions exchanging bewildered glances. However, suspended on the sturdy vines, none dared descend until dawn broke, when Huang was the first to investigate. As he withdrew his dagger, a jet of green blood erupted from the wound, drenching him. From a distance, Huang's imposing figure appeared as a green giant in the morning sun. He has indeed turned green, Wu Yu chuckled. Indeed he has, Xian echoed. Then they descended the tree and joined Yi, gazing at the immense hole left by the retreating giant worm. Huang scrutinized the entrance of the worm's burrow for a considerable time, assessing its safety before beckoning Wu Yu and the others. The entrance to the burrow was directly beneath their bunker, slanting rather than vertical. The entire tunnel was dark and profound, its inner wall surprisingly smooth and neat, nearly tall enough for a person to walk upright without issue, resembling a subterranean passage. When the giant worm retreated, it seemed either gravely wounded or for some other reason. The hole it had created remained unhealed. As Wu Yu approached the entrance, he dipped his finger in saliva and held it up. A cool breeze wafted from the tunnel, indicating that the place where the giant worm had retreated connected to a ventilated area. Otherwise, it would not be blowing air from within. Wu Yu stepped forward to enter, but Huang, with keen eyes and swift hands, pulled him back, saying, "Wu, it's dangerous inside. We should not venture in. Even in death, the flesh and blood of this subterranean behemoth are inedible. As for the beast crystal, it is unlikely to have been formed within its head. My intention is not to seek out this colossal creature. Rather, I am convinced that there exists a cavity beneath us. Being a savage beast, its lair should not harbor other ferocious creatures. Furthermore, the wound inflicted by your blade must have struck a vital point. It is probable that it has succumbed somewhere nearby. Fear not, trust in my assurance. It is likely dead," Wu Yu solemnly vowed. Huang pondered for a moment before responding, "Wu, since you wish to descend and investigate, let us all venture down together. Leaving anyone above would be unsettling." Wu Yu considered this and agreed. After all, the fleeing Lone Fong had come in this direction. He could very well be lurking nearby, observing them. If Huang accompanied him below while Xian remained above, they would have little chance against Lone Fong, especially since he would be concealed in the shadows. If Xian descended with him, Huang would undoubtedly be uneasy. Thus, they all entered the tunnel carved by the subterranean giant worm. No, it was more fittingly termed a passage. Wu Yu felt that passage sounded more elegant. He instructed Xian and the others to seal the tunnel's entrance. If this passage led to another location, it was unlikely they would return the way they came. He held a firm confidence in his judgment. Shortly after they had entered, a figure appeared in the vicinity. It was none other than Lone Fong. He lingered there for some time before retreating deeper into the forest. After his escape, he had found refuge within a tree hollow, observing Wu Yu and his companions from a distance. His flight was driven by the burden of the mission bestowed upon him by Wu. He had to see it through. Now, he had also acquired a thirst for vengeance for Ding and Gaoshan. The flame dragon Wu must perish. If Wu Yu were to find himself isolated, he would not hesitate to strike with lethal intent. Unfortunately, he had yet to find such an opportunity, as Huang and Xian remained steadfastly by his side. After entering the passage, Huang led the way, holding a luminous stone lantern, while Xian brought up the rear, with Wu Yu positioned centrally, flanked by Lin and Yi providing vigilant protection. Not long into their journey, Wu Yu deduced that this passage spiraled downward. He was perplexed as to how the subterranean giant worm had pinpointed their location. Could it truly detect the scent of prey through such thick earth? Was the site of the burrow precisely where the creature emerged at night to forage? Had it fortuitously crossed paths with them? Along the way, they observed the green blood left by the giant worm, which greatly reassured them. As long as it continued to bleed, it would not last long. Cautiously, they followed the trail of the creature's blood. After approximately a couple of hours, they emerged into a vast natural underground cavern, where they discovered the immobile giant worm not far ahead. This cavern was nearly 10 men high, capable of accommodating 3 or 4 of the giant worms lying side by side. The atmosphere was humid, with the occasional sound of dripping water echoing in the air. Wu Yu now had reason to believe that this passage served as the giant worm's hunting corridor. To encounter a subterranean giant worm while excavating a burrow was either a stroke of bad luck for them or for the creature itself. They did not rush forward but instead observed the scene for a considerable time before Huang took the initiative to approach. He reached the head of the giant worm and, after probing with his fong knife, confirmed that it was indeed irrevocably dead before signaling for Wu Yu and the others to come closer. The giant worm measured approximately 30 meters in length. Had it not been struck at a vital point, it would have proved quite formidable to slay. The group was elated, marveling at the creature for some time. Fei and Sun could not resist touching the giant worm's armored scales. Wu Yu too ran his hands over the scales, noting their impressive width. It measured nearly 4 of his palms across. He even took out a diamond and scratched it across the surface, the purpose of which remained unclear. Meanwhile, Huang was using his fong knife to search for the beast crystal within the creature's head. Ha! Another beast crystal. And it's a savage beast crystal, Huang exclaimed excitedly, his voice echoing throughout the cavern. He approached Wu Yu, respectfully presenting the orange, translucent crystal, saying, "Wu, please take charge of this savage beast crystal." Wu Yu pondered for a moment before accepting the crystal, examining it closely under the glow of the luminous stone. The beast crystal was oval-shaped, clear and radiant, with a faint halo shimmering on its surface. It was roughly the size of a fist and felt weightless in his hand, akin to a Wu Yuan stone, yet emanated a warmth that was almost searing. After holding it for a while, the heat became unbearable, prompting him to stow it in his bag. His agreement to accept the savage beast crystal was motivated by his own intentions. He then instructed Huang, "Remove all the hardest scales from this subterranean giant worm. They will be of use." Without question, Huang rallied the others to draw their fong knives and pry off the scales. The warriors disregarded which scales were the hardest, diligently extracting as many as possible. Once completed, they wrapped the scales in beast hides and proceeded toward the direction where the giant worm's head had fallen. Since its head pointed that way, it suggested that its lair lay in that direction. After nearly half an hour of traversing, they reached the end of the passage, relieved to find it a straight path with no forks. At the terminus, they encountered a large, gently flowing pond, remarkably still alive with water. In the center lay a massive stone, approximately 40 meters in diameter, ample enough for the giant worm to rest upon. Upon entering this area, they were met with a foul stench that instinctively prompted them to wrinkle their noses. As they stepped atop the stone, they noticed its surface was unusually smooth, strewn with numerous skeletal remains, with more bobbing in the pond below. It was evident that this was the lair of the giant worm, where it likely consumed, excreted, and rested resulting in the disarray. The subterranean giant worm certainly had an eye for a suitable dwelling. This cavern was indeed quite habitable. Once inside, the warriors began to search the area. Unexpectedly, a warrior named Hung discovered 2 savage beast crystals amidst the creature's excrement. He washed them in the water and willingly presented them to Wu Yu, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Wu Yu received them with a smile, placing one in his bag while returning the other to Hung, saying, "This is your reward. Use it to enhance your strength." This gesture rekindled the warriors' enthusiasm, prompting them to scour the area meticulously, leaving no stone unturned. Ultimately, aside from Heng's 2 savage beast crystals, they found no further treasures. However, with the 2 crystals combined with the one from the giant worm itself, their expedition had proven to be immensely rewarding. Seeing no further discoveries, Wu Yu instructed Huang to clear the large stone, gathering the useful bones together and washing them in water to diminish the foul odor. His intention was to establish this giant worm's lair as a temporary territory for the Flame Dragon tribe, aiming to bolster everyone's strength. This is indeed the greatest harvest of this journey and the fundamental reason he insisted on entering here. He wishes to provide everyone with a sense of belonging and to instill hope within them. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Let the rise of the Flame Dragon tribe commence from this very point. However, before that, they must first ascertain another path and discover where their way out lies. Only the first and second teams, led by Huang and Xian, will embark on the exploration of the exit, while the third and fourth teams remain to further clear the new territory. Wu Yu naturally follows Huang and the others, as Huang is uneasy about Wu Yu being out of his sight. Upon reaching the location of the giant insect's demise, Wu Yu instructs them to move the creature to a concealed spot. When they arrive at the entrance of the cavern, he requests them to find a large boulder to block the tunnel, which cannot be moved without the strength of at least 10 red-striped warriors. After blocking the tunnel, they continue for nearly an hour before spotting a glimmer of light. The exit is surprisingly hidden beneath a gigantic tree, catching Wu Yu and the others off guard. Just as they emerge from the gnarled roots of the tree, a gust of wind sweeps by, causing them to hurriedly retreat back into the cave. Not long after, they hear the familiar, eerie roar of the beast, which seems to resonate louder than the previous day, leaving Wu Yu's ears ringing. Thankfully, he remains conscious until the roar subsides. The enhancement of his physical constitution is quite evident, bringing him joy as he whistles. From the sound, Wu Yu deduces that they are getting closer to the ominous beast. This is undoubtedly a promising omen, a delightful surprise. With the dark winds rising, the flame dragon ascends. They should not be far from the place where the corpses lie. Chapter 22. The first invention, the drip timer. Wu, the beast's roar has ceased. Shall we venture out? Huang interrupts Wu Yu's reverie at an inopportune moment. Wu Yu hastily responds, rubbing his fingers beneath his nostrils. Everyone has been tirelessly occupied over the past 2 days, their spirits taut with tension. I think it's better to return and investigate the terrain outside the exit in a couple of days. Having discovered the exit, there is no need to rush at this moment. Moreover, apart from the tunnel excavated by the giant insect, there is no other exit. Before heading back, Wu Yu ensures they gather plenty of dry firewood outside, particularly the kind rich in resin, ideal for making torches. Ultimately, Huang and the others find several large stones to block the entrance before they return. The journey back is much swifter. Huang, impatient with the pace, begins to carry Wu Yu on his back. Wu Yu internally resists this, not merely due to his discomfort with being carried by a man, but also because Huang is smeared with the giant insect's green blood. Yet, to save time, he reluctantly acquiesces. The trek from the cave entrance to the end would take Wu Yu approximately an hour and a half at his own pace. However, the totem warriors, even while carrying him, managed to complete the journey in less than half an hour, arriving at their new home. During this time, Yi and the others have thoroughly cleared the beast bones from the waterhole. Lung has even organized all the bones by type. This prompts Wu Yu to regard him with newfound respect. Lung, Kong, Tang, and Zue, the 4 injured warriors, have been consuming a steady diet of sanchi and an ample supply of beast blood and meat over the past 2 days, enabling them to move freely and assist in clearing their new abode. Yen has also become self-sufficient, even learning to change his own bandages without Wu Yu's help. It must be said that the recovery capabilities of the totem warriors are truly astonishing. Lin has arranged all the beast meat and blood in one area, and Wu Yu estimates that it should suffice for them for another 5 or 6 days. At the center of the large stone, the bottom layer is laid with the skin of the giant python, topped with several animal hides for Wu Yu to sit upon. Sitting comfortably on the soft hides, Wu Yu feels deep gratitude for Yi and the others' kindness. With Huang and Xian flanking him, The remaining warriors form a protective circle around him. Regardless of their location, they remain vigilant about Wu Yu's safety, their sense of security having risen to a considerable height. This is not only a reflection of their respect for Wu Yu but also embodies their shared future, and more broadly, the future of the entire Flame Dragon tribe. From dawn until now, nearly 5 or 6 hours have elapsed. It must be lunchtime. Even without a sense of time, the human biological clock provides its cues. Since they have only beast meat and blood, Wu Yu indulges a little more than usual. This excess, however, brings back that fiery sensation. Thankfully, there is a nearby waterhole. Without a second thought, he leaps in, submerging himself completely before erupting back to the surface, repeating the process, which elicits soft laughter from the warriors. After about an hour, feeling somewhat alleviated, he begins to swim in the waterhole, which is only waist deep. As he swims, a thought strikes him. If it is a flowing body of water, there must be both an inlet and an outlet. Thus, he begins to search within the waterhole. He easily locates the inlet at the far end, where water seeps from the ceiling and walls of the cave, likely originating from the lake in the forest above. The outlet, however, is blocked by a stone beneath a large boulder, and despite several attempts, he finds he cannot move it. Had he not followed the direction of the water flow, he would never have discovered the hidden intricacies. Therefore, he enlists Huang's help, conveniently allowing him to wash up as well. Huang effortlessly lifts the stone, revealing a hole just large enough for Wu Yu to squeeze through. When the stone is moved, no surge of water rushes in. Just as Wu Yu begins to poke his head inside, Huang pulls him back. Emerging from the water, Wu Yu gazes at him in confusion. Let someone else go in. I fear there may be dangers inside, Huang explains. Wu Yu rolls his eyes at him, remaining silent as he dives back under. Huang, witnessing this, surfaces with a sheepish expression. This hole seems tailor-made for Wu Yu. Among the 22, only his slight frame could fit through. Nevertheless, Huang remains adamant about not letting him proceed. Wu Yu understands that Huang means well, so he refrains from further argument, smiling as he climbs onto the large stone. After all, he will likely be in this cave for some time, and there is no need to rush. Time is on their side. Moreover, could very well be just a drainage hole, nothing more. Seeing Wu Yu on the shore, Huang returns the stone to its original position, blocking the entrance, and then begins to wash himself in the waterhole. Wu Yu, feeling the heat radiating from his body and unable to enter a meditative state, lies back on the animal hides, his eyes wide open as he gazes around. The fluorite lamp was propped up by several beast bones, casting a dim, grayish light throughout the stone cavern, yet still allowing for a clear view of the surroundings. When his gaze fell upon the heap of beast bones, a sudden thought struck him. He wished to create a time-measuring device. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and made his way towards the pile of bones. Huang, having finally settled down and prepared to take out a beast crystal for cultivation, was compelled to abandon his intentions upon seeing Wu's determined stride towards the bones, and followed suit. Wu was known for his adventurous spirit and penchant for whimsical ideas. Surely, he had concocted yet another novel notion? Ignoring Huang, Wu rummaged through the heap of formidable bones for a while, ultimately retrieving a bone that stood nearly shoulder-high to him. This bone was closed at one end and hollow at the other. He inspected it closely, even holding it up to the fluorite lamp to examine the hollow section. Feeling quite satisfied, he then handed the bone to Huang, instructing him to drill a small hole in the center of the closed end with his jagged tooth knife. Huang did not question the request. He accepted the bone and set to work, drilling at the base as directed by Wu, who watched intently and offered occasional guidance. Huang's jagged knife, with its finely pointed tip, made swift work of boring through the beast bone. Before long, he had successfully drilled through the bottom as Wu had instructed. Wu took the bone, inspected the hole Huang had made, found it acceptable, and filled the hollow section with water from a bone cup taken from the nearby pool, handing it to Huang. He then crouched down, placing his hand beneath the bone, quietly observing the bottom as he awaited the water to drip through the tiny opening. With a soft plop, the first droplet fell. Wu quickly began to count in his mind, and when he reached 3, the second droplet descended. He continued this process, meticulously calculating the intervals between each pair of falling droplets until the water in the bone had completely dripped away. Rising to his feet, Wu wore a beaming expression. He had unexpectedly succeeded in inventing a water clock on his first attempt in this world. Based on years of experience, he knew that counting 3 beats roughly equated to 1 second with minimal error. Thus, each droplet signified the passage of 1 second. Wu possessed a certain understanding of water clocks, as they often relied on primitive timekeeping methods during missions in the wild, which had prompted him to research the subject. Legend has it that a sage named Jishur, a minister of the Yellow Emperor, observed the rhythmic dripping of water in a cave and devised a container with a small hole at the bottom to study the pattern of the drips. Eventually, he determined that 3 drops equated to 1 second, 180 drops to 1 minute, and 10,800 drops to 1 hour, thus establishing the foundation for precise measurements of seconds, minutes, and hours. Wu's principle for his water clock bore a striking resemblance to that of the sage, although he calculated the intervals based on each individual drop, which felt more intuitive and aligned with his personal habits. Noticing Wu's elation, Huang inquired, "Wu, what is this?" Wu, pleased and eager to share his knowledge, replied, "This is called a water clock. Starting from the first drop, each subsequent drop signifies 1 second, 60 drops constitute a minute, and 3,600 drops make an hour." Huang's expression was one of bewilderment as he gazed at Wu, struggling to comprehend the concepts of seconds, minutes, and hours, terms he had never encountered before. Yet, despite his myriad questions, he refrained from voicing them. Surely, such an invention must serve some purpose, he thought. Shen, noticing Wu animatedly explaining something to Huang, approached them. Wu then elaborated further, demonstrating the concept while filling the bone with water. It was evident that Shen's comprehension was significantly sharper than Huang's. After a single explanation, coupled with the live demonstration, he grasped the significance of Wu's invention. Internally, he was quite astonished, but then he recalled that this was Wu, and it was entirely normal for him to devise such a creation. In truth, Wu's invention of the water clock could be regarded as his patent in this world, albeit still in its infancy. Achieving precise measurements for seconds, minutes, and hours would require further refinement. Observing Shen's keen interest, Wu invited him to assist in determining the water capacity required for 1 hour. The two engaged in their task, eagerly counting droplets. As Wu noticed Huang growing impatient, he suggested they find 3 longer beast bones to create a tripod for the water clock, thus liberating Huang's hands. With an hour's worth of 3,600 drops to count, the duo found themselves in a cycle of counting, often losing track and having to start anew. This experience was reminiscent of those street games where one believes it easy to write numbers from 1 to hundreds, only to falter before reaching 100. Wu couldn't help but reflect, indeed, knowing is easy, but doing is difficult. Inventing something is truly a formidable challenge. The ancient sage had dedicated 15 years to the meticulous study before finally creating the water clock vessel. Chapter 23, Conceptual Battle Armor. Wu and Shen were completely engrossed in their task. Even as hunger gnawed at their bellies, they remained focused on counting droplets until Huang reminded them it was time to eat. With the water clock in place, Wu sat down, munching on food while silently counting the time it took for everyone to eat. Shen shared this sentiment, also counting in his mind. Finally, once the last warrior had finished, they exchanged smiles and began to converse. "Wu, I calculated that it takes about 15 minutes to eat. How about you?" It must be noted that Shen's adaptability to new concepts was commendable, as he quickly applied what he had just learned. Wu chuckled and replied, "Approximately the same. Around 15 minutes. After speaking, he stood and leapt into the water. Having consumed the flesh of a fierce beast, warmth began to radiate from his body. Shen, observing Wu's dive into the water, silently began his timing. Nearly an hour later, Wu emerged from the water. "Wu, you've been in the water for nearly an hour," Shen remarked proudly. Wu responded with an approving smile, saying, "We have now determined the water capacity for 1 hour. Next, let us create a measuring cup." "A measuring cup?" Shen inquired. Wu smiled knowingly, recognizing Shen's unfamiliarity with the term, and explained, "A measuring cup is a fixed container that can precisely hold the amount of water that drips over the course of 1 hour." With this clarification, Shen's understanding was illuminated, and he began searching through the pile of beast bones for suitable materials to craft a bone cup. After crafting a measuring cup, Wu Yu instructed him to create an additional measuring cup along with 12 vessels capable of holding 2 measuring cups of water each, 11 of which were to have a notch at their uppermost section. Subsequently, he directed Shen to fill the drip timer with 24 measuring cups of water, arranging the 12 vessels beneath it, with the one lacking an opening positioned at the bottom. He then tucked one of the measuring cups into his pocket. Thus, when the uppermost vessel filled with water, it would signify the passage of 2 hours, allowing the liquid to drip into the next vessel through the notch. When all 12 vessels brimmed, it would indicate that 24 hours had elapsed, marking the completion of a day. Naturally, if he desired greater precision, he could construct 24 vessels or even more. Henceforth, Wu Yu's drip timer was officially declared complete. Observing Wu Yu's arrangement, Shen refrained from inquiring about the rationale behind it, instead contemplating silently. Wu Yu understood that even if Shen were exceptionally intelligent, he would undoubtedly remain unaware of the 24-hour day concept, prompting Wu Yu to provide him with a brief explanation, which he extended to the entire assembly. As he gazed upon the soldiers attentively absorbing his exposition on the concept of time, a humorous anecdote came to mind. A modern individual posed a question to a primitive man. "Do you possess a brief history of time?" The primitive man replied, "What? I can hardly find enough to eat. How could I possibly have time to collect dung?" Indeed, Wu Yu's introduction of time concepts in this world could be deemed a formal promotion. Although many soldiers did not grasp the necessity of such a temporal concept, they listened intently. Wu Yu did not press them to assimilate immediately. He merely wished for them to mentally note that 3 counts equated to 1 second, 60 seconds made a minute, 60 minutes constituted an hour, and a day comprised 24 hours. Admittedly, the notion of time in Wu Yu's era may not be entirely suitable for this primitive realm. However, once an agreement is established, it can certainly become customary. If I assert that a day consists of 24 hours, then it shall be so. Just as a primitive person, unfamiliar with dogs, might point to a wolf and declare that is a dog. Following the dissemination of this understanding, Wu Yu ceased his work on the drip timer, while Xian, filled with curiosity, remained seated, propping his head on his hands, seemingly lost in thought. Wu Yu, observing Xian's expression, could not help but smile, choosing not to disturb him. Instead, he settled into his designated position, retrieving the Wu Yuan stone and entering a meditative state. The enhancement of one's prowess is indeed paramount. Upon witnessing Wu Yu commence his cultivation, the soldiers instinctively fell silent, returning to their respective places to meditate, practice, or recline in restful slumber. Instantly, the cavern was enveloped in tranquility, save for the rhythmic sound of dripping water. Grasping the Wu Yuan stone, Wu Yu soon entered a state of ethereal clarity. The soldiers were astonished to see the stone in his hand illuminate intermittently. Upon emerging from his meditative state, Wu Yu felt an intense hunger and, glancing toward Xian, who remained by the drip timer, inquired, "How long have I been cultivating?" Xian, fixated on the drip, replied without turning his head, "Wu, you have cultivated for precisely 24 hours, nearly an entire day." "Ah, so much time has passed. No wonder my stomach feels hollow." Wu Yu mused before heading straight to the area where the ferocious beast meat was stored to eat. Just as he was about to swallow the first bite of meat, Xian turned to him and asked, "Wu, wouldn't it be wonderful if the strip timer could emit a sound every hour or every 2 hours?" Xian's question caused the morsel of beast meat to momentarily lodge in Wu Yu's throat, forcing him to swallow with difficulty. He couldn't help but admire Xian's imaginative thinking. It was a notion he had initially overlooked. Wu Yu realized he could address Xian's inquiry. Thus, he replied, "Xian, that can indeed be accomplished. Simply place an object at the notch of the cup. As the water fills, the object will be dislodged due to the pressure. Below, you can place something that produces sound, and it will suffice." Wu Yu suddenly realized he had inadvertently let slip the term suffice and quickly corrected himself. "Oh, it will work." Xian, oblivious to Wu Yu's use of suffice, remained entirely focused on the drip timer, automatically filtering out any discrepancies. Encouraged by Wu Yu's suggestion, Xian eagerly set off to experiment. Wu Yu held great appreciation for Xian's keen and eager disposition. After finishing his meal, he swiftly dove into the water pool. When Wu Yu emerged, he found Xian still diligently experimenting, truly a diligent learner. This prompted Wu Yu to reflect once more. Barely a minute after returning to his position, he suddenly sprang up and asked Huang, what about those giant insect scales?" Before Huang could respond, a soldier named Feng approached, carrying a bundle. "Wu, here are the scales you requested." After speaking, he seated himself nearby and assisted in unwrapping the package, curious to see what Wu intended to do with them. Wu Yu glanced at him and smiled. He was in need of a model. He picked up a scale and positioned it over Feng's chest, measuring its fit against his abdomen as well. Not too big, not too small, just right." "Wu, what are you planning to do?" Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued. "I intend to stitch the scale onto your chest," Wu Yu teased. Will it hurt to have it stitched there?" Feng recalled Wu Yu's previous assistance in suturing wounds. "Not at all. It won't hurt a bit," Wu Yu replied earnestly. "But what purpose does stitching it to my chest serve?" Feng pressed further. Wu Yu chose not to respond, instead instructing him to hold the scale in place on his chest, then drew forth a tooth knife and thrust it forcefully against the scale. Though Feng's face was one of shock, he made no attempt to evade the action. Huang, who had been beside Wu Yu, was equally perplexed, yet he refrained from intervening, trusting that Wu Yu was not in any danger. The tooth knife struck the scale but was halted by its robust surface. Wu Yu then executed a horizontal slash, leaving no mark on the scale. He turned to Feng and said, "Now do you understand its purpose?" Feng nodded. "Wu, Are you attempting to bond the scale to me so that I become like a giant insect? He then added, Wu, please proceed. It seemed he did not fully comprehend. Yet the gist was close enough. Indeed, Wu Yu intended to use these scales to craft armor for the soldiers. Huang, having grasped the concept, grew intrigued and picked up a scale himself, measuring it against his chest before placing it on the ground and forcefully stabbing it with his own blade. Remarkably, it did not penetrate completely. The giant insect scales proved to be effective even against the fierce blade. This revelation caused Huang's eyes to brighten, and a radiant smile spread across his face, sweeter than drinking the blood of a ferocious beast. Although Huang had come to appreciate the remarkable utility of the scaled armor, he was equally curious about how Wu would manage to stitch these scales onto Feng's body. After hearing Feng's response, Wu Yu couldn't help but chuckle knowingly, placing the scales on the ground and instructing Huang to drill holes around the edges with the jagged tooth knife. He then produced a piece of hide from beneath him, measured it against Feng's form, and guided Huang in its cutting. Before long, a rudimentary leather jerkin was born. Subsequently, he directed Huang to bind the drilled scales onto the jerkin using strips of the cut hide, securing pieces on the front, back, sides, and bottom. Thus, the simplified version of the battle armor was completed. To be precise, it should be referred to as a breastplate, and it remained a conceptual product. Strangely enough, when donned by Feng, it appeared quite impressive. Wu Yu even urged Feng to stand, while he himself experimented with the knife a few times. It was perfect. The openings on the back, chest, abdomen, and sides provided effective defense, and since the scales were stitched on the inside, they were invisible from the outside, serving to paralyze the enemy. At this point, Feng fully understood, allowing Wu Yu to strike him with the knife without hesitation. After the experimentation, Wu Yu gathered everyone together to explain the benefits of the battle armor, sharing the methods of its creation and design philosophy, extending the discussion to include helmets, leg guards, and gauntlets, collectively dubbing the ensemble as battle armor. Upon hearing this, Xian immediately became intrigued by the battle armor, sitting down with a bundle of scales to study them at the drip timer station. Not just him, but all the totem warriors grew interested, eagerly crafting their own battle armor. It seemed I have a knack for salesmanship, Wu Yu thought, watching everyone engrossed in their work, and he felt a great sense of joy. Chapter 24, Chief Leatherworker. Fortunately, when they had vanquished the pursuing soldiers, they had collected over 40 pieces of leather skirts, all of which were now put to good use. Although referred to as skirts, they were essentially whole pieces of animal hide wrapped around the waist, with one end tucked inside, akin to a bathing towel. In less than an hour, a problem emerged. The consumption of animal hides was tremendous. Each person used nearly half a piece. Some undoubtedly required more than one. At this rate, in less than 2 hours, the hides would be completely exhausted. As soon as Wu Yu identified this issue, he promptly called for a halt. The warriors, engrossed in their fervor, were taken aback by Wu's command, looking at him with puzzled expressions. Naturally, he could not dampen their enthusiasm. This problem was easily solvable, he thought. So, he first presented a smile he deemed approachable and then said, I merely wished to see how my brothers were progressing. Now, let us select the best among your creations. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the warriors' bewildered expressions transformed into joy, eagerly claiming that their work was the finest. Those who had completed their pieces donned them, bouncing around and even dancing to showcase their prowess. However, mere declarations of excellence were insufficient. To ensure fairness, equity, and transparency, Wu Yu had everyone sit in 2 rows, one warrior after another, wearing their crafted breastplates as they walked down the center for display, while the others scored and commented on their creations. It bore a resemblance to a fashion show, albeit a wild one. Huang watched Wu Yu's antics with keen interest. Ultimately, after a unanimous vote, Lung's breastplate was deemed the best. Whether in stitching or cutting, it was meticulously crafted, a true masterpiece of handmade work, leaving even Wu Yu feeling inadequate. Was this the end of the selection? Not at all. Wu Yu rewarded him with a beast crystal. He then announced a significant decision. Henceforth, all battle armor production would be entrusted to Lung. Elated at receiving the crystal, Lung joyfully exclaimed his willingness. Isn't it just making battle armor? Quite simple. The other warriors were equally pleased, eagerly handing their completed armor back to Lung for him to remake. Compared to Lung's expertly crafted breastplates, their own creations resembled mere xiongzhao rather than proper armor. To facilitate Lung's production of superior battle armor, Wu Yu introduced a fundamental conceptual measuring tool, the bone ruler. Wu Yu explained the origins of measurement, detailing how it begins with a flicker, and to understand that flicker, one must consider the silkworm's thread, where 10 flickers equal 1 thread, 10 threads equal 1 fine hair, 10 fine hairs equal 1 tuft, 10 tufts equal 1 point, 10 points equal 1 inch, 10 inches equal 1 foot, and so forth. Of course, he had no silkworm silk available, and even if he did, it wouldn't be surprising if the silkworms in this world produced threads as thick as a finger. Lacking a reference object was not a problem. He had his methods. He first had Lung procure a relatively straight piece of animal bone, whereupon he spread his fingers against it, marking the distance between his thumb and index finger, approximately 16 centimeters on both ends, and then evenly subdivided it. Since this was a conceptual tool, he would not fixate on precision. His aim was merely to inspire and standardize measurement units. Moreover, Wu Yu provided Lung with a diamond and instructed him on how to craft bone needles, along with a bone stick he had already fashioned to the size of his pinky finger, which he handed over for further refinement. Subsequently, he shared various measurements, explaining that 1 step equals 1.7 meters, 1 mile equals 500 meters, approximately 300 steps, 1 kilometer equals 1,000 meters, approximately 600 steps, and he covered square meters, square kilometers, and other measurement units in detail. As for how much they could absorb, he was indifferent. The warriors displayed no significant astonishment at Wu Yu's new measurement units, such as meters, miles, and square meters, finding it quite normal for him to conceive these ideas. They simply needed to remember them for practical use. Lung, however, was different. Armed with these measurement units and the bone ruler, it became much easier for him to take measurements on the hides, allowing for more precise openings. Wu Yu also personally taught him how to create a leather measuring tape for measuring chest and waist sizes, which delighted Lung once again. His tireless efforts to impart this knowledge to Lung had a selfish motive. He wanted Lung to craft him a pair of leather underpants. Without undergarments, he felt somewhat unsteady and found it inconvenient to sit on the ground. Naturally, he explained the making process to Lung, illustrating it with his knife on a stone. Given the conditions, Wu Yu's design for the underpants was rather simplistic. Once cut, all that was needed was to sew the crotch together, and after wearing it, one side could be tied with a strap, resulting in a pair of underpants. Adjustable, convenient, durable, and breathable. After receiving the task, Lung took measurements with the leather tape and began work, but first, he had to quickly finish crafting the bone needle. From this moment forth, Lung has become the inaugural leatherworker of the Flame Dragon tribe, to be precise, the chief leatherworker. Wu Yu imparted this knowledge to everyone without any psychological burden. Given the opportunity, he would even aspire to construct airplanes and cannons. After all, I am a shaman, and my tribe is under my authority. As long as an agreement is established, it will undoubtedly be fulfilled. Huang sat beside Wu Yu, hesitating to speak several times, his thoughts caught in a whirlwind. The information Wu Yu had conveyed throughout the day left Huang momentarily perplexed. However, upon recalling that Wu is the embodiment of their ancestors, clarity dawned upon him. Yet, one thought eluded him. If the ancestors were aware of such knowledge, why had it not been passed down? Noticing his contemplation, Wu Yu turned to him and inquired, Huang, are you familiar with the leatherworking techniques of our Flame Dragon tribe? His predecessor, Yu, had been rather reclusive, utterly oblivious to the tribe's leatherworking methods. Huang responded, Shaman, I possess some knowledge of the tribe's leatherworking techniques, but not comprehensively. Why is that? Wu Yu asked, puzzled. Leatherworking entails numerous steps. I am only acquainted with the final stage. The entirety of that stage is performed by totem warriors. The initial steps are executed by the elders and women, and I am unaware of their processes. Moreover, the shaman and the chief do not permit us to learn, as each task is compartmentalized. Huang replied with a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu grasped the situation. This assembly line production model was devised to safeguard their proprietary techniques, preventing the tribe's leatherworking knowledge from disseminating. A portion of the women would be utilized for exchanges with other tribes, and the techniques they wielded were likely not core knowledge. Even if shared, it posed little threat. The essential techniques should be reserved for the totem warriors. Do you know how to execute the final step you mentioned? Wu Yu inquired. Wu Yu himself had limited understanding of leatherworking techniques. He sought to deduce the preceding processes through the core final step. The final step occurs in a cave that prohibits entry to women, children, and the elderly, guarded by totem warriors at the entrance. Inside, there are 10 stone pits filled with water. This water is quite unique, specially concocted by the shaman. The leather is fully submerged within. On the first day, it must be continuously stirred, and thereafter, stirred once a day for approximately 30 minutes, remaining immersed for 7 days. Once removed, a slick substance is applied to the surface, then dried. Finally, it is evenly coated with the same water, wrapped, and placed under a stone to be pressed overnight. Ultimately, it is taken out, stretched tight, and softened with the back of a knife. Thus, the animal hide is considered complete, Huang elucidated. Wu Yu was taken aback by the complexity of the final step, realizing the arduous nature of such craftsmanship. Naturally, to maintain the shaman's imposing image, he appeared quite serious. Do you have any idea what is contained within that water? Wu Yu asked, his hopes not particularly high. Since Huang mentioned it was specially formulated by the shaman, he likely had no knowledge of its contents. The water bubbles, is dark in color, and quite thick. If it touches your skin, it feels warm, and it has a somewhat sour taste and it also has a hint of saltiness. That's all I know, Huang recounted, straining to remember everything he could share with Wu Yu. A bit sour, salty, and bubbling, what could it be? Sulfuric acid? That seemed unlikely. The only certainty was the presence of salt. If only he had known he would traverse to this realm, he would have acquired more knowledge in this domain. It was quite perplexing. Only after reclaiming lost territory would he discover what lay within those 10 stone pits. After listening, Wu Yu began to engage in introspection, repeatedly questioning himself in his mind, lost in thought. With this notion in mind, he naturally ceased to ponder the earlier processes. Once they reclaimed the elders, women, and children, everything would become clearer. To preserve his own image, Wu Yu deftly changed the subject, asking Huang, how do you feel about the energy you've absorbed from the beast crystal over these past few days? Have you experienced any enhancement? Shaman, utilizing beast crystals to enhance strength is exhilarating. I can feel my power has significantly increased, Huang replied, his face lighting up at the question. Indeed, enhancing strength is the path to success. Let us continue our cultivation. After uttering this statement, Wu Yu fell silent, extracting the shaman crystal to enter a state of cultivation. Huang scratched his head, sensing something amiss, yet could not pinpoint the source of his unease. He then retrieved a beast crystal, crossing his hands over the totem markings, also entering a state of cultivation. The others, aside from Lung, who remained engrossed in polishing bone needles under the glow of the luminous stone, ceased their conversations, either resting or cultivating. Chapter 25. Omnipotent. Upon emerging from his cultivation, Wu Yu's face radiated excitement as he glanced at the shaman crystal in his hand, which seemed to have shrunk in size. His joy stemmed from the fact that after 2 consecutive days of absorbing the energy from the shaman crystal, a luminous point, akin to a grain of rice, had formed in his mind, resembling a seed and shining brilliantly. Witnessing such an effect naturally brought him elation. Just then, he heard a loud splash, the sound of something falling into the water. Haha! Success! Someone exclaimed excitedly. He quickly turned towards the source of the voice, which came from the timekeeping device. Xian stood there, beaming with excitement, arms flailing in jubilation. Wu Yu approached, observing the timekeeping device, where at the bottom of the stacked bone vessels, a large bone bucket filled with water awaited. The lowest openings of the stacked bone vessels contained a bone sphere crafted from beast bones. Realizing this, Wu Yu understood that Xian had ingeniously devised the timing mechanism. Every 2 hours, the bone sphere would drop into the water below, producing a sound. It seemed that Xian indeed possessed the potential to become a scientist, Wu Yu mused internally. He also glanced at the timekeeping device. His latest cultivation session had lasted about 7 or 8 hours. It was likely dawn at this moment. At that time, Leng approached with something in hand, stating, Shaman, as per your request, I have crafted the undergarments you desired. Additionally, here is the diamond you wanted returned. Wu Yu accepted the items and, intrigued, examined the undergarments for a moment before trying them on. After donning them, he squatted down, feeling neither constricted nor tight. The straps were crafted from thin strips of beast hide. Lung's method seemed inspired by his previous experience stitching up wounds, as he had drilled a series of aligned holes on both sides, akin to lacing shoes, allowing them to be tightened securely. Soft and well-fitted. Absolutely perfect. Aha. I no longer need to worry about discomfort when sitting. Wu Yu chuckled to himself, giving Leng a thumbs up and showering him with praise, sparing no words of admiration. Receiving such commendation, Lung's face flushed crimson, his demeanor becoming quite bashful. In the tribe, it had been rare, if not impossible, to earn the shaman's praise. Throughout the year, the encounters of warriors such as them, marked by their crimson stripes, with the shaman would certainly not exceed the count of fingers on one hand. Xian halted his frolicking, chuckling as he approached, observing Wu Yu clad in such attire. After scrutinizing for a moment, he turned his gaze towards Lung. Lung, however, paid him no heed, instead turning away to attend to his own tasks. How does it feel to wear this, underwear? Xian could not restrain his curiosity. Wu Yu smiled in response, saying, it is quite comfortable. Only those who wear it would truly know. He then cast his eyes upon Lung's retreating figure. To his astonishment, he discovered that Lung had fashioned a pair for himself as well. It seemed that within a day, this garment would become widespread. However, the supply of leather was insufficient, presenting a genuine dilemma. Wu Yu pondered that unprocessed animal hides would not possess such softness. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, internally chiding himself. How foolish of me to be so clever all my life yet momentarily dim-witted. Nitrification. Certainly the solution Wu concocted contained nitrates. Wu Yu knew well what nitrates were. They were essential in the creation of gunpowder. It appeared that near the Flame Dragon tribe, there must be deposits of such mineral. Of course, it was also possible that other substances were involved, as leather processing did not solely rely on nitrates. Contemplating this, Wu Yu turned to Xian, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression, and inquired, Xian, are you aware if there are any stones in our original Flame Dragon territory that can burn and produce smoke? Indeed there are, Xian replied. They can be found in the cave where we process animal hides. Wu Yu noticed the surprise on Xian's face. He sensed that the question was somewhat unexpected. I see. Wu Yu mused. It seemed that the Flame Dragon tribe had discovered the properties of nitrates, or perhaps by mere coincidence. The animal hides were soaked in a pit containing nitrates, leading to the discovery of their utility in leather processing. It must be so. It explained how they had devised such a complex technique. It seemed that all inventions and creations bore a hint of serendipity. Wu Yu couldn't help but reflect on this and casually asked, do you know how animal hides are made so soft and durable? He did not expect Xian to provide an answer, merely posing the question out of curiosity. Of course I do, Xian responded, his face beaming with pride. Leaning closer to Wu Yu's ear, he lowered his voice and explained. First, the stripped animal hide is soaked in water for a day, allowing it to regain the softness it had when removed. Then, the flesh is scraped off with a bone knife, and the hide is repeatedly rubbed with a wooden stick until it is no longer sticky and odorless. Finally, it is placed in a cave for several days, coated with a layer of substance, dried, sprinkled with water, pressed for a day, and scraped again to achieve softness. A true talent. This was indeed a case of finding treasure effortlessly after a long search. This lad was undoubtedly a person of great potential. Wu Yu silently marveled at this revelation. He then softly leaned in to ask, how did you come to know all this? Upon hearing Wu Yu's question, Xian's face turned pale, stammering without uttering a word. Wu Yu realized he had misunderstood and promptly patted Xian's shoulder, reassuring him, fear not. The Flame Dragon tribe should be grateful to you. Without you, our leather processing techniques might have been lost. Hearing this, Xian let out a long breath, feeling unexpectedly flattered. He had learned these techniques through various means, purely out of curiosity and interest. Wu, we happen to have a wolf skin and a giant python skin. Should we give it a try? Xian tentatively suggested. Trying it out sounds good. There will be many more uses for animal hides in the future. I leave this task to you, Wu Yu replied with a smile. Oh, and by the way, gather some people to search this cave thoroughly for nitrate stones, similar to those found in our Flame Dragon leather processing cave. Upon noticing the two engaged in conversation for quite some time, Huang approached them. Wu Yu, upon hearing footsteps and recognizing Huang, explained the leather processing technique to him. Huang was elated to hear this and playfully punched Xian in the chest, exclaiming, you clever lad. His joy was evident. Xian, clutching his chest, made an exaggerated expression towards Huang, lighting several prepared torches before setting off to fulfill his task. He first soaked the wolf skin in water, glancing at the drip timer, then called upon the second team to begin searching for nitrate stones within the cave. Wu Yu, after consuming some beast meat, also submerged himself in the water. This time, he emerged after merely half an hour, indicating that his resistance to the heat generated by the beast meat was gradually improving, which brought him a sense of joy. A reduction in time signified an enhancement in physical condition. Sitting in his spot, he addressed Huang, Huang, among us who possesses the best grinding skills. While soaking in the water, he had contemplated a notion. With leatherworkers in place, a craftsman was also necessary. He wished to create some tools. Given his current physical condition, grinding the bones of fierce beasts was still quite laborious. Huang pondered briefly before responding, the one with the best grinding skills is likely Gongyu. Upon finishing his sentence, he beckoned to a warrior, calling, Gongyu, come here. Gongyu, who had been trying on the breastplate crafted by Lung, immediately dashed over, asking Huang, is there something you need? Wu is looking for you, Huang replied, glancing at the breastplate he wore. Upon hearing that Wu was seeking him, Gongyu felt a bit flustered. Despite sharing meals, sleeping, and breathing the same air with Wu Yu in recent days, he had never truly conversed with him one-on-one. Don't be nervous. Take a seat, Wu Yu noted Gong Yu's unease. Once Gong Yu settled down, Wu Yu continued, I heard your grinding skills are excellent. I have 2 items I would like to see if you can craft. Upon hearing this, Gong Yu visibly relaxed, nodding in agreement and focusing on his feet. It was worth noting that these tribal warriors, towering at least 1.8 meters, were surprisingly bashful. Wu Yu then shifted to another spot and began sketching on a stone with a diamond. He spoke as he drew, and only after Gong Yu fully comprehended did he return to his original position, handing over the diamond as well, stating, this tool is excellent for crafting. In modern times, diamonds are valuable, but in this primitive era, they were worth less than a piece of beast meat. Beauty without utility is ultimately futile. Diamonds are essentially highly dense carbon crystals. Simply put, transparent carbon that emits light. They are fire-sensitive and possess considerable brittleness, easily shattering upon impact. Nevertheless, as the hardest natural mineral, they are ideal for grinding purposes. In this primitive age, this might indeed be their most appropriate application. Wu Yu illustrated for Gong Yu a saw and a pair of scissors. Observing Lang's cumbersome method of cutting animal hides, he thought to have Gong Yu grind a pair of scissors. The saw was intended for Gong Yu to use in cutting through beast bones. In a short while, Gong Yu fashioned a bone saw from wolf bone. This bone saw, of course, could only be utilized to cut materials of lesser hardness. Wu Yu held the item in his hand and examined it. Indeed, the craftsmanship was exceptional. Huang took it from him and scrutinized it repeatedly. Sensing Huang's curiosity, Wu Yu instructed Gong Yu to bring a fierce beast bone, allowing Huang to exert force upon it back and forth. In just a few moments, the bone was effortlessly severed. At this point, Huang began to feel a sense of unease. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly simple tool could cut through materials with such speed and precision. Wu, you truly are remarkable. The simplicity of the saw belied its effectiveness, which lay in its triangular teeth that significantly reduced friction during use. Salutations to Master Liu Ban. Wu Yu mused silently as he gazed at the severed beast bone. Chapter 26. Astonishing Discovery, the Unicorn Black Rhino. Just then, Wu Yu felt the earth tremble beneath him, soon followed by a peculiar roar of a beast. The sound was faint, seemingly distant. He knew it was due to their presence in the cave. Without a doubt, there was a black wind raging outside. The beast's roar triggered a thought in Wu Yu, prompting him to suggest to Huang, let us investigate the terrain outside. The pretext of surveying the terrain was merely a guise. The true intention was to locate the potentially fallen ferocious beast. Huang nodded in agreement, feeling that a terrain assessment was indeed warranted. He then called for Yi and Lin, requesting Cold to bring him 4 crafted breastplates for added safety. When Huang donned the breastplate, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Compared to the conceptual breastplate originally made for Feng, this one had elevated in quality by numerous degrees. Cold's current breastplate featured a layered design, sewn from beast hide with scales intricately stitched within, offering both comfort and aesthetic appeal. Furthermore, Wu Yu's breastplate, which he had crafted well in advance, differed from the others. It was a seamless, form-fitting design with openings under the arms, reminiscent of modern ballistic vests. This design philosophy likely drew inspiration from the undergarment Wu Yu had sketched for him. Wu Yu was pleasantly surprised, realizing that Cold possessed the potential to become a master craftsman in leatherwork. With torches in hand, they ventured forth. Upon reaching a certain distance, they encountered Xian and his companions, who were meticulously searching for saltpeter. Upon seeing Wu Yu's group, they inquired about their purpose. Huang replied that they were surveying the terrain, to which Xian expressed his desire to accompany them. Huang did not respond directly but glanced at Wu Yu, who nodded in agreement, permitting only him to join, while the others remained in the cave to continue their search for saltpeter. Xian, lacking a breastplate, was instructed by Wu Yu to return and retrieve one, as wearing it would provide an extra layer of security. By the time Xian caught up with them, they had already traversed a considerable distance. Just as the 5 reached the cave entrance, the beast's roar ceased, perfectly timed. However, they lingered at the cave mouth for nearly half an hour before finally emerging. As the entrance was choked with massive, intertwined roots that dipped below the surface, necessitating a crawl to exit. The polished roots bore witness to the frequent comings and goings of the subterranean giant worms, indicating that the likelihood of encountering ferocious beasts within a certain radius of the entrance was relatively low, which brought a sense of relief to Huang and the others. As they ventured deeper into the Black Wind Forest, the level of ferocity of the beasts they encountered would undoubtedly escalate. Upon emerging from the cave, the 5 meticulously observed their surroundings. The last time they had exited, they had barely glimpsed their surroundings before the black wind had arisen. The exit was situated in a depression, surrounded by colossal trees growing tightly together, with several fallen giants scattered about, their demise possibly due to the winds or some other force. Among these fallen trees lay several that obstructed the entrance, further enhancing its concealment. Standing amidst the fallen giants, Wu Yu felt as diminutive as an ant. Once he stepped outside the confines of the fallen trees, he raised his gaze and examined the growth patterns of the surrounding flora to ascertain their direction. In this world, where 9 suns and 2 moons existed, the navigational knowledge from his past life proved inadequate. He determined direction based on the daily occurrence of black winds in the forest, noting that plants naturally grew in alignment with the prevailing breezes. Moreover, the direction sheltered from the wind exhibited less of the black dust. The direction from which the black wind blew was also where the beast's roars emanated. Huang and his companions formed a protective circle around Wu Yu, ever vigilant after their previous encounter with the red wolf spider. Not far along their path, they discovered a cluster of stones, amidst which grew a significant number of 3-7 herbs, at least a dozen specimens. From a distance, it appeared as though someone had constructed a stone wall specifically to cultivate them. Evidently, this region provided a suitable environment for the growth of 3-7. As they approached, just as Yi was about to enter the stone cluster to harvest the 3-7, Wu Yu gestured for him to halt. He had discerned that these herbs were indeed cultivated by human hands. However, the soil suggested that it had not been disturbed for many years, covered by a thick layer of decaying leaves. Undeniably, the stones formed a human-made enclosure, with a lush layer of green moss growing atop them, indicating that the stone barrier had withstood the test of time. Huang and Xian also recognized the anomaly, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Could it be that someone once inhabited this black wind forest? Wu Yu, gazing at the stone enclosure, remained silent for a considerable time. He too was struck by the revelation. The black wind forest was indeed shrouded in mystery. Who could have lived here and possessed knowledge of the wondrous properties of 3-7? Was there perhaps a pioneer of herbalism in this world? Or was it merely a coincidence? Anything was possible. Once he was certain there was no danger, he instructed Yi to excavate the 3-7, leaving one behind for cultivation. The group continued onward, marking their path by carving symbols into the trees they passed. After approximately another hour, having covered about 16 or 17 miles, they came to a halt. It was not due to a lack of desire to proceed, but rather because Xian, while marking the trees, had discovered a hollow within a massive tree, surrounded by plants bearing signs of having been broken. He seized a vine and climbed up to inspect the hollow, carefully examining the entrance before venturing inside. The hollow was just large enough for a person to sit curled within, and it was evident that some creature had previously occupied it, as several gnawed bones lay scattered inside, likely from the last couple of days. Based on various clues, he concluded that a human had once taken refuge there. He relayed his findings and theories to Wu Yu and the others. If a human had indeed dwelled here, it could only be Gyuri without question. Yet, he had not anticipated that Gyuri would move so swiftly or dare to venture alone into such a place. His courage and audacity were commendable. Indeed, the heart that seeks my demise is relentless, Wu Yu muttered to himself before addressing Huang. Let us conclude our endeavors for today. We shall explore another direction to ascertain if there are any additional discoveries. Huang had no objections. He secretly wished for Wu Yu to refrain from advancing further. The traces of the solitary Fang discovered in this locale suggested that it was surely lurking ahead or perhaps concealed within a nearby hollow tree, poised to pounce. They did not retrace their steps but instead navigated along the periphery, marking their path as they proceeded. After wandering for about an hour, they stumbled upon a small stream, where the bubbling spring sang a melodious tune, its surface adorned with drifting leaves. Beside a tranquil pool, a profusion of lush water celery and wildflowers thrived. Overhead, numerous sturdy vines hung, nearly shrouding the entire pool and partially concealing a dark gray stone. A few squirrels stood atop the stone, quenching their thirst. Upon hearing their approach, they glanced back, chattered a few sharp notes, flicked their tails, and darted onto a descending vine, vanishing into the trees in an instant. Perched upon the dark gray stone was a red-billed bird, which Wu Yu felt he had encountered before. It was pecking at something on the stone, and upon noticing Wu Yu and his companion, it screeched a few times before taking flight. Seeing this patch of water celery, Xian could not contain his excitement and let out a jubilant shout. Ever since savoring the water celery paired with roasted fish, he had developed a fondness for it. He hurried towards the cluster of water celery, and just as he bent down to pluck some, a sudden splash echoed through the air. The ebony stone in the center of the pool rose abruptly, emitting a grunt, and charged toward him with a velocity that was nothing short of alarming. "Dodge!" Wu Yu shouted, realizing in that moment what kind of creature the red-billed bird was. Xian sensed something was amiss as the water splashed, but it was too late. Just as he straightened up and turned to face the water, he saw a shadow lunging towards him. With no time to evade, he instinctively raised his hands in defense, helplessly witnessing the massive black figure collide with him. Ah! Xian cried out in despair. It's a black unicorn rhinoceros, a formidable beast. Protect Wu. After shouting this, he drew his dagger and charged at the colossal beast. Simultaneously, as Xian rushed forward, Wu caught sight of the rhinoceros. Its massive head, grotesque appearance, and a thick hide resembling armor. A gigantic horn protruded from its snout, and its small red eyes glimmered ominously. Standing at least 2 meters tall and nearly 5 meters in length, it possessed stout limbs and was frothing at the mouth. Wu Yu knew that the African black rhinoceros could reach speeds close to 50 kilometers per hour over short distances. In this primal world, its speed would be even greater, and the force of its charge could easily amount to several thousand pounds. Xian, having been struck, was likely in grave peril. After being rammed by the black unicorn rhinoceros, Xian was sent flying like a projectile, landing amidst a tangle of massive vines, motionless and unresponsive. The rhinoceros, seeing its prey unscathed and not impaled on its horn, released another grunt, exhaling a cloud of white vapor, and, raising its tail, prepared to charge at Xian once more. At this moment, Huang leaped onto the back of the black unicorn rhinoceros. Just as he was about to advance toward its head, the creature suddenly knelt, rolling over onto the ground. Remarkably, it was not as dull-witted as it appeared. It knew how to dislodge an adversary from its back. As the rhinoceros fell, Huang plunged his dagger into its back with all his might. In Chapter 27, Perils Abound, Huang's dagger indeed penetrated the rhinoceros's hide, but only by a mere inch, as it could not advance further. He was left with no choice but to swiftly withdraw the blade and execute a somersault to evade the beast. The black unicorn rhinoceros, appearing cumbersome, was surprisingly agile. After rolling, it quickly regained its footing and, with lightning speed, adjusted its trajectory to target Huang, charging at him with its horn. "Come on!" Huang roared, not flinching, gripping his dagger in one hand and extending the other forward to meet the oncoming beast. The thrill of combat surged within Wu Yu as he witnessed the rhinoceros bear down upon Huang, his fists clenching in silent resolve, yearning to take the place of Huang and engage the beast himself. Just as the rhinoceros's horn, more than a meter long, was about to strike Huang's abdomen, Huang seized the horn, leapt, and planted his feet firmly atop the rhinoceros's head. In a flash, he thrust his dagger toward the creature's forehead. However, the rhinoceros, realizing it had failed to land a blow, executed a surprising maneuver, kneeling and rolling over with astonishing speed, its horn aimed downward. Huang's dagger was poised to strike but had to be abandoned as he pushed off the rhinoceros's head to escape. Unexpectedly, as the rhinoceros fell, it sprang back to its feet, aiming its horn at Huang, who was now airborne. "Quick, dodge!" Wu Yu cried out in alarm, understanding that although the rhinoceros appeared clumsy, its keen senses compensated for its poor eyesight. Even without Wu Yu's warning, Huang felt the impending danger, yet he was too exhausted to evade, helplessly watching as the horn approached his descending body. With a resounding thud, Huang was struck and sent hurtling through the air, crashing against a colossal tree by the stream's edge. Seeing Huang flung away, Yi and Lin wasted no time. Each grasped Wu Yu's arm and shouted for him to hold onto the sturdy vines, launching him toward the vines hanging over the pool. They drew their daggers and charged toward the black unicorn rhinoceros. Their actions were inspired by Wu Yu's earlier encounter with the red wolf spider, a desperate cry that they had adapted for their current predicament. Their strategy was simple. Even if Wu Yu failed to grasp the vines, he would likely land in the water, which should pose no significant threat. Though Wu Yu's body was frail, his awareness from his previous life remained intact. Hearing their urgent calls, he managed to catch hold of a sturdy vine as he was tossed, wrapping his legs around it to suspend himself above the water. Once secured, he turned to the duo and shouted, "The folds in its skin and its rear are vulnerable points. Strike there." At that moment, the black unicorn rhinoceros was intent on pursuing Huang, but upon sensing Yi and Lin's approach, it swiftly redirected its charge toward them. First save Huang. Split up and distract it. Wu Yu, suspended among the vines, assumed the role of commander from his elevated position. In a moment of urgency, he shouted out gaming terminology. He quickly added, "Lead it away, do not engage it directly." Without hesitation, Yi and Lin turned and fled in opposite directions, while the rhinoceros, adhering to its instincts, pursued Yi. Lin observed the solitary black rhinoceros charging towards Yi and swiftly turned his head, brandishing his dagger as he pursued it in return. After being hurled against a tree by the powerful creature, Huang spat out a mouthful of blood, and as he struggled to rise, he was horrified to see the beast charging towards him once more. Just as he gripped his dagger, prepared to fight with all his might, Yi and Lin successfully diverted the rhinoceros's attention, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief and rise swiftly to his feet. After feeling the protective armor on his chest and spitting out blood, he gritted his teeth and advanced towards the black rhinoceros. At that moment, a head emerged from the vines that had fallen from the canopy, swaying unsteadily as it stood up. Wu Yu clearly recognized it was Xian and couldn't help but smile, waving a hand in greeting. Xian, shaking his head, recognized Wu Yu atop the vines, waved back, and flashed a grin. He then touched his chest and glanced at the rampaging black rhinoceros that was charging towards Yi. The creature's horn struck him squarely against the scales of his armor, causing his internal organs to jolt violently, rendering him unconscious. Fortunately, it was the armor that saved him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The same went for Huang. Had it not been for his armor, the ferocious blow from the rhinoceros would have had dire repercussions. The rhinoceros's charge was astonishingly swift, and it seemed poised to catch up with Yi. Just then, Lin caught up as well and, disregarding whether he could inflict harm, thrust his dagger into the creature's rear. Remarkably, the dagger penetrated precisely at the creature's most vulnerable point, eliciting a pained roar from the rhinoceros as it bucked and swiftly turned to retaliate against Lin. Dodge! Wu Yu, witnessing this, felt his heart leap into his throat and hurriedly called out a warning. Lin, gripping his dagger, was thrown off balance by the rhinoceros's sudden movement, causing him to lose his grip on the weapon and sway precariously to the side. As the rhinoceros's horn, glimmering with a crimson hue, charged towards him, his face turned pale. Despite Wu Yu's warning, he was helpless to evade the impending strike and could only instinctively raise his hands to shield himself. With a resounding thud, he was hurled away by the impact of the horn. Wu Yu, observing Lin being flung through the air, felt a slight weight lift from his heart. Being thrown meant Lin had collided with the armor, and given the extraordinary defensive properties of the giant insect S-scales, along with the first-hand experiences of Xian and Huang, he estimated that Lin would be alright. Lin was fortuitously caught mid-fall by Huang, who had leaped up to assist him. After landing, Huang asked if Lin was alright before rushing towards the black rhinoceros. As Lin steadied himself on the ground, his body swayed, and he instinctively touched his chest armor. After spitting out a significant amount of blood, he wiped his mouth with his hand, gritted his teeth, and charged once more at the black rhinoceros. Having learned from the lesson of bloodshed, Huang no longer faced the rhinoceros head-on, but instead targeted the folds of its skin with his dagger, aiming for the areas where the skin was abundant. He also thrust Lin's dagger, which remained embedded in the creature's rear, with renewed vigor. With Wu Yu's timely reminders, the four of them quickly formed a united front. Before long, they established a tacit understanding, emboldened by the fact that they were not overly fearful of the rhinoceros's charges, as they had the armor for protection. However, this did not imply they could allow the creature to charge endlessly. It meant that when evasion was impossible, they need not worry about life-threatening injuries, provided they braced against the armor. Even Huang, despite the protection offered by the armor, could not withstand such relentless assaults. After just one impact, he was forced to cough up blood, illustrating the terrifying power of the rhinoceros's charges. Surrounded by the four, the black rhinoceros roared incessantly, causing birds in the forest to scatter and animals to flee in panic. Notably, a red-billed bird dove from the sky, aiming to peck at Huang's eyes with astonishing speed. Wu Yu, observing this from above, broke into a sweat at the sight. Thankfully, it was targeting Huang. Had it been aimed at him, his eyes would likely have been in grave danger. This red-billed bird, known as the oxpecker, views rhinoceroses as mobile buffet tables, as they host numerous delectable parasites, providing ample sustenance. For the rhinoceros, the oxpecker serves to remove these parasites and acts as a sentinel, alerting the beast of impending danger with its shrill calls. Thus, their relationship is mutually beneficial. When they first entered the stream, the red-billed birds were seen pecking parasites from what they mistakenly believed to be a rock, only to take flight to warn the rhinoceros upon noticing the four of them. It was precisely due to the sight of a bird pecking at the black stone and a squirrel drinking water that they had not realized it was a massive rhinoceros. What Wu Yu did not anticipate was that the bird would assist the rhinoceros in confronting them. As the oxpecker attacked Huang, the rhinoceros charged at him as well, creating an almost synchronistic rhythm of assault. The oxpecker's attack, of course, proved futile, as Huang cleaved it in two with a single strike. The rhinoceros's charge was similarly thwarted by Xian, who drove his dagger into the creature's left hind leg, slicing a deep gash that caused blood to flow freely and significantly slowed its advance, allowing Huang the time he needed to evade after dispatching the oxpecker. The already severely injured rhinoceros, now enraged, fixated its attention on Xian, seemingly intent on taking someone down with it. Unfazed, Xian, having endured a similar charge before, felt his courage surge. With a fierce shout, he charged at the rhinoceros, and as it struck his abdomen, he grasped the long horn and deftly mounted its back, plunging his dagger towards the creature's small eyes with all his might. The rhinoceros, quick to respond, rolled to the ground, successfully evading Xian's attack. However, it could not escape Huang's wild dagger, which found its mark as it fell, piercing the tender flesh beneath its abdomen and leaving a long, bloody gash, causing its innards to spill out. With a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the earth, the rhinoceros attempted to rise and charge at Huang, only to be met with a decisive strike from Yi, who slashed at the root of its left foreleg, creating another deep wound that disrupted its balance, leading it to crash heavily to the ground. Chapter 28. Ice from Niter. As the black rhinoceros fell with a resounding thud, Xian's dagger found its way into the creature's throat, and he swiftly withdrew it, retreating with lightning speed. Simultaneously, Lin delivered a powerful kick to the hilt left in the rhinoceros, then darted away as if propelled by the wind. The desperate thrashing of the colossal beast was a sight to behold, terrifying in its ferocity. Wounded gravely, the rhinoceros struggled to its feet and lunged at the nearest target, which happened to be Yi. Anticipating this, Yi had already prepared. As the beast bore down on him, he leapt towards a massive tree, pushing off its trunk with his legs, grasping a sturdy vine overhead, and swiftly climbed to safety, faster than a rat. The unicorn black rhinoceros collided violently with a colossal tree, emitting a mournful roar before collapsing to the ground, convulsing incessantly and producing a series of rasping sounds. Blood flowed profusely from the wound on its neck, indicating it was nearing its final moments. Wu Yu, observing the continuous stream of blood, couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Huang and the other three dared not approach, choosing instead to watch from a distance until the unicorn black rhinoceros lay still, at which point they cautiously advanced to inspect the creature. As the unicorn black rhinoceros unleashed its furious roar, not far from where Xian was investigating a tree hollow, a man clad in animal hide and carrying a rabbit paused to listen intently. He then discarded the rabbit and ventured towards the source of the sound. Had Wu Yu and his companions been present, they would have recognized him as Guya. After confirming the death of the unicorn black rhinoceros, Huang beckoned to Wu Yu. Wu Yu descended from the sturdy vine and approached the fallen beast, giving it a gentle kick. Xian, along with Lin and Yi, immediately knelt beside the creature's bleeding wound, eagerly lapping up the blood of the ferocious beast. This was indeed the blood of a formidable creature, and it was too precious to waste. Unfortunately, none of them had brought containers. The commotion from killing this unicorn black rhinoceros has been rather loud. We should return to the cave swiftly, Wu Yu advised Huang. Nodding in agreement, Huang gathered some leaves to staunch the flow of blood from the rhinoceros's wound, then instructed Lin and Yi to carry it back. As they departed, Xian cleverly remembered to gather a bundle of water celery, leaving Wu Yu speechless. The five of them moved quickly as they made their way back, with Huang leading the charge, followed closely by Wu Yu, while Xian took up the rear, erasing any traces of their passage by wiping away blood from the leaves and rearranging the crushed branches, a task Wu Yu had specifically assigned to him. With Wu Yu's guidance, they navigated without difficulty and arrived at the cave entrance after approximately an hour. Less than half an hour after their departure, Guya arrived at the scene. He meticulously examined the area, ultimately lingering at the spot where the unicorn black rhinoceros had perished. Picking up a blood-stained leaf, he held it to his nose, fervently sniffing as he flared his nostrils, before following the direction in which Wu Yu and his companions had left. Upon reaching the entrance, he found the scent of the rhinoceros's blood had dissipated, causing him to lose the trail and commence a search in the vicinity. Soon, he discovered the concealed cave entrance beneath the giant tree. However, he did not rashly enter, considering the massive stone blocking the entrance. Instead, he retreated to a nearby tree hollow where he could observe the entrance unobtrusively, biding his time and awaiting the perfect moment. Wu Yu and his companions remained blissfully unaware of Gu Ya's pursuit. Upon entering the cave, they encountered 4 warriors from Xian's second team seated at the entrance, presumably waiting for Wu Yu and his group to return for the journey home. The 4 warriors were elated to see Lin and Yi carrying a ferocious beast, eagerly vying to assist, primarily motivated by the desire to partake in the beast's blood. They also brought promising news. Within this cave, the very place where the colossal worm disposed of its prey, there existed stones capable of igniting and burning to ash, akin to those found in the territory of the flame dragon. They presented a piece for Wu Yu to examine. Upon inspection, Wu Yu noted the stone's gray crystalline structure, which, under the torchlight, exhibited a faint glassy sheen. Undoubtedly, it was saltpeter. Huang also took a glance and remarked that it resembled the stones found in the leather-making cave. Once they confirmed it was indeed saltpeter, Wu Yu instructed Xian to retrieve all of it. Upon returning to the water pool, the others were unable to contain their joy at having brought back the meat of another ferocious beast. After assisting with the haul, each took a few sips of blood from the wound before commencing the dismemberment process. The hide of the rhinoceros was an exceptional material for crafting armor, and Wu Yu urged them to maintain its integrity while skinning. Once the hide was removed, Xian instructed the warriors to submerge it in water for a while, then retrieve it and scrape off any remaining flesh. After thoroughly cleansing it, they began to scrub it with prepared wooden sticks in the water. Subsequently, they soaked the rhinoceros hide in a nearby natural limestone pit formed by dripping water, into which they had added the saltpeter they had ground into powder. With no means to extract high-purity saltpeter, they had to make do with this method. After all, it was an experiment. The outcome was uncertain. Remarkably, upon entering the water, the powdered saltpeter reacted, causing the water temperature to drop abruptly, with visible cold vapors rising under the torchlight. This sudden realization struck Wu Yu. Ancient peoples used saltpeter to create ice during summer. It seemed the saltpeter's purity was relatively high, and whether or not it was refined would not matter. This discovery prompted Wu Yu to instruct Xian to find a smaller waterhole and deposit a substantial amount of saltpeter within. As expected, it indeed produced ice, filling the space with a refreshing chill, prompting exclamations of astonishment from Xian and the surrounding warriors. This is utterly incredible. Huang, who had observed the entire process, would have suspected Wu Yu was employing sorcery, had he not known that Wu Yu possessed no magical powers. With ice successfully created, it was imperative not to waste it. Wu Yu directed Xian to place all the water celery he had gathered atop the ice, serving both to chill and preserve it. Additionally, he instructed Huang to add some fresh rhinoceros meat onto the ice. Notably, upon disassembling the head of the unicorn black rhinoceros, they found no beast crystal. This posed no significant concern for Wu Yu and his group. If beast crystals were so easily obtained, it would indeed be strange. Having discovered only a limited amount of saltpeter, Wu Yu decided to discard the remaining small quantity into the pit. After completing their tasks, the warriors disassembling the unicorn black rhinoceros managed to separate all the bones and flesh, extracting the beast tendons and soaking them in the saltpeter solution. Chapter 29. Squatting Horse Stance. Once they had a moment of respite, Huang, Xian, and Lin finally acknowledged the internal injuries they had sustained, which were quite serious. Wu Yu instructed the three of them to consume a stalk of ginseng each and examined their chest armor, which was riddled with holes, exposing the scales of the colossal worm beneath. While Wu Yu conducted his inspection, Huang remarked, "Wu, had it not been for this chest armor today, I fear we would not have returned at all. If we could fully equip ourselves with a complete set of armor, we might stand a chance against the savage beasts. Indeed, if crafted from the hide of the unicorn black rhinoceros or other savage beasts, I believe it would suffice for battle," Wu Yu replied without hesitation. "Alas, it is regrettable that the savage beast we felled during our escape was a tyrannosaurus. It has now fallen to the wolf tribe and the bay tribe," Huang lamented. "Do not worry. The tyrannosaurus hide must still be intact," Wu Yu assured, and following this statement, silence enveloped them. Thus, three individuals approached the area where the chilled meat of the unicorn black rhinoceros was stored, using their knives to slice the meat and devouring it ravenously alongside water celery. Wu Yu observed their manner of eating and was 100% certain that these three were using the consumption of unicorn black rhinoceros meat to transform their sorrow into strength. After Xian and Huang finished their meal, they took out beast crystals to absorb energy, while Lin found a spot to lie down and recuperate. During the battle with the unicorn black rhinoceros, only Yi had escaped being gored by its horn, and he was brimming with energy, animatedly recounting to the warriors how to engage in combat with the unicorn black rhinoceros. Wu Yu couldn't help but chuckle and also took some chilled rhinoceros meat to enjoy with the water celery. Uncertain if it was a psychological effect, Wu Yu felt that the ferocious energy of the beast meat was not as overwhelming as before. This time, he surprisingly did not feel the urge to leap into the water. In truth, it was not merely a psychological effect, but rather a testament to his enhanced constitution, which had reached a level capable of tolerating a certain amount of beast meat. Nevertheless, he still felt a burning sensation within, albeit one that was manageable. This state was not conducive to cultivation. Thus, he began physical training on a large rock to dissipate the internal heat. Physical training was something he had not engaged in since his injury in his previous life. He started with some simple auxiliary exercises before moving on to the 16 grappling techniques he had learned in the military. Yi and the others glanced at him. Though they found his movements peculiar, they displayed little surprise, for Wu Yu's actions were often beyond their imagination. As he practiced the 16 grappling techniques, he could distinctly sense the tumultuous energy within him being expelled with each punch and movement. After completing one round, the burning sensation within him diminished significantly. He repeated the exercise, and after finishing, the energy left within him was minimal. After a third round, it was entirely gone. To validate his hypothesis, he consumed a substantial amount of rhinoceros meat, even more than he had previously. Upon finishing, the wild energy within him surged chaotically, reigniting the urge to leap into the pond. Therefore, he endured this impulse and performed a round of the 16 grappling techniques, noticing a clear reduction of 1/4 of the energy within him. After another round, it decreased by half. After 2 more rounds, he returned to his initial state. At that moment, he realized that the 16 grappling techniques he practiced indeed facilitated the absorption of the tumultuous energy within him. Subsequently, he also grasped that these techniques had been refined through countless generations of military heroes, encompassing nearly all forms of strikes and kicks, proving particularly effective in unarmed combat. To further investigate the energy absorption effects of the grappling techniques, he called Yi over, intending to teach him the 16 grappling techniques to observe the results after consuming beast meat. He assumed it wouldn't take long for Yi to learn. However, he soon discovered that they had to start with the very basics such as horse stance, straight punches, and side kicks, as Yi was entirely unfamiliar with these concepts. Wu Yu had indeed underestimated the situation. The Yanlong tribe had never practiced boxing. They had learned and grown solely through combat with beasts, with the beasts serving as their teachers. Undoubtedly, combat was the best teacher. However, possessing fundamental skills would yield results with half the effort. To be precise, they had practical combat abilities but lacked a systematic teaching method. Consequently, he broadened the scope of training, getting all the warriors, except for Xian and Huang who were currently cultivating, to adopt the horse stance and practice straight punches. Initially, Yi and the others thought it was quite simple. After all, it was merely squatting. However, the horse stance appeared easy, but they soon found it challenging to maintain for an extended period. With a timer set, Wu Yu mandated they hold the position for 2 hours. Naturally, he joined them. It was his habit to lead by example rather than merely shout commands. Of course, his absence from the stance would not have drawn any objections from Yi and the others, as they dared not defy Wu Yu's orders. His primary motivation was to enhance his own abilities. Within 5 minutes, some began to wobble, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. In less than half an hour, more than half had collapsed. Wu Yu instructed them to remain standing. As long as the time had not elapsed, they could not stop. If they fell, they were to get back up. After an hour, only Yi and Wu Yu had not succumbed to the ground. Although Wu Yu's physical stamina was inferior to theirs, he had mastered the techniques, allowing him to stand for 2 hours even with a significantly weaker physique. An hour and a half later, Yi finally fell, while Wu Yu remained unperturbed, maintaining a very standard posture. When the 2-hour mark was reached, Wu Yu slowly relaxed from the horse stance and smiled at Yi, saying, "Yi, how was that horse stance? Was it still easy?" Yi's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized he had underestimated the challenge. To be honest, Wu Yu was quite pleased with Yi and the others' performance. In his previous life, being able to hold a horse stance for 5 minutes was already quite an achievement. 30 minutes was a notable accomplishment. The warriors, being able to stand for 30 minutes as beginners, truly lived up to the title of totem warriors. The reason he set the duration to 2 hours was based on this understanding. Wu Yu was well aware that, in his previous life, the horse stance was a fundamental practice for martial arts. To learn combat, one must first stand in stance for 3 years. Moreover, a well-executed horse stance could strengthen the kidneys and waist, enhance muscle vigor, regulate energy and spirit, stabilize the lower body, improve balance, and make one less susceptible to being toppled, as well as heighten the body's reflexes. Had Lin practiced the horse stance, he likely would not have been thrown off balance by the unicorn black rhinoceros's swing and subsequently gored in the abdomen. Clearly, it was imperative to popularize the horse stance and grappling techniques within the tribe. Chapter 30, Xian's Breakthrough, the Orange-Patterned Warrior. The steady drip of water wears away stone, not achieved in a day. After making the warriors hold the horse stance for 2 hours, Wu Yu taught them some foundational boxing techniques and footwork, including bow stance, aggressive step, dragon riding stance, straight punch, hook punch, swing punch, side kick, and front kick. While the warriors may have known how to combat beasts in hunting, this was their first experience with such systematic learning, and they found it exceedingly novel, eagerly absorbing the teachings as if invigorated by the blood of wild beasts. Just as Wu Yu was wholeheartedly instructing the warriors, Xian's totem emblem on his chest suddenly radiated brilliantly, followed by a powerful roar escaping his lips. Upon hearing Xian's bellow, everyone turned to him, their eyes filled with astonishment. Xian and Huang had removed their chest armor while absorbing the energy from the beast crystal, and Wu Yu and the others noticed that the beast crystal in Xian's hand was visibly shrinking, while the Yanlong totem gradually spread across his body. Before long, it spread throughout his entire body. Then it gradually contracted, and the color of the totem transformed from a vibrant red to a warm orange, ultimately converging upon the fiery dragon totem at his chest, radiating a dazzling orange light. The beast crystal in his hand vanished entirely. At that moment Huang, who was beside Xian, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed intently at Xian's chest. Simultaneously, Xian slowly opened his eyes, lowered his gaze to his chest, and with exhilaration, shouted, "I have ascended to the rank of orange-patterned warrior," and leaped up joyfully. However, in his exuberance, he lost control of his newfound power and, with a resounding thud, crashed into the cave's ceiling. Wu Yu estimated that the cave's ceiling was at least 10 meters high. The strength of an orange-patterned warrior was indeed something to anticipate. Upon landing, Xian excitedly began to caress the fiery dragon totem on his chest, and exclaimed to Wu Yu, "Wu, I have become an orange-patterned warrior." Wu Yu smiled and congratulated him, saying, "Excellent. Now we have the leverage to negotiate with the wolf tribe and the snare tribe. Indeed, this way, we can swiftly reclaim our loved ones and recover lost territories," Huang added enthusiastically. Xian's breakthrough seemed to bring him even greater joy than if he had achieved it himself. Reclaiming lost ground, recovering our kin. The warriors erupted into a fervent roar, their voices reverberating throughout the cave, creating a resonant hum that lingered in the air. Seizing the momentum, Wu Yu addressed everyone, "Brothers, we will undoubtedly reclaim the territory of the fiery dragon tribe. We shall avenge our debts against Wu and the chief, as well as numerous warriors. The demise of the wolf tribe and the snare tribe is not far off. Kill, kill, kill." Upon hearing this, the warriors became even more fervent, shouting in unison, their veins bulging in their necks, their faces painted with a fearsome crimson hue, as the totem patterns on their chests glimmered with radiant brilliance. Satisfied with the warriors' morale, Wu Yu continued, "However, our foremost task at present is to enhance our strength. Once you have mastered all that I have taught you, we will be ready to emerge from the Black Wind Forest and reclaim our territories." Upon hearing his words, the warriors promptly lined up in 2 rows, adhering to the formation Wu Yu had instructed, and began to practice with laughter and enthusiasm. Huang and Xian observed from the side, their eyes wide with astonishment, utterly bewildered by the situation unfolding before them. Of course, they understood that this was all orchestrated by Wu. Unable to contain his curiosity, Huang asked Wu Yu, "Wu, where did you learn all of this? Why have we not seen you before?" Wu Yu smiled mysteriously and replied, "These teachings were imparted to me by the shaman. I had long since devised a plan to attribute everything to the fiery dragon shaman. He could not confess to being a traveler from another world. Even if he did, there was no guarantee that Huang would believe him." Yet Huang pressed further, "Why didn't the shaman teach us these things before?" It seemed he had finally realized this point, indicating that Huang's early ascent to the rank of orange-patterned warrior was not without reason. "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps the shaman believed that our fiery dragon tribe was already formidable enough and deemed it unnecessary to share this knowledge," Wu Yu replied. After all, there was no evidence to contradict him now. He could say whatever he wanted. Huang fell into contemplation, recognizing the validity of this reasoning. The fiery dragon tribe indeed held a dominant position in this region, earning the respect of surrounding tribes, making the acquisition of such knowledge seemingly redundant. Naturally, he could not fathom the principle that forgetting the art of war invites peril. This was, after all, the fundamental reason for the fiery dragon tribe's downfall. Their arrogance had led them to dismiss all potential threats. Wu Yu then admonished him, saying, "Huang, remember, forgetting the art of war invites disaster. Whether as a tribe or as individuals, neglecting this principle will inevitably lead to decline, or even annihilation. Do not forget this bloody lesson. Only through the relentless pursuit of strength can our fiery dragon tribe remain invincible." Huang understood Wu Yu's message and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xian approached Wu Yu and remarked, "Wu, I feel that I should have needed to absorb at least 2 beast crystals to become an orange-patterned warrior. How is it that I broke through after absorbing just 1? It is truly astonishing." After speaking, he produced the remaining beast crystal and offered it to Wu Yu, saying, "Wu, please give this beast crystal to any of our brothers who might also be on the verge of breaking through to the orange-patterned warrior rank." Wu Yu regarded him with appreciation and accepted the beast crystal without hesitation. Xian, you truly deserve congratulations. This must be what they call breaking through and establishing anew. Combat is indeed the best means to enhance one's strength. Wu Yu could easily understand how Xian managed to ascend to the rank of orange-patterned warrior so swiftly. It was likely connected to the impact from the horn of the one-horned black rhinoceros. That powerful collision had loosened the bottleneck. And coupled with the energy absorption from the beast crystal, it naturally led to his breakthrough. He then called Huang and Xian aside, asking, "Who else is in urgent need of beast crystals to enhance their strength?" "I think Lin and Yi should be the ones. They are currently the strongest among the red-patterned warriors," Xian replied. "Give it to Yi. I believe he is stronger than Lin," Huang suggested. "Let it be Yi," Wu Yu affirmed decisively. "If he breaks through to the rank of orange-patterned warrior, we will be one step closer to success." Huang and Xian nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Even if they had reservations, since Wu had made a decision, it was of little consequence. Both had reached a point where they no longer questioned Wu's choices, only feeling absolute obedience. Chapter 31. The New Leader, the Tribe That Shall Never Wither. Xian's breakthrough ignited a fervor among the warriors in their training, each one imbued with boundless energy, as if they had consumed the blood of a feral beast, tirelessly persevering. Particularly Yi, having obtained the beast crystal, immersed himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation, wishing he could split himself into two to practice. Although he emerged unscathed from the battle with the one-horned black rhinoceros, the experience had profoundly impacted him, revealing that combat was not merely a contest of strength but also of skill. Meanwhile, Huang recognized the critical role that breastplates played in combat and summoned Leng, urging him to dedicate himself fully to the study of armor crafting. Naturally, Leng threw himself into the task with unwavering effort. Xian found a secluded corner to gradually explore the new strength he had gained as an orange-patterned warrior. After completing these endeavors, Wu Yu naturally entered a state of cultivation. His thirst for power surpassed that of anyone else among them. He was likely the only one in the tribe without shamanic powers. Ever since Wu Yu sensed a luminous orb forming in his mind, akin to a seed, his absorption of the energies within the shamanic crystal seemed to have accelerated significantly, as if the pathway had widened. When he emerged from his meditative state, 8 hours had passed. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Gong Yu seated beside him, busily cutting something. Indeed, he had successfully crafted a pair of scissors as per the task Wu Yu had assigned him. As soon as Wu Yu opened his eyes, Gong Yu smiled and said, "Wu, look, are these scissors what you envisioned?" Wu Yu took the scissors, examined them closely, and casually picked up a piece of beast skin to test them. Upon his attempt, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, Gong Yu, this fellow's name is indeed fitting." To his astonishment, he had actually fashioned the scissors. The creation of the two blades posed no significant difficulty. The challenge lay in how, during the primitive era devoid of screws and rivets, to ensure that the two blades fit together seamlessly and could effectively cut through materials. It must be said that after merely providing him with the shape and explaining the principle, Gong Yu had indeed exercised considerable ingenuity to resolve this issue proficiently. He left a tenon at the junction of one blade to serve as a pivot, while drilling a hole in the other blade to accommodate it. By forcefully inserting the tenon, he successfully addressed the problem. After praising Gong Yu a few times, Wu Yu instructed him to retrieve the horn of the black unicorn and taught him how to craft a drill bit for boring holes, thus solving the issue of drilling. Although the principle of the drill bit was relatively simple, akin to spinning a top, it was also referred to as a gyroscopic drill or hand drill. Despite Gong Yu's adeptness in crafting, he couldn't conceive it. On one hand, they devoted most of their time to hunting for food. On the other hand, their tools were primarily designed for hunting and daily living, leaving little room for such innovations. In short, they did not fully grasp the concept that to excel at a task, one must first sharpen their tools. Even if they had some understanding, they would not think to explore this avenue. The drill bit that Wu Yu taught Gong Yu was already quite advanced, allowing for interchangeable drill heads based on necessity. This principle, Wu Yu had naturally borrowed from the electric drills of his past life. Upon encountering this drill bit, Gong Yu initially displayed a look of shock, followed by an uncontainable excitement. With this drill bit, boring holes would no longer be laborious, effectively resolving the inconsistency in hole sizes. Seeing Gong Yu happily engaged in crafting the drill bit, Wu Yu took a knife and began slicing some beast meat, enjoying it with water celery, the quantity being nearly 1.5 times what he used to consume. After finishing his meal, he commenced practicing the seizing enemy 16 moves. After completing 5 repetitions, the burning sensation within him vanished without a trace. With this quick method of expending the calories from the beast meat, Wu Yu no longer feared consuming it. Were it not for his concern over potential side effects from overeating, he might have even considered seeing what would happen if he continued to indulge. As he practiced, Xian watched closely from the side. Not only him, but Huang and the other warriors were also observing, occasionally gesturing with their hands. Wu Yu executed the seizing enemy 16 moves with fluidity, embodying the essence of swiftness, precision, and ferocity, which elicited spontaneous cheers from Huang and the others. Noticing the eagerness in the warriors' eyes, he addressed them. Would you like to learn? Yes, yes, yes. They all shouted in unison, with no exceptions from Huang and Xian. At this moment, whenever Wu Yu posed such a question, they instinctively responded with such enthusiasm. Wu Yu smiled and replied, if you wish to learn, then let us focus on mastering the fundamentals. Once the basics are solidified, the seizing enemy 16 moves will be easy to grasp. As per the usual routine, they would begin with 2 hours of horse stance training. Huang and Xian joined the ranks of those practicing the horse stance. Initially, they scoffed at the exercise, but after a while, both displayed expressions of realization. Naturally, Wu Yu noted this and secretly chuckled. You youngsters, do not underestimate the horse stance. All martial arts begin with this practice. After completing the horse stance, Wu Yu gathered everyone to sit in a circle. With Xian having advanced to the orange pattern warrior rank, certain matters needed to be brought to the agenda. Clearing his throat, Wu Yu gravely announced, brothers, the Yanlong clan cannot be without a leader for even a day. Henceforth, Huang shall be the new leader of the Yanlong. He paused for a moment, surveying the group, and upon seeing their acceptance of this decision as natural, he continued, Xian will serve as the deputy leader. Lin Yi Yen, Lang, and Gong Yu shall be the elders. Any significant decisions regarding the tribe must pass through these 7 individuals. This is the clan council. Decisions will adhere to the principle of majority rule, requiring the agreement of at least 4 members before being submitted to me for final approval. After explaining, he observed the perplexed expressions on many faces and took the time to elucidate the concepts of deputy leader, elder, and clan council in a straightforward manner, emphasizing the importance of such a structure. Wu Yu's arrangements were primarily aimed at creating a more organized and defined division of labor within the tribe, which was not a radical departure from previous practices. After his explanation, the others began to comprehend the rationale behind it. The nature of the leader remained unchanged, tasked with uniting the entire tribe, with the most critical mission at this stage being survival and the reclamation of lost territory. The deputy leader, Xian, would now oversee internal management. The 5 elders would take on specific responsibilities. Yen would handle hunting, Gongyu would manage tool manufacturing, Lung would oversee armor production, Lin would be in charge of intelligence gathering, and Yi would ensure security and defense. The primary objective of the structure was to instill a sense of continuity within the tribe, reinforcing the notion that this family unit would endure, never to wither away. Chapter 32. Dreams and Pursuits. Wu Yu's decision was not a spur-of-the-moment whim. He had contemplated it since they escaped the first wave of pursuers and had thought it through meticulously. The reason for the timing of the announcement was his ongoing search for suitable candidates. This arrangement not only delineated roles, but also placed responsibilities on everyone's shoulders, facilitating the management of the tribe. Although they were now just 22, even a small group can be well organized. This could be seen as a nascent form of governance. Upon completing his arrangements, Wu Yu pondered to himself, is this merely a dream to stave off hunger or a mirage to quench thirst? Having dreams instills hope. Wu Yu's aspiration was to transform Yanlong into a super tribe, perhaps even establish a nation, or unify this primitive world, becoming the foremost figure within it. The thought alone stirred his blood. Having dreams is inherently a positive thing. What if they materialize? Moreover, Wu Yu believed that as long as he persevered and grew stronger, the realization of this dream was not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, he was a traveler from another world, possessing knowledge that could fundamentally alter their understanding of reality. This was the source of his confidence. Roar, roar. The eerie cries of beasts erupted once more. Wu Yu turned to Huang, who understood the unspoken command. He summoned Xian, Yi, and a red-patterned warrior named Jiangu, took a torch, and prepared to venture forth. They did not forget to don their chest armor. Huang also instructed Yi and Jiangu to each carry a shield, believing that the shield had proven crucial in previous battles against the beasts. Given that they had discovered traces of the lone Fang, they needed to take precautionary measures. Furthermore, Lung's newly designed chest armor completely concealed the totem on their chests, rendering its level indiscernible. The advantage of this design lay in its ability to mask their strength and catch opponents off guard. As anticipated, Xian and the others requested Lung to craft them leather undergarments, and Huang was no exception. He took the time to observe not only them but also the remaining warriors, all of whom wore a similar garment. Their undergarments were fashioned from their original leather skirts, as the supply of animal hides was dwindling, and Shen had prohibited any reckless usage. They might not have been aware of the ingenious utility of these undergarments. Since the shaman donned them, it was only natural for them to follow suit. Given the collective enthusiasm, Wu summoned Lung and instructed him on how to create leather trousers, even sketching a design for him. Subsequently, he called upon Huang and the others to venture outside. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, the eerie roars of the creature ceased, revealing a shaft of light filtering in. With the ominous black wind having dissipated, they stepped forth without hesitation. As they emerged, they caught the attention of Lone Fong, who had been stealthily observing from a hollow in the trees. He clenched his teeth, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Navigating with ease, they swiftly arrived at the location where they had previously detected Lone Fong's presence. Here, they meticulously examined the area and discovered the rabbit that Lone Fong had abandoned. After a thorough investigation, Wu concluded that this rabbit was indeed left behind by Lone Fong, presumably discarded during their hunt for the solitary black rhino, with their trajectory directed toward the waterhole. It was evident that Lone Fong must have discovered the waterhole and perhaps even their new territory. Wu was not concerned about him entering alone. After all, there were still 17 red-striped warriors within. Even if Lone Fong was the foremost among the orange-striped warriors, he could not hope to emerge unscathed against such a formidable number. However, he found it curious that the rabbit had remained untouched by other predators throughout the night. Naturally, the absence of other scavengers did not rule out the possibility that this was the territory of a lurking giant worm, which might deter potential hunters. Perhaps not far away, Lone Fong was intently watching them. Contemplating this, Wu couldn't help but entertain a bold idea. He intended to lure Lone Fong out. He understood that Lone Fong's target was himself. By creating an opportunity for him to strike, he was certain that Lone Fong would risk a lethal attack. Wu disliked the notion of being observed by someone in the shadows, akin to a fly incessantly buzzing in his ear, provoking an urge to swat it away. This was precisely how he felt. His willingness to take such a risk was bolstered by the protective armor he wore. He was confident that Lone Fong could not possibly anticipate that the animal hide encasing him could withstand the assault of the Fong blade. Even if Lone Fong wielded the Fong blade, unless he aimed for his throat, it should not inflict serious harm. Based on Wu's experience, most ambushes with cold weapons were executed from behind, targeting vital areas such as the heart. This was a tactic employed by seasoned assassins. Should Lone Fong attempt to eliminate him, he would undoubtedly strike from behind, aiming for the heart. In this location he had defenses both front and back, which alleviated his fears. Of course, he did not disclose his thoughts to Huang and the others, nor did he articulate his deductions, maintaining a facade of nonchalance as he led them onward. Revealing his plan would jeopardize its execution, and even their pursuit of the wounded or deceased monstrous beast could be thwarted. Huang would never agree to place him in danger. During their previous encounter, Huang had permitted him to act as bait only because he was nearby. This time, with Lone Fong lurking in the shadows, Huang would undoubtedly object. Lone Fong, following at a distance, found it peculiar that in such sweltering weather, they each wore a piece of animal hide tied at their chests. While he was intrigued, he did not delve deeper into the implications. Even with his self-proclaimed cleverness, he could not fathom that this was, in fact, armor, concealing a formidable layer of scale armor capable of withstanding a strike from the Fong blade. He trailed them stealthily, remaining within 50 paces. In this primeval forest, tracking someone was relatively easy, given the abundance of towering flora that provided ample cover. As Wu and his companions advanced, the trees and vegetation grew increasingly colossal, nearly double the size of those at the forest's edge. Wu understood the reason for this, assuming his hypothesis was correct. However, as they ventured further, the presence of herbivorous creatures dwindled. Initially, upon entering the Black Wind Forest, Wu had frequently encountered several herbivorous dinosaurs, but as they entered this area, such sightings became rare. He deduced that they had likely encroached upon the territory of the monstrous beast. As they walked, Wu casually plucked and broke off various plants, whimsically weaving them before placing them atop his head for a brief moment before discarding them on the ground. He repeated this several times, tossing them aside after only a few seconds of wear. Lone Fong, trailing behind, curiously picked one up to examine it. Finding nothing unusual, he stepped on a second one, which emitted a faint, crisp sound underfoot. Lone Fong did not think much of this noise, believing it would not attract the attention of his adversaries. However, that very sound reached Wu's keen ears. Good, it's working, he thought, stifling a smirk of satisfaction. Chapter 33. Luring the snake from its hole. The woven items Wu discarded were crafted using a special technique, producing a distinctive sound when stepped upon. He intended to use this method to ascertain whether Lone Fong was indeed following them. To his surprise, this was advantageous, as it allowed him to execute his plan to lure Lone Fong out. As Wu Yu proceeded, he meticulously surveyed the terrain, seeking a location that would provide Lone Fong with an opportunity to strike while simultaneously facilitating Huang and the others to swiftly come to his aid in encircling Lone Fong. Half an hour later, they arrived at a clearing adorned with several protruding sharp stones, each capable of supporting a person, with numerous sturdy vines hanging above. The area surrounding the sharp stones was densely populated with colossal trees, their roots intertwined. Wu Yu estimated that the sharp stones stood about a story high. Should he fall from such a height, he would likely sustain no serious injuries. Yes, he decided this would be the perfect spot to draw Lone Fong out. Upon reaching the base of the sharp stones, Wu Yu called out to Huang, expressing his desire to ascend and investigate the peculiar stones while simultaneously surveying the terrain. He spoke loudly, intending for the lurking Lone Fong to hear, allowing him to assess whether this would be a viable opportunity to strike. Huang hesitated momentarily, scanning the surroundings before finally glancing up at the sharp stones and the vines overhead, nodding in agreement. He deemed the location to be relatively safe, and being directly beneath the sharp stones, he felt confident that he could provide rapid support should Lone Fong attempt an attack on Wu Yu. Even in the face of a situation reminiscent of the red wolf spider, he would be capable of leaping to rescue Wu, as his jump could reach at least 3 heights of the sharp stone. Upon hearing Wu Yu's remarks, Xian sprang onto the sharp stone, scrutinizing it closely as he crouched down to feel the surface with his hand. Rising again, he surveyed the surroundings and addressed Wu Yu, saying, "Wu, there is nothing particularly special here, and from this stone, there is nothing to see except trees, merely trees. You fool, if you ruin my plans, you'll regret it." Wu Yu silently cursed Xian, forcing a smile on his face and loudly instructing, "Come down, you know nothing. Do you understand the concept of a mountain is a mountain? A mountain is not a mountain, and a mountain is still a mountain?" Xian repeated the phrase softly, scratching his head, puzzled, thinking, isn't it all just a mountain? Is there really a need to comprehend this? After finishing his statement with a grin, he leaped down, implying that he was unconvinced Wu could discern anything of significance. Huang, Yi and Jiangu all looked on, bewildered. Indeed, isn't it all merely a mountain? Wu's perspective is so different from ours. He can derive 3 questions from merely observing a mountain. Yet one must wonder, does it truly make a difference? Even the solitary follower, Guya, found himself silently pondering the phrase, equally perplexed as to why Yanlong Wu would concoct such a riddle about mountains. He soon grasped that this might explain why Wu insisted on eliminating Yu at all costs, severing their lineage. Observing the 4 with their befuddled expressions, Wu Yu inwardly chuckled. Even the concept of the 3 realms of mountain observation eluded him, so they would undoubtedly struggle to grasp the philosophical depths of it all. From afar, Guya stealthily ascended a tree, silently inching closer using the vines. Wu Yu did not rush to ascend but instead took a tooth knife to chop a branch, stripping it of its twigs before holding it and sharpening it with the knife. Only then did he slowly begin to climb the sharp stone. His act of sharpening the branch served merely as a ruse. The real intention was to wield the knife for self-defense. If Guya were to strike, he might very well plunge the knife into his chest. Once atop the sharp stone, he stood attentively, occasionally extending his arm and raising his thumb, squinting with one eye, adopting a serious demeanor. Indeed, he was employing the military technique of distance measurement known as jumping eye, a skill essential for a special forces soldier. The principle was quite simple. Extend one arm horizontally, raise the thumb, close one eye, align it with the reference object, then switch eyes. This alternating gaze would yield a distance, which, when multiplied by 10, would provide the measured distance of the object. Thus, Wu Yu stood atop the sharp stone, continuously rotating his body while measuring distances, yet he was also keenly attuned to the sounds around him, waiting for Guya to make his move. However, he did notice something. A little over 100 meters ahead, obscured by the trees, there was a glimmering object emitting a red light. It was unclear whether sunlight was reflecting off it or if it was something else entirely. Simultaneously, Wu Yu detected a faint rustling of branches nearby. Wu Yu's predecessor, Yu, may have been physically inferior, yet when the heavens closed one door, they simultaneously opened a window. Much like a blind person, who cannot see yet possesses acute hearing, Yu was endowed with extraordinary auditory perception. This, Wu Yu believed, was perhaps the greatest boon he received aside from his identity as Wu. However, after hearing the subtle rustle, he could discern no further sounds. Was this a test of patience, or a measure of the opportune moment to strike? Since he had already contemplated such a course of action, He decided to grant Guya what he believed to be the perfect opportunity to attack. As Wu Yu pondered, Huang began to grow anxious. Wu had remained atop the stone for so long that something felt amiss. Therefore he called out to Wu Yu, "Wu, shall we proceed? Time is of the essence." His underlying message was clear. Wu Yu should hasten his descent. What could possibly be so captivating up there? It was as if sleepiness had encountered a pillow. "Huang, look, not far ahead. Something seems to be shimmering with a red light." Wu Yu suddenly exclaimed from above. "Oh, it even moves. Go check it out and see what it is. Don't let it escape." Huang responded, bewildered. "How come I didn't see it?" And advanced toward the source. As Huang moved forward, Wu Yu sensed a presence. Instinctively, he felt Guya drawing closer, inching nearer with each passing moment. He grasped the tooth knife, sharpening the branch against his chest. Just as Huang approached within 10 meters, Wu Yu heard a greater commotion among the vines, accompanied by a sharp, cutting sound slicing through the air. The snake had emerged from its hole. Chapter 34, Wounding Guya, Gaining the Extraordinary Crystal. Guya had indeed made his move. As he stealthily maneuvered through the vines above Wu Yu, he overheard Wu Yu mention something shimmering with red light ahead. Naturally, he looked up and confirmed the presence of the red light. However, the foliage obstructed his view of what was emitting it. Nevertheless, he could clearly see that the object remained stationary. This did not deter his intent to strike. Perhaps Yanlong Wu was merely mistaken. The immobility of the red light mattered little, as long as Huang made a move. The opportunity had arrived. When Guya observed Huang moving forward to investigate the glimmering red object, he felt a surge of delight. He tightened his grip on the tooth knife, only then realizing his palms were slick with sweat, unsure of when it had begun to bead. Just a little further. Guya fixated on Huang, feeling more tense than he ever had even in the face of savage beasts. He had to admit he was anxious, acutely aware of the pounding of his heart, feeling as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. His body began to stiffen, and he felt a sudden urge to relieve himself. Now was the moment. When Guya saw Huang reach his ideal distance, he mentally shouted, seizing a sturdy vine, and with a fierce tug, propelled himself forward, gripping the tooth knife with both hands, descending like a seal, striking at Wu Yu with lightning speed. His target was Wu Yu's nape, not his back. In that instant of action, Wu Yu sensed it. "Damn! I miscalculate." Moreover, he bellowed, "Catch me!" Just as he was about to fall backward, he felt a gust of wind sweep across his forehead, causing a few strands of hair to flutter away. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, silently acknowledging how narrowly he had escaped. At that moment, a sharp sound echoed, akin to a blade piercing flesh. Wu Yu observed clearly as the barbaric tooth knife in his hand sliced through Gaia's abdomen, and he felt a warmth spreading across his face. Gaia's blood splattered all over him. Had it not been for the animal hide at his waist, the wound might have been even deeper. Remarkably, Gaia, though injured, swiftly arched his body mid-air, extending his legs forward as he descended. Huang, a distance of over 10 meters away, heard Wu Yu's shout, which sent a tremor through his heart. He hastily turned around, only to see Gaia gripping the tooth knife in the air, while Wu Yu fell backward, blood spraying through the air. Fear gripped him, rendering his limbs icy. With a thought of despair, he dashed toward the spot where Gaia was likely to land. Upon hearing Wu Yu's cry, Xian glanced at him and also noticed Gaia, who was wiping the knife across Wu's forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his knife and leaped toward Gaia. Yi and Jian Gu also readied their weapons, synchronously springing toward Gaia. As Wu Yu fell backward, he rolled off the sharp rocks below. None came to catch him. Rather, they all rushed toward Gaia. The three of them likely assumed someone would attend to Wu, thus they focused on confronting Gaia. This left Wu Yu in a rather tragic situation. Fortunately, he rolled rather than falling straight down. Although Wu Yu lacked strength, his awareness remained intact. As soon as his body made contact with the stones, he instinctively curled into a ball, protecting his head and vital areas like a hedgehog. As a shaman, one's face held great significance. After all, a shaman served as the embodiment of a tribe's image. Xian jumped but was a step too late to intercept Gaia. Once Gaia landed, one hand clutched his wound while the other brandished the knife, and without hesitation, he bolted sideways at full speed. At that moment, Wu Yu also touched down, gritting his teeth as he stood up, just in time to see Gaia fleeing. He urgently shouted to Huang, "Chase him. He's wounded. We must not let him escape." Huang cast a glance at Wu Yu, hesitated for a moment, then yelled at Xian, "Protect Wu," before dashing after Gaia. Upon hearing Huang's shout, Xian suddenly remembered Wu Yu and quickly turned back, only to find Wu Yu looking at him. In a panic, he lowered his head, resembling a child caught misbehaving, and quietly moved closer to Wu Yu. Yi and Jian Gu mirrored his actions, bowing their heads and silently approaching Wu Yu's side. Observing their behavior, Wu Yu remarked irritably, "You all act like a bunch of cowards. I'm not dead. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and carry me to chase Gaia. We must take him down today." "Carry you? Take him down?" Xian mumbled, swiftly positioning himself in front of Wu Yu and squatting down obediently. However, Wu Yu did not climb onto his back. Instead, he said, "There's something glowing red ahead. Let's go see what it is." Upon reaching the luminous object, they found no source of light, just a massive pile of bones, towering nearly a story high and stretching over 20 meters long, the species of which was indiscernible due to extensive damage. Wu Yu understood that the object they sought lay hidden within this bone heap. He stepped forward and struck the skeleton with his shield. To his surprise, the skeleton shattered into fragments, causing him to recoil several steps in alarm. It was evident that this pile of bones had been weathered over time. Wu Yu gazed contemplatively at the skeletal remains before turning to look back through the greenery, spotting a sharp rock and identifying a location, then headed straight for it. Indeed, the glowing red object was concealed there, deeply hidden. Without the correct angle, it would have remained undiscovered. Wu Yu picked it up. It was remarkably heavy and emitted a chilling sensation. His curiosity piqued. He realized that the sunlight reflecting off it had led him to its discovery. It was a deep red, diamond-shaped crystal, darker than that of the scarlet-patterned warriors, thick in the middle and tapering to sharp points at both ends, resembling a weaving tool. He measured it with his fingers, noting it was just over 30 centimeters long. It fit perfectly in his grip, serving as a natural conical weapon. "Hold your shield steady. I will test this anomalous crystal," Wu Yu instructed. Not knowing its true name, he simply referred to it as the anomalous crystal for convenience. Upon hearing this, Yi assumed a bow stance, readying his shield. Wu Yu gripped the center of the crystal and thrust it forcefully against the shield. With a sharp sound, the crystal pierced through the red wolf spider shield, astonishing Xian and the others. After testing it, Wu Yu tossed the anomalous crystal to Xian. Xian examined it closely for a moment, then tested it against the shield before returning it to Wu Yu, unable to discern its purpose. "Let us pursue Gaia. We can discuss this anomalous crystal later." Wu Yu retained the object in his hand. Xian carried Wu Yu on his back, following the trail of blood Gaia had left behind as they continued their pursuit. Chapter 35. The Abyss Gazes Back. Following the trail, they hastily pursued, paying little heed to their surroundings. As they advanced, the trees grew denser, and massive stones became more frequent. The 9 suns overhead began their descent. Suddenly, their path brightened as they emerged into an area devoid of towering trees. The group came to an abrupt halt, confronted by a vast chasm ahead, its width indeterminate. The chasm's edges were lined with rugged rock formations, devoid of towering trees, only scattered with shrubs. Some sheer cliffs jutted out directly over the abyss, resembling diving boards. Without the cover of colossal trees, their field of vision expanded significantly. Wu Yu and his companions gazed into the abyss, shrouded in mist, rendering the depths invisible and chilling their hearts. Moreover, standing on the large rock at the edge of the abyss, Wu Yu felt as though a pair of eyes within the depths were scrutinizing him. "When you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you." He recalled a quote attributed to a great thinker, prompting a shiver down his spine. Upon reaching this point, the blood trail vanished. Presumably, Gaia had found something to staunch his bleeding during his escape. Although the blood was no longer visible, they still had Huang's markings and the plants Gaia had trampled in his frantic flight. Thus, they continued to follow the traces along the edge of the abyss. After nearly half an hour of pursuit, they faintly heard the sounds of battle. Upon hearing the commotion, the 4 quickened their pace. After maneuvering around several massive boulders, they spotted Huang confronting Gaia atop a large rock. Gaia, noticing Wu Yu and the others approaching, realized that it wouldn't be long before they caught up. He couldn't help but let a cold smile flicker at the corners of his mouth as he wielded the Fang blade. His face contorted in a fierce snarl as he thrust it with all his might towards Huang. At that moment, Huang, seeing Wu Yu and his companions closing in, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Had they arrived even a moment later, he genuinely worried he might not have endured much longer. Were it not for the breastplate protecting his vital areas, he certainly would not have lasted this long. It was evident that his breastplate had been pierced in several places by Gu Ya's Fang blade, exposing the scales beneath. Faced with Gu Ya's powerful strike, Huang hurriedly raised his savage Fang blade to fully block the attack. Had it not been for his savage Fang blade absorbing some of Gu Ya's momentum, and the protection of his breastplate, his lower abdomen might have been punctured by that very strike. In terms of strength, Huang was indeed somewhat inferior to Guya. If one were to categorize the totem warriors into 3 tiers, ordinary, powerful, and elite, Guya undoubtedly belonged to the elite tier, while Huang was situated within the elite level. Guya, wounded by Wu Yu's blade, had merely sustained a cut to his abdomen, resulting in a little bleeding without compromising his essence. Were it not for his fear of excessive blood loss affecting his combat capability, he would not have been forced to dash away while applying medicine to staunch the bleeding. Perhaps he had even intended to kill Huang and had deliberately slowed down. It remained uncertain how difficult it would be for Huang to catch up to him. Upon realizing his attack had been ineffective, Guya's face revealed a trace of impatience. He believed several of his assaults had been razor-sharp, certain that his opponent could not evade them, yet they all returned fruitless, thwarted by Huang's breastplate. Indeed, Huang had no means to evade those attacks. However, since his battle with the unicorn black rhinoceros, he had learned that this breastplate would not be easily pierced by Fang blades, which was why he dared to withstand Guya's fierce onslaught, holding out until Wu Yu and the others arrived. After piercing Huang's breastplate, Guya finally understood the reason behind their binding of animal hides in such sweltering conditions during the dry season. It was to resist attacks. Donning such armor made him akin to a ferocious beast with scaled skin, rendering his Fang blade ineffective. If he did not devise a way to injure Huang soon, he would find himself at a disadvantage once his comrades arrived. Guya thought to himself. In the instant he was wounded, he believed he was facing certain death. Upon hitting the ground, without a second thought, he fled for his life. After running for a while, he realized his injury was not as severe as he had initially thought. While it was not fatal, excessive blood loss could still prove deadly. Thus, he continued to run while applying medicine and binding the wound with animal hide to stop the bleeding. Upon noticing only Huang pursuing him, he formulated a plan. Seize this opportunity to kill Huang, then return to slay Yanlong, Wu Yu, and the others. In doing so, he would not only fulfill his mission but also gain honor, reaping both fame and fortune. At this moment, Guya was indeed risking everything, fully committed to the deadly confrontation, intent on bringing Huang down beneath his Fang blade. After repeatedly being thwarted by Huang's breastplate, he altered his attack trajectory, targeting Huang's unprotected arms, thighs, and head. Under Guya's relentless assault, Huang found himself in a state of disarray, his hands and feet marked with several cuts from the Fang blade. Fortunately, the wounds were not deep, nor were they severe, resulting in merely a bit of blood loss. As a totem warrior, as long as the injuries were not lethal, minor wounds and a little blood loss were of no great concern. However, should the bleeding become excessive, that would be a different matter altogether. Wu Yu, witnessing Huang momentarily incapacitated by Guya's assault, urgently instructed Xian to set him down, so he could assist Huang. Ever since Xian had broken through to become an orange-patterned warrior, he had longed to test the extent of his newfound strength. After being set down, he exchanged a few words with Yi and Jiangu before racing at full speed towards Guya and his group. Observing only Xian approaching, Guya paid little heed, instead intensifying his assault, directing every strike toward Huang's neck. Huang could only use his savage Fang blade to shield himself, truly reduced to a position of defense without the means to retaliate. Upon Xian's arrival, he brandished his brutish Fang blade and joined the fray, aiming for Guya's back. In Guya's mind, Xian was merely an ordinary red-patterned warrior whom he deemed unworthy of concern. It wasn't until Xian's Fang blade was halfway to him that he casually attempted to block it. However, as their blades made contact, Guya was taken aback and hastily increased his force. Yet it was too late. His Fang blade was deflected by Xian's, and the momentum continued unabated, slicing a long gash across his left arm, blood flowing freely. Being an elite orange-patterned warrior, Guya did not panic upon injury. Instead, he quickly leaped backward, evading Huang's follow-up attack, and seized the opportunity to dash towards Wu Yu and the others. Seeing Guya rushing towards him, Wu Yu instinctively clutched the strange crystal he had just acquired. Yi and Jiangu stood resolutely in front of Wu Yu, shields raised. Both Huang and Xian were taken aback to see Guya heading towards Wu Yu, and they hurriedly pursued with all their might. Chapter 36. The Final Frenzy. At this moment, Guya advanced rapidly, his eyes glinting like cold steel, fixated on Wu Yu with a visage that was utterly grotesque. He harbored an intense hatred for the shaman named Yu from the Yanlong tribe. His animosity towards Wu Yu stemmed not only from the loss of 4 orange-patterned warriors from the Bei tribe in the Black Wind Forest, but also from the fact that Wu Yu had taken his brother Now Yu's relics. He had idolized his brother since childhood, aspiring to emulate him, and Wu Yu's possession of his brother's belongings had struck a deep chord within him. Moreover, he had believed his surprise attack would result in a swift kill, only to find it had missed, nearly costing him his life. Upon reflection, he recognized it as yet another trap. In his heart, he regarded Wu Yu as a despicable scoundrel. His hatred was akin to the roaring snow river formed from the unceasing snow-capped peaks of the Zhu-Ma mountain range, relentless and unyielding. Yi and Jiangu, armed with their shields, stared fiercely at Guya, their eyes aflame with fury. They too despised him deeply. Had it not been for their alliance with the wolf tribe, their loved ones would not have perished, their women and children would not have been taken, and they would not have lost their home, forced to flee for their lives. To slay the shaman of Yanlong, you must first step over my corpse. The two stood resolute, gripping their fang blades tightly. As Guya closed in, mere 3 paces away, he suddenly leaped forward, aiming straight for Wu Yu. Yi and Jiangu also leaped with all their might, raising their shields to block, one on the left and one on the right, while simultaneously attacking Guya with their fang blades. Seeing Guya thrust towards his shield, he couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph. This shield was crafted from the hard shell of the red wolf spider, impervious even to Huang's savage fang blade, making it tantamount to seeking death. As long as Guya's fang blade became lodged in the shield, he could possibly injure him. With this thought in mind, he exerted even more strength into his fang blade, aiming for Guya's lower body. Guya's fang blade struck precisely at the hole Wu Yu had pierced with the strange crystal. It is uncertain whether he had deliberately aimed for the hole or if it was mere coincidence. In any case, the occurrence was quite mystical. His intention was not to harm Yi, but rather to utilize the force to leap forward towards Wu Yu. When his fang blade pierced through the shield's opening and could advance no further, he exerted a powerful push, causing his body to flip backward in the air. Withdrawing the fang blade, he executed another rotation, aiming directly for Wu Yu's brow with a strike. Huang and Xian, who followed closely behind, were taken aback by the unexpected maneuver of Guya, their souls momentarily shaken, a chill surging from their feet to the crown of their heads. Their hands trembled as they instinctively emitted a collective gasp, their expressions morphing into a mask of fierce terror. As Guya propelled himself into the air once more, they too sprang into action, akin to 2 great eagles, one veering left and the other right, converging upon Guya. Prior to Guya's approach, Wu Yu had already seized the anomalous crystal, gripping it tightly with a countenance fraught with tension. The crystal reflected the sun's blinding rays, momentarily rendering his vision null, akin to the shock of a vehicle's high beams illuminating a darkened road at night. At that moment, the sky bore witness to 9 suns, now slanted in descent, casting light at just the right angle. For Wu Yu, the direction of the sun's rise and fall was a mystery he did not dwell upon. Yet he firmly believed the setting sun to be in the west. Upon realizing the crystal's reflective power, a sense of resolve washed over him. Observing Guya's aerial approach, he swiftly adjusted the crystal to an optimal angle, bracing himself to deflect the light directly into Guya's eyes. Guya, witnessing Wu Yu wielding a crimson object in defense, smirked derisively, maintaining his relentless assault. Just then, he was suddenly blinded by a searing light directed at his eyes, causing him to instinctively shut them. In an instant, everything transpired. Wu Yu's timing was impeccable, a testament to his keen perception and adaptability. As the sunlight struck Guya's eyes, Wu Yu ducked swiftly, darting towards the firm bone structure, narrowly evading a lethal strike. Just as he evaded, Guya abruptly opened his eyes, only to find Wu Yu had vanished from his sight. Resolutely, he retracted his fang blade, executing a hard fold of his abdomen, landing feet first upon the ground. Huang and Xian, witnessing this, exhaled a sigh of relief while maintaining their offensive towards Guya. Upon reaching the firm bone, he had also reacted, hastily positioning his shield in front of Wu Yu as protective cover. The moment Guya touched down, he rolled forward, angling towards Wu Yu's evasion. Huang and Xian, naturally, found themselves thwarted. After landing, both rushed towards Guya. Once Guya regained his footing, he saw Wu Yu and the others standing perilously close to the edge of the cliff, a manic and ferocious glint flashing across his face. He bellowed at Wu Yu, declaring, "You must die today," and charged forward. Yi and the firm bone, with shields raised in defense, prepared to shield Wu Yu as they retreated slowly. As Guya sprinted, just before making contact with the shields, he unexpectedly retracted his fang blade, placing his hands upon both shields, his totemic patterns radiating a brilliant light. He pushed against Yi and the firm bone, forcing them to retreat rapidly. Yi and the firm bone braced against the shields, with one hand wielding a fang blade aimed at Guya's abdomen, attempting to compel him to relent. To their astonishment, Guya did not flinch, allowing their blades to pierce his flesh. Huang and Xian, who had been in pursuit, halted in shock, bewildered by the scene before them. Wu Yu, Observing Gu Ya's reckless fervor, glanced back and realized he was mere steps from the cliff's edge, instantly comprehending Gu Ya's deadly intent. Yet, even with this understanding, it was too late. At that moment, Gu Ya spat blood, transforming his push into an embrace, clutching the shields, Yi, and the firm bone, along with Wu Yu nestled between them. He then let out a primal howl, screaming die, as he plunged downwards, taking the four of them into the abyss. Chapter 37. Surviving the Aftermath. No! Huang and Xian cried out in despair. They lunged forward, desperate to grasp the four, but their timing was just a fraction too late, their hands grasping only air. It was then they comprehended Gu Ya's intent, to exchange his life for three others. The two collapsed at the cliff's edge, gazing into the thick, swirling mists of the chasm below. A scream echoed from the depths, reverberating through the valley. Huang and Xian could not discern who had cried out, and in their anguish, they pounded the stones with their fists, tears streaming down their faces. Though they had been fleeing for their lives, Wu had led them through unimaginable trials, instilling hope within them. They never anticipated such an outcome, culminating in a mere illusion. This conclusion was far from their desires. If Wu were to perish, it would signify the official expulsion of the Yanlong clan from the tribe. They could not fathom Wu's demise. Though he had yet to master his shamanic powers, he had consistently evaded disaster. Life demanded a face and death a body. They exchanged resolute glances and without hesitation began to descend the rocky precipice, determined to follow the path of their fallen comrades into the abyss. Even if the journey ahead was fraught with peril, they would not waver. After all, it was merely a chasm. If they could not recover Wu's body, they would not wish to survive alone. 5 had emerged, yet only 2 would return. How could they face such a reality? Not a single soul could be lost. Even 3 corpses would provide a semblance of closure. Shortly after Gu Ya embraced the 3 and tumbled into the abyss, he released his grip. He had not wished to let go, but the blades of Yi and the firm bone had pierced his abdomen, twisting within, the slow ebb of life draining his strength, leaving him unable to hold onto Wu Yu any longer. The scream that Huang and Xian had heard was his own. He had the means to escape, yet he did not. If he failed to eliminate the shaman of the Yanlong clan this time, he could not fathom when the next opportunity might arise, or if it would ever come again. Over the past 2 days, he had spent nights alone in the forest, acutely aware of its lurking terrors. One misstep could spell doom at the jaws of a ferocious beast. Each night, as an orange-patterned warrior, he had to conceal himself high within the tree hollows, afraid to make a sound. During the day, ferocious beasts typically refrain from venturing forth. Yet this is merely the norm. One can never predict where a savage creature of the wilderness might be lurking. The flame dragon tribe serves as a prime example, where even an attempt to flee may result in an encounter with a wild beast. Hence, he yearned to seize the opportunity to eliminate Wu Yu, a figure he despised to the core, and thus embarked upon an unexpected and reckless course of action that would leave Huang and his companions utterly astounded. He recalled that Wu Yu was not a totem warrior, merely a shaman devoid of the formidable powers characteristic of such fighters. Should he fall into this abyss, he would undoubtedly be crushed to a pulp. As for Yi and Jiangu, their survival was inconsequential. The death of the flame dragon shaman was the only outcome that mattered. It was precisely this audacious maneuver that left Huang and Xian momentarily dumbfounded, allowing him to execute his plan and tumble into the abyss with Wu Yu and the others. The instant Gu Ya released his grip, Yi and Jiangu let go of their weapons, the dagger embedded in Gu Ya's abdomen and the shield they held, and swiftly encircled Wu Yu, shielding him tightly in the center. Although the abyss was shrouded in mist, the stone walls were adorned with numerous flourishing trees growing at an angle. Though they could not compare to the gigantic trees on the surface, even the smallest among them would require the embrace of 2 or 3 individuals. This was a scenario Gu Ya had not anticipated. The dense fog obscured his vision, leading him to believe that the stone walls of the abyss were akin to sheer cliffs composed solely of rock. Furthermore, as they rolled along the precipice's edge, they were effectively descending a steep slope. Shortly after their descent began, having just released his grip, they were halted by an outstretched branch. Upon breaking the branch, they continued their fall. Wu Yu, tightly held by the 2, noticed during their descent that they would encounter branches, and he urgently called out to them, instructing them to see if they could grasp onto something when they did. He responded loudly, understood. As the trio clung together, the force of their descent was formidable. Even when they struck branches, the impact could not be mitigated. There was no opportunity to grasp anything as they swiftly passed by, continuing their downward plunge. As they cascaded downward, they occasionally collided with protruding branches, But these encounters were insignificant and could not impede their momentum. Let go of me. Don't worry about me. With your prowess as Crimson Pattern warriors, you should be able to seize a glimmer of hope. Wu Yu shouted during their plummet. The two remained silent, tightening their grip further, their actions conveying their resolve. Should they release him, Wu Yu's demise would be inevitable. If he perished, their hopes would vanish. By holding on, there remained a flicker of hope. In desperation, Wu Yu could only silently pray that they would encounter a larger tree, perhaps even a giant one, during their descent, and he wished that their fall would not cease, hoping for a chance at survival. Yi and Jiangu, as they fell, continually invoked the power of their totems. With their protective armor, the injuries they sustained from branches were not life-threatening. At most, their arms and legs bore superficial lacerations, appearing gruesome yet merely skin-deep. Conversely, it was Wu Yu, shielded by their embrace, who was nearly suffocated several times, prompting him to remind them to ease their hold. Indeed, as Wu Yu had prayed, they continued their descent. He mentally counted, and after encountering approximately 60 branches, they finally landed atop a massive tree. As they descended along its boughs, the force of their fall was alleviated, and they became lodged atop the giant tree, coming to a halt. Once they were completely still, Wu Yu softly addressed Yi and Jiangu. You may release me now. Shaman, have we truly reached the bottom? Are we not dead? He questioned, his disbelief palpable. Jiangu remained silent, gradually loosening his grip before gently pinching his own cheek. Upon feeling pain, he turned to Wu Yu and remarked, Shaman, we are indeed alive. I cannot ascertain if we have truly reached the bottom, but the fact remains that we have stopped, and we are alive, Wu Yu replied, his tone reflecting a sense of having narrowly escaped death, as he flexed his arms, now bruised from their tight hold. During their fall, he had never before felt death so intimately close, and the experience was both prolonged and agonizing. Even when he had been struck by a sniper years prior, he had not felt such a visceral proximity to death. I am indeed too weak, Wu Yu lamented inwardly. Chapter 38. The Crimson-Crowned Venomous Python. The tree that ensnared Wu Yu and his companions was indeed colossal, growing straight from the ground and pressing against the stone wall rather than protruding at an angle. They found themselves perched upon a massive branch, with ample space to lie either horizontally or vertically, without fear of falling, as numerous sturdy vines flourished above. The trio lay sprawled upon the branch, recovering from their brush with death, enveloped in silence. Wu Yu gazed quietly at the leaves overhead, lost in thought. However, he observed that the mist here was not as dense as above, offering a visibility of roughly 100 meters. After what felt like an eternity, a sudden rustling sound startled the three into sitting upright. They quickly stood, with Yi and Jiangu positioning themselves protectively in front of Wu Yu, their eyes fixed intently on something not far ahead. Wu Yu handed his dagger to Yi and presented the exotic crystal to Jiangu. A mere 10 steps away, a massive triangular head hovered before them, its neck curved like a bow, adorned with a blood-red crest, and 2 lantern-like black-yellow eyes bulging in the sockets. Its mouth flickered with a forked tongue, and 2/3 of its body coiled around the branch, nearly as thick as the one they stood upon, its coloration a dark brown interspersed with yellow stripes. Wu Yu regarded the enormous python with exasperation. Just when they had narrowly escaped death, they found themselves under the watchful gaze of a gigantic python, its crown-like growth and glistening fangs, 2 backward-facing fangs prominently displayed, rendering it unmistakably a venomous serpent. Was there truly no respite from peril? Indeed, the trio had caught the attention of a crimson-crowned venomous python. To Wu Yu, the crest resembled a grotesque tumor, yet it instilled a primal fear within him. Its venom, its crown, its immense size were inconsequential. The crux of the matter was that this creature was a savage beast. Should they be consumed by this python, it would be a more merciful end than being crushed or bitten to death by it. Perhaps everything is for the best. Wu Yu consoled himself. He did not subscribe to the notion of fate, yet in this moment he could only hope for a miracle. Since his encounter with the one-horned black rhinoceros, he faced the venomous python without undue trepidation, gripping the savage dagger Wu Yu had given him and fixating his gaze on the beast. His brow furrowed, suggesting he was calculating something. Jiangu, however, was experiencing this confrontation with a savage beast for the first time, and with only 3 of them present, with only he and Yi capable of fighting. He was understandably anxious, his legs trembling slightly. Although they had previously participated in the hunt for the giant-toothed serpent, that encounter had been meticulously planned, complete with numerous traps and the presence of Huang. This time, however, the appearance of the venomous python was utterly unexpected, leaving them without any psychological preparation and armed only with a shard of exotic crystal barely longer than their elbow. Despite the sharpness of the crystal, it was rather diminutive, likely too small even for dental extraction. Of course, Jian-gu was merely anxious, not frightened. The two sentiments were fundamentally different. Wu Yu observed this keenly and could not help but reflect. Indeed, combat serves as the finest teacher. The crimson-crowned venomous python fixed its gaze upon the trio, drooling in thin strings. Suddenly, its abdomen shifted, and it moved its neck side to side, astonishingly expelling a round object from its mouth. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a head, unmistakably that of Guya, albeit covered in a thick layer of slime. Is this considered rumination? Wu Yu cursed inwardly, realizing that the creature had savored the taste and followed the scent. After Guya released his grip, he fell first, unexpectedly providing the python a fortuitous meal. This, however, confirmed Guya's demise, sparing them the need to ascertain his death. While confirming Guya's passing was a relief, the three could not find joy in it. Barring a miracle, their fate would mirror that of Guya, becoming prey for the python, a savage beast. At that moment, the python, poised dominantly, swiftly sprang into action, its elongated, crimson tongue darting towards Jian-gu. Before he could react, he found himself ensnared. In a moment of desperation, Jian-gu instinctively thrust the exotic crystal towards the constricting tongue. Simultaneously, Yi leapt towards the python's head, mimicking a maneuver he had learned from Huang when dispatching the black-scaled giant python. Jian-gu's thrust penetrated deeply, causing the python to thrash its head in pain, releasing him and retracting its tongue. The python had assumed Jian-gu and his comrades would be like the moths fluttering above, easily ensnared and consumed, not anticipating any resistance. Seizing the opportunity, Yi successfully landed atop the python's head, one hand gripping the fleshy crown while the other raised the bone dagger, gifted by Wu Yu, plunging it forcefully into the crown. Though the crown appeared fleshy, it was surprisingly thick, and the dagger only pierced to a depth of less than an inch. Nevertheless, as long as it entered, it sufficed. He clung tenaciously to the wound he had created and, maintaining his balance, drove the dagger into another part of the crown. The python, tormented by Ye's successive strikes, thrashed its head violently while entangling itself around a branch. Its body, previously wrapped around the branch, hastily coiled toward its head. He, undeterred by the python's actions, continued his relentless assault on the second wound. Once released by the tongue, Jian-gu rolled down the branch in a flurry. He stabbed the exotic crystal forcefully into the branch to steady his descent, leaping to regain his footing atop the branch, casting a glance toward Wu Yu. Observing Jian-gu's ascent, Wu Yu shouted, "Don't mind me, go assist Yi." Jian-gu hesitated for a few seconds, then, gripping the crystal tightly, seized a sturdy vine and swung toward the python, which had ensnared Yi. With Yi ensnared, he could no longer lift his hands, forcing him to channel all his totemic power, using the dagger to bore deeper into the wound that had already swallowed the hilt. Upon landing on the python, Jian-gu was momentarily at a loss, as the python's head was intertwined with Yi, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. Wu Yu, noticing this, urgently advised, "Aim for the area above its abdomen. Find its heart." In Wu Yu's previous world, there was a saying about striking a snake at 3 inches or 7 inches. In truth, both measurements referred to critical areas, the 3 inches corresponding to the vulnerable spine behind the snake's head, while the 7 inches indicated the heart's location, just above the abdomen and below the head. Wu Yu's insight likely stemmed from this knowledge. Upon receiving Wu Yu's guidance, Jian-gu's totemic patterns began to shimmer as he thrust the exotic crystal forcefully into the python's abdomen, just a little above the targeted area. Chapter 39. Everything is for the best. Combat indeed fosters growth. At this moment, Jian-gu's face was set with determination, channeling the ferocity he had displayed while wielding the beast hide. As the crystal plunged into the python's abdomen, he forcefully dragged it upward. The crystal, though somewhat short, was remarkably sharp and, with a vigorous motion, Jian-gu managed to create a long gash in the python's belly, then reached inside, digging forcefully. The python, in excruciating pain, could not ignore Jian-gu's actions and was compelled to release Yi, thrashing its body violently. Initially, Yi had managed to maneuver the dagger within the python, but as time wore on, he began to struggle against the immense constricting force, ultimately reduced to a desperate resistance, hearing the sound of his bones creaking under pressure. Fortunately, he was situated atop the python's head. Had it been elsewhere, he might have been swallowed whole. Jian-gu's timely attack on the python's abdomen was crucial. Had he hesitated further, Yi would have been unable to endure. The python, with Yi still in its clutches, collided against the branch effortlessly, dislodging Yi, who then cascaded down the trunk of the massive tree, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. This unfolding scene left Wu Yu astounded. He had not anticipated such a crisis to be resolved so swiftly. After Jiangu was dislodged from the python, he grasped a sturdy vine, swinging back to Wu Yu, his expression one of bewilderment as he watched the python retreat. After being thrown from the python's head, Yi initially landed on a branch before continuing his descent, eventually managing to grab hold of a sturdy vine, hanging there, gasping for breath, motionless for an extended period. At that moment, Wu Yu remembered Yi and hurriedly instructed Jiangu, quickly check on Yi. The python knocked him down. Only then did Jiangu recall Yi's plight. He descended along the branch and soon spotted Yi dangling there, his chest rising and falling erratically. After pulling Yi onto the branch, Jiangu joined Wu Yu as they observed Yi's eyes, realizing he was not merely frightened but rather lost in an indescribable state of comprehension. The two remained silent, watching him intently. However, they could see the totemic patterns beneath Yi's armor shifting, as glimmers of light flickered around his neck. Wu Yu understood that Yi was undergoing a transformation, a process akin to a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. Do you think Yi will be all right? Jiangu asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Wu Yu raised a finger to his lips, signaling Jiangu to remain quiet. Jiangu, filled with concern, could only gaze anxiously at Yi. After a considerable pause, he witnessed Yi springing up with a joyful cry, his face alight with delight as he addressed Wu Yu. Wu, I sense my strength is surging. I am on the verge of transcending to the rank of an orange-patterned warrior. This fellow truly possesses remarkable fortune. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu couldn't help but internally marvel, his visage also reflecting joy as he congratulated Yi. Congratulations! If you indeed ascend to the status of an orange-patterned warrior, our flame dragon tribe will swiftly reclaim our lost territories. Jiangu interjected, You appeared quite fearsome just now, your totem patterns flickering ominously. I thought you had been rendered senseless by fright. Ha ha! I cannot fathom why I reacted thus. After being struck down by the venomous python, I found myself in a peculiar state, an indescribable sensation, Yi replied, excitedly rubbing the back of his head. At that moment, a sound of something descending from the top of the giant tree echoed through the air. The three quickly dodged aside, their hearts racing as they gazed upwards. Could it be another ferocious beast? Surely, fate cannot be this cruel. Just escaped one peril, only to encounter another? Is there no respite for us? Fortunately, this time, their fears were unfounded. Descending from above were Huang and Xin, who had leapt down in pursuit of the sound of Ye's exuberant cry. For seasoned orange-patterned warriors, such a sheer cliff posed no challenge. Even a vertical drop would not necessarily be lethal. It seemed that Guya did not leap with a mindset of certain death. He simply did not anticipate that Yi and Jiangu would continue to stab him with their fang knives during the fall, effectively extinguishing any hope of survival. Upon confirming that Wu Yu and the others were unharmed, Huang and Xin breathed a collective sigh of relief, the weight in their hearts finally lifting. As the two learned of Gu Ya's demise and Ye's near ascension to an orange-patterned warrior, excitement illuminated their faces. When they heard of the red-crowned venomous python, which had been injured and fled, they turned to Wu Yu. Understanding their intent, Wu Yu responded without hesitation, since it has been wounded, let us follow the trail of blood and seek an opportunity to slay this venomous beast. Thus, Huang carried Wu Yu on his back, and the five of them followed the blood trail down the giant tree. Upon reaching the base, they discovered that the colossal tree did not grow at the bottom of an abyss, but rather on a prominent, massive stone platform. Beneath the stone platform lay an endless expanse of mist. Wu Yu gazed at the surroundings, feeling a surge of emotion. Guya truly chose his fall well. Everything appears to be part of a grand design. Not far from the stone platform, they found a pool of blood, where 3 fang knives were left behind, likely the spot where Guya had fallen. Guya had 1 fang knife, while the 2 left in his body by Yi and Jiangu accounted for the other 2. Jiangu swiftly approached, collected the 3 knives, returned the anomalous crystal to Wu Yu, and handed Yi his fang knife. Guya's fang knife was a sturdy weapon, approximately the length of an arm. Its tip stained a dark crimson, indicative of the blood it had drawn. Jiangu examined it closely, his face brimming with delight. He had long yearned for such a formidable fang knife. Since Ye's knife was also of the same kind, could this knife not rightfully belong to him? Jiangu looked to Wu Yu, Huang, and Xin. Wu Yu smiled knowingly, understanding his unspoken desire, and said, This fang knife is now yours to wield. Use it wisely. After receiving his own knife, Yi returned Wu Yu's fang knife. The 5 of them stood on the stone platform for a moment longer before following the blood trail to a nearby cave entrance. This cave was approximately 6 meters high and 7 meters wide. At the base of the giant tree, several areas exuded copious amounts of resin. Wu Yu instructed them to gather long branches, which they wrapped in layers of thick resin to create torches. After igniting 5 of them with flint, each person took 1 lit torch and a spare as they ventured into the cave where the venomous python had entered. Chapter 40. Pursuit in the Cave. Inside the cave, the air was dry. Wu Yu and the others walked at a measured pace, neither hurried nor slow. Not long after, the cave made a sudden right-angle shifting direction. Wu Yu estimated that they were now closely aligned with the sheer cliff of the abyss. As they ventured deeper, the blood trail grew sparse. Wu Yu also noted that this cave sloped downward. After a brief walk, they found the blood almost non-existent. Thankfully, no forks in the cave had appeared thus far, alleviating concerns of losing the trail. After approximately half an hour of walking, the cave turned another corner. At the bend, they discovered a nest, emanating a foul stench. Huang sniffed vigorously, concluding that this was undoubtedly the lair of the red-crowned venomous python. However, there was no sign of the creature itself. The group searched the nest thoroughly, but aside from the lingering stench, found nothing of note. This bend was clearly not the end of the cave. Beyond the turn, there was indeed more passageway. Without hesitation, the 5 continued onward. Not long after, they felt a chill in the air, accompanied by the sound of dripping water. The cave grew damp and in some areas, the ground was muddy beneath their feet. Wu Yu held his torch close, scrutinizing the ground. He noticed fresh tracks, marred with a trace of blood. The further they went, the deeper the water became. Upon reaching a section where the water nearly reached their knees, they were confronted with a fork in the cave. Both paths were submerged, with faint traces of blood in the water, making it impossible to discern which direction the python had taken. Wu Yu first stood at one of the forks, dipped his fingers into the water, and held them aloft, attempting to detect any breeze emanating from within. He then repeated the process at the other fork. Regrettably, his method proved ineffective. Both passageways exhaled a breeze. Huang, Xian, Yi, and Jian Guo looked at him expectantly, hoping for a decisive directive. Wu Yu offered a wry smile, stating, "I cannot ascertain which tunnel to pursue. Which direction do you believe the python fled?" He had inadvertently shifted the burden of decision onto them. Huang pondered in silence, while Xian opened his mouth, hesitating to voice his thoughts. He, however, decisively replied, "Wu, whichever path you choose, we shall follow." Jian Gu wholeheartedly echoed Yi's sentiment. With both Yi and Jian Gu voicing their agreement, Huang and Xian had no choice but to comply, shifting the responsibility back to Wu Yu. In light of this, Wu Yu resolved not to dwell any longer on the decision and declared, "Let us proceed down the left tunnel. I have a strong inclination that the python must have gone this way." The 4 nodded in agreement, expressing no objections. As they reached this juncture, they noted that their torches had burned for quite some time. In order to save time, Wu Yu asked Yi to carry him, thus quickening their pace. Huang led the way ahead, periodically checking for any signs of the venomous python having slithered by. This stretch of path was perpetually wet, making it impossible to discern any trace of the snake. After half an hour, they finally exited the waterlogged area, whereupon they discovered evidence of the python's passage. Observing this, Wu Yu couldn't help but sigh with relief internally, surprised that his random guess had proven correct. With the path confirmed, their speed naturally increased, and they ceased their search for further tracks. However, to their astonishment, shortly after proceeding a short distance, the cave took another turn. At this point, Wu Yu was utterly bewildered regarding the cave's orientation. Given their deep foray, retreat was no longer an option. Shortly after they made the turn, they were greeted by a faint, ashen glow. Was this an indication of an exit? The group hastened their steps. Although they had glimpsed a weak light, it took nearly another half-hour for them to reach the source of the dim illumination. To their dismay, they realized it was not an exit but rather a piece of fluorite, roughly the size of a child's head, casting a grayish light throughout the area, misleadingly resembling a cave entrance from a distance. Not far from this spot, on a massive stone gleaming like jade, 2 lantern-like eyes were intently fixed upon them. Huang was the first to notice the glimmering eyes, drawing his dagger and cautiously advancing while signaling for the others to halt. Xian, seeing Huang's actions, followed suit, quickly unsheathing his dagger and joining Huang in his approach towards the eyes. Just as Huang was about to speak, the 2 eyes moved, slithering towards them. It was indeed the fleeing venomous python. Yi and Jian Gu had wounded it, although not fatally. Had it not fled decisively, Jian Gu might have extracted its heart. The python had intended to heal its wounds in this location, where the warm white stone could facilitate rapid recovery. It had not anticipated that these bipedal beings would pursue it to this place. The python's fury was palpable, and the consequences would undoubtedly be severe. Huang and Xian were unconcerned with the python's thoughts, Upon witnessing its aggressive advance, they each prepared their daggers and charged forward. He set Wu Yu down and shielded him closely. Wu Yu, in turn, grasped the exotic crystal in his hand for potential emergencies. After experiencing a painful lesson, the python no longer dared to strike with its tongue at these upright creatures. Instead, upon reaching a certain distance, it halted abruptly, and its tail, like a whip, swept through the air towards Huang and Xian. The two, seeing the python's tail approaching, leaped up and struck down with their daggers. The python's tail sweep was not to be underestimated. Although they managed to strike its body, the impact was negligible, and they were sent reeling backward. This demonstrated the ferocity of the tail. A direct hit could easily fracture bones. After regaining their footing, they each let out a fierce shout and charged at the python once more. The python, no fool, recognized the effectiveness of its tail attack and swung its body to gather momentum for another strike against Huang and Xian. They exchanged a glance, realizing they could not confront the python head-on again. Xian took the initiative to withstand the python's assault, channeling the totemic power to its maximum as he swung his dagger fiercely at the python's tail. As expected, Xian was once again sent flying by the force of the impact. Huang, however, executed a forceful maneuver in mid-air, landing on the ground. This action seemed reminiscent of a technique learned from Guya. Simultaneously, as Xian was struck by the python's tail, Huang leaped towards the python's head, thrusting his dagger with great intensity. Chapter 41. Jian Gu's Determination. The venomous python flicked its tongue incessantly. After having been struck, it performed a roll just as Huang lunged at its head, narrowly evading the attack. Witnessing this, Wu Yu internally exclaimed, "Damn it, it has become clever." Having missed his target, Huang quickly followed the python's rolling direction to leap again. Xian, due to his direct confrontation, had been sent reeling by the python's tail, but he quickly regained his composure and charged towards its head. After completing its roll, the python halted, arching a third of its body upward, bowing its neck, and opening its gaping maw to strike at Huang with lightning speed, simultaneously spewing forth a noxious liquid. Huang, sensing the imminent danger, hurriedly dodged aside. His evasion led him directly to the cave wall. Seizing the moment, he leapt up, pushing off the stone wall to ascend towards the python's head, while simultaneously swinging a torch towards it. The python seemed to predict Huang's actions. Missing its strike, it performed another roll, deftly evading Huang's attack while neutralizing Xian's offense. The three onlookers, witnessing the python's unexpected resilience, silently rejoiced in their survival atop the giant tree, recognizing it as a true miracle. As a native of the Black Wind Forest, the python had never encountered such bipedal creatures. Its earlier misfortune atop the giant tree had stemmed from its overconfidence. Ye's ability to leap onto its head was facilitated by the disruption caused by Jian Gu's earlier strike with the exotic crystal, which had interfered with the python's sensory perception, providing Yi with an opening. The python's incessant flicking of its tongue was a means to capture the scent particles of its surroundings. Now, however, it would no longer underestimate Huang and Xian, viewing them as formidable foes and engaging them with full intensity. After repeated failed attempts at attack, both Huang and Xian were growing weary, their assaults becoming increasingly ferocious. Fortunately, the spaciousness of the area allowed for an unconfined battle between the two and the python. This spatial advantage ultimately benefited the python, enabling it to roll and maneuver with ease. In a fervent exchange, the trio engaged in a heated clash. Wu Yu, observing the situation, realized the disadvantage of their current strategy and urgently called out, "Do not get entangled. Aim for its underbelly, let it bleed, and sever its tail. Let's see how it can continue to roll and wear us down." Wu Yu's admonition prompted Huang and Xian to immediately alter their approach. It was precisely Wu Yu's warning as Wu Yu beheld the venomous python advancing towards him. He could hardly suppress the urge to slap himself in frustration. Huang and Xian had been engaged in a fierce battle, and even though the odds were now stacked against them, there was no immediate danger. Why had he chosen to interject? Had he not just invited trouble upon himself? When Huang noticed the python had shifted its target to Wu, a surge of urgency coursed through him. He bellowed to Yi and Jian Gu, commanding them to protect Wu, discarded his torch and leapt into action, the totemic patterns on his body momentarily glowing as he aimed a powerful thrust at the python's tail. Seeing the python charge towards Wu, Yi hastily hoisted Wu onto his shoulders and retreated swiftly. Although he was on the brink of advancing to the rank of orange-patterned warrior, he dared not confront the python head-on. Jian Gu, witnessing Ye's decisive action, discarded his torch and armed himself with his dagger, stepping back to shield them. The python moved with astonishing speed, closing in on Jian Gu within mere moments, its foul stench palpable even at a distance. No matter how swiftly Wu Yu and his companions fled, the python relentlessly pursued them, having locked onto their rhythm. Jian Gu, his expression grave as he faced the python's bared fangs, felt a measure of calmness. This was no longer his first encounter with such peril. He steadied his grip on the dagger, seeking to alleviate his mounting anxiety. Huang's desperate attempt to pierce the python's tail resulted in failure, nearly being swept away by the creature's sweeping appendage. Meanwhile, Xian endeavored to leap onto the python's back, but each attempt was thwarted by the serpent's serpentine movements, which deftly evaded capture. Truth be told, had the python chosen to flee, Huang and Xian would likely have been powerless to stop it. If the python fixated on a single target, barring any miraculous intervention, that individual would undoubtedly face doom. Such was the plight of Wu Yu and his companions. Even if Huang and Xian managed to plunge their daggers into its flesh, without inflicting a fatal wound, their efforts would yield little consequence, utterly failing to halt the python's advance. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. As Jian Gu found himself with no avenue of escape, he abruptly halted. He had previously experienced the python's lethal grip. Had it not been for the alien crystal in his possession at that time, he would have surely been reduced to nothingness. The memory of being on the brink of death resurfaced vividly, and once again he sensed its proximity. Yet he did not falter. Retreat was not an option. He faced the threat with courage. Wu Yu, being carried by Yi, clutched the alien crystal, observing the python drawing ever closer, its foul breath overwhelming. Seeing Jian Gu's steadfast stance, he urgently shouted, "Jian Gu, run! Don't be foolish!" Jian Gu, with a determined smile, replied, "You all run," and tightened his grip on the dagger, advancing towards the python's gaping maw. This marked his first defiance of Wu's wishes, and it could very well be his last. Wu Yu clearly witnessed the totemic patterns on Jian Gu glowing intensely as he raised the dagger, evidently aiming for the python's upper jaw. This time, the python chose not to ensnare Jian Gu with its tongue, opting instead to strike him directly. In truth, Jian Gu was willingly presenting himself into its jaws. Behind, Huang and Xian, closely tailing the python, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation upon hearing Wu Yu's shout. Their totems flickered to life as they each roared and plunged their daggers toward the python's body. The creature's speed far surpassed theirs. Otherwise, Wu Yu and his companions would not have been so easily pursued. It was now futile for the two to attempt to save Jian Gu. Their only hope lay in piercing the python to alleviate its onslaught. On this occasion, both succeeded in striking the python, burying their daggers to the hilt. Their success was fortuitous, as the python suddenly flipped and writhed, inadvertently colliding with their blades. Chapter 42. Evisceration. Jian Gu resolutely thrust his dagger, entering the python's mouth. He effectively lodged the blade against its upper jaw, piercing deeply within, preventing the creature from closing its jaws, much like a sturdy object propping it open. Wu Yu had understood Jian Gu's intent the moment he raised the dagger. Should Jian Gu succeed, the python would meet its demise. Should he fail, he would be annihilated. Fortunately, Jian Gu's first act was a success. He had managed to thwart the python's bite. Naturally, this position was far from comfortable. The stench alone was suffocating. Observing Jian Gu successfully fend off the python's attack, Wu Yu pounded Ye's shoulder, exclaiming, "Put me down! Go assist Jian Gu and slay the python." Without hesitation, Yi complied, releasing Wu Yu and turning towards the python. At this juncture, the python writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. Huang and Xian seized the opportunity, swiftly extracting their daggers and targeting its head. Moreover, the python raised its head high, violently slamming it down, reminiscent of their earlier encounter with the subterranean giant worm. From within the python's maw, Jian Gu's neck was visible, the totemic patterns on his body radiating brilliantly as he valiantly held the creature's jaws apart. In such a life-or-death moment, he exerted every ounce of strength. The python relentlessly battered its head against the ground, twisting its body in a frenzy, attempting to ensnare Jian Gu with its tongue and drag him into its gullet. Fortunately, Jian Gu had positioned his feet among the teeth of the python's lower jaw, preventing him from being pulled down. He attempted to leap onto the python's head multiple times, each effort proving fruitless. Huang and Xian, rushing to his aid, also made several attempts, but were equally unsuccessful, often losing their grip as the python thrashed about violently. Even their daggers, when plunged into the creature's flesh, yielded little effect. The python's ferocious thrashing demonstrated its immense power. Wu Yu observed coldly and suddenly shouted to Huang, "Throw someone into its mouth. Jian Gu can't hold on much longer." His words instantly illuminated the understanding among Huang and the others. They turned to Jian Gu, whose totemic patterns were dimming, the light flickering away. Thus, Huang instructed Xian. You two, toss me. Be swift, precise, and forceful. They all recognized that as long as Jiangu held the python's jaws apart, it could not attack. This was the sole correct method to vanquish the creature. This python was no match for the black-scaled giant. Seizing its red crown would likely prove futile, especially in the current circumstances where reaching its head was impossible. Xian and Yi worked in unison to hoist Huang, their eyes fixed on the python. As the creature's head lifted, they hurled Huang toward its gaping maw. Huang, one hand gripping his dagger and the other extended forward, unfortunately did not land inside. After raising its head, the python suddenly arched its body and rolled backward. With a swift motion, Huang returned to the side of Xian and Yi, who once again hoisted him up. This time, they waited until the venomous python's head was raised, indicating a downward trajectory, before launching Huang into the air. Their aim was precise, and the force and speed were perfectly calibrated, allowing Huang to land squarely within the python's gaping maw. As he entered, Huang immediately thrust his savage blade upwards towards the python's palate, while his other hand seized one of its fangs. At that moment, Jiangu was indeed nearing his limit. Upon witnessing Huang's successful penetration and the subsequent stabilization of the python's upper jaw, he drew his blade and struck at the serpent's coiling tongue, targeting the very spot where he had previously inflicted injury, delivering a savage cut. It appeared he intended to sever the python's tongue. The python, agitated by Jiangu's actions, writhed even more violently, its head repeatedly slamming against the stone wall. Huang, however, steadfastly maintained his grip, remaining unshaken despite the chaos. Jiangu continued to slice at the python's tongue when, suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. A surge of liquid erupted from the python's mouth, splattering Jiangu, who was focused on his task. Taken aback and momentarily stunned, he had no time to comprehend the situation before the serpent's tongue ensnared him and pulled him into its belly. Although Huang was doused by the python's excretion, it had no adverse effect on him. He stood in shock as he witnessed Jiangu being swallowed whole. Even if he had wished to rescue him, it was too late, especially since he could not relinquish his grip. The sudden turn of events left Wu Yu and the others in a state of bewilderment. Soon, Wu Yu seemed to have an epiphany and shouted urgently, Jiangu should be fine. When he was swallowed, he wasn't poisoned and wasn't bitten either. He still has his blade, he should be all right. Hurry! Cut open its belly and save Jiangu. Wu Yu's booming voice snapped Xian and Yi out of their stupor. Gripping their blades tightly, they leaped towards the python's abdomen. After several attempts, they successfully plunged their blades into the python's flesh and held on fiercely, disregarding any potential harm from the serpent's thrashing. Their faces contorted with determination as they hacked at its belly. Just as they began to carve through the python's hide, a blade tip suddenly emerged from the incision Jiangu had made. Wu Yu's eyes widened with joy as he exclaimed, Jiangu is alive. Yes, coming out. Before he could finish, Jiangu forcefully sliced through the opening, bursting forth with a pulsating, sizable object in hand, his entire form drenched in crimson. Jiangu had seized the python's heart. After being swallowed, he had held his breath and recklessly sliced within, ultimately reaching the point where he had made his incision, coincidentally locating the heart and severing it. Shortly after Jiangu emerged, the python's frantic writhing gradually subsided, eventually becoming still, only twitching occasionally in a reflexive manner. Huang maintained his grip on the python's massive jaws until it lay entirely motionless before leaping out. Once Huang had cleared the python, Xian ascended to its head, digging into its skull with his blade. Disheartened, he soon leapt down, having found no beast crystal within. Suddenly, they heard a mournful roar. Chapter 43. The Vanished Beast's Roar. After retrieving the heart from the python's belly, Jiangu staggered away and collapsed to the ground, his complexion pale as he gasped for breath. The unexpected beast's roar startled him into action, more invigorating than consuming the blood of a savage beast. After concentrating for a moment, Xian noted that the peculiar roar had ceased. Wu Yu surmised that this roar must be the very one that had vanished. Huang nodded in agreement, affirming it was indeed the ferocious beast. However, Yi remained unfazed by the roar. He was currently positioned at the opening from which Jiangu had emerged, greedily lapping up blood. Wu Yu chuckled at Ye's unabashed behavior, shaking his head as he addressed Xian and Huang. From the sound, it seems this ferocious beast is gravely wounded, likely on the brink of death. Judging by the sound, it should be located at the bottom of this abyss. It could very well be the overlord of this chasm. Huang and Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Yu continued, let us deal with this venomous python first. Since we are few in number, let us just take its skin and gall. Oh, and don't forget the luminous stone from the cave ceiling. We should take that as well. It will serve us well for illumination at night. Thus, Huan and the others set about their tasks as directed by Wu Yu. Meanwhile, Wu Yu positioned himself over the python's wound, drinking up the blood. He then practiced the seizing enemy 16 forms within the cave to dissipate the violent energy coursing through his body. After exhausting himself, he took another sip of blood. Once drained, he ceased and began examining the python's two fangs. He felt a tinge of regret. With the python dead, he could no longer extract its venom. The fangs were hollow rather than grooved, which he deemed somewhat useful, prompting him to have Yi remove them. Clutching the two fangs, Wu Yu approached the pristine, jade-like stone where the python had once coiled. He pondered why the python had not recuperated in its lair, but had instead sought refuge in this location. Perhaps the stone possessed some peculiar qualities? As his bare foot touched the white jade stone, a warm current surged from the stone through his soul, enveloping his entire being in a soothing warmth, reminiscent of the relief felt when pressure on a meridian is suddenly released. Wu Yu stood upon the white jade, momentarily entranced. Indeed, there was something extraordinary about it. No wonder the python had sought solace on this white jade. It was a massive warm jade, capable of accelerating blood circulation within the body. The python likely coiled here to heal its wounds. As for why it hadn't made this site its permanent lair, Wu Yu could not ascertain. Understanding the properties of the white jade, Wu Yu sat cross-legged upon it, unfastening his chest armor, opening his heart to the heavens, and closing his eyes. To his astonishment, he found himself in a meditative state upon the white jade. After a brief period, he opened his eyes. He had indeed been meditating, merely testing whether the white jade had any beneficial effects on his cultivation. However, after his trial, he found it utterly ineffective for his cultivation of witch power. He was uncertain whether it would have any impact on Huan and the others' totemic powers. Thus, he rose and called to Huan and the others, "This warm jade is intriguing. Does anyone wish to try it and see if it has any effect on your totemic powers?" Upon hearing this, Huan turned to Jiangu and said, "Jiangu, you should give it a try." Jiangu sat cross-legged upon the warm jade, closing his eyes in earnest. After a considerable while, he finally sprang to his feet and addressed Wu Yu, saying, "Wu, this stone can restore my energy, but it is of no use for the cultivation of totemic power." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu felt a profound sense of disappointment. This warm jade merely had the capability to heal wounds. He had hoped it would enhance one's prowess like in the tales of martial arts. Clearly, he had been overly optimistic. Wu Yu couldn't help but shake his head, chiding himself internally. Moreover, this warm jade grew in conjunction with the stone cavern, being quite enormous. Even if it had some utility, it would be exceedingly difficult to transport. Given their current strength, it was utterly impossible to move it in its entirety. At that moment, Huang and the others had also dealt with the venomous python and were now looking at him. Their intent was clear. As Wu Yu understood, they sought his next instructions, to continue onward or to retrace their steps. Wu Yu gestured towards the warm jade and declared, "Let us rest here for a moment before proceeding." His meaning was unmistakable. They were indeed to continue forward. Thus, Huang and the four others sliced some flesh from the venomous python and began to feast. Wu Yu also consumed a little, having already taken 2 sips of blood earlier. He dared not indulge further. After the 5 had finished eating, they all lay sprawled atop the warm jade, closing their eyes to recuperate. Surprisingly, all 5 soon fell into slumber. Huang emitted loud snores, Xian began to grind his teeth, he muttered in his sleep, and Jiangu chuckled softly. Only Wu Yu remained peacefully asleep, making no sound at all, a habit likely ingrained from his time in the military. The first to awaken was Huang, appearing refreshed, his every movement radiating strength. It was evident that his rest had fully rejuvenated him. Just as he was about to rouse Xian, Wu Yu opened his eyes, sat up, and remarked, "I feel rather hungry." "Huang, are you not hungry?" Upon hearing Wu Yu's words, Huang suddenly felt a gnawing hunger pang, replying, "Wu, I too feel quite famished. Could it be that we have slept for an entire day?" Wu Yu did not respond but instead walked to the spot where Huang and the others had dealt with the venomous python. He observed the blood on the ground, touched it with his hand, and then said to Huang, "It seems we must have slept for a day. The blood has coagulated and turned black. Ooh, this warm jade is truly remarkable. It allowed us to sleep for a day without our knowledge. If only we could rest on it during the cold season, we would have no fear of the chill," Huang replied eagerly. Wu Yu smiled but did not engage in further conversation, taking out his dagger to slice some more flesh from the venomous python. Huang approached and joined him in the meal. At this time, Xian and the other 3 gradually awakened, their expressions mirroring Huang's upon waking. Upon seeing Wu Yu and Huang consuming the python's flesh, they instantly felt their stomachs rumble and leaped up, eagerly racing towards the meat. After Wu Yu felt he had eaten enough, he performed the seizing the enemy's 16 techniques to exhaust the ferocious beast meat within him before eating a little more, then addressed Huang and the others. Have you all had your fill? So let us proceed. After tidying up their belongings, Huang took the luminous stone, leading the way, while Xian brought up the rear. Wu Yu, along with Yi and Jiangu, positioned themselves in the middle as they moved forward. Wu Yu had urged them to continue because he believed they would soon find an exit. Chapter 44. The Lightning Giant Gecko. The group had scarcely traversed 100 paces when they encountered a bend in the path. At that moment, a series of rapid, thudding sounds emanated from around the corner, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground. Huang, at the forefront with the luminous stone, gestured for the others to retreat. Xian hurriedly moved to Wu Yu's side, closely guarding him as they stepped back. Wu Yu felt a sense of helplessness. Every time they faced an unexpected situation, Huang and the others instinctively thought of his safety first. It was rather uncomfortable to feel powerless. They retreated back to the warm jade, where Huang hung the luminous stone from a point on the cave ceiling and drew his dagger, preparing for battle. The sounds of movement grew louder, and the tremors beneath them intensified significantly. From the commotion, it was evident that the unknown creature was of considerable size. Wu Yu gripped the anomalous crystal in his hand, finding it quite comfortable to hold and remarkably sharp. Moments later, a massive, reptilian creature rounded the corner, advancing with lightning speed. Upon closer inspection, Wu Yu noted that this creature boasted a large, flat, triangular head, towering over 2 meters high. Its bulging, fiery red eyes flickered as it flicked out a long tongue. The skin on its head was notably rough, colored a grayish-white adorned with orange spots, and covered in numerous bumpy scales. Goodness, even a gecko can grow this large. Wu Yu silently cursed in his heart. Indeed, the rapid approaching creature was an unexpectedly enormous gecko. Its massive head, though slightly smaller than that of the crimson-crowned venomous python, could easily swallow a person of Huang's stature whole. Huang exclaimed, "Be cautious. This is a lightning giant gecko, a ferocious beast." The charging lightning giant gecko halted abruptly, just 5 steps away from the warm jade, extending its tongue and letting out a thunderous roar directed at the group. Previously, Wu Yu had only glimpsed its head, but now he could see the entirety of the lightning giant gecko, which measured around 6 to 7 meters in length, its back covered with bumpy scales and orange horizontal stripes. Overall, it appeared rather striking. Its tail was short, its limbs robust and proportionate, with claws that seemed exceedingly sharp, gripping the ground tightly. Wu Yu observed closely, noting a massive wound near the creature's hindquarters, from which blood was steadily oozing. Xian also noticed and shouted, "The lightning giant gecko is injured." Huang, having seen this as well, waved his dagger and let out a hissing sound, seemingly attempting to intimidate the creature. However, instead of retreating, the lightning giant gecko responded with another thunderous roar directed at Huang. The reason they referred to this giant gecko as the lightning giant gecko was due to the sound it emitted. Males were called gecko while females were called lizard. Unsurprisingly, this giant gecko was a male. The prefix lightning was attributed to its remarkable speed, which rivaled that of lightning itself, and it could easily scale steep rock walls as if walking on flat ground. Huang's reluctance to engage in combat stemmed from this very reason. The lightning giant gecko was incredibly formidable, and given their need to protect Wu Yu, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. As Huang noticed the lightning giant gecko roaring at him, he waved his dagger once more and hissed. Thus, a standoff ensued between man and beast, neither willing to yield. Wu Yu found this perplexing. If the creature was not attacking, why did it not retreat? Was its injury truly that severe? Yet its demeanor did not exhibit the signs of a critically wounded creature. What could be the reason? Just as Wu Yu was lost in thought, the lightning giant gecko leaped forth like a flash of lightning, letting out a fierce roar as it lunged directly at Huang. His patience had worn thin. Huang let out a long howl, brandishing his savage blade as he charged forward. To his astonishment, the lightning giant toad's attack was merely a feint. Suspended in mid-air, it flicked its tail and astonishingly altered its direction, darting towards Xian and the others like a bolt of lightning. Xian, having been fully attentive since the moment the giant toad leaped, kept his gaze fixed upon it. When he saw it approaching, he did not flinch but instead positioned himself resolutely in front of Wu Yu with his sword held horizontally. Observing Xian's unwavering stance, the lightning giant toad executed another tail flick mid-flight, redirecting itself towards the steadfast Jiangu. Wu Yu, witnessing this, internally lamented, "By heavens, it truly lives up to its name. It can change directions twice while airborne." This creature was indeed a formidable adversary. Jiangu, Undeterred, mirrored Xian's stance, raising his blade before him. The trio had learned their lesson. Fearing that evasion would grant the lightning giant toad an opening to attack Wu Yu, they stood their ground. In midair, Huang noticed the giant toad's change of attack direction and also altered his course, briefly tapping his blade against the ground before heading towards the creature. However, the lightning giant toad once again shifted its path. Naturally, Huang could not match its agility and execute a double somersault. Resigned, he landed on the ground and leaped once more towards the lightning giant toad. The creature did not alter its attack trajectory again, opening its cavernous maw and launching its tongue towards Jiangu with the speed of lightning. Xian and Yi, witnessing the toad's assault on Jiangu, instinctively shielded Wu Yu and retreated to a stone wall at the edge of the warm jade. Since slaying the venomous python, Jiangu's combat awareness had seen a significant transformation. Gripping his blade tightly, he thrust it towards the giant toad's long, massive tongue. As if in a heartbeat, the lightning giant toad suddenly accelerated, its tail whipping through the air, and its head lunging forward to ensnare Jiangu's blade. With a powerful tug, it wrenched Jiangu's weapon away, sending it flying with a resounding crash, before continuing its relentless advance towards Jiangu. Realizing that Xian and Yi had protected Wu Yu and retreated to safety, Jiangu swiftly crouched and rolled towards Huang's direction. Having missed its target, the lightning giant toad turned its head as it landed, using its hind limbs to propel itself towards the still-rolling Jiangu with lightning speed. Stabilizing himself after the miss, Huang saw Jiangu tumbling towards him, while the relentless giant toad pursued closely behind. Without hesitation, Huang leaped, blade in hand, aiming a strike at the triangular head of the lightning giant toad with the swiftness of thunder. The creature, noticing Huang's approach, planted its forelimbs on the ground and executed a rapid turn, aligning its head directly toward Wu Yu and the others, its short, thick tail sweeping towards Huang. At that moment, Huang had exhausted his tactics and could only brace himself for the giant toad's sweeping attack. Fortunately, the blow connected with his chest armor. Nonetheless, he was sent flying. The lightning giant toad, undeterred, leapt towards Wu Yu and the others. Chapter 45. Escape, Dark Bloodstains. Upon seeing the lightning giant toad charge towards him, Xian wore a grave expression, as if facing a dire threat. He shielded Wu Yu with his own body, swiftly positioning his blade in front of him, poised for battle. He mirrored his actions, holding his breath. Both gripped their swords tightly, raised defensively before their chests, their eyes locked onto the approaching giant toad. It seemed the creature had singled out Yi, darting directly towards him. Kill! Yi bellowed, leaping to prevent collateral damage to Wu Yu, his blade swinging with all his might towards the toad's lightning-fast tongue. The lightning giant toad, employing its previous strategy, suddenly intensified its speed mid-air, ensnaring Ye's blade with its tongue and forcefully flinging him aside. Unexpectedly, Yi held on tightly, refusing to relinquish his weapon, and was instead hurled along with it. Witnessing this, Huang swiftly leaped, aiming for the creature's wounded spot. As Yi was tossed aside, he desperately attempted to withdraw his blade from the giant toad's tongue, but it would not budge. At that moment, the lightning giant toad released its grip on the blade, its tail swinging as it shifted direction, raising its head and swaggering toward the now-flung Yi. Like a cannonball, Yi was propelled towards the cave's ceiling, unable to control his trajectory. He instinctively arched his back to absorb the impact. He crashed into the ceiling, shattering several stones before plummeting back down. Wu Yu watched in horror as Yi fell, his heart racing, for the lightning giant toad was now poised to intercept Ye's descent, its tongue already reaching out to ensnare him. Be careful, Yi, he shouted in alarm. Yi heard Wu Yu's warning and felt a rush of wind bearing down upon him, yet he could only instinctively swing his blade. The collision left him breathless, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As anticipated, the lightning giant toad's tongue ensnared Yi. Ah! Wu Yu gasped involuntarily. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he witnessed the giant toad release its hold on Yi, its forelimbs colliding with the ground as it rolled. Wu Yu then realized that Huang had plunged his blade into the creature's wound, vigorously stirring it to exacerbate the bleeding. However, Huang was also forced to withdraw his weapon as the giant toad's thrashing compelled him to retreat swiftly, narrowly avoiding a sweeping attack from its tail. Released from the giant toad's grasp, Yi was flung once more to the ground, and after a moment's struggle, he managed to rise. Meanwhile, the lightning giant toad, after rolling, ascended the stone wall to the cave's apex, blood dripping incessantly from its body, nearly forming a cascade. Huang's strike had evidently inflicted significant damage, compounding its injuries. Once the giant toad reached the cave's summit, Huang hurriedly maneuvered to Wu Yu's side, joining Xian to protect him as they gradually retreated along the cave wall. At that moment, a mournful beastly roar echoed through the cavern, causing the entire stone structure to tremble. Without a doubt, it was the cry of the bizarre creature, seemingly wounded. The volume of the roar was nearly double that of the previous days. The lightning giant toad, crouched at the cave's apex, shuddered in apparent fear upon hearing the howl. "Run!" Huang shouted to Yi and Jiangu, seizing Wu Yu and sprinting toward the corner. As the five of them rounded the corner, Wu Yu cast a glance at the luminous stones, feeling a pang of regret. Even worse, their torches had been discarded in their hasty escape, leaving no time to retrieve them or the venomous python's skin and gall they had dealt with. Now, they could only navigate the darkness ahead. After turning the corner, the path became obscured. The group continued running in the dark for a while, and upon hearing no pursuit behind them, they slowed their pace to catch their breath. Without torches, the group could only advance cautiously, their pace considerably slowed. "Let's use the flint. A spark, however small, can ignite a flame," Wu Yu suggested in the darkness. It was then that Xian remembered he had brought the flint along. Thus, the group pressed onward, guided by the fleeting sparks generated by their flint striking against one another. They could not discern whether they had been walking for 2 or 3 hours when they turned a corner and unexpectedly spotted a dim, grayish light. "Is it a firefly stone?" he ventured in the darkness. Regardless of whether it was indeed a firefly stone or an exit, the sight of the light was a relief. Wu Yu glanced at the glow and responded affirmatively. At that moment, they felt a gust of wind blowing towards them from the direction of the light, carrying with it the unique fragrance of flowers, grass, and trees. "This must be the exit," Wu Yu declared with conviction. "I feel the same," Huang replied. With the prospect of an exit before them, their pace quickened significantly. Despite their haste, it took them nearly half an hour to reach the source of the light. Indeed, they had arrived at an exit located atop a cliff, the sky above obscured by a gray haze, and the ground below shrouded in a similar gloom, rendering it impossible to see the bottom. However, they could still perceive the area surrounding the exit, extending about 200 meters in either direction. Wu Yu instructed Huang to set him down as he scrutinized the cave entrance. The cliffs on either side were steep and treacherous, offering no foothold, while wildflowers and thick thorns flourished in the crevices. Nevertheless, Wu Yu noticed a significant detail. The area around the exit was unnaturally smooth, with many darkened bloodstains congealed within the cracks. He also discovered fresh blood, undoubtedly from the lightning giant toad. Huang too noticed this troubling sign, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Wu, it appears that a fearsome beast frequently crawls in and out of here." "Indeed, I see it," Huang, Wu Yu replied, then inquired, "Do you know why the venomous python hasn't made its nest on that warm jade?" Huang shook his head, while Xian, Yi, and Jiangu exchanged puzzled glances. "The reason the venomous python hasn't established its lair there is due to fear. If my estimates are correct, that warm jade is a communal healing spot for these fearsome beasts. The lightning giant toad likely visited there to recuperate from its injuries, as evidenced by its condition. Furthermore, the presence of numerous darkened bloodstains in the crevices indicates that injured beasts frequently crawl into this cave," Wu Yu explained with a smile. A low rumble echoed through the mountainside, followed by a mournful howl that pierced the air. Chapter 46. Aerial Assault. This latest beastly roar reverberated in Wu Yu's ears, leaving a buzzing sensation in its wake. Fortunately, it was singular. Should more follow, it might well lead to blood streaming from his orifices. The bizarre roars grew closer together, revealing a tone of deep anguish, as if filled with unwillingness. Wu Yu rubbed his still ringing ears, speaking as if to himself or perhaps to Huang and the others. Xian looked at Wu Yu, his lips moving as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Jiangu gazed at him in admiration, exclaiming, "Wu, you are truly remarkable. You can discern so much from a single beast's roar." He shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "Have you not considered that if Wu were unable to hear this, he wouldn't even be called Wu?" After realizing his words were perhaps not entirely appropriate, he chuckled sheepishly and lightly slapped his mouth. Wu Yu smiled in return, understanding that Yi was indeed praising him, albeit in a manner that could be misinterpreted. At that moment, Huang interjected, "Wu, do you think we should proceed downward?" Without hesitation, Wu Yu pointed decisively downward and replied, "Let us delve deeper." Huang nodded in agreement, turning to Xian. "Xian, you carry Wu on your back while I clear the path." Xian nodded affirmatively. Wu Yu glanced at the cliff and instructed Xian, "Find some sturdy vines, about the thickness of your thumb, to secure me on your back." Following Wu Yu's guidance, Xian procured a few resilient vines from the thicket of thorns above and, using the tying method taught by Wu Yu, secured him onto his back. After ensuring Wu Yu was firmly in place, he tested the arrangement by jumping a few times, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he said, "This is perfect. If danger arises, I can retaliate without worry. Thus, the 5 descended toward the abyss below. Between the steep cliffs, the distance was not great, with clusters of enormous thorns and even some thick trees dotting the landscape. Such rocky terrain posed no challenge to warriors like Huang and his companions. Even with Wu Yu on his back, Xian moved with remarkable agility, leaping between the stone walls like a monkey. They had barely descended a kilometer when a sudden sound of flapping wings echoed from above, approaching them swiftly. The group turned their gazes toward the source of the noise. Before long, a long beak emerged from the mist, followed by a large head adorned with a prominent backward curving bony crest and a throat pouch. Next, they beheld the expansive wings unfurling, spanning nearly 10 meters. A pterosaur? Wu Yu's mind raced. Huang exclaimed, "That's a toothless pterosaur, a savage beast. Everyone, be cautious." As he spoke, the toothless pterosaur was now less than 100 meters away, heading directly toward Huang, likely drawn by his voice. Huang gripped the rock face with one hand while brandishing his dagger with the other, maintaining a steely gaze on the approaching creature. With a sharp cry, the toothless pterosaur opened its mouth, emitting a clear, resonant call that echoed throughout the valley. Indeed, it bore no teeth. The sound was reminiscent of a bird's call. What the heck? A reptile mimicking a bird. Wu Yu thought incredulously. After its call, the toothless pterosaur closed its mouth and thrust its elongated beak like a spear toward Huang. Huang's expression remained stoic and composed. Only when the pterosaur was within arm's reach did he suddenly sidestep, narrowly avoiding the strike while simultaneously swinging his dagger toward the creature's beak. The pterosaur's attack missed, its beak embedding itself into the cliff, sending rocks flying and sparking a few embers. The force behind that beak was evident. Wu Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Had it struck him, it would have surely pierced through. Although Huang's dagger struck the pterosaur's beak, creating sparks, it inflicted no real damage. The pterosaur, having missed its target, turned its body and flapped its wings violently, creating a fierce gust of wind that caused Wu Yu's skin to tighten and his hair to stand on end. Jian Gu, positioned slightly closer to Huang, was directly caught in the gale, knocked downwards by the force and falling nearly 10 meters before grasping onto a sturdy vine. As the toothless pterosaur executed a swift maneuver, Huang suddenly darted sideways along the stone wall, rolling like a flash of lightning for several meters before firmly grasping a crevice, fixing his gaze upon the pterosaur. After the toothless pterosaur fanned its wings, it began to glide downward, then flapped its wings, ascending into the air. After a brief spiral, it flapped its wings once more, gliding directly toward Huang. It seemed that the toothless pterosaur had ignited its fiery intent, locking onto Huang as its target. Seeing the pterosaur charging towards him, Huang shouted to Xian and the others, "Its target is me. Quickly, get down. Do not worry about me. I can handle it." Upon hearing this, Xian, without hesitation, leaped like a monkey, stretching his arms to grasp a section of the stone wall, propelling himself downward into a nearby crevice. On his back, Wu Yu, regardless of whether it would be useful, gripped the alien crystal tightly in his hand. Yi and Jian Gu followed suit, hastily making their descent. Once Huang noticed that the distance between himself and the four had widened, he breathed a slight sigh of relief, channeling all his focus on confronting the toothless pterosaur while formulating a bold plan. Although the pterosaur possessed long wings, its body measured less than 2 meters in length, rendering it relatively small. At that moment, the pterosaur launched its attack. After evading sideways, Huang forcefully kicked off from the stone wall, leaping diagonally toward the pterosaur's wing. His intention was to land on the back of the toothless pterosaur, for only in that manner could he hope to slay it. The toothless pterosaur, sensing the imminent danger, unexpectedly retracted its wings, plummeting downward in an instant. Huang, caught off guard by this unforeseen maneuver, found himself grasping at nothingness as he fell freely. After descending a short distance, the pterosaur suddenly unfurled its wings, stabilizing its body before flapping upward, heading straight for Wu Yu and the others. Wu Yu, who had been observing intently, watched in astonishment and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it! Isn't this just an aerial parking maneuver? Upon seeing the pterosaur approaching, he quickly warned Xian, "It's coming for us. Be alert." Chapter 47. Taking you for a flight, and the descent. Upon hearing Wu Yu's warning, Xian glanced at the oncoming toothless pterosaur and accelerated his descent. Even as an orange-striped warrior, he could not match the speed of the pterosaur on the stone wall. Moreover, with Wu Yu on his back, he had to divide his attention to protect him. Thus, on the stone wall, they could only evade the pterosaur's aerial assault, refraining from recklessly engaging. In an instant, the toothless pterosaur was less than 10 meters away from Wu Yu and the others, closing in rapidly. At this juncture, Xian dared not leap further. He firmly grasped a crevice in the stone wall, positioning himself directly opposite the pterosaur, shielding Wu Yu behind him. Just as the pterosaur launched its attack, Xian forcefully pushed off from the wall, leaping toward a pre-identified stone gap below. The pterosaur's beak struck the exact spot Xian had been clinging to, shattering the stone and sending debris flying. Failing to hit its target, it decisively retracted its wings and plummeted downward. When it was almost level with Xian, it suddenly spread its wings wide again, aiming its sharp beak towards them. Wu Yu, having closely monitored the pterosaur's actions, urgently tapped Xian on the shoulder and shouted, "Let go and slide down against the wall." Though Xian heard the sound of the pterosaur's wings unfurling, he hesitated for a fleeting moment after Wu Yu's warning. His hesitation was not due to disbelief in Wu Yu, nor was it a defiance of his intent. It stemmed from concern for Wu Yu's safety. Had he been alone, he would have released his grip without a second thought. This moment of uncertainty cost him the optimal opportunity. By the time he let go, it was too late. In that instant, as he relinquished his hold, the pterosaur had already reached Wu Yu's back, its sharp beak piercing through. Wu Yu felt a surge of excruciating pain in his back, and he and Xian were hurled away, plummeting downward. Thankfully, Wu Yu's chest armor mitigated some of the impact, though the beak penetrated the scales, drawing blood. Due to the armor, the scales managed to entrap the pterosaur's beak, causing it to shake violently, inadvertently tossing both Wu Yu and Xian into the abyss. After being flung away, they flipped, with Wu Yu inside and Xian outside, both heading downward. Fortunately, the pterosaur's throw directed them towards the stone wall, allowing them to descend along it. Had they been thrown into the open air, it would have been a tragic fate. This was a stroke of misfortune turned into a twisted fortune. Following the toss, the toothless pterosaur soared upward, pivoting, and dove once more towards the two. As they plummeted rapidly, the sound of rushing wind filled their ears. In this moment, they could only watch helplessly as the pterosaur approached them. Of course, Xian was not one to resign himself to fate. Upon witnessing the pterosaur's beak bearing down on them, he swung his knife vigorously while falling. The impact of Xian's knife meeting the pterosaur's beak sparked a shower of sparks, but it did little to stop the assault, merely slowing it momentarily. The beak continued its trajectory toward Wu Yu. At that moment, Wu Yu exerted all his strength, thrusting the alien crystal towards the pterosaur's beak. Coincidentally, as his crystal struck the beak, it also pierced through both of them, perfectly aligning with the junction of their chest armors, impaling them onto the beak. While Wu Yu's crystal embedded itself in the beak, it did so shallowly, inflicting no substantial harm to the pterosaur. For both of them, it merely served as a stabilizing force, preventing them from sliding off. Xian hastily swung his knife against the pterosaur's beak, but it proved futile. They could indeed sever the vines holding them, allowing for a free fall, but doing so would likely obliterate any chance of survival. Allowing the pterosaur to carry them onward presented at least a glimmer of hope. Taking you for a ride, showing off, Wu Yu unexpectedly thought to himself. Perhaps it was the alien crystal that had penetrated the beak, wounding the pterosaur, for it indeed carried them into the mist, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. All of this transpired unnoticed by Huang and his companions, as they were swiftly descending towards the depths of the abyss. After missing his target, Huang descended a short distance before being halted by a large tree, which cushioned his fall. He then grasped a branch and slid along the stone wall for a while until he came to a stop. A low, mournful cry echoed from the depths of the abyss, weaker than the last time. It sounds somewhat ethereal and fragile. Nevertheless, the toothless pterosaur, upon hearing a sound, hastily altered its course and soared away into the mist, violently flailing its beak, which sent Wu Yu and Xian tumbling through the air. The two, naturally, were not immune to the soul-stirring roar of the beast, causing a shudder in their hearts. Little did they expect that such a fearsome cry would lead the pterosaur to abandon them. Damn it, why roar now of all times? You don't realize that this could cost lives. Wu Yu lamented silently, helplessly waving the exotic crystal in his hand. At this moment, he could only hope for water below, or perhaps a giant tree. Notably, the pterosaur's careless toss had indeed sent Xian downward. To their astonishment, there was indeed a giant tree below. As they fell onto the tree, breaking numerous branches, they managed to mitigate their descent, precariously perched on a branch. Had the force of their fall been just a tad greater, the branch would have snapped. If they fell further, there would be no branches to cushion their impact. For this was the lowest branch. Below it lay only the trunk. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to move cautiously, the giant tree began to sway, shaking them downwards once more, headfirst. Damn it, who's shaking this tree? It seemed they were truly destined for disaster. In that fleeting moment of descent, Wu Yu glanced down, only to see a thick fog, and he clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. At that instant, he felt the exotic crystal firmly gripped in his hands. Realizing it could pierce through even the pterosaur's beak, he thought it should surely penetrate the giant tree. He looked at the trunk, which was about the same height as him, albeit slightly shorter. Xian, cut the sturdy vine, hold on to my legs, and throw me towards the trunk. Hurry, Wu Yu instructed Xian swiftly. Chapter 48. There is always a way out. As Wu Yu spoke, they had already descended several meters. Time was of the essence, racing against death. In that moment he fully grasped the meaning of that phrase. Such a free fall, even with Xian below to absorb some of the impact, was still potentially fatal. Moreover, they were descending headfirst, and any attempt to turn in midair was both time-prohibitive and challenging. Unless, in the final moments before landing, Xian could throw him into the air and then catch him. Yet, he couldn't be certain if Xian could withstand the impact of the fall, or if he could actually throw him at the right moment, or if he could catch him. Everything remained uncertain. Using the exotic crystal to pierce the trunk to slow their descent seemed to be the most prudent course of action. Xian must have thought likewise. Without hesitation, he severed the sturdy vine, pulled Wu Yu close, gripping his legs tightly, and aimed for the trunk. With Xian's vigorous throw, Wu Yu held the exotic crystal aloft and, leveraging Xian's force, drove it into the trunk with fervor. With a satisfying thud, the crystal embedded itself into the wood. Success! Wu Yu felt a surge of joy within. However, the immense downward force tugged at the crystal, dragging it down the trunk. After sliding down about a meter, the crystal could no longer find purchase and slipped free from the trunk. Thus, they began to fall once more. Nevertheless, this brought them closer to the trunk, allowing them to slide down against it. Wu Yu let out a breath of relief, steeling himself. If one attempt failed, he would make two. If two failed, then three. With renewed determination, he raised his arm once again and struck the trunk forcefully. Simultaneously, he urged Xian below to kick against the trunk to increase resistance. This time, while it did not completely halt their descent, it significantly reduced the force by more than half. On the third attempt, they managed to completely mitigate the downward force, securing themselves against the trunk. Trembling from the ordeal, they glanced down to discover that less than 10 meters beneath them lay the abyss's depths. After a considerable pause, Wu Yu finally spoke. Xian, you jump down first and then catch me. 10 meters was hardly a challenge for an orange-patterned warrior. After Xian leaped, he caught Wu Yu, who had freed the exotic crystal and was plummeting downwards. Just as Wu Yu's feet touched the ground, he felt the earth tremble beneath him, accompanied by a grating, rasping sound. Following the noise, they beheld a colossal creature on the opposite side of the giant tree, vigorously rubbing its body against the trunk. So that's why the tree was shaking. It must be scratching an itch, Wu Yu mused inwardly. Upon witnessing this, Xian wasted no time and, bearing Wu Yu, fled the scene in haste. After sprinting 200 to 300 meters, he glanced back and, seeing that the creature had not pursued them, let out a long sigh of relief. Wu Yu couldn't help but inquire, what was that thing? You seemed quite afraid of it. Is it a fearsome beast? Xian, still shaken, replied. That was a Spinosaurus, covered in spines, one of the most formidable wild beasts, a terrifying predator even more ferocious than the Tyrannosaurus rex. Thankfully, it did not spot us. Otherwise, escaping its wrath would have been a daunting task. No sooner had Xian finished speaking than a thunderous sound of footsteps echoed, shaking the ground beneath them, a sensation even Wu Yu, perched on Xian's shoulder, could feel. A roar erupted, a colossal beast's cry that reverberated in their ears, leaving them momentarily stunned. Run! Wu Yu shouted. That Spinosaurus is coming for us. Glancing up, he saw the creature emerging from behind the giant tree, its head held high as it advanced toward them. Xian turned to look back, cursing under his breath, and sprinted forward with renewed urgency. The Spinosaurus was alarmingly swift, closing the distance to less than 100 meters in the blink of an eye. In the depths of the abyss, there was no fog, only a scattering of colossal trees amidst patches of swamp. Wu Yu clearly saw the Spinosaurus in its entirety. Its back adorned with towering, sail-like spines, its head thrust forward, mouth agape, forelimbs drawn up, and powerful hind limbs propelling it forward with remarkable speed. As the creature approached, Wu Yu felt a wave of frustration. Who said fearsome beasts did not travel in packs? In this cursed place, they seemed to appear one after another. The folly of experiential assumptions could cost dearly. Since their encounter with the venomous python, they had gained nothing but trouble. Damn it! Now they faced a wild beast rumored to be even more formidable than the Tyrannosaurus. Had Wu Yu known this place was prone to such frequent encounters with ferocious creatures, especially those of monstrous proportions, He would never have dared to venture here. A wise man does not stand beneath a collapsing wall. One does not court death and expect to escape it. But it was too late for such reflections now. The Spinosaurus was closing in, now less than 50 meters away, and Wu Yu could feel the overwhelming oppressive aura radiating from the creature, instilling a sense of helplessness. Such sensations are utterly imperceptible upon the savage beast. What further vexes Wu Yu is that the colossal trees in this cursed place bear no vines at their roots. Even if one wished to escape upwards, there is nothing to grasp for support. Xian's speed has also nearly reached its limit. Gazing at the spiny dragon, which stretches nearly 20 meters in length and causes the earth to tremble with each step, an illuminating thought suddenly struck Wu Yu. He turned to Xian and said, "Run around the giant tree. This spiny dragon is massive and should be less agile in turning than we are." He was uncertain of the feasibility of this plan, but it was worth a try. To his astonishment, this strategy proved somewhat effective, increasing the distance between them and the spiny dragon. However, it was only a slight reprieve, for before long, the spiny dragon closed the distance once more. This manner of running was unsustainable. Even if they were not caught, Wu Yu feared he might perish from exhaustion. He contemplated whether it might be possible to reach the stone wall and climb up, yet he had no idea of their current location. Moreover, even if they reached the stone wall, escape seemed futile, for the spiny dragon, when reared up, would likely tower over 10 meters. Climbing trees or rocks appeared to be impractical options. Just then, as Xian rounded a colossal tree, Wu Yu beheld a vast pit, roughly 2 or 3 kilometers in diameter, encircled by towering trees, with no visible bottom. The crucial detail was that at the roots of those enormous trees, numerous vines grew, some leading up the trees, others descending into the pit. Truly, it seemed that heaven had not entirely forsaken them. Upon seeing this great pit, Wu Yu could not help but feel a surge of relief and excitement, hastily patting Xian's shoulder and urging, "Head towards that pit and climb down the vines." Chapter 49. The Abyss Within the Abyss. Wu Yu's plan was rather straightforward. He sought to utilize the vines to descend into the vast pit, thereby eluding this peril. Given the spiny dragon's massive size, even if it attempted to pursue them, those sturdy vines would surely be incapable of supporting its weight, leaving it to lament from afar should it attempt to climb. Upon hearing Wu Yu's suggestion, Xian oriented himself towards the pit and fled with reckless abandon. They drew ever closer to the pit, yet the spiny dragon also closed in on them. Wu Yu could even sense the foul, nauseating breath emanating from the creature. Meanwhile, Xian, while running, hoisted Wu Yu onto his back, needing his hands free to grasp the vines. Just as Wu Yu was secured on Xian's back, he felt a warm breath against his neck and a sticky warmth splattering over him, causing him to instinctively clutch Xian tighter, his legs wrapping around him. He realized the spiny dragon was no more than a meter away, while they still had 3 meters to the pit. In this critical moment, Xian shouted for Wu Yu to hold on tight, crouched low, and executed a roll to narrowly evade the dragon's snapping jaws. During the roll, he grasped a vine and plummeted towards the pit. Seeing them plunge towards the pit, the spiny dragon halted at the edge, snapping at the vine Xian clutched, and with a swift motion, it yanked Wu Yu and Xian upwards. "Damn it, it seeks to annihilate us." Wu Yu never expected the spiny dragon to be so cunning. Cursing silently in his mind, feeling utterly helpless, he could only cling fiercely to Xian. Observing the dragon's actions, Xian decisively let go, and the two plummeted into the pit. The spiny dragon, witnessing their fall, released the vine, let out an enraged roar, and leaned against a giant tree at the pit's edge, scratching its back incessantly. As they descended, Xian swung his arms, managing to grasp several vines to stabilize their fall, finally halting their descent. Once they came to a stop, Wu Yu peered down, only to find a pitch-black void awaiting him, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was not merely a pit, it was an abyss within an abyss. A roar erupted, reverberating through the air, imbued with profound sorrow and defiance. Though it resonated deeply, Wu Yu found it no longer had a significant impact on him. Upon hearing this roar, the spiny dragon ceased its scratching, glanced at the pit, and swiftly vanished among the giant trees. Wu Yu was certain that the sound had originated from within the pit, prompting him to turn his gaze toward its center. Xian followed suit, and what they beheld was astonishing. At the very center of this abyss lay a colossal platform, suspended in mid-air. On this vast platform grew many towering plants, obscuring whatever lay atop it. "This cannot be real," Wu Yu exclaimed in disbelief. With just a hint of mist, it would surely resemble a paradise on earth. Xian, equally mesmerized, stared in astonishment, so entranced that he unintentionally loosened his grip and fell about a meter before realizing his mistake. scrambling to reattach himself to the vine. Following the contours of the platform, Wu Yu surveyed his surroundings, discovering that the platform was supported by 4 enormous stone columns extending from the walls of the pit. So that's how it is, he murmured to himself. Even with this understanding, the awe-inspiring craftsmanship of nature left Wu Yu in sheer amazement. Wu, shall we venture to that platform? Xian inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yu finally responded, let us go take a look. His tone lacked conviction. For Wu Yu, even knowing that a dying and perilous beast resided on that platform filled him with a sense of reluctance and hesitation. This was not due to a fickle character but stemmed from his recent encounters with numerous ferocious beasts, leading to a stark realization. In comparison to these beasts, humanity is utterly insignificant. Even with the power of totems, it pales in comparison. The mere roar of the injured beast could send other creatures fleeing, reverberating through the ground. One could only imagine how fearsome it was. Even on the brink of death, it would not be something mere mortals could contend with. Wu Yu's decision to investigate stemmed from a glimmer of hope. What if the creature was on the verge of demise? Moreover, there was a crucial factor. This location seemed to offer greater safety than others. The most dangerous places often harbor the greatest security. Upon receiving Wu Yu's clear directive, Xian made his way along the vine towards the nearest stone column. These 4 columns, though referred to as such, resembled more like 4 stone bridges connecting the massive platform. Once atop the stone bridge, Xian set Wu Yu down. Wu Yu inspected the bridge carefully, noting that it was quite flat and wide, spanning roughly 200 meters, adorned with vines, flowering plants, and modest trees, rendering the stone bridge a vibrant green. The two moved cautiously along the bridge towards the platform, completely concealed by foliage. As they neared the platform, Wu Yu's heart began to race, tightly gripping the peculiar crystal he had held onto. This sensation seems quite incongruous with his identity as a Special Forces soldier. It sounds contradictory, yet it is the undeniable truth. Even Xian, a warrior adorned with orange markings, dared not utter a word, his expression grave as he gazed at the platform. A roar erupted from the platform. Though it was a sound that resonated with profound agony, it nonetheless startled the two into halting their steps in alarm. After a moment of attentive listening, and detecting no further disturbance, they cautiously proceeded forward. Another roar echoed. To their dismay, mere steps later, the platform unleashed another cry. The sound conveyed immense suffering and utter helplessness. The roars grew more frequent. Wu Yu paused, contemplating whether this was a sign of impending demise. With such thoughts in mind, he dismissed the roars from his consideration and resolutely advanced toward the center of the platform. The trees surrounding this platform were only as thick as a couple of people could embrace, their roots exposed and gripping the stones, exhibiting a tenacious struggle for survival. Wu Yu couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of these trees. Upon reaching the edge of the platform, they slowed their pace, using the large trees as cover as they approached the center. As they neared the core, they instinctively halted, their eyes fixated on the enormous white stone at the center. Chapter 50. The Unfathomable Beast. Wu Yu and Xian's tension stemmed from the overwhelming pressure emanating from the unidentified beast atop the white stone. This pressure dwarfed that of the spiny dragon, rendering them breathless, as though it were a gaze that scrutinized their very souls. The presence of a dying creature could still exude such an aura was beyond Wu Yu's expectations. Had this beast been in its prime, merely approaching this abyss would likely send chills down their spines. Yet, the two could not discern the beast clearly. All they could see was a massive, furry form curled up, lying sideways atop the stone, revealing only a shoulder that remained utterly still. The shoulder of the beast spanned over 2 meters in width, its fur a clean shade of brown that danced gracefully in the breeze, exuding a silky softness, glistening subtly in the light. This was all that the two could perceive. Xian turned to glance at Wu Yu, who coincidentally was also looking back at him. From Xian's eyes, Wu Yu sensed the unspoken question that mirrored his own. Is this beast truly dead? After sharing a brief smile of understanding, they returned their gaze to the white stone platform. Time passed, yet the beast atop the stone remained motionless. Despite this, the terrifying pressure lingered, dissuading them from advancing recklessly. After a while, Xian could no longer contain his curiosity and whispered, "Wu, is this creature dead?" Wu Yu gestured for silence. Xian immediately ceased his inquiries. Moments later, after observing that the creature showed no signs of life, Wu Yu picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and hurled it toward the stone platform, testing the waters. At this juncture, they were approximately 50 meters away from the stone. The stone Wu Yu threw missed the beast entirely, striking the edge of the platform instead, producing a resounding thud before tumbling to the ground. It was not that he lacked the intent to hit the beast. Rather, his untrained body had rendered his aim unreliable. The creature atop the platform remained utterly still, unresponsive. Seeing Wu Yu's actions, Xian also picked up a stone roughly the size of his head and threw it toward the beast. The stone struck the beast's shoulder directly, yet still, there was no reaction. Could it truly be deceased? Yet the oppressive aura persisted. What could be the reason for this? Wu Yu mused silently, pondering for a moment before resolutely signaling for them to advance toward the stone platform. As they navigated the short distance of 50 meters, they moved stealthily, each step taken with utmost caution. Heel first, straining their ears for any sign of disturbance before daring to place their full weight on their feet. It was a meticulous process, embodying trepidation akin to walking on thin ice. With intuitive certainty, Wu Yu concluded that the unidentified beast on the stone was undoubtedly a creature of formidable caliber, far surpassing that of the wild beasts. Should this beast feign death, delivering a lethal blow at the last moment, even Xian, a warrior marked by orange, would likely find himself overwhelmed. As for Wu Yu, his fate would be even more dire. Upon reaching the base of the stone platform, beads of sweat the size of peas adorned their foreheads, cascading downward. Wu Yu felt the moisture pooling beneath his breastplate, mixed with blood. This was a rhythm of sweat pouring forth. He inwardly mocked himself, realizing that this was not due to heat but rather the manifestations of fear and tension, with the blood being the result of wounds inflicted by the toothless pterosaur. In all honesty, the depths of this abyss were not particularly warm. Rather, the temperature felt quite moderate. It seemed the dry season had little effect here, with even the swamps still holding water. Outside the black wind forest, they would have surely cracked under the relentless sun. At that moment, Wu Yu felt a sharp sting from the wound on his back, causing him to furrow his brow. Xian noticed the change in Wu Yu's expression and cast a questioning glance his way. Wu Yu indicated toward his back. Xian promptly turned to inspect the area where the toothless pterosaur had struck. A wound about the size of a fist had nearly pierced through the breastplate, with the scales beneath also punctured, the hole slightly smaller, blood seeping from within. It was merely a superficial injury. A sprinkle of powdered herbs would suffice. There was nothing to worry about. Seeing Xian remain silent, Wu Yu gently reassured him, concerned he might bear some psychological burden. Xian did not respond but instead removed his breastplate. Upon confirming the injury was indeed superficial, he retrieved a sprig of herbs and crushed it, sprinkling the powder onto the wound before reattaching the breastplate. After completing this, Wu Yu turned his attention back to the stone platform, extending his hand to touch it. The platform stood nearly twice their height, its surface a pristine white, the cross-section as finely hewn as if carved by a knife, yet it was a natural formation. As Wu Yu's hand made contact, a wave of warmth surged through his palm, radiating throughout his body, proving to be quite pleasant. Indeed, this was another piece of warm jade, seemingly of superior quality compared to that found within the cavern. It was a testament to the notion that resources held by the strong are invariably the finest. Wu Yu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The two circled around the jade platform to face the beast directly, and Wu Yu requested Xian to lift him up for a closer look. Xian hesitated momentarily but ultimately complied. His intention was for Wu Yu to assess the situation first. If deemed safe, he would follow. Since Wu Yu insisted on this course of action, he acquiesced. After all, the last incident, where his disregard for Wu Yu's warnings led to injury, weighed heavily on his conscience, and he was relieved it was only a superficial wound. Xian hoisted Wu Yu, allowing him to place his feet upon Xian's shoulders. Wu Yu grasped the jade platform and slowly extended his head over, fixing his gaze unwaveringly upon the center of the jade. He first noticed a pool of blood on the jade platform, and as he followed the trail of crimson upward, he beheld a pair of hands, yes, hands that bore a striking resemblance to those of a human, resting upon the abdomen. The legs were curled tightly against the body, and the stomach appeared remarkably round. The head was pressed against the chest, rendering the face indistinct, though several exquisite wildflowers were artfully embedded in the hair. At this sight, Wu Yu surmised that this ferocious beast must be a giant ape, akin to the King Kong of cinematic lore, albeit not quite so colossal. Nevertheless, this giant ape was no small creature. Even in its curled position, it stood over 2 meters tall, and if fully extended, it would easily measure 4 to 5 meters in height. Wu Yu also observed a massive wound at the creature's heart, a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. It was no wonder that the jade platform was smeared with so much blood. It was the result of the injury to its heart. A wound to the heart is fatal, and even if the jade platform possessed miraculous healing properties, it was likely beyond salvation, Wu Yu mused. After contemplating this for a while, and seeing that the giant ape remained still, he signaled Xian to lift him high so he could ascend to the jade platform. As soon as Wu Yu set foot on the jade platform, the giant ape stirred. Chapter 51. Caesarean Section. The moment Wu Yu's foot touched the jade platform, the giant ape moved slightly, startling him into a gasp, causing him to stumble backward and tumble off the platform. Upon witnessing Wu Yu's fall, Xian, who had just intended to leap onto the platform, quickly sprang into action, catching him and seamlessly landing on the jade platform. His curiosity had long been piqued, and he was eager to discern the true nature of this fearsome beast. After securing Wu Yu, he naturally leaped onto the jade platform. Wu Yu had initially meant to caution Xian against approaching, but upon seeing that they had already reached the platform and that the giant ape had merely turned its head to gaze at them with wide eyes, he hesitated to speak. The giant ape struggled to bare its teeth at the two, revealing a mouth full of pristine white teeth, with two sharp tusks protruding from its upper jaw. Its face, as dark as the bottom of a pot, was lined with wrinkles, and though its eyes were partially obscured by fur, the deep black irises fixated intently upon them. Its nose was flat, devoid of a bridge with two prominent nostrils. The giant ape merely regarded them without taking any further action. Xian, holding Wu Yu, was not frightened. Rather, he took 2 steps forward and positioned Wu Yu behind him, drawing out his tooth knife. At this moment, Wu Yu understood that the giant ape was indeed at the end of its strength, barely clinging to life. After the giant ape steadied its head, Wu Yu could see its chest, which bore 2 large, engorged lumps. It was evident that this was a female giant ape. No wonder there were wildflowers adorning its head. The desire for beauty knows no bounds. At that moment, Wu Yu's gaze inadvertently drifted to its swollen abdomen, which was so round and where its hands rested, seemingly not touching the wound. Could it be that this was a pregnant mother ape? He then shifted his attention back to the pool of blood. The blood had not yet coagulated, suggesting it had flowed out recently, and there seemed to be water mixed within. Although the wound on the giant ape's chest appeared gruesome, upon closer inspection, it was evident that scabbing had begun, and no blood was seeping from it. A miscarriage? Or perhaps a difficult labor? Wu Yu could not help but look into the giant ape's eyes. The creature met his gaze, and he perceived a human-like plea within its expression, as it pointed to its abdomen. In that moment, Wu Yu astonishingly recognized a glimmer of maternal instinct within its eyes. Did it want him to assist in delivering its unborn child? He was unsure how he felt this connection. It was simply inexplicable and wondrous. Wu Yu tightened his grip on the strange crystal in his hand and strode purposefully toward the giant ape. "Wu, it's dangerous, don't go," Xian urgently called out. "Xian, it's fine. It no longer possesses the strength to harm us. Besides, I need your help," Wu Yu replied without looking back, hastening to the giant ape's side for a closer inspection. Now he could clearly see. The blood on the ground indeed emanated from its difficult labor, and the water likely represented what one would call amniotic fluid. However, he did not observe any signs of a newborn giant ape about to emerge. His knowledge of the birthing process was nearly non-existent. Wu Yu, feeling helpless, turned to the giant ape, gesturing with his hands to indicate his inability to assist. Seeing Wu Yu make such a gesture, Xian inquired, "Wu, what exactly do you intend to help it with?" "Xian, I wish to help it deliver the child within, but I cannot see any signs of the baby's emergence," Wu Yu responded, then suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Of course. I can retrieve it directly if it does not come out on its own." "Wu, how will you do that? Are you going to reach inside its abdomen? Is that even possible?" Xian looked at Wu Yu, bewildered. "I will not reach in with my hands. Rather, I shall make an incision to extract it," Wu Yu clarified. "Ah!" Xian gasped, finding this notion somewhat beyond his comprehension. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Wu Yu disregarded Xian's bewildered expression. He proceeded to communicate with the giant ape, gesturing as if he were explaining the procedure to a patient and their family before surgery, drawing an unexpected parallel in his approach. His actions were not motivated by fear of consequences. Rather, he sought the cooperation of the giant ape, hoping it would refrain from retaliating when he made the incision. Although it appeared incapable of even moving its fingers, one could never be too certain. After all, this was a creature more formidable than a wild beast. Assisting it in childbirth was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. After finishing his explanation, Wu Yu hesitated no longer. He approached the giant ape's swollen abdomen, first gently palpating it, and when he encountered no resistance, he confirmed his position, stowed away the crystal and retrieved the tooth knife, preparing for the Caesarean section. He feared that if he delayed any further, the giant ape might kick out and perish, rendering any effort to extract the child futile. He instructed Xian to lay the giant ape flat on its back and hold its hands down. Then he began to slice into the giant ape's abdomen with the tooth knife. To his surprise, The knife failed to penetrate the giant ape's skin, merely leaving a blood mark. He had chosen the tooth knife thinking it suitable for surgery, which indicated that the giant ape was not merely tough-skinned but exceptionally resilient. Putting away the tooth knife, he produced the crystal. If the crystal could not cut through, then they would truly be powerless. Fortunately, the crystal did not disappoint. It effortlessly sliced through the giant ape's abdomen. At the moment of incision, Wu Yu felt a tremor emanate from the giant ape, as if it were exerting great restraint. Yet no aggressive behavior ensued. It seemed to understand that Wu Yu's actions were intended for the sake of its child, or perhaps it was simply devoid of the strength to resist. He had Xian assist him in pulling apart the giant ape's abdomen, revealing a large placenta, pulsing faintly. Time was of the essence. He did not hesitate any longer, disregarding everything else, and made a direct incision. To his astonishment, he discovered a massive little creature lying quietly within, roughly the size of a 2- or 3-year-old child. No wonder it couldn't be born. This little one was positioned sideways. Even before birth, it was already quite mischievous, causing no small amount of trouble. After severing the umbilical cord, he handed the anomalous crystal to Xian, who cradled the little creature in his arms. Is it not customary for newborns to cry? Why was this little one silent? Could it be a stillborn? Wu Yu held the little creature in his arms, feeling at a loss, while his mind raced through various thoughts. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Grasping the little one's legs, he turned it upside down and delivered a sharp slap to its behind. Chapter 52. A New Life, The Silence of All Beasts. Wu Yu's actions were inspired by scenes he had witnessed in films. After all, childbirth in such portrayals often featured similar moments. Though he had never experienced it firsthand, he had certainly seen enough. While the giant ape was not human, it bore some resemblance, prompting him to proceed in this manner. The moment his hand connected with the little one's backside, it let out a piercing wail that nearly caused Wu Yu to drop it in shock. The sound was so thunderous that it resonated in his ears, rendering them temporarily deafened. Indeed, the genetic strength was remarkable. The innate conditions were superior. As the little giant ape cried out, a cacophony of roars erupted throughout the abyss, a symphony of various sounds numbering in the thousands, nearly causing Wu Yu to lose his grip again. He had not anticipated that the little giant ape's first cry would trigger such a phenomenon. These ferocious beasts seemed capable of discerning that the sound belonged to the giant ape, and their response was perhaps one of submission or congratulations. When Wu Yu extracted the little giant ape from the placenta, Xian also retrieved the placenta, diligently scraping the blood from its surface with the anomalous crystal. As silence enveloped the beasts, he glanced at Wu Yu, only to notice blood streaming from his nostrils. "Wu, you're bleeding again," he quickly remarked. "Damn." The shock had caused another nosebleed. At least it was just that. Wu Yu muttered a curse under his breath, sniffed, and wiped his arm across his face before cradling the little giant ape once more, presenting it before the giant ape without a second thought. The giant ape was now hanging by a thread, and he feared that if he delayed any longer, it might lose its breath altogether. He wished for the giant ape to see its offspring. Upon seeing the little giant ape, the giant ape extended its tongue and licked the little one's face. In that moment, Wu Yu took a closer look at the little creature. It was drenched in blood, its eyes tightly shut, its chest rising and falling in rhythmic breaths. Compared to a newborn human infant, it was larger, yet its features were strikingly similar. Most notably, Wu Yu noticed a small appendage protruding, akin to a tiny insect. This was a male little giant ape. Oddly enough, after a few licks from the giant ape, the little giant ape opened its eyes and, upon catching sight of Wu Yu, flashed a brief smile. At that moment, the giant ape withdrew its tongue and tilted its head to one side. Wu Yu understood that this was a true farewell between life and death. He could not help but glance at the giant ape's face, noticing a tear rolling down its cheek. Just then, the little giant ape began to wail again, flipping itself over with agility and positioning itself atop the giant ape's body, expertly latching on to nurse. Witnessing this, Wu Yu felt an unexpected pang in his nose, his eyes welling with moisture. He hastily turned his head, using the opportunity to wipe his nose and discreetly dab at his eyes. He was uncertain whether the little giant ape would be able to nurse after the giant ape had passed or if the giant ape even had milk. Xian, observing silently, perhaps empathized, thinking of his own loved ones, and quietly turned his head away. After approximately 10 minutes, the little giant ape switched sides to nurse again. At this point, Wu Yu could ascertain that the giant ape did indeed have milk. The jade platform was a warm jade, and its body would likely not stiffen for a while. It seemed that the little giant ape's ability to nurse was aided by the jade platform's properties. After finishing its meal, the little giant ape nestled atop the giant ape and fell into a deep slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yu instructed Xian to hand him the anomalous crystal. Using it, he carefully cut away some fur from the giant ape, placing the crystal atop its body before using the fur to wipe the blood from the little giant ape. During this process, Xian inquired, Wu, how should we handle the giant ape and the little giant ape? Although the giant ape was not human, it bore a striking resemblance to one. The meat of the giant ape would undoubtedly enhance their strength, but the thought of consuming its flesh felt akin to cannibalism, which Wu Yu instinctively recoiled from. Only after he had cleaned the blood from the little giant ape did he respond gently. Let us dispose of the giant ape's body into the abyss. What? Xian exclaimed, his mouth agape. He had not anticipated such a response from Wu Yu. They had endured countless hardships and risks to arrive here, and now they had the ferocious beast's meat right before them, easily within reach. How could he simply dismiss it? This left him perplexed and unable to accept, and he looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we carry it back? Wu Yu rolled his eyes, exclaiming, you must think about the consequences. If we do not toss its body into the abyss, how do you plan to haul it back? You might not even reach the stone wall before other ferocious beasts take notice. Did you not hear the number of beasts in this area? You must know that, right? If they see us, a mere 10 or 20 of them could easily overwhelm us. With anything, you must first consider whether the reward is worth the risk to your life. Wu Yu finished his tirade, subtly reprimanding him. He did not wish to exert his shaman identity to overpower Xian. Rather, he sought to influence them through the strength of his character. It would be easy to deceive him with a flimsy excuse. Upon hearing this, Xian scratched the back of his head, pondering for a moment before seeming to arrive at a realization. He grinned at Wu Yu, saying, Wu, you are indeed thoughtful. Currently, we lack the strength to transport the giant ape's meat back. I was just thinking that this giant ape is more formidable than the wild beasts. Its meat would surely enhance our strength. Why don't we hide it for now, and once we locate Huang and the others we can return for it. Or perhaps we could take some meat with us. Xian felt it would be a waste to discard the giant ape and proposed a compromise. Wu Yu inwardly cursed, realizing this lad was not easily swayed. Of course, he did not display his frustration outwardly, instead offering a slight smile as he replied, do you truly believe that carrying a few chunks of meat will prevent the beasts from detecting the scent? Do not forget, their sense of smell is exceedingly keen. How can you still be so oblivious? Wu, are you implying that you agree to hide the giant ape for now? Xian responded eagerly. Wu Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Xian would outsmart him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He opened his mouth but could only muster a singular eye. To mask his embarrassment, he began surveying the area around the jade platform and then turned to Xian, asking, where do you think you can hide the giant ape? Do you believe the ferocious beasts won't find it by scent? Should it be discovered by other ferocious beasts and consumed, would not those beasts also enhance their own strength? I believe it would be safer to cast it into the abyss. After listening to Wu Yu's words, Xian began to survey the surroundings of the jade platform. This place truly cannot conceal anything. As soon as a ferocious beast enters here, it can quickly locate its target by scent. Reluctantly, Xian acquiesced to Wu Yu's arrangement. Chapter 53. The Azure Beast Crystal, Fainting. Wu Yu unfastened the beast hide wrapped around his lower body. Beneath it, he wore undergarments, so there was no concern about exposure. He then cradled the small giant ape, which had been sleeping atop the colossal ape, in his arms, wrapping it in the beast hide. He had never held a child before and was apprehensive that he might inadvertently harm the small giant ape, exhibiting a demeanor of utmost caution. Earlier, due to the urgency of the situation during the delivery, he had felt little. Now, with the urgency dissipated, such feelings surfaced. Xian casually picked up the strange crystal that Wu Yu had placed on the giant ape's body, hoisted the giant ape onto his shoulder, and sprinted toward the edge of the abyss. After a considerable while, he finally returned. This left Wu Yu feeling suspicious. Disposing of a corpse should take only a few minutes for an orange-patterned warrior like him, yet Xian had taken nearly half an hour to return. Something was amiss. He gazed at Xian, who was flushed, with what appeared to be a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, hands clasped behind his back, and a satisfied smile on his face. Just as Wu Yu was about to speak, Xian revealed one hand from behind his back, opened it, and excitedly exclaimed, Wu, look! I've unearthed a beast crystal. The color is quite peculiar. I've never seen one like this before. Following Xian's words, Wu Yu glanced at his palm. A crystal, the size of a fist, swirled with azure luminescence lay before him. He could even sense the turbulent energy emanating from it. An azure beast crystal, what level of ferocious beast does this belong to? Wu Yu couldn't help but ponder silently, then spoke to Xian in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Xian, you are indeed fortunate. Xian chuckled. Wu, this azure beast crystal is for you. He then produced another hand and presented the strange crystal to Wu Yu. The strange crystal had indeed served a significant purpose. Wu Yu hesitated for a moment, first taking the strange crystal before accepting the azure beast crystal, placing it in his bag without so much as a glance. Xian, oblivious to the shift in Wu Yu's tone, inquired, Wu, how should we handle this small giant ape? It likely belongs to this land, we should leave it here. No ferocious beast is aware that the giant ape has perished. Given its identity as a giant ape, I doubt any ferocious beast would dare to approach it. Wu Yu replied. Xian refrained from voicing any objections to Wu Yu's decision. He suspected that Wu Yu did not advocate for adopting the small giant ape. Nevertheless, he expressed his concern. It's so small and still requires milk. Will it be able to survive? That is not our concern. Every species has its unique means of survival. In this world where ferocious beasts reign, have we not managed to survive as humans? As the dominant species in this abyss, the giant ape should be able to endure, Wu Yu articulated confidently. Upon finishing, he gently placed the small giant ape on the jade platform. Wu Yu had considered taking the small giant ape with him, but he wasn't certain whether it would heed him when it grew up, nor could he guarantee that he could control it. Another significant reason was that being at the bottom of this abyss, he was uncertain if he could navigate out safely. Even if he did manage to escape, he was unsure if he could sustain the small giant ape. Furthermore, the Yanlong tribe was currently in a state of escape, and he felt that carrying such a small creature would be quite troublesome. Moreover, the Yanlong tribe had no history of taming ferocious beasts. He hoped that the small giant ape would help balance the ecological environment of the Black Wind Forest, preventing formidable ferocious beasts from venturing beyond, especially another beast that could rival this giant ape. In summary, he had many thoughts. Xian, having listened, asked Wu, which direction do you think we should head towards? Where might Huang and the others be? He was not concerned about the small giant ape but rather focused on how to escape. Wu Yu pondered for a moment and said, let us take it step by step. I have no idea where Huang and the others are, nor whether we are at the center of this abyss. He then inquired, Xian, did you consume the giant ape's flesh? Was it palatable? His expression was serious, and his tone stern. His abstention from eating giant ape meat was not due to any moral high ground, but rather because he considered the giant ape part of humanity. Moreover, having just delivered the small giant ape, he had developed some attachment and simply could not bring himself to eat it. Xian, on the other hand, had consumed the giant ape meat and dug out the beast crystal without much concern. The reason he had suggested that Xian dispose of the giant ape was to avoid witnessing him eat it. From another perspective, had he not been an interloper, he would have indulged without hesitation. After all, for Xian and his companions, the concepts of propriety and shame had not yet formed. One could not impose too much expectation upon them. As long as they did not eat in front of him, it was out of sight and out of mind, and he truly did not mind nor would he intervene. Xian, not grasping Wu Yu's meaning, scratched his head and chuckled, responding, Wu, I didn't eat much. I was too wary to indulge. The moment I took a bite, I felt an overwhelming heat coursing through me, far more uncomfortable than being placed over a fire. If you don't believe me, there is still a piece of what I removed when taking the small giant ape. Perhaps you might want to try it? It then dawned on Wu Yu that when extracting the small giant ape, the placenta had been taken out by Xian. In Wu Yu's understanding, the placenta was considered a nourishing remedy. He had no internal resistance to consuming it. He glanced at the placenta, hesitating for a moment. Just then, his stomach growled audibly, and saliva involuntarily pooled in his mouth. Enhancing one's strength is the true path. Eating this placenta is, in fact, a means to alter my constitution, akin to a remedy. Wu Yu persuaded and comforted himself thus. Without further hesitation, he seized the strange crystal and sliced off a piece of the placenta, shoving it into his mouth. The texture of the placenta was somewhat akin to that of a pig's stomach. However, he found himself unable to bite through it. Therefore, he turned to Xian and asked, when you ate the giant ape meat, were you able to bite through it? Xian replied, Wu, I couldn't bite through it. I used the strange crystal to gradually slice it, swallowing it hard. Oh, Wu Yu acknowledged, and then he had no choice but to cut the placenta into small cubes, forcibly swallowing them. He assumed that he would immediately feel some reaction, but to his surprise, after a considerable time, there was no sensation of heat whatsoever. This perplexed him, and he sliced off some more to swallow. Still, there was no reaction. Wu Yu couldn't help but wonder inwardly. Could it be that my gastric acid is incapable of breaking down this placenta? Or perhaps this placenta holds no medicinal value at all? Just as this thought crossed his mind, an immense heat surged from his stomach, rapidly spreading throughout his entire body. In an instant, his face turned as red as if smeared with chicken blood, looking quite alarming. "I'm burning up," Wu Yu exclaimed before collapsing onto the jade platform. Chapter 54. The Chi Palace takes shape, the shamanic power emerges. Wu Yu collapsed onto the jade platform, motionless. This startled Xian, who hurried over to assist him. However, before his hand could touch Wu Yu's body, Wu Yu curled into a ball and began to roll on the jade platform. Seeing Wu Yu still able to roll, Xian understood that he was merely overwhelmed by the energy contained within that thing, which eased his worries considerably. As long as he didn't fall off, he allowed Wu Yu to tumble upon the jade surface. After rolling for nearly half an hour, Wu Yu finally came to a halt and sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. This astonished Xian, who watched in amazement. Once he confirmed Wu Yu was unharmed, he picked up the otherworldly crystal and sliced some placenta to consume. After ingesting it, he began to attentively sense the energy within himself. Soon, he felt a tremendous force surging wildly through his body, prompting him to swiftly sit cross-legged and channel the totemic power to guide this colossal energy. Thus, both of them entered a mode of cultivation upon the jade platform. Time passed unmeasured until darkness enveloped the surroundings. The abyss resonated with the roars of beasts. At that moment, the small giant ape wrapped in animal hide seemed awakened by these sounds, emitting cries akin to a human infant. It appeared to be hungry. Remarkably, Wu Yu remained unaffected by its cries, and the beastly roars similarly did not disturb him. He seemed to have entered a realm solely of his own, impervious to any external distractions. Not receiving any attention, the small giant ape ceased its cries and began to scavenge for food on the jade platform. It first licked the pool of blood and then encountered the placenta, attempting to suck it. When it found it unyielding, it discarded it and lay down to play for a while, eventually crawling over to Wu Yu's feet and falling into a deep slumber. At that moment, Wu Yu was wholeheartedly absorbing the violent primal energy from the depths of the abyss. He felt that the primal energy on the jade platform was nearly indistinguishable from that obtained through the cultivation of shamanic stones. Like a child collecting seashells by the shore, he was completely entranced, unaffected by any tempestuous waves. In his mind, the small light point that had already formed gradually expanded, akin to a snowball rolling downhill, growing larger as it accumulated. As the luminous mass continued to swell, the initially formed small light point began to expand like a seed. When the light mass reached a certain threshold, it ceased to grow larger, yet small light points continued to flock towards it, akin to moths drawn to a flame, heedless of their fate. When the influx of small light points could no longer penetrate, the mass began to undergo fission, culminating in a sudden explosion. Indeed, in Wu Yu's perception, the light mass truly detonated within his mind. However, he felt no adverse effects or discomfort from this occurrence. On the contrary, he witnessed the explosion fragmenting into tiny shards that began to drift within his consciousness. When two shards collided, all the fragments instantaneously converged, shattering into minuscule light points, which then, as if undergoing a chemical reaction, swiftly coalesced into a colorless, transparent sphere, firmly establishing itself within Wu Yu's mind. This, he surmised, was indeed the so-called Chi Palace. Wu Yu reflected inwardly and attempted to draw the primal energy from the heavens and earth into the Chi Palace. As he expected, this was indeed the Chi Palace, for the energy absorbed by his body ultimately manifested as power stored within it. This, he realized, was the essence of shamanic power. A sense of joy welled within Wu Yu. The establishment of the Chi Palace signified his ability to cultivate shamanic power. Subsequently, he opened his eyes. It was not that he wished to cease his cultivation, but rather that he found it impossible to remain calm. At that moment, daylight had broken. He glanced at the jade platform, and the first thing he noticed was the small giant ape sleeping soundly at his feet, appearing utterly content. Xian also opened his eyes at this moment, his face alight with excitement. It was evident that his own gains were considerable. Wu Yu smiled at Xian and raised his arm to rub his eyes, only to discover a layer of black grease on his hand, which emitted a foul odor upon closer inspection. He looked down and saw that it was not only on his hands but also on his legs, face, and indeed his entire body. Realization dawned upon him. This was likely the infamous cleansing of marrow. A bit of stench was a trivial matter. As long as his constitution improved, he could endure being as foul and hard as a stone in a latrine. He stood up, picked up the animal hide, and draped it over the small giant ape. Then he sliced off more placenta to eat. After consuming it, he immediately sensed the surge of violent energy again, but it was not as overwhelming as before. He managed to withstand the torrent of energy, and his body, although still red, was no longer as terrifying as it had been. Cultivating shamanic power indeed transformed his physique. Wu Yu couldn't help but marvel at this realization. It seemed this expedition into the abyss had not been in vain. Cultivating shamanic power was the greatest harvest of this journey. Upon seeing that Wu Yu had consumed a substantial amount of placenta without any ill effects, Xian was equally astonished and couldn't help but inquire, Wu, your body seems different from yesterday. Could it be? Wu Yu burst into hearty laughter, replying, Xian, you guessed correctly. I have cultivated shamanic power. Our journey into the abyss has truly been worthwhile. Really? That's absolutely wonderful. If Huang and the others hear this news, they will be overjoyed, Xian exclaimed, springing to his feet and rushing to Wu Yu's side. Just as he was about to embrace him, he suddenly recalled something, retracting his hand and grinning at Wu Yu. Wu Yu chuckled along with him and then handed the remaining placenta to Xian. There was still more than half left. After slicing some for himself, Xian decided to save some for Yi and the others, believing that if he consumed it, he would certainly be able to break through to the ranks of orange-patterned warriors. Wu Yu did not dissuade Xian from this action. Carrying the placenta should not attract any ferocious beasts. At that moment, he seemed to remember something, reaching into his pouch and pulling out a shamanic stone. Indeed, he thought, since he had cultivated shamanic power, his consciousness should be able to enter the shamanic stone now. Chapter 55. As one act concludes, another takes the stage. Wu Yu meticulously prepared. Sitting cross-legged, he held the shamanic stone in his hand, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. Even Xian, who had been watching him intently, was influenced by this, instinctively clenching his hands. Filled with confidence, Wu Yu infused a trace of the shamanic power he had just cultivated into the shamanic stone. This time, when Xian saw the Wuyuan stone in Wu Yu's hand glowing, the anxiety on his face intensified. After a while, Wu Yu slowly opened his eyes. How is it, Wu? Xian, seemingly more anxious than Wu Yu himself, directly inquired, embodying the attitude of an emperor impatiently questioning his eunuch. Wu Yu did not respond. Instead, he let out a despondent sigh, disappointment evident on his face. From his expression, it was clear that he had indeed failed. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Xian, perceptively sensing the mood, added, Don't worry, Wu. Next time, you should be able to inherit the shaman's legacy. After all, no one needs to awaken the totem warrior right now. Take your time, there's no rush. He sought to comfort Wu Yu. Indeed, the shamanic power Wu Yu had just cultivated was insufficient to break the barriers set by the previous shaman. This left him quite disheartened. Rising to his feet, he cast a glance at the little giant ape, still sound asleep, and a look of wonder crossed his face, prompting him to approach it for a closer inspection. Xian followed suit. They observed that the little giant ape's skin, exposed beyond its animal hide, had begun to sprout some fur. This made Wu Yu reflect. In less than a day, it had grown fur. Truly, it seemed to grow with the wind. After his musings, he called to Xian and headed towards the stone bridge opposite their arrival point, intending to avoid the savage beast, the thorn dragon. As he was about to leave, he glanced back at the little giant ape. His reluctance stemmed from the fact that he, too, was an abandoned child, discarded at a similar age as the little giant ape. This shared plight sparked a sense of empathy and kinship within him. Due to the transformation of his physique, Wu Yu attempted to climb the sturdy vines and surprisingly found his speed quite commendable, with his subsequent strength keeping pace. Moreover, he felt his hearing and vision had significantly improved compared to before. It appeared that the change in his strength was not trivial, but rather a qualitative leap. In that moment, he no longer felt like a burden. Though he could not yet protect himself, at the very least he could flee. Upon reaching the ground, Xian remarked to Wu Yu, with your current physique, you should meet the standards of a patternless warrior. Wu Yu was well aware that becoming a patternless warrior would qualify him to join the tribe's hunting team and learn hunting skills. He did not respond but instead stood at the edge of the abyss, surveying the surroundings. To be honest, he could not discern any clear direction. The sky was shrouded in mist, and while visibility was high on the ground, every area seemed indistinguishable, either towering trees or marshes. With a sense of resignation, Wu Yu glanced back at the territory of the giant apes, using the stone bridge as a reference point to continue forward. He could now ascertain that the abyss beneath the giant ape territory was likely a sinkhole. Setting aside the ferocious beasts within, this misty abyss was indeed an excellent tribal territory, very conducive to reproduction and survival. However, one thing puzzled him. In this misty abyss, he had yet to encounter the black wind or hear any cries from other strange ferocious beasts. Hence, he deduced that the black wind and that peculiar beast likely did not originate from this misty abyss but were probably coming from another direction. The two continued walking, Xian in the lead and Wu Yu behind. After traversing less than a mile, they encountered a larger marsh. They had no choice but to take a detour, and just as they had navigated halfway around it, a flurry of bubbles suddenly erupted from the marsh. Subsequently, the shallow water's surface began to ripple. The two tensed, casting their gazes toward the source and refraining from fleeing. Then, a massive blue crab with dual pincers rose from the depths, its eyes peering above, encased in a thick shell, surrounded by numerous legs. The stone crab, a savage beast, Xian said gravely, positioning his hands protectively in front of Wu Yu as he slowly retreated. Wu Yu silently cursed in his heart. Damn, even the mountain crabs are this big, rivaling a tank. As the stone crab surfaced, it waved its pincers and swiftly advanced toward them. Run! Xian exclaimed, seizing Wu Yu and dashing forward without a second thought, disregarding the direction. In the face of such a shell-covered savage beast, fleeing was their only option. Initially, Wu Yu had intended to escape on his own, but upon realizing that the stone crab's speed matched his, he relinquished that thought and allowed Xian to carry him away. While the stone crab's speed was indeed formidable, Xian was also surprisingly swift, seemingly enhanced by the consumption of the giant ape's flesh and placenta. Watching the stone crab distance itself, Wu Yu let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, before he could fully exhale, a white silk ribbon shot down from the sky without warning. Fortunately, Wu Yu's enhanced hearing detected the sound of air being sliced, and he quickly looked up, urgently tapping Xian's shoulder, exclaiming, "Run! There's a spider attacking us from above." Upon hearing Wu Yu's shout, Xian suddenly accelerated, leaving behind a blur as he narrowly evaded the spider silk, which was nearly as thick as a leg. Wu Yu didn't even catch a glimpse of the spider that had launched the silk, and the two managed to sprint over 100 meters. The identity of the spider was inconsequential. What mattered was that they had escaped this peril. Just as they were regaining their composure, a massive toad, covered in fleshy lumps, sprang from the nearby marsh, its tongue darting toward them with lightning speed. Damn it, the Manka giant toad. Yet another savage beast. Xian cursed, hoisting Wu Yu and fleeing once more. Fortunately, Xian's speed was remarkable, quickly leaving the Manka giant toad far behind. The relentless appearance of savage beasts was akin to a play where one act concluded and another commenced, making it nearly impossible for them to traverse the area peacefully. Wu Yu inwardly cursed while simultaneously questioning in his mind, this shouldn't be happening. These savage beasts are usually well hidden. How could they detect us? Why didn't any other beasts appear when the thorn dragon was chasing us? He was certain that something was luring them. Chapter 56. The Broken Tooth Gale. Wu Yu immediately thought of the placenta that Xian was carrying. It must be this that is attracting these savage beasts. Previously, although they encountered ferocious beasts, it was never this frequent. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Xian moved at an accelerated pace. His speed had increased significantly compared to before, and Wu Yu could feel the tremors emanating from him. Wu Yu quickly glanced around. About 100 meters to their right, beneath a giant tree, a beautifully proportioned, muscular leopard with a solid brown coat, free of any blemishes, stood, its height nearly 2 meters, baring its teeth at them. Wu Yu also noticed that one of its fangs was broken, glinting ominously. The broken-toothed leopard? Wu Yu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Xian, while running, addressed Wu Yu, saying, "That is the Gale leopard, a ferocious beast, ruthless, savage, and bloodthirsty, moving with the swiftness of the wind." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu turned his gaze towards the Gale leopard, just in time to see it racing towards him like a gust of wind, so fast that its form was nearly imperceptible. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Xian, it's almost upon us. At this rate, we likely won't escape." Instead of halting immediately, Xian dashed towards a massive tree, where he finally stopped, setting Wu Yu down and positioning himself protectively in front of him, brandishing his dagger as he faced the Gale leopard. As the Gale leopard closed in, it leaped several meters towards Xian, its claws outstretched, aiming directly for his neck. Rather than evading, Xian took the initiative and leaped towards the Gale leopard. He could not afford to dodge. If he did, the Gale leopard would undoubtedly pounce on Wu Yu. Wu Yu understood that the leopard typically targeted the neck or snout of its prey. Positioned behind Xian, pressed against the grand tree, one hand gripping the anomalous crystal while the other held the dagger, he occasionally glanced upwards, wary of the spiders that might suddenly appear from the treetops. In the midst of their confrontation, the claws of the Gale leopard grazed Xian's chest, while Xian's dagger plunged directly into the creature's left eye. In an instant, both man and beast sprang apart with lightning speed. Xian was propelled backward, crashing against the massive tree, an unexpected turn of events. Fortunately, his chest armor absorbed the impact of the Gale leopard's attack. To his astonishment, the Gale leopard did not retreat. Instead, blood streaming from its wounded eye, it landed before Wu Yu, mere steps away. Enraged by its injury, the Gale leopard let out a deafening roar and lunged forward, claws extended towards Wu Yu. At that critical moment, as the Gale leopard charged, Wu Yu did not hesitate. He executed a swift leap, driving the anomalous crystal into the creature's skull. His timing was impeccable, not only evading the leopard's claws but also embedding the crystal deep into its head, subsequently mounting the beast's back. Although the crystal pierced the Gale leopard's skull, it did not deliver a fatal blow, inciting the creature to become even more frenzied as it bolted away with Wu Yu in tow, moving like a whirlwind. Once Xian regained his footing and witnessed Wu Yu being whisked away by the Gale leopard, he chased after them with all his might. However, he had not pursued far when he was suddenly obstructed by a colossal toad emerging from the swamp, helplessly watching as the Gale leopard and Wu Yu vanished among the towering trees. Clinging to the Gale leopard, Wu Yu pressed himself against its back, swiftly driving the dagger into the wound created by the crystal to stabilize himself. He withdrew the crystal and repeatedly stabbed at the same spot on its head. The Gale leopard, while running, shook its head violently, attempting to dislodge Wu Yu by climbing a massive tree. Unfazed, Wu Yu locked his legs tightly around the beast's body, one hand gripping the dagger firmly while the other continued to stab at its head, relentlessly targeting the same wound. Finding itself unable to rid itself of Wu Yu, the Gale leopard leaped from the tree, rolling upon landing, roaring fiercely and thrashing its head. In a desperate struggle for survival, Wu Yu clung on for dear life, refusing to let go despite the tumultuous rolling, which left him bloodied from the ordeal. He realized that Xian had likely been detained by other ferocious beasts, as he carried with him a placenta, a notorious attractor of danger. Wu Yu began to reproach himself for not warning Xian sooner to dispose of the placenta. It was now a matter of relying solely on his own strength, hoping for Xian's safety. At that moment, he heard a resounding tremor in the earth, and seizing the opportunity presented by the tumultuous rolling, he glanced towards the source of the sound, spotting a monstrous thorned dragon approaching. The Gale leopard, sensing the impending threat, sprang to its feet and fled in the opposite direction of the thorned dragon. Although the thorned dragon was swift, it paled in comparison to the speed of the renowned Gale leopard, which vanished in the blink of an eye. Throughout this escape, Wu Yu refrained from further attacking the Gale leopard, waiting for the right moment after their flight to strike again, occasionally glancing back. When he could no longer see the thorned dragon, he resumed his assault on the Gale leopard's head. The beast's skull appeared mangled and drenched in blood, yet Wu Yu knew there was no critical injury. Hitting the same spot proved to be a considerable challenge, as the creature's erratic movements disrupted his balance and aim. As the Gale leopard sprinted, it desperately sought ways to unseat Wu Yu. Climbing trees, rolling, and plunging into the swamp, all attempts thwarted time and again. Wu Yu had lost track of how far they had traveled, his sole focus remaining on holding tightly to its back, seizing every opportunity to stab at it. Occasionally, he would grab a handful of blood or flesh to sustain his energy. Thankfully, after consuming the placenta, his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. Had it been the day prior, he would have likely been thrown off and succumbed to the beast's lethal jaws. The Gale leopard continued its relentless pace, its roar gradually diminishing. Eventually, it dashed into a cave, collapsing upon entering. At that moment, Wu Yu had fully embedded the anomalous crystal into its skull. Chapter 57. The Mudman. Although Wu Yu observed the Gale leopard lying motionless, he remained cautious, extracting the crystal and delivering several more forceful stabs before standing up and kicking it a few times. The Gale leopard lay there, completely still, blood oozing from its head. Wu Yu was certain it was beyond salvation. Then, he watched as the creature lapped at its own blood until it could no longer bear the surge of energy, stopping only then. Next, he began searching within the Gale leopard's skull for a beast crystal, but to no avail. After completing this task, he turned his attention to the cave itself. The cave was not particularly deep, extending only about 20 meters, with sufficient light filtering in from outside to illuminate its interior. At the far end lay a massive stone, smooth to the touch, surrounded by numerous scattered bones. It was clear that this cave served as the lair of the Gale leopard. He meticulously searched through the scattered bones, hoping for some valuable discovery. Regrettably, there was nothing of worth. Though many of the bones could be utilized to craft weapons, they held little significance for Wu Yu. He now possessed this formidable crystal, which was more than sufficient. Noticing the lack of discoveries, he reclined upon a large stone to rest. The recent encounter with the Gale leopard had taken a considerable toll on him. It could be said that he had narrowly escaped death. A moment's lapse in vigilance could render him prey to the Gale leopard. After resting on the stone for a brief while, he sprang to his feet. He dared not linger within the cave and needed to find Xian or Huang and the others without delay. Otherwise, when night fell, the ferocious beasts would emerge to hunt, resulting in a tragic fate. If a beast were to stumble upon him then, it would be akin to closing the door to release hounds, leaving no avenue for escape. He knew he would not be so fortunate against the Gale leopard again. Before departing, he used the crystal to slice off some leopard meat to consume, then made his way outside the cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he surveyed his surroundings. This cave was not situated at the edge of the abyss but rather nestled within a small hill amidst the abyss, surrounded entirely by stones, devoid of trees, stark and barren. However, the towering trees encircling the hill effectively concealed it from view. Once he confirmed that there were no immediate dangers, he hastened his steps, following the blood trail left by the Gale leopard and relying on his memory to retrace his path. He had not walked far when he encountered a muddy pit. Approaching the edge of the pit, he paused to listen intently for a moment, then grasped the weeds at the rim and submerged his entire body within, even pressing his hair into the mud. After a considerable time, he slowly emerged, rising from the mire. At that moment, apart from a hint of white in his eyes, he resembled a figure made entirely of mud. He undertook this endeavor to mask his scent and body heat with the mud, hoping to evade the ferocious beasts. He believed that wrapping himself in mud might obscure him from infrared or thermal imaging detection. It should serve some purpose against the beasts. Regardless, he had not washed off the layer of foul-smelling grease on his body. If the mud proved ineffective against the beasts, he would simply consider it a mud bath. Once the mud adhered sufficiently to his body that it wouldn't fall off while moving, he continued onward. He proceeded slowly, pausing every 5 steps to listen intently before advancing further. In such a place teeming with ferocious beasts, he had no choice but to exercise extreme caution. He was perplexed as to why this area was inhabited by so many beasts. It seemed that the usual notions of pack behavior and territoriality did not apply here. Perhaps everything was related to the climate and survival conditions within this misty abyss, or perhaps it was simply a paradise for ferocious beasts. Existence is reasonable. This world is filled with the incredible, and he chose not to delve deeply into these matters. He traversed nearly 1,000 steps. With his stride measuring approximately 1.5 meters, he had covered nearly 3 miles. Remarkably, he encountered not a single beast along the way. Whether this was due to the absence of beasts in the area or the effectiveness of the mud on his body remained uncertain. The absence of beasts was undoubtedly a fortunate circumstance. At that moment, he heard rapid footsteps approaching from ahead, followed by a series of thudding sounds that shook the ground, causing his heart to race. Without hesitation, Wu Yu swiftly made his way to a smaller mud pit, submerging himself entirely while leaving only his head exposed. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a drenched figure emerging from behind a giant tree. It was Xian. After evading the raging toad, he had followed the blood trail of the Gale leopard. Of course, he had not run far before encountering a ferocious beast, leaving him bewildered and perplexed. Yet, he had no choice. Even if he faced a treacherous path ahead, he had to continue pursuing. If Wu were to perish, Yanlong would be lost as well. Then, he encountered the savage beast, the thorn dragon. This creature seemed to be the very one that had chased them yesterday, relentlessly pursuing Xian upon sighting him. With the appearance of the thorn dragon, Xian encountered no further beasts obstructing his escape. As Xian dashed past the muddy pit, Wu Yu suddenly sprang up, startling Xian, who instinctively lunged at him with a dagger. Seeing this, Wu Yu quickly whispered, "Xian, it's me." Upon recognizing Wu's voice, Xian halted his attack, seizing Wu Yu and fleeing forward. Xian's method of escape was the tree-circling technique Wu Yu had taught him. As they ran, Wu Yu retrieved the placenta Xian had been carrying and coated himself in mud. Xian, puzzled, could not help but ask, "Wu, what are you doing? Do you know why there are so many ferocious beasts following us?" Wu Yu retorted. Xian shook his head. "It's because of this placenta that the beasts have been stirred to attack us," Wu Yu explained. "Damn it. No wonder we've encountered so many beasts along this route. This thing is the source of the trouble. We should just discard it. Otherwise, the thorn dragon will continue its relentless pursuit." Xian replied as they ran. "We cannot just discard it. If these beasts are so attracted to it, and if they consume it and mutate, they will become even more formidable, disrupting the ecological balance of the misty abyss, which would adversely affect the little giant apes and us," Wu Yu countered. "What should we do then?" Xian asked urgently. While continuing to coat himself in mud, Wu Yu replied, "I think the mud might mask the placenta's scent. If that proves ineffective, we can either return it to the giant ape territory or consume it ourselves once we escape. In any case, We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of the ferocious beasts. Hearing this, Xian nodded in agreement and fell silent, focusing entirely on their flight. Chapter 58. The Stone Carving. Xian carried Wu Yu upon his back, sprinting desperately. Direction was meaningless to him. He merely ran in circles around the trees, weaving from one to the next. Even though Xian had consumed the giant ape meat and placenta, significantly enhancing his physical prowess, he was beginning to feel breathless and fatigued. Observing this, Wu Yu quickly sliced off a few small pieces of the placenta, wiped off the mud, and stuffed them into Xian's mouth. This provided Xian with the strength to continue his relentless circling. Meanwhile, the savage beast, the thorn dragon, showed no signs of slowing down, continuing to run and occasionally letting out fearsome roars. The two fled for nearly 2 hours until they came upon a stone hill ahead. It was barren, devoid of any flora, resembling the rocky hill that housed the Gale leopardess nest, but it was several times larger. At the base of this stone hill was a cave, appearing to be about 1.5 to 1.6 meters high and barely wide enough for a person to enter, dark and deep in appearance. Upon seeing this cave, Wu Yu pondered for a few seconds before patting Xian's shoulder and saying, "Xian, run into that cave. The thorn dragon is far too large. It certainly cannot enter." While circling the giant tree, Xian glanced at the nearby cave, assessing it before suddenly accelerating. As the thorn dragon circled behind the tree, he harnessed the power of the totem and darted toward the cave like an arrow released from a bow. As the Spinosaurus turned around and noticed that Xian had ceased to circle, it let out a resounding roar and sprinted towards him. The earth trembled beneath its weight. Wu Yu, perched on Xian's back, could feel the gust of wind that surged from behind, sending shivers down his neck. The distinctive stench of the Spinosaurus, coupled with the spray of saliva, splattered onto him, yet the layer of mud that coated his body mitigated the sensation. It was evident that the Spinosaurus was determined to seize both the placenta and the two of them. Wu Yu had been clutching the anomalous crystal tightly, occasionally thrusting it backward in a desperate counterattack. From an aerial perspective, the scene resembled a person chasing after a rat. Just when one felt they were about to catch up and stomp down, the rat would scurry away to safety. However, the Spinosaurus did not intend to stomp. It lunged forward with its jaws instead. Each time, Xian narrowly evaded its lethal bite, transforming peril into escape. When they were less than 5 meters from the stone cave, the Spinosaurus had caught up to them, opening its massive maw to snap at the two. Hearing the rush of wind behind him and feeling the sticky saliva on his back, Wu Yu instinctively turned around and thrust the anomalous crystal towards the Spinosaurus's mouth. At that moment, Xian erupted into action. A blur of movement saw them both dart into the cave. Wu Yu's counterattack had managed to slice a gash across the Spinosaurus's mouth, prompting a pained roar from it. Ignoring whether its head could fit through the cave's entrance, it followed the two into the darkness. Upon entering the cave, Xian was fortunate enough to maintain his speed, narrowly avoiding the Spinosaurus's attack. From a distance, the cave's entrance appeared small, but up close it was quite spacious. The Spinosaurus's head could easily fit inside. During this tumultuous escape, Wu Yu managed to stab the Spinosaurus's mouth once more. This act only served to further infuriate the creature, which began to violently ram its head against the cave's walls, causing the entire structure to quiver and debris to rain down from above. While its head could penetrate the cave, its body became wedged at the entrance. Yet, it refused to relent, persistently pushing against the cave entrance in an attempt to break through. Remarkably, it created a visible crack in the stone, but it lacked the strength to dislodge the entire rock formation. Once inside the cave, Wu Yu and Xian halted when they realized that the Spinosaurus could advance no further. Wu Yu glanced back at the roaring creature, which was fervently attempting to breach the cave, then turned around and lunged at the Spinosaurus's elongated mouth with the anomalous crystal. Although he did not aim to deliver a fatal blow, he intended to inflict pain and demonstrate that he was not to be trifled with. Ever since his arrival in this world, Wu Yu had been in a constant state of flight, which had left him feeling quite constrained. Even though he had once been a special forces soldier with commendable military training and psychological resilience, he too required an outlet for his frustrations. He was human, not divine. Even a deity would need such release. Thus, he relentlessly jabbed the anomalous crystal towards the Spinosaurus's mouth, confident that it could not reach him. Observing this, Xian mimicked Wu Yu's actions, repeatedly stabbing at the Spinosaurus's jaws with his dagger. After enduring a barrage of painful strikes, the Spinosaurus let out a reluctant roar and withdrew its head from the cave, standing outside and continuing to bellow in fury. With the Spinosaurus having retreated, Wu Yu disregarded it and instructed Xian to retrieve the firestone, occasionally striking it as they ventured deeper into the cave. The further they traveled, the wider the cave became, sloping downward. They soon noticed a faint glow emanating from the depths, reminiscent of a stage spotlight. Why is there light ahead? Could it be an exit? Wu Yu did not respond but instead gestured for silence, leading the way toward the source of the light. After progressing approximately 600 steps, they arrived at the illuminated area, which marked the cave's end. To their astonishment, they discovered an opening at the cave's ceiling, akin to a skylight. The light streamed in through this aperture, illuminating a massive stone below. The cave was remarkably dry, although numerous animal bones lay scattered about. No ferocious beasts were present, nor was there any foul odor. When Xian prodded the bones with his dagger, they crumbled at his touch. This led them to conclude that no predators had entered the cave for quite some time. They positioned themselves on the stone platform illuminated by the light and gazed upward. Wu Yu estimated that this opening was roughly a kilometer in height, and the cave walls appeared smooth, making climbing difficult. Thus, he lowered his gaze to the stone platform beneath his feet. Upon doing so, he was taken aback, for he noticed numerous engravings upon the surface, unmistakably crafted by human hands. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly crouched down to examine the carvings with his hands. Xian, observing Wu Yu's fascination, also knelt beside him. After a lengthy silence, Xian finally spoke. Wu, what do these engravings depict? He had not discerned anything of significance and thus inquired. This appears to be a map. Wu Yu replied, not lifting his head as he continued to trace the engravings with his fingers. Xian responded with an "oh," murmuring, a map. Wu Yu chose not to elaborate further, as he was thoroughly captivated by the map etched into the stone platform. The engravings were remarkably deep, leading Wu Yu to deduce that the individual who inscribed the map was likely in search of something, casually etching it with a sharp instrument. As he examined the details, Wu Yu retrieved the anomalous crystal and began to trace the engravings. Chapter 59, The Route Map. Wu Yu inscribed upon the map not because the engravings lacked clarity, but because he suspected that the map had been created with the anomalous crystal. Upon comparison, his hypothesis was confirmed. The map had indeed been etched using the anomalous crystal, as the markings corresponded perfectly with its pointed tip. He even attempted to draw a line beside the map with the anomalous crystal, achieving an identical result. This revelation connected a series of events in his mind. First, the discovery of stones encircling the 3-7, then the acquisition of the anomalous crystal, and finally, the discovery of the engraved map within this cave. All these occurrences seemed to stem from the same individual. As for why the anomalous crystal had appeared among the pile of animal bones and what the individual had been searching for, he could only speculate. However, he did discern one thing. From the map upon the stone platform, he had uncovered a path to escape the depths of this labyrinth. Although the individual had haphazardly etched it onto the stone, the map was coherent and vividly depicted the cave, vegetation, trees, and other features, clearly marking the area surrounding the 3-7 and their new territory, the giant bug cave. It was evident that this person had previously visited the giant bug cave. Moreover, as a former Special Forces soldier, Wu Yu had acquired significant knowledge of military topography. By connecting various points on the map, he could create a comprehensive route map. Consequently, he removed his chest armor and retrieved the scale that had been pierced by the toothless pterosaur, using the anomalous crystal to meticulously replicate the map in a scaled-down version upon its surface. As Xian idly observed Wu Yu meticulously copying the map, he dared not disturb him and thus began to examine the cave walls with great scrutiny. To his utter astonishment, he discovered a considerable amount of saltpeter within the stone cavern. Overjoyed, he gathered all the saltpeter into a single pile. Just as he completed this task, Wu Yu finished his mapping endeavor. Upon seeing the substantial collection of saltpeter that Xian had amassed, covering an area of nearly a dozen square meters, his eyes widened in surprise. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated the possibility of utilizing this saltpeter to create gunpowder. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that the current conditions were not yet ripe, as they had yet to find sulfur. He decided it would be prudent to wait until they stabilized their situation before sending someone to search for sulfur. Wu Yu was acutely aware that the fundamental formula for gunpowder comprised sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal. Once the time was right and if they discovered sulfur, the invention of gunpowder would not pose a significant challenge. Rather, it could be said to be a matter of manufacturing. How delightful it would be to possess explosives. He mused that he would no longer fear the spiked dragon, tossing a dirt bomb into its maw, making it choke on its own folly. Wu Yu could not help but indulge in such musings. He then turned to Xian and remarked, with so much saltpeter accumulated, what use will it be if we cannot take it with us? It may prove useful in the future, even if we cannot transport it now. Xian replied with palpable excitement. Wu Yu remained non-committal and shifted the topic. The spiked dragon should have departed from the cave by now. While the day is still young, let us make our way to the next location. Next location? Xian inquired. Wu Yu smiled and gestured for Xian to stand upon the stone platform, pointing to the map depicted above, as he began to elucidate its details. With Wu Yu's explanation, Xian discerned the map's significance and joyfully exclaimed, "With this map, we should be able to find our way out of here." It seemed he was still adapting to this novel concept of a map. Indeed, Wu Yu affirmed, indicating the final point on the map, which represented their current location within the cave. As long as we follow the depicted route in reverse, barring unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to navigate our way out of this fog-laden abyss. What about Huang and the others? Xian raised his gaze to Wu Yu. If they fail to locate us promptly, they will likely retrace their steps. Wu Yu responded, meeting Xian's eyes. After reflecting on this, Xian nodded, realizing that if he were in their position and could not find them, he too would return the way he came. Before departing, the two of them harvested some placental material to replenish their energy. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they exercised utmost caution. After peering cautiously outside for a considerable time and confirming that the spiked dragon had indeed vacated the vicinity, they swiftly exited the cave and made their way towards the nearest swamp. Once there, they unhesitatingly plunged into the muddy bog, covering themselves thoroughly in mud, repeating the process several times before emerging. After allowing the mud to dry slightly, Wu Yu produced the map to identify their next reference point. The next location was also a cave. Wu Yu confidently deduced that it was likely the lair of the Gale leopard. He had a recollection of that place. His military training had ingrained in him that paths once traversed were seldom forgotten. Strangely enough, whether it was the mud's efficacy or the beasts along the route being dormant, they encountered not a single ferocious creature. Naturally, they did come across smaller animals, squirrels, snakes, and mice among others. Observing the remarkable effectiveness of the mud, Xian glanced at Wu Yu ahead of him, sensing that the current Wu was far more knowledgeable than the Wu he had known before. This thought lingered in his mind. The greater the prowess of their shaman, the stronger their tribe would become. Contemplating this, a sense of melancholy washed over him. He couldn't help but wonder how things were faring back in Yushan. Xian sighed involuntarily. Wu Yu turned back to reassure him. Soon, we will emerge from this fog-laden abyss, and before the rainy season arrives, we shall return to Yushan. Trust in me. Xian nodded resolutely, choosing to remain silent. Thus, they continued their journey, and as the mud began to fall away from their bodies, they once again entered the swamp to renew their muddy coating. When they reached the lair of the Gale leopard, dusk had begun to settle. They entered the cave, and had it not been for Wu Yu's previous visit with the Gale leopard, they might have struggled to locate this place. The corpse of the Gale leopard lay undisturbed. Xian kicked the body a few times before conducting a thorough search of the cave. Although the cave was not particularly deep, it was quite spacious, spanning at least 100 square meters. Wu Yu, meanwhile, sat cross-legged upon the stone platform. He had already surveyed the space and felt confident that there would be no overlooked areas. Nonetheless, he did not impede Xian's search, allowing him to meticulously comb through every inch of the cave, as he had little else to occupy his time. After settling on the stone platform, Wu Yu examined the copied map. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and began to scrutinize the stone platform with renewed attention. He surmised that since someone had traversed this area before, there might be some marks left behind. He meticulously inspected the entire stone platform, even feeling it with his hands, but found no signs of engravings. Could it be that the Gale leopard's presence had worn them away? Wu Yu pondered. Shaman, come quickly. There is something inscribed on this stone wall. At that moment, Xian called out with excitement. Chapter 60. Murals, Shadows of Beasts. Hearing this, Wu Yu sprang to Xian's side, startling him with his sudden movement. He had not anticipated such an intense reaction from Wu. This particular stone wall happened to be the one that remained shrouded in darkness, impervious to light. During his earlier search, Wu Yu had never considered that there might be engravings on the wall, his attention having been solely focused on the ground, resulting in his oversight. Before him was a mural. The moment Wu Yu glanced at the mural, he was momentarily transfixed. The mural depicted a figure standing atop a mountain peak, gazing at something in the sky. The figure was shown in profile, standing with arms crossed, clutching an object, and adorned in garments that billowed in the wind, likely made of a fabric-like material. On their head rested a crown with hair gathered high. The object soaring through the air descended with a roar, and shrouded in flames, trailing a long tail behind it. It appeared somewhat akin to a meteor. Wu Yu's astonishment was not due to the object in the sky, but rather the realization that the figure was clad in clothing resembling fabric, specifically a long robe. From the mural, it was evident that the civilization of that era had reached a considerable level of advancement. The pile of beast bones where the anomalous crystal had been discovered must have belonged to high-ranking ferocious beasts, weathered by time for at least a century. Moreover, he could immediately discern that this mural had been created by the same sage who had drawn the map, as the lines and intensity of the mural mirrored those of the map perfectly. He even compared it against the anomalous crystal, and the alignment was strikingly accurate. Furthermore, the sage's artistic skill was exceptionally profound. Though rendered with only a few strokes, the depiction was remarkably vivid and lifelike. Could this individual also be among those who traversed through time? Wuyo couldn't help but murmur to himself, turning around to ask Xian, "Xian, have you ever seen anyone dressed like this, adorned with such peculiar headgear?" Xian shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum, and replied, "I have never encountered such a sight. It is likely that only the shamans of those super tribes would don such attire." Upon hearing Xian's words, Wuyo felt a sense of relief, realizing that he had fallen prey to preconceived notions. In his own era, where everything was digitalized and the expansion towards the cosmos was underway, primitive tribes still existed. For those super tribes, such a civilization should indeed be attainable. It seemed that this world was far more intricate than he had initially imagined. He then turned his gaze to the mural. From it, Wuyo deduced that the figure depicted was likely the sage himself, who must have come to this place in search of the fallen object that resembled a meteorite, or perhaps something entirely different. He couldn't help but wonder if the venerable figure had succeeded in his quest. It was evident that he must have been a formidable shaman. Having lost the exotic crystal to a ferocious beast, could he have encountered some peril? One could only imagine the immense strength of such a beast, rivaling that of a colossal ape. It was only when his vision began to blur completely that Wuyo finally seated himself upon the stone platform. The sky had turned pitch black. Xian, uninterested in the mural, began to search elsewhere while Wuyo remained engrossed in the artwork, yet he found nothing new. This was entirely within Wuyo's expectations. Discovering such a mural was already a significant boon, revealing to him that there are realms beyond realms, and people beyond people. His identity as a traveler in this world did not necessarily place him at the pinnacle of existence. Undertaking a personal endeavor within this realm was not as straightforward as he had envisioned. It appeared that leading the Yanlong back to their ancestral lands would be a daunting task indeed. He couldn't help but feel a sense of contemplation. Challenges were what made life invigorating, and he relished them. After his fruitless search, Xian skinned the pelt of the swift-winged leopard, dislodging its intact fangs and setting aside some meat upon the stone platform, preparing it for Wuyo. Once seated on the platform, Wuyo consumed some of the meat in the dark, then reclined with his hands behind his head, resting upon the stone surface. He had grown accustomed to consuming the flesh of ferocious beasts, now able to withstand the violent energy without experiencing any erratic reactions. In this place, he was hesitant to cultivate his shamanic powers, for safety was not guaranteed. Xian sat cross-legged in front of Wuyo, shielding him from behind, remaining silent and motionless as he gazed intently at the cave's entrance. Inside the cave, scattered bones of beasts lay strewn about, with flickers of phosphorescent light occasionally illuminating the darkness, lending an eerie ambience to the cave. Outside, through the cave's mouth, one could glimpse the sporadic glimmers of fireflies. Before long, the sound of beastly roars began to echo, each cry louder than the last, creating a tumultuous chorus. The abyss of night was becoming lively. The previous night had been spent in the territory of the giant apes, devoid of such sensations. Soon, a tall and slender figure appeared at the cave's entrance. The figure moved with an elegant grace, its curves flowing like waves, and one could faintly see its eyes glimmering with a green light. Wuyo recognized it as a feline creature. The swift-winged leopard was also a member of the feline family. Could it possibly be another swift-winged leopard? Was it seeking a mate? He pondered silently. Xian drew his knife, fixating his gaze on the figure. After swaying at the cave's entrance a few times, the figure vanished. This prompted a sigh of relief from both of them. However, their respite was short-lived, for shortly after, another figure appeared at the entrance, peering inside before disappearing in an instant. The fleeting nature of this apparition left them unable to discern the identity of the beast. Before long, yet another figure appeared, glancing inside before vanishing as well. In total, within less than 2 hours, nearly 100 silhouettes had flitted past the cave's mouth, each one merely pausing briefly before slipping away unnoticed, all arriving and departing in silence. This left Wuyo perplexed. Could it be that the mud covering their bodies rendered them undetectable to these beasts? It must be so. Otherwise, it was inexplicable. But why would they come to the cave's mouth merely to linger? Were they perhaps intent on challenging the swift-winged leopard, seeking to claim this place as their den? The ambiguity of the situation was unsettling, as if it were a test designed to induce anxiety. Thankfully, he was free from any heart conditions. During this time, both remained silent, scarcely daring to breathe, essentially holding their breath. Eventually, the first figure reappeared at the cave's mouth, emitting a low, plaintive call. Upon hearing this sound, Wuyo was left speechless, realizing that his earlier speculation had proven true. It was indeed a female leopard seeking a mate. The swift-winged leopard was male, so the one outside must be its female counterpart. At that moment, a large group of figures suddenly emerged at the cave's entrance, surrounding the courting female leopard. These figures were roughly half the size of the female leopard, standing about a meter tall, and bore a striking resemblance to wolf dogs. Wuyo recognized that these were neither dogs nor wolves but rather a pack of jackals, notorious enemies of leopards. The pack encircled the female leopard, yet they did not immediately attack. Instead, they circled around her. The female leopard, with her forelimbs braced against the ground, arched her body backward, as if preparing for an impending confrontation. Chapter 61. The Pursuit of the Jackal Pack, Life and Death in the Blink of an Eye. Come on. May they both suffer heavy losses, allowing me to reap the benefits, Wuyo thought anxiously, observing the unfolding scene outside the cave, while secretly lamenting. He had some knowledge of jackals, having encountered them in the wild. Though not particularly large, they were exceedingly fierce, bold, fearless, brutal and greedy, adept at pursuit. They were not only vigilant and agile but also possessed keen senses and remarkable endurance. Indeed, the jackals he had seen in his previous life were significantly smaller than these. Xian, fully tensed, remained still as he watched the cave's entrance. He quickly discerned that the figures outside were jackals, at least a dozen of them. In their hunting pursuits, Xian and his companions typically avoided jackals unless they were in overwhelming numbers. Otherwise, they would steer clear at all costs. For once they appeared, they came in droves, exhibiting extreme ferocity, encircling their prey before launching a coordinated assault from all sides, using their sharp claws and teeth to blind, maim and tear apart flesh, or directly attacking the rear of their quarry, rending and gnawing until their intestines were exposed. Given the multitude of jackals outside, it was only natural for him to feel a surge of anxiety. Moreover, he had to remain vigilant in protecting Wuyo, which heightened his sense of urgency. At that moment, Xian found himself hoping that the leopard would not be too weak. He would rather engage in battle with the leopard than confront so many jackals, each one a fierce beast. He had considered the possibility of escaping while the jackals and the leopard fought, but upon reflection, he realized that it was too risky. If the jackals abandoned the leopard to turn their attention to them, who could predict the outcome? The jackals continued to circle the female leopard, who remained poised, her streamlined body rigid as she focused intently on the front. At long last, a dhole stirred, howling once before leaping towards the rear of a female dhole. In an instant, the remaining dholes revealed their fangs and lunged at the female leopard. Simultaneously, the female leopard emitted a deep, resonant roar, abruptly sprang into action, and pounced upon one of the dholes ahead. Thus ensued a fierce life and death struggle between a solitary leopard and a pack of dholes. As anticipated, the female leopard was swiftly overwhelmed by the dholes, her carcass swiftly torn apart. However, she managed to slay 3 or 4 of her assailants in the process. Once the remaining dholes had feasted on the female leopard's flesh, they raised their voices in a chilling chorus towards the sky. Subsequently, to the astonishment of all, they began to consume the fallen dholes as well, a testament to their cruelty. Truly, they would not share their bounty with outsiders. After their meal, they each licked their lips and gazed into the cave, seemingly still unsated. At this juncture, Wu Yu and Shen discerned that there were still 8 dholes lurking outside. Their eyes gleamed with avarice as they bared their teeth and howled towards the cave. Damn it! They can even sniff out the scent through the mud I'm covered in, Wu Yu cursed silently. Shen then rose, allowing Wu Yu to climb onto his back. Just then, the 8 dholes stepped into the cave. Upon discovering the skinless corpse of the swift leopard, a few of them swiftly lunged forward to sniff it, but soon lost interest. It appeared they were biding their time to deal with the 2 upright walking creatures before indulging further. They quickly surrounded the stone platform, positioned at 8 distinct points, and, in unison, let out a cacophony of howls before assuming aggressive stances. Wu, hold on tight, Shen whispered, slowly bending down into a defensive posture, poised for action. The atmosphere was taut, charged with imminent confrontation. At that critical moment, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from outside the cave. Wu Yu instantly recognized it as the cry of the young giant ape. He breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that the dolls would retreat upon hearing its call. However, Wu Yu was mistaken. The pack of dolls glanced towards the cave entrance at the sound of the young giant ape's wail, but then turned their gaze back towards Wu Yu and Xian, their eyes glinting with malevolence. While the young giant ape's voice held a certain intimidation, it was insufficient to deter the dolls from pursuing their quarry. At that moment, one of the dolls behind Wu Yu sprang forward, aiming for the nape of his neck. Clearly, they could no longer afford to wait, fearing the night would stretch on. With one move, the attacking doll triggered a coordinated assault from the entire pack, their timing impeccably synchronized. In that instant, Xian deftly sidestepped to the right, wielding his Fang blade against the doll on that side. He targeted this particular doll because he had observed it was injured. By dodging, Xian not only evaded the attack from the doll behind but also the strikes from the remaining 6 directions. His Fang blade pierced the wounded spot of the doll on the right, eliciting a piercing howl of anguish. Striking at its weakness, this injured doll was indeed the most vulnerable among the pack, akin to the principle of a barrel, the weakest link. After landing his blow, Xian did not linger to gloat. Instead, he broke free from that spot, swiftly making his way towards the cave exit, unleashing the full extent of his totemic power. The thwarted pack of dolls quickly pivoted, chasing after Wu Yu and Xian, while the injured doll lagged behind, its pace considerably diminished. Upon exiting the cave, Wu Yu directed Xian towards the source of the young giant ape's cry. Without hesitation, Xian dashed into the night, racing forward with all his might. The wailing of the young giant ape persisted, and as they fled, Wu Yu perceived it seemed to be moving closer, its cries approaching their direction. He thought little of it, assuming the young giant ape had awakened from slumber, searching for food. The relentless pack of dolls continued their pursuit, their howls echoing in the night. The cacophony of the dolls caused the predators that had initially aimed to intercept Wu Yu to turn and flee. This left Wu Yu bemused, realizing he had been marked by the dolls. As if announcing, "Dolls at work, all others clear the way." The pack drew ever closer. Xian, harnessing his totemic energy, was truly racing for his life. Wu Yu remained vigilant, occasionally feeding Xian small pieces of placenta to replenish his strength. Unlike dealing with the spiky-tailed beasts, they could not simply evade the dolls by circling trees, for the dolls were far more agile than humans. To escape them, one would either need to be faster or find refuge in the trees or the territory of the giant apes. If Xian were alone, he could likely outrun the dolls without issue. However, carrying Wu Yu slightly hampered his speed. Wu Yu had considered climbing a tree, but the trunks in this area were devoid of any vines, making it impossible to ascend quickly. Even utilizing the crystalline fangs for support would be too slow. The dolls could easily leap 10 meters, and before he could scale 2 meters they would catch up and drag him down. The dolls were now less than 10 steps away, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would soon close the distance. The two could only hope to reach the territory of the giant apes. Chapter 62. An Unforeseen Onslaught. Xian, carrying Wu Yu, raced desperately forward. At that moment, the unsettling wails of the young giant ape ceased, leaving the two momentarily disoriented, compounding their peril. Before long, the pack of dolls narrowed the gap. The lead doll, presumably the alpha, leaped forward from several paces away, aiming directly for Wu Yu's back. With a ripping sound, the alpha's claws scraped against Wu Yu's chest armor, tearing a gash where it had been pierced by the toothless pterosaur, though fortunately, it did not break the skin. Wu Yu retaliated with a crystalline strike backward, but it proved ineffective. Amid the frantic sprint, Xian felt a chill at the sound of the wind behind him. Realizing their doom was imminent, he dashed towards a massive tree, positioning himself beneath it, ready to confront the pack of dolls. His intention was clear, to use the tree as a shield and his own body as a barrier to protect Wu Yu. It was evident that he would not allow the dolls to harm Wu Yu, not without sacrificing his own life in the process. Seeing this, Wu Yu called out to Xian, "Throw me up into the tree. I'll climb using the crystalline fangs to lighten your load." He had considered this before but had hesitated, fearing the sudden appearance of spiders or giant pythons. Xian acted without hesitation, complying with the request and lowering Wu Yu. He too thought this strategy was sound. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Wu is truly remarkable. It wasn't that he had not thought of it earlier, but rather that he was reluctant to let Wu Yu out of his sight in this perilous foggy abyss. However, given the urgency of the situation, it was imperative to get Wu Yu into the tree, lest the circumstances worsen. He had just thrown Wu Yu away, and had not yet had the chance to see Wu Yu insert the crystal into the tree before being surrounded by a pack of jackals. There were 7 of them in total, and the injured jackal had inexplicably fallen behind. Once they encircled Xian, they let out a chorus of howls before all pouncing on him from different directions. With no need to divide his attention to protect Wu Yu, Xian faced the simultaneous assault of the 7 jackals without fear. He let out a mighty roar and leaped, aiming to ascend the tree. His intention was to reach the highest point, stab the crystal into the trunk, and then climb upwards. After all, facing 7 jackals was immensely pressuring. Evasion was preferable. However, midway through his leap, he was intercepted by the lead jackal, forcing him to use his blade to defend himself, thus thwarting his aspirations. Wu Yu, having been thrown by Xian, landed nearly a dozen meters away and successfully embedded the crystal into the trunk. He then began to climb upwards with his blade, ascending several meters until he felt the jackals could no longer reach him, at which point he paused to look down at the ground. In this misty abyss, visibility remained somewhat intact even at night, especially given his extraordinary eyesight. Meanwhile, Xian had landed on the ground, struggling to fend off the attacks from the jackal pack, perilously close to disaster. Wu Yu couldn't help but feel anxious for him, prompting him to shout, "Run, don't worry about me. Create some distance and move to another tree." Upon hearing this, Xian glanced up at Wu Yu, reassured that he seemed safe. After fending off a wave of attacks, he seized the opportunity and hastily darted toward a nearby tree. As Wu Yu watched Xian flee to another tree, the weight of anxiety in his heart began to lift. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, a massive spider descended from above without warning, silently shooting a web as thick as an arm towards him. Predictably, Wu Yu was ensnared by the web, which stuck to his head, yanking him upwards. "Damn, this is unexpected," he cursed internally. While being pulled up, he did not forget to retrieve the crystal and blade he had lodged into the tree. This crystal was now his greatest reliance. Enduring the agonizing tug on his hair, Wu Yu stowed his blade and grasped the web with one hand, pulling himself up and sticking the web to his back, gradually freeing his ensnared hand. Before long, he found himself caught between several branches woven into a web, yet he had not been ensnared in the net itself. A massive spider appeared before him. Although visibility was poor at night, its size suggested it rivaled that of the red wolf spider. Wu Yu did not struggle. Instead, he remained motionless, feigning weakness to seize the opportunity. He remained calm because he understood that spiders lack the mandibles necessary for chewing and must first perform external digestion, injecting their prey with digestive enzymes to induce unconsciousness before consuming them as a nutritious soup. His plan was simple: sever the spider's mouthparts with the crystal, rendering it unable to bite. Of course, this was merely theoretical knowledge. He had yet to test if such an ancient spider would conform to this approach. Moreover, the terrifying appendages of this prehistoric spider posed a significant threat. If it pierced his body first, it would spell disaster. As the enormous spider drew closer, it indeed deviated from the expected, thrusting one of its front limbs toward Wu Yu's chest. The speed was not particularly swift, appearing almost casual. Wu Yu felt a surge of hope. If it was slow, there was a chance. Just before the spider's limb could reach his chest, he swung the crystal in his hand with lightning speed, severing the pointed tip of the spider's front leg, rendering it blunt. In pain, the spider swiftly retaliated, aiming another front leg toward Wu Yu's back. Anticipating this, Wu Yu had already leapt to the side after severing the spider's limb. Despite this, he was unable to completely evade the attack. Damn, is this prehistoric encounter about to end? Wu Yu inwardly swore. To his surprise, it did not hurt. Without hesitation, he countered with the crystal, slashing at the limb that had been blocked by his armor, miraculously severing the pointed part. Under the continuous pain, the spider relinquished its silk. Wu Yu fell, but fortunately, branches broke his descent. Quick-witted, he drove the crystal into a branch, springing onto it while keeping a vigilant eye on the spider. The giant spider, evidently unwilling to relent, had only ceased spinning silk out of pain. Seeing Wu Yu stationed on the branch, it descended from the web, raising its now dull front legs, supported by its remaining limbs, and charged toward him. Wu Yu, unperturbed by the now innocuous front limbs, prepared himself. However, upon reaching a certain height, the massive spider paused and launched another strand of silk toward him. Witnessing this, Wu Yu nearly cursed aloud. Yet, he could neither dare to catch the silk with his hands nor let himself become ensnared, for doing so would be akin to a cat caught in sticky rice cake. Wu Yu watched helplessly as he became entangled in the silk. Chapter 63. The Egg in the Web. Although Wu Yu's body was ensnared by the silk, his hands remained free. As the spider ejected the silk, he raised his hand. Had his hand been caught, he would have become nothing more than meat on a chopping block, ripe for slaughter. The enormous spider, having learned from its previous encounter, sought a different approach now that its prey was resisting. It intended to bind Wu Yu entirely with silk before injecting its digestive enzymes. Wu Yu quickly grasped the spider's intent and attempted to sever the silk with the crystal. He refused to resign himself to fate and intended to fight back. His attempt brought a smile to his face as he secretly sighed in relief. The crystal could swiftly sever the silk without becoming ensnared. Truly, this crystal was a remarkable tool, a testament to its predecessor's craftsmanship. With newfound confidence, he rapidly cut through the layers of silk that had wound around him, boldly pointing the crystal at the giant spider. With your front limbs devoid of spikes and unable to consume me directly, and with your silk easily severed, what do you intend to use to combat me? Wu Yu was overly jubilant, forgetting that this giant spider was a savage beast, unlike the previous ferocious red wolf spider. Although the two front legs directly in front of it were rendered blunt, it still possessed the ability to attack. Not to mention several other legs that remained armed with their deadly points. Realizing that its silk was ineffective against this upright creature, the spider elevated itself to a height of 3 to 4 meters and swiftly lunged at Wu Yu, aiming its now dull left front leg toward his head. Seeing the spider dare to attack him, Wu Yu hastily stepped back to evade the strike. Thus, the spider relentlessly assaulted him, while Wu Yu could only retreat, lacking the power to counterattack. He could not leap onto the spider's head, and even if he struck its legs with the crystal, it would have little effect, failing to injure its core. The likelihood of severing all its limbs was virtually zero. He was fortunate enough to sever the sharp spike at the foremost segment of its limb. The retreating branches grew progressively smaller. If he retreated any further, he would reach the very tip of the branch, leaving him without an escape route. Even if he were to jump down, the spider would likely not pursue him. But the odds of survival were slim, as he was still at least 150 meters above the ground. At that moment, from somewhere above on the colossal tree, a pair of icy eyes suddenly appeared, fixated on Wu Yu without a hint of movement. There was no further retreat possible. Wu Yu mused quietly. In a moment of desperation, he caught sight of the spider's large abdomen, and an idea sprang forth. He decided to give it a try. At that very instant, the spider lunged toward him again, and with a silent shout, Wu Yu unhesitatingly swung the crystalline blade toward the forelimb that was advancing towards him, while simultaneously taking a swift step toward the underside of the spider's abdomen. The spider missed its mark, and Wu Yu successfully positioned himself beneath it, thrusting forcefully into its large belly. The crystalline blade proved to be unfailingly effective, piercing into the spider's abdomen with a muffled sound, and Wu Yu then dragged it downward, creating a long gash from which warm blood flowed. To his astonishment, he had succeeded. Indeed, this area beneath its belly was its weakness, rendering it incapable of attacking him. Witnessing the gash in the spider's abdomen brought Wu Yu a moment of silent joy. Of course, he did not allow himself to grow complacent. Seizing the opportunity while the spider writhed in pain and unable to reach him, he withdrew the crystalline blade and slashed horizontally across the spider's belly, forming a cross. The spider, repeatedly suffering from the pain, retreated frantically. Wu Yu then thrust his hand into the intersection of the cross, reaching inside. His method of attack bore a strong resemblance to that of a jackal. Indeed, he aimed to extract the spider's innards. He successfully grasped a length of intestine and pulled himself tightly against the spider's belly, stepping into the lowest wound, driving the crystalline blade into the spider's abdomen for stability, and began to tug at the intestine. Though the spider was a brute, it possessed little intelligence. In its agony, it could not reach Wu Yu and could only retreat, attempting to return to its web. This afforded Wu Yu ample opportunity to pull at its insides. Consequently, a long object dangled from the branch. Seeing its length, Wu Yu swiftly severed it with the crystalline blade and continued to extract more. By the time the spider reached its web, its abdomen had been rendered hollow. Wu Yu then took the opportunity to slip inside the web, remaining still and concealed, awaiting the spider's demise. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely this action that allowed him to avoid a calamity. Time passed, though he could not tell how long had gone by or whether the spider had perished, when he suddenly heard a voice calling out, "Wu, where are you?" It was Xian's voice, filled with urgency and somewhat distant. Wu Yu quickly poked his head out from the spider's belly and called back loudly, "Xian, I'm here, I'm fine." Moments later, he heard the sound of hurried climbing. When Xian arrived and saw the web and the spider, he immediately assumed a defensive posture, but upon noticing Wu Yu's absence, he was taken aback and anxiously shouted, "Wu, where on earth are you?" "I'm inside the spider's belly. Check to see if it's dead so I can come out," Wu Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Xian grew even more anxious and hurried toward the spider. After Xian verified that the spider was indeed lifeless, Wu Yu emerged from the belly. Once outside, Xian conducted a thorough examination of him, relieved to find him unscathed. Even the wounds from the toothless pterosaur had vanished. Letting out a heavy sigh, Wu Yu was not particularly surprised that his back wound had healed completely. This was likely due to the modifications his body had undergone, coupled with the effects of the jade platform in the territory of the giant apes, and the previous application of Sanchi. While Xian inspected him, Wu Yu took the opportunity to examine Xian as well, relieved to see that he, too, bore no injuries. Subsequently, Xian began to excavate the spider's head and unexpectedly unearthed a beast crystal, bringing joy to both of them. Following this, Wu Yu sliced a piece of shell from the spider's body and inserted it into the space where he had previously removed scales from his chest armor. Xian fashioned a shield from the shell, deeming it a useful addition. He also discovered a large egg within the web and took it down, cradling it while observing it intently. Wu Yu inspected it closely and determined it was not an egg, but rather an egg sac intended for hatching the spider's offspring. In that moment, he grasped the situation. The giant spider had not consumed him on the spot, but was preparing food for its young. Should he bring it back? Having such a spider as a pet would certainly be impressive, Wu Yu pondered. He then tested the egg sac, finding it not too heavy. Thus, he severed several strands of silk and fashioned the egg sac into a backpack. After trying it on, he discovered it did not impede his movement and could even serve as a shield, truly a twofold benefit. Seeing Wu Yu strap the egg sac onto his back, Xian inquired, "Wu, what is this?" Wu Yu responded, "I want to take this back to hatch and see if it can serve as a mount." Xian, hearing this, remained non-committal, scratching his head with a smile before turning to gather meat from the spider's legs. Chapter 64. The Flying Serpent. Farewell, little giant ape. After Xian prepared the spider leg meat, the two of them shared a meal and settled upon a branch beneath the web, falling into silence as they awaited dawn. Wu Yu leaned against the trunk, the egg sac on his back, knees bent, his hand gripping the crystalline blade, head resting upon the egg sac, gazing upward through the dense foliage. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft, whispering sound. He half closed his eyes, enjoying the caress of the wind upon his face. Suddenly, his ears perked up, and his eyes flew open to observe something. This glance sent a chill down his spine. Amidst the dappled shadows of the leaves, a pair of cold, glimmering eyes awaited him, motionless and fixed. Wu Yu maintained his composure, gently nudging Xian with his foot and tightening his grip on the crystalline blade. Xian, engrossed in crafting his new shield, turned at the nudge, regarding Wu Yu with a questioning gaze. Wu Yu lifted a finger from his knee, pointing skyward, and winked at him. Xian, perceptive as he was, quickly grasped Wu Yu's intent, sitting beside him and, following his gesture, discreetly turned his gaze upward. What he saw made his heart leap. He sat upright, tightly gripping his knife, fixated on the cold eyes obscured by the leaves. It was a golden tree snake, a feral beast also known as a flying snake. It was not particularly large, roughly the same thickness as Wu Yu's arm, venomous and highly aggressive. The reason for their startled reaction was the snake's ability to glide through the air for a distance while also being capable of changing direction mid-flight, hence its name, the Flying Serpent. At that moment, the golden tree snake descended silently from above, heading directly towards Wu Yu, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. It was truly challenging to discern that something was approaching. As Wu Yu beheld the snake darting towards him like a bolt of lightning, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, it really can fly, and at such an astonishing speed. Fortunately, he had noticed it early. Had he been sitting on the tree, lost in meditation, it might have caught him off guard. Xian too had seen it. As the flying snake reached above, he suddenly leaped up, raising his freshly forged shield and delivering a powerful blow to the snake's head. The snake, taken by surprise, was momentarily disoriented by the impact, its tail swinging towards Xian and veering off towards a nearby branch. After landing a successful strike, Xian swung his dagger upward, precisely slicing through the snake's tail as it whipped past. However, it did not inflict any injury, as the blade was deflected by the snake's scales, leaving it unscathed. The flying snake vanished into the branches in the blink of an eye. Moments later, Wu Yu's ears twitched, and he glanced towards a certain spot in the sky. Astonishingly, the snake had swiftly climbed back above. Although the snake could fly, it could only descend, not ascend. Its flight was merely a means of balancing itself in the air through body movements. The snake seemed to have fixated on the two of them and soon launched a silent attack from above, this time targeting Xian, likely incited by the hatred it harbored for Xian's shield. As soon as the snake moved, Wu Yu sounded a warning. Xian understood immediately, raising his shield in preparation for defense. As the distance closed, he leaped toward the snake to deliver a shield strike. Just as the snake was within 2 meters of Xian, It abruptly changed direction mid-air, bypassing Xian's shield and heading straight for Wu Yu. Clearly, it had learned to feint with deceptive tactics. At that moment, Xian, lacking agility in the air, could not maneuver as the snake did. It was impossible for him to save Wu Yu now. All he could do was let out a frustrated roar, lunging at the snake's continually writhing form with his dagger, attempting to strike it down. Although Xian's dagger found its mark on the snake, it struck against the scales, and at that precise moment of movement, it not only failed to inflict any harm but also had its force significantly diminished, leaving the snake's trajectory unaffected. As Wu Yu saw the snake darting towards him with lightning speed, evasion was impossible. In a moment of desperation, he abruptly tucked his head close to his chest, lifting the egg pouch on his back with both hands, and leaped forward, presenting the pouch to the snake's open maw. The snake clamped down on the pouch, dragging him towards the tree trunk in an attempt to conceal Wu Yu among the branches. Wu Yu found himself unable to free himself from the snake's grip, and the situation became exceedingly perilous. At that instant, a small figure unexpectedly leaped down from the tree without warning. Xian turned around, on the verge of pursuing the snake, and happened to catch sight of this figure. By its size, it was evident that it was not any of Huang's companions. It was too small, not even half Wu Yu's height. In the depths of this foggy abyss, discovering a stranger among the trees was akin to encountering a ghost in broad daylight. Upon seeing this figure, Xian's voice trembled as he called out, "Who goes there?" The small figure, upon hearing Xian's voice, responded with a chirp and rushed towards Wu Yu, who was being dragged by the snake. At that moment, the snake halted its movements upon hearing the small figure's sound. Seeing the small figure's actions, Xian hurriedly attempted to attack with his shield, only to be stopped by Wu Yu's shout. From that cry, he discerned that the small figure was a little giant ape. The little giant ape did not pounce on Wu Yu. Instead, it landed on the snake's head and began to rain blows upon it. The snake then released its grip on the egg pouch and began to climb the tree with the little giant ape in tow. In no time, the little giant ape returned. After its return, it leaped onto Wu Yu, affectionately rubbing its small face against his, sniffing vigorously at his chest. And upon finding nothing of interest, it settled atop the egg pouch, playfully tugging at Wu Yu's hair. The little giant ape's actions clearly indicated that it had come to see Wu Yu as a mother figure. Upon opening its eyes, it recognized Wu Yu and retained his scent in its memory. Once it regained consciousness and found itself alone, it had cried out and followed the scent to find him. Wu Yu gently stroked the little giant ape's tiny hands, noticing that its fur had grown nearly a finger's length. It truly was a testament to how quickly it had grown, befitting the offspring of the abyssal overlord, capable of bounding about just 2 days after birth. Since the appearance of the little giant ape, the flying snake had not reappeared, presumably frightened away. After playing with Wu Yu for a while, the little giant ape nestled in his arms and drifted off to sleep. Before long, dawn broke. The roars of beasts in the foggy abyss gradually diminished, replaced by a cheerful chorus of birdsong. A new day had begun. Chapter 65 Reunion. Upon descending from the tree, the little giant ape remained blissfully asleep in Wu Yu's embrace. Wu Yu, reluctant to set it down, decided to hold onto it until he located a path to the stone wall. Following the pursuit by the pack of jackals the previous night, they had strayed far from the leopard den and had to return. It was unclear whether it was due to their carrying the little giant ape or some other reason, but they encountered no ferocious beasts along the way. This truly corroborated the adage that a tree casts no shadow on the ground. Although the little giant ape currently possessed no combat prowess, as the offspring of the abyssal overlord, the beasts here dared not approach recklessly. If they angered the giant ape, they would be eliminated from this foggy abyss. Of course, the beasts were unaware that the giant ape had already perished. Upon reaching the leopard den, Xian entered the cave to retrieve the pelt he had skinned, not neglecting to take the leopard's tooth as well. He then followed Wu Yu's example, binding the leopard skin with vines and slinging it over his back. Thus, the two set off for their next destination, the third point. The third point was a remarkably unique giant tree. With no ferocious beasts to hinder them, they swiftly searched for this extraordinary tree, taking nearly an hour before finally locating it. This giant tree was indeed special, growing on a slope, surrounded only by a few sparse giant trees at a considerable distance. Its bark was gray, and its leaves were pinnate. As Wu Yu approached, he could even catch a faint, pleasant aroma emanating from the resin flowing from the tree. Could this be a rosewood tree? An inch of rosewood is worth an inch of gold. A tree of such grandeur, requiring at least 20 to 30 individuals to encircle it, if it had existed in Wu Yu's previous life, would undoubtedly have caused quite a stir, enticing many to engage in clandestine felling. This particular rosewood, having been struck by lightning, bore a hollowed-out center at its base, which surely explains why that venerable sage chose this locale as a resting point. Upon entering the hollow of the tree, it transformed into a natural chamber. Inside, Wu Yu and his companions discovered an array of animal bones, still fresh. It was evident that a ferocious beast had made its home here. Judging by the shed fur, it appeared to belong to a bear, though its presence was conspicuously absent. One could only speculate whether it had ventured out in search of food or had wisely fled at the sight of the little giant ape. Its absence was fortuitous, alleviating some potential troubles. Thus, the two began to search meticulously within, hoping to uncover some hidden treasures. After a thorough examination, they indeed stumbled upon a carving etched into the tree's bark. Even Xian discerned that this carving was the handiwork of the same artist responsible for the paintings within the leopard cave. The carving depicted a mountain, featuring a waterfall cascading down into a pool, where a colossal stone resided at the center. This artwork was, in essence, a landscape painting, devoid of any figures. Aside from this engraving, the entire tree hollow was bereft of any other embellishments. It was apparent that this sage enjoyed indulging in the art of drawing. After committing this carving to memory, Wu Yu proceeded to the fourth location. The fourth point was a swamp, dominated by a colossal tree at its center. An hour later, the two arrived at this site. Due to the vast expanse of the swamp, Wu Yu reluctantly abandoned the idea of inspecting the massive tree. Although the little giant ape could lend them an air of authority, the uncertainty of what ferocious creatures might inhabit such a large swamp was daunting. One could never tell if a particularly formidable beast lurked nearby. The fifth point was the abyssal stone wall, which housed a cave leading directly to a precipice where another giant tree, the sixth point, could be found. Ascending the stone wall of this giant tree for a stretch would lead them to the seventh point, another stone cave. Following this cave, according to the sage's illustrations, would enable them to escape the fog-laden abyss. As for where it might lead, Wu Yu dared not speculate. The final point depicted on the map, the eighth location, corresponded to the lair of the giant insects and the 3/7's territory. If the stone cave provided direct access to the giant insect lair, it would be nothing short of astonishing. Yet, in this world, anything is possible. Who could truly claim to know? The fifth point, being the last within the misty abyss, indicated that finding this place would mean they could traverse out of it. Wu Yu was fairly certain that the sixth point was indeed where they had encountered the crimson-crowned venomous python, as this feature was unmistakably evident. It took the pair nearly half a day to locate the fifth point. To their utter astonishment, they discovered Huang and his companions were already within the cave at this fifth point. The entire situation was simply beyond belief. Indeed, anything was possible. When Huang and his group laid eyes on Wu Yu and Xian, they were overcome with joy, moved to tears. After their initial search along the stone wall yielded no signs of them or any traces of blood, the three had continued walking along the wall, arriving at this very spot without any discoveries, and had paused to rest. Just as they were preparing to resume their search, Wu Yu and his group appeared. Upon hearing that they had located the nearly dying ferocious beast and acquired a blue beast crystal, along with a placenta and a spider egg, they all erupted into exuberant celebration. When they beheld the little giant ape cradled in Wu Yu's arms, they expressed their astonishment. It was unexpected that the dominant creature of the misty abyss was indeed a giant ape, prompting a collective sigh of wonder. Naturally, Wu Yu refrained from divulging the dangers he and Xian had faced in the misty abyss, merely glossing over those details. Instead, he elaborated on how they managed to find this place, leaving Huang and his companions agape, feeling as though they were caught in a dream. Having reunited, the group prepared to retrace their steps, aware that the ferocious beasts within the misty abyss were numerous, and a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. As the moment of parting drew near, Wu Yu gently caressed the little giant ape's face, placing it atop a massive stone. To his surprise, as soon as he set it down, the little giant ape awoke and leaped back onto him. This occurred several times, with the little giant ape refusing to leave his side. Observing this, Xian remarked, "Wu, it seems this little giant ape has taken a liking to you, viewing you as its guardian. Why not take it with us? It appears rather pitiable. If the other ferocious beasts here were to learn of its mother's demise, its small size would surely make it an easy target." The others, including Huang, Yi, and Jiangu, readily agreed, supporting the notion of bringing the little giant ape along. They also suggested that once the little spider hatched, it would have a companion. Upon hearing Xian and the others, Wu Yu resolved his internal conflict and embraced the little giant ape, which responded with joyful chirps, bouncing around in his arms and on his back. Thus, the group gathered some branches, wrapped them in resin, and fashioned torches before venturing into the cave. Chapter 66. The monkeys lick the ground. bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Upon entering the cave and recalling that the sage enjoyed sketching, Wu Yu instructed Huang and the others to pay attention to the cave walls as they walked, hoping to uncover any remnants of the sage's artistry. Consequently, their pace slowed considerably. Furthermore, the cave's upward incline made some areas quite steep, requiring vigilance for the presence of ferocious beasts, which only served to further impede their progress. Nonetheless, they did make some discoveries. Not far into the cave, they found a mural on a smooth stone wall. Beneath a mountain peak, a flat expanse teemed with monkeys, all crouched low, extending their tongues to lick the ground. Upon seeing this mural, Wu Yu instinctively thought of the phrase "the monkeys lick the ground." He was aware of the historical context, knowing that monkeys lick the earth to consume salt, leading early humans to the discovery of this vital mineral. Could it be that this place harbored salt? Wu Yu couldn't help but ponder this. Huang, upon seeing the mural, gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wu, I have been to this place. There are indeed many monkeys there, robust in stature and quite bothersome, unafraid of humans. They truly enjoy licking the mud to eat." Hearing Huang's words, Wu Yu inquired, "Huang, how far is that place from Yu Mountain?" "It's not far at all. That area is called Monkey Mountain. By your description, it's approximately 10 miles away," Huang replied. "During the rainy season, these monkeys sometimes come to Yu Mountain," Yi interjected, glancing at the mural. Wu Yu mused for a moment before asking, "Does our Yanlong clan produce its own salt?" "Our salt is traded from the Su Sha tribe. A bone bottle of salt requires 1 ferocious beast crystal, and sometimes we can't even obtain it," Xian interjected, sounding quite dissatisfied, as though he felt the Su Sha tribe was exploiting them with exorbitant prices. Upon hearing the words, Wu Yu chuckled and pointed at the mural, saying, "If I have interpreted this correctly, the Monkey Mountain should actually be a salt mountain. Once we reclaim our lost territories, we shall be able to produce our own salt." "Wu, is this truly the case?" Upon hearing this, Huang and the others all gasped in unison, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Wu Yu smiled and nodded, responding resolutely, "Indeed." Although their homeland had not yet been recovered, Huang and the others were elated by this discovery. As they continued their journey, they became increasingly meticulous, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. The group pressed on but did not encounter any more murals. They switched to their backup torches, estimating that they had been walking for 5 to 6 hours. At this juncture, they entered a chamber that expanded into a vast space. Previously, with the torches, they could see the cave ceiling. Here, however, it was obscured from view. After taking just a few steps, Wu Yu stepped on something soft. He lifted the torch closer and discovered it to be animal droppings, as thick as his wrist and as long as his palm. "Damn, I've stepped in feces," Wu Yu muttered under his breath, only to realize that the entire area was littered with such droppings. Typically, cave droppings are from either rats or bats, though exceptions do exist. His thoughts barely flickered when a rustling sound echoed from above, followed by a high-pitched squeak. Xian quickly raised his shield, placing it protectively above Wu Yu while exclaiming, "Vampire bats! Be on guard, everyone." Undoubtedly, the droppings on the ground were from the bats. Realizing he had stepped in bat droppings, Wu Yu's initial discomfort dissipated. Bat droppings, known scientifically as guano, are often used in medicinal remedies for eye ailments. Some texts even claim that consuming dried bat can enhance night vision. The legendary Guhong, who referred to himself as Biopuzi, even stated that consuming bats that are 1,000 years old can grant one a lifespan of 10,000 years. Whether or not it could enhance vision or longevity was of little concern to Wu Yu. What truly mattered was how to avoid the attack of these vampire bats and navigate through this rocky cavern. To his surprise, the vampire bats showed no fear of the flames. He quickly understood that these were fierce creatures that could not be judged by ordinary reasoning. With Xian and himself shielded, the bats could not attack from above, and while Huang posed no worry, Yi might barely manage. As such, Wu Yu addressed Xian, saying, "Pass the shield to Jiangu. Let him protect me while you, Huang, and Yi defend against the bats." Xian complied, switching to Jiangu for protection. In this cavern, there were 5 bats, each roughly the size of a yellow cow he had seen in his previous life, with wings spanning approximately 7 to 8 meters wide. They swooped down from above like fighter jets. Huang, Xian, and Yi took up positions in 3 directions, encircling Wu Yu and Jiangu as they advanced cautiously. Wu Yu handed the anomalous crystal to Huang, who was solely focused on cradling the little giant ape. The little giant ape had begun to sleep soundly as soon as they entered the cave. Wu Yu felt secure, with Jiangu's shield overhead and a spider egg sac on his back, making him quite safe. Huang was well aware of the crystal's formidable nature. Despite being less than 50 centimeters in length, it was indestructible. Upon receiving it, he handed the desolate tooth blade to Yi. With a loud roar, he leaped up as a dark brown bat dove down, launching an attack against the bat with its gaping maw. The best defense is a good offense. He recalled Wu Yu's words. He clashed in midair with the vampire bat, not being knocked back or falling. Instead, he successfully drove the crystal into the bat's ear and then leaped onto its back, gripping its head and viciously stabbing into its left wing, then pulling with force. The injured bat instantly lost its balance and plummeted to the ground. Huang was not finished. He withdrew the crystal and stabbed into the bat's right wing, rendering it completely incapable of flight. Just as the bat was about to hit the ground, Huang sprang down. He assumed that the vampire bat would be powerless once it could no longer fly. To his astonishment, upon landing, the bat used its hind legs to propel itself forward and darted out of the cave with remarkable speed, disappearing before Huang could even react. Huang did not pursue. Instead, he returned to his previous position, safeguarding Wu Yu as they continued onward. The other 4 bats, at that moment, ascended to the ceiling of the cave, ceasing their attacks. Could it be that these fierce creatures are aware of their strengths and weaknesses? Their non-aggression was certainly a stroke of fortune. Seizing the opportunity, the group passed through the area unhindered. The other 4 bats did not follow. Consequently, they quickened their pace, forging ahead. Along the path, the blood left behind by the fleeing bat was starkly visible. Chapter 67. The most misfortunate wet nurse in history. The group proceeded methodically, paying little mind to the escaped vampire bat. Of course, finding it would be ideal, but if not, it was of no consequence. Their hearts were set on returning home. At that moment, the little giant ape suddenly awoke, incessantly shrieking at Wu Yu. It seemed it was hungry, although the little giant ape's fur grows rapidly, allowing it to move freely and climb trees just a day after birth. It had yet to develop teeth and could only consume soft food. Despite its relatively quiet cries, the sound was quite eerie. Wu Yu was at a loss and cast a pleading glance at Xian, who had childcare experience. After a moment of contemplation, Xian replied, Wu, to quiet this little one, it seems we must find that vampire bat and let it drink its blood. It should be a blood drinker. I recall the blood on the jade platform in the giant ape's territory was likely drawn by it. Wu Yu pondered for a moment, realizing this was their only option, and nodded. He turned to Huang and said, Huang, you and Yi lead the way to find that vampire bat. If you locate it, do not take its life. It must remain alive. You will be clearing the path ahead, so if there are any forks in the cave, be sure to mark them. Huang nodded in agreement, returned the crystal to Wu Yu, and, accompanied by Yi, quickly followed the trail of blood. Wu Yu, along with Xian and Jiangu, held their torches as they walked, inspecting the cave walls on either side. After passing through the bat cave, the walls gradually narrowed again, allowing for only 5 or 6 people to walk side by side, and the height was just over 2 men tall. Not long after, the 3 heard the sound of dripping water. After a while, they arrived at a fork in the cave. This fork was the same path they had taken while pursuing the red-crowned poison python, confirming Wu Yu's suspicions. Here, they found the markings made by Huang and the others, which led toward the jade platform, indicating that the vampire bat was likely heading there for healing. Without further thought, Wu Yu instructed Xian and Jiangu to proceed at full speed toward the jade platform. If the lightning giant toad were still there, it would likely be too much for Huang and the others to handle. The 3 of them flew forward at a rapid pace, their torches crackling in their hands. Just as they caught sight of a hazy glow ahead, they also heard the sounds of a fierce battle. The noises did not belong to Huang and his companions, but rather to 2 ferocious beasts. Could it be that the lightning giant toad had encountered the blood-sucking bat? Wu Yu muttered to himself. As they were nearing the jade platform, they spotted Huang and his group hiding behind a large rock, observing the 2 beasts engaged in a fierce struggle atop the platform. Upon seeing Wu Yu and the others catch up, Huang realized there was no way to remain hidden, especially as the little giant ape continued to screech. The blood-sucking bat and the lightning giant toad, naturally, had heard the cries of the little giant ape and turned their attention in that direction. At that moment, Huang showed no hesitation. Gripping the wild tooth blade, he charged toward the blood-sucking bat and the lightning giant toad, for both beasts had already inflicted severe damage upon each other. Their combat abilities significantly diminished. When Xian saw Huang move, he too swiftly dashed toward the blood-sucking bat. Huang's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the lightning giant toad. The toad, realizing the threat, turned to flee toward the cave entrance. Though renowned for its speed, it had sustained injuries and was unable to escape far before Huang caught up, leaping onto its head and driving the wild tooth blade deep into its skull, burying the blade to the hilt and twisting it violently within. The lightning giant toad managed to carry Huang only a few steps before collapsing entirely to the ground, its body trembling intermittently, but its head never lifting again. It appeared to be dead. Huang paid no mind to whether it was truly lifeless. He twisted the blade within its head a few times, unexpectedly extracting an orange beast crystal. Killing ferocious beasts and searching for beast crystals had become a habitual practice for them. The blood-sucking bat, already injured, had sustained even more wounds during its battle with the lightning giant toad. Upon seeing Xian rushing toward it, it desperately flapped its wings, attempting to ascend to the cave's ceiling, but was unable to lift off. In the end, it could only support itself with its hind limbs and scurry back the way it came, but Xian was quicker, leaping beside it and striking its right hind limb with his blade, causing it to lose its balance and topple to the ground. After injuring one of its legs, Xian struck the other, completely severing any hope of escape. Wu Yu approached, cradling the still screeching little giant ape. As soon as the little giant ape neared the blood-sucking bat, it ceased its cries, eager to dash toward the bat, but Wu Yu held it tightly. This was a ferocious beast. Even though it had lost its ability to flee, it still had its mouth and could drink blood. Upon closer inspection, Wu Yu realized that the blood-sucking bat was a female and appeared to be nursing. No wonder the little giant ape was so impulsive, wanting to pounce on it. The saying where there's milk, there's a mother proved true. A nursing ferocious beast was a remarkable find. Consequently, Wu Yu instructed Huang and the others to extract the tendons from the lightning giant toad and bind the blood-sucking bat's wings. Its hind limbs were secured in a manner reminiscent of shackles, allowing it to walk but preventing it from taking large strides. Wu Yu, still concerned, had Huang completely skin the toad's legs, fashioning the skin to cover the blood-sucking bat's head, leaving only openings for its eyes and nostrils to breathe. With that, Wu Yu felt assured. Thus was born the most pitiful wet nurse in history. Observing the blood-sucking bat in such a state, Huang and the others could not help but laugh. They never expected a ferocious beast to find itself in such a predicament. Nevertheless, Wu Yu instructed Huang and the others to hold the blood-sucking bat down, ensuring it could not move before he felt comfortable placing the little giant ape atop it. The bat, realizing it was not being killed, reluctantly complied, allowing the little giant ape to nurse on its sweet milk. After satisfying its hunger, the little giant ape let out a contented burp and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Subsequently, Huang gathered the skin and valuable items from the lightning giant toad. Xian retrieved the luminous stone and collected the venomous python skin and gallbladder that they hadn't taken during their escape. Of course, they did not forget to meticulously examine the cave walls for any hidden murals, but to their disappointment, they found nothing. Looking at the jade platform, Wu Yu did not rush the others to continue their journey. Instead, he took out the placenta wrapped in mud and offered it to Huang and Jian Gu for consumption. He then asked Xian to slice some meat from the lightning giant toad for them to eat. Afterward, Xian was tasked with guarding the blood-sucking bat while the others rested atop the jade platform. Wu Yu retrieved the leopard skin from Xian, laid it on the platform, placed the little giant ape on top, and took out the witch yuan stone to begin his cultivation. Ever since he had cultivated his witch power, he yearned to delve into the 9 witch yuan stones that the flame dragon which had bestowed upon him, eager to uncover the extraordinary powers inscribed within. Chapter 68, Ye's Breakthrough, Double Good Fortune. Time passed unmeasured, until Wu Yu was startled from his meditative state by an excited shout. He had drawn energy from the witch yuan stone, and a thin layer of witch power had formed within his chi palace, rendering it partially visible. The shout had come from Yi. Just as Xian had surmised, after consuming the placenta, Yi had indeed broken through his bottleneck, shattering his limitations and becoming an orange pattern warrior. Ye's breakthrough not only brought him joy but elicited exhilaration from everyone present, including Wu Yu. He gazed at Huang and the others, lost in thought. Certain matters could be expedited. With this development, the Flame Dragon clan now boasted 3 orange pattern warriors, significantly enhancing their overall strength. Although few in number, their collective power could rival that of tribes with 200 or 300 members. The little giant ape was also startled awake by Ye's shout. Once awake, it lunged towards the bat, indulging in its milk. After satisfying its hunger, it wiped its mouth and leapt into Wu Yu's embrace, falling fast asleep. To facilitate the little giant ape's slumber, Wu Yu fashioned a pouch from the leopard skin to hang on his chest, allowing him to carry it without constant holding. This made things easier for him, while ensuring the little giant ape slept comfortably. After a brief respite, the group gathered their belongings and headed towards the 6th point with ease. Naturally, they remained ever eager to inspect the cave walls. Regrettably, they found no murals until they finally exited the cave, emerging into daylight. Upon reaching the massive stone cliff, they took another moment to regroup, crafting a dozen torches before climbing up the stone wall of the giant tree. The stone wall was relatively easy to scale, with natural ledges appearing every meter or so. Huang carried the blood-sucking bat as they ascended. For orange pattern warriors, climbing was as effortless as walking on flat ground. Thus, after approximately an hour, they reached a spacious concave cave, standing about 20 meters high and 30 to 40 meters wide. This was undoubtedly the 7th point marked on the map, with all characteristics aligning perfectly. As several individuals climbed into the cave, they were greeted by a stone enclosure, within which lay a mound of earth adorned with a dozen tall, verdant plants, their stalks nearly as thick as the legs of the illustrious Huang, and towering twice his height, flourishing remarkably well. This must be the handiwork of that ancient sage. It remains uncertain whether he discovered this here or brought the seeds to plant in this location. Will you recognize the plants? They were corn. However, they had only just begun to tassel and form ears. Upon closer inspection, he counted that one stalk bore no fewer than a dozen ears, which left him marveling silently. In this primordial world, everything was grander than in his past life, not merely by a small margin, but by multiples, sometimes even countless times. He had not anticipated encountering such a plant as corn in this place. The emergence of leaves, coupled with the discovery of this corn, truly constituted a fortuitous double blessing. Judging by its growth, it seemed that the corn would reach maturity just as the rainy season approached. Huang and the others, having never seen this plant before, gathered around, curiously touching it. He even took a moment to sniff the leaves and the ears. Wu Yu chuckled and addressed the group. This is corn. Once mature, it is edible, can be roasted or boiled. Upon hearing that this so-called corn was consumable, the group instinctively withdrew their hands, fearing they might inadvertently harm the corn, prompting Wu Yu to chuckle once more. Edible plants were exceedingly rare for the tribe, and each new discovery of such a plant came at a considerable cost. Among the totem warriors they fared somewhat better, as their daily diet of meat and blood posed fewer serious issues. However, for the ordinary members, the situation was quite different. Setting aside the question of availability, a constant diet of blood and meat could lead to peculiar ailments, which even the shaman could not remedy. When will this corn be ready for harvest, Wu? Huang inquired eagerly, also leaning in to sniff the ears. By the looks of it, it should mature before the rainy season arrives, Wu Yu replied. Then let us stay here until it ripens, Xian interjected excitedly. Wu Yu nodded in agreement and continued, very well, let us investigate the entrance of this cave to see if there are any further discoveries. If not, we shall venture deeper. If we delay any longer, Lin and the others may grow anxious. Everyone nodded in unison, and they began to search the area around the cave entrance, leaving no stone unturned. After some time, Jian Gu called out, announcing he had found a mural. The group hurried over to the large stone where he had spotted the artwork. Upon the stone, various plants were depicted, alongside several large birds pecking at them. Wu Yu recognized the plants instantly. They were indeed corn. However, the large birds were illustrated from the rear, making it impossible to identify their species. Judging by the proportions in the painting, these birds were undoubtedly colossal, seemingly half again the size of the bat-like creatures. They were surely fearsome beasts. Staring at the mural, Wu Yu fell silent. It appeared that harvesting this corn would not be so straightforward, as its maturity would likely attract various avian creatures. Corn that could lure predatory beasts was far removed from the coarse grains of his former life. It suggested that this corn was anything but simple in this primordial world. The reason this corn continued to thrive year after year was likely due to these birds feeding on it and dropping seeds in the soil, which sprouted anew. It was also possible they intentionally left seeds in the ground. Huang and the others were unfamiliar with the birds depicted in the mural. They too recognized that the plants illustrated were corn but remained silent, each lost in thought. After a lengthy pause, noticing the silence, Wu Yu suggested, let us proceed into the cave. There is likely nothing more to be found here. With that, he lit a torch, and the group ventured further into the cave. Leading the way was Huang, holding the fluorescent stone, while the others brandished torches. Yi and Jian Gu flanked Wu Yu for protection, with Shen bringing up the rear. Having discovered the mural, they continued their journey, meticulously observing the cave walls. The entrance was spacious, but as they delved deeper, it gradually narrowed, with some sections requiring them to crawl. In a few instances, the bat-like creature struggled to squeeze through, its size causing it to squeak in distress. After their torches had all burned out, Wu Yu calculated they had been walking for nearly 12 hours without sight of an exit. Fortunately, the fluorescent stone provided illumination, and there had been no side passages or signs of predatory beasts. Under the glow of the stone, they pressed on for another hour, when they heard the sound of flowing water. After about half an hour more, they reached the source of the sound. Here, Water cascaded from the center of the cave ceiling, forming a large pool. Overflowing, it flowed downward through the cave. Yet, this location did not reveal the expected exit. Moreover, it appeared to be a dead end. Chapter 69. An unexpected exit. The group meticulously searched the area, uncovering nothing. Was this truly the end? That seemed improbable. Given that all previous points had been accurate, the final exit could not possibly be flawed. Wu Yu pondered quietly, casting his gaze toward the waterfall above. If there were to be an exit, it would likely be through that water-filled cave. The ceiling was not high above the ground, perhaps only 5 or 6 meters, and the flow of water was not particularly strong. The presence of flowing water suggested a connection to some other place above. Observing Wu Yu's intense focus on the waterfall, Huang and the others turned their attention there as well. Wu, could the exit possibly be up there? Huang asked, clearly perplexed. Xian then suggested, should we go take a look? I believe that opening is large enough for a person to fit through. Wu Yu nodded in agreement and responded, let's do it. Xian, holding the fluorescent stone, leaped up and reached through the waterfall hole, discovering it was indeed large enough for a person to pass. After a while he returned, stating that there was an exit above, but it was blocked by a stone beneath the water, and the space was narrow and small, preventing him from passing through. After relaying this, Xian began to scrutinize Wu Yu. Noticing Xian's gaze, Wu Yu remarked, do you think I can fit through that opening? Xian nodded affirmatively. However, Huang disagreed, saying, are you certain that waterway is safe? I believe it would be wiser to retrace our steps and explore another route. Anyone could take risks, but Wu Yu was not to be endangered. He would not allow Wu Yu to venture into peril. Wu Yu, hearing this, smiled and replied, since Xian says the exit is small and I can fit, if there is any danger at the exit, I will simply retreat. Surely, you have never encountered a predatory beast smaller than me. Huang remained non-committal, taking the fluorescent stone from Xian and swiftly darting into the waterfall cave. After a considerable time, he emerged and warned Wu Yu, be cautious. After my personal inspection, I can assure you it is completely safe. Wu Yu then removed the pouch from his back, entrusted the small giant ape to Yi, took the fluorescent stone, and instructed Huang to toss him into the opening. With the assistance of Huang, he traversed the flowing cave directly. He now possessed the ability to leap 3 to 4 meters into the air, yet for such heights, he could only rely on Huang's support. Upon emerging from the flowing cave, Wu Yu landed in the water, which came up to his knees, with the cave's ceiling just slightly above his head. This flowing cave resembled the neck of a bottle, where water overflowed and cascaded downward. The safety of this space was indeed remarkable, justifying Huang's confidence in allowing him to ascend. Not far ahead, there lay a narrow passage extending at an angle into the water. Without hesitation, Wu Yu made his way toward it. As he ventured deeper, the water level rose, ultimately necessitating a dive. The passage was undeniably small, seemingly tailored to his dimensions, measuring approximately 5 to 6 meters in length. When he reached the stone that obstructed the entrance, it struck him as familiar, but he dismissed it and attempted to push the stone with his hands, only to find it immovable. Left with no choice, he retreated, positioning himself with his feet forward, gripping the cave walls, and exerting all his strength to kick against the stone. Contrary to his expectations, the stone did not budge significantly, merely shifting slightly. As long as it moved, he felt hope. The fear lay in its complete immobility. After repeated kicks and strikes, the stone gradually began to give way. Of course, he surfaced numerous times for air. Just as he managed to create a small opening in the stone, Huang, feeling uneasy, followed him into the darkness. Upon seeing Wu Yu engaged with the stone, his worries were somewhat alleviated. Yet, witnessing Wu Yu's relentless dives stirred Huang's compassion, prompting him to suggest several times that Wu Yu either return or widen the entrance. Wu Yu insisted he was close, and Huang, seeing his determination, ceased his suggestions and allowed him to continue. Wu Yu's persistence was solely to validate his hypothesis. He believed this exit would be unexpectedly significant, perhaps even anticipated. After what felt like 100 back-and-forth dives, he finally dislodged the large stone. Emerging from the water, he was greeted by a hazy light and several individuals wielding sharp blades, leaving him momentarily stunned. Upon hearing the splash, they all turned toward the water, and upon recognizing Wu Yu, they stood frozen, mouths agape, before collectively exclaiming, Wu, how did you emerge from the water? Indeed, this watery exit led directly to the territory of the giant worm cave, the new domain of their Yanlong tribe. This revelation was truly unexpected. No wonder the stone had seemed vaguely familiar when Wu Yu submerged. Realizing the exit was within his own territory, Wu Yu advised Lin and the others to wait a moment before diving back in, concerned that Huang and the others might worry about him. This left Lin and his companions utterly perplexed. Huang, upon discovering that the exit was the giant worm cave, was equally astonished, disbelief etched on his face, which soon transformed into a broad smile as he leapt into the flowing cave. Before long, Shen and the others began to emerge from the water. However, the bat nanny, due to its size, could not follow and was left bound to a large stone. Although they had emerged into familiar territory, they found themselves unable to pass through immediately. Only Wu Yu could navigate freely. Yet, this posed no challenge for them. The narrow exit could be widened. Thus, Wu Yu resurfaced, instructing Lin and the others to expand it from the outside while Huang and the others worked from within. While the prospect of widening the entrance sounded simple, translating that into action proved quite the challenge. Excavating the passage with the right tools would be relatively straightforward for the totem warriors. However, using bone implements was out of the question, leaving them with only stone tools. Iron tools, as far as Wu Yu recalled, had yet to be discovered and awaited his invention. They possessed 10 stone hammers, but their effectiveness underwater was minimal, and after much effort, they had barely made any progress. Observing this, Wu Yu glanced at the exotic crystal in his hand. If the ancients could engrave stone with it, surely it could serve to excavate as well. After testing it, the exotic crystal exceeded his expectations, cutting through the stone as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. In less than 2 hours, the underwater passage had been widened sufficiently by Huang wielding the exotic crystal, allowing for Wu Yu's passage. If he could fit through, then any of the others could as well, given his imposing stature. Upon witnessing the enlarged passage, a question arose in Wu Yu's mind. How had that ancient sage managed to traverse this natural tunnel? Did he possess some mystical skill akin to the contortion techniques found in martial arts novels? Yet he did not dwell on this query. Instead, he was preoccupied with the challenge of retrieving the bat nanny. Continuing to widen the passage posed safety risks, potentially allowing ferocious beasts to infiltrate. Chapter 70. Special Training. Ultimately, Wu Yu decided against bringing the bat nanny up, leaving it behind. Given its current state, it seemed unlikely to escape. Even if he were to widen the entrance for the bat nanny, it would require monumental effort, as the flowing cave was nearly 5 to 6 meters deep. Unfortunately for the little giant ape, it would have to dive each time. Fortunately, Wu Yu and his companions arrived just in time before Lin and the others began to search for them. Since Wu Yu's departure, Lin and his group had been vigilantly monitoring the timer. When Wu Yu finally broke the surface, 5 days had passed. They were each armed with sharp blades, ready to venture out in search of them. Thus, when Wu Yu emerged, he found them clutching their knives. As Lin and the others listened to the tales of Wu Yu's and his companions' extraordinary experiences in the misty abyss, their eyes widened in astonishment, jaws dropped, and they were momentarily speechless. Wu Yu also noticed that their leather skirts were missing, replaced by leather trousers, exactly what he had sketched for Lung before leaving. Lung had indeed showcased remarkable talent, crafting the trousers to fit perfectly. Worn by the group, the combination of the fitted trousers and their exposed muscular torsos, adorned with six-pack abs and broad chests, presented an image of raw power and wildness, marking them as some of the first fashionable men of their era. Upon witnessing this, Xian immediately pulled Lung aside for a hushed conversation, undoubtedly requesting him to make leather trousers for himself. Subsequently, he placed the skins of the poisonous python and leopard into a tannin pit for processing. Miraculously, the injuries sustained by Yen and his companions had nearly healed during Wu Yu's absence. The little giant ape, upon passing through the underwater passage, was roused by the water, coughing incessantly as it had choked on some. When Lin and the others spotted the coughing little giant ape in Wu Yu's arms, they curiously reached out to touch it, only to be met with its bared teeth and playful swats, which elicited hearty laughter from them. Wu Yu then called Leng over, requesting him to fashion a pair of leather trousers for him, as well as a pair of open-crotch pants for the little giant ape. Leng nodded, noting that there wasn't much leather left. Wu Yu encouraged him to use what he had and to unleash his creativity, assuring him that they would soon emerge from the Black Wind Forest. At that point, he could request whatever materials he desired. Upon hearing that they would soon exit the Black Wind Forest, the surrounding warriors erupted into cheers. The colossal wormhole in which we currently reside, though undeniably secure, presents a peculiar discomfort due to the perpetual absence of natural sunlight. Yet, this concern pales in comparison to the pressing issue at hand. Emerging from the shadowy windy forest signifies the imperative to reclaim our homeland. A tribe is not merely defined by its totemic warriors. It must encompass women, children, and elders, for only then can it be considered whole. And therein lies the essence of life, ensuring the enduring legacy of the Flame Dragon tribe. This realization brings them the utmost joy. Witnessing the fervor of his brethren, and noting that their wounds have nearly healed, Wu Yu instructed Huang to gather them all together. He felt it was time to address certain matters that had been preoccupying his thoughts since Ye's ascension to the rank of Orange Pattern Warrior. His intention in assembling them was not to solicit opinions but to announce his decision regarding specialized training. The rationale behind this determination stemmed from the limitations of manpower. A direct confrontation with the Wolf tribe or the Wretched tribe was unfeasible. Instead, they would resort to stealthy assassinations to gradually erode their strength and encroach upon their territory. This clandestine warfare and decapitation were Wu Yu's forte. He divided the remaining 21 individuals into 3 combat teams of 7, appointing Huang, Xian, and Yi as the respective team leaders. Each team was given a name. Huang's was the Flame Guard, Xian's the Dragon Guard, and Ye's the Feather Guard. The names of Huang and Xian's teams were self-evident, derived from the Flame Dragon. Ye's Feather Guard, however, held profound symbolism. Taking its name from the first character of Feather Mountain, a territory once held by the Flame Dragon tribe, signifying a deep connection to their lost homeland. The enthusiasm of Huang and the others upon hearing the names chosen by Wu Yu was palpable, as they erupted into cries of kill, kill, kill. With the teams established, the next crucial step was to engage in meaningful training. While Huang and his comrades possessed no shortage of combat prowess, they lacked essential elements such as combat awareness, tactical techniques, teamwork, and fighting skills. Thus, Wu Yu's focus for the specialized training would be on these aspects. The first lesson of the specialized training was deceptively simple: combat hand signals. Indeed, these were the gestures employed by special forces in Wu Yu's previous life. He believed that in this primitive era, devoid of radios, hand signals would undoubtedly be the most effective means of communication among warriors, simultaneously facilitating command by the team leader. He aimed to train Huang and the others to interpret tactical intentions through a mere gesture or glance, without uttering a sound. Before the training commenced, he instructed Huang to distribute the remaining placentas to Lin and the others, who had yet to partake in them. This delighted Lin and his companions, as they had heard that Yi had consumed such a delicacy to achieve his transformation into an orange pattern warrior, and they had eagerly anticipated their turn. While the concept of combat hand signals seemed straightforward, the actual training proved to be quite challenging, encompassing numerous intricate elements. Mastery of these signals required extensive practice and coordination over time, which was particularly daunting for Huang and his team, who were entirely unacquainted with such concepts. As the saying goes, the first step is always the hardest. Yet, Wu Yu remained resolute. If they faltered after one attempt, he made them repeat it twice, and if that failed, thrice. Thus, under his meticulous guidance and stringent expectations, after 24 hours, interrupted only for supplies and allowing the little giant ape to nurse, Huang and his team had successfully learned the combat hand signals deemed most suitable by Wu Yu, allowing them a brief respite. Huang and his comrades were taken aback by the exhaustion that accompanied their training in combat hand signals. Upon seeing Wu Yu signal for rest, they silently closed their eyes, swiftly drifting into slumber. Amusingly, several warriors continued to gesture even in their sleep. Wu Yu, meanwhile, retrieved the Wu Yuan stone and entered a meditative state, feeling a sense of urgency. Wu Yu emerged from his meditation when the little giant ape awoke, leaping onto him with a plaintive cry, compelling him to conclude his practice. The ape's cries acted like an alarm clock, rousing everyone from their slumber, as its shrill calls were both unsettling and attention-grabbing. Naturally, the little giant ape had awakened with an appetite. After satisfying the little giant ape's hunger, Wu Yu resumed the specialized training. The subject remained unchanged: combat hand signals, but this time he would name the signals, and they were to express them through gestures. The objective was to reinforce their memory during this golden period of recollection that follows awakening. According to the laws of forgetting, after approximately 8 hours of sleep, individuals typically lose around 30 to 60% of what they had learned. As anticipated, upon awakening, the team had forgotten a significant portion of the signals, retaining only those with distinct characteristics, such as throat slashing, attacking, and fleeing. After an hour, Wu Yu introduced the second lesson: combat formations. He prioritized training in hand signals first, as these formations required gestural commands. Adopting a gradual teaching approach, Wu Yu explained that combat formations have existed throughout history, akin to those depicted in classic novels and martial arts tales, such as the Long Snake Formation, the Three Talents Formation, and the Heavenly Polar North Dipper Formation. These formations were designed to establish combat intent and structure based on enemy conditions, mission objectives, troop numbers, and terrain considerations. Of course, in the era Wu Yu currently inhabited, such combat formations were virtually non-existent, at least not within the Flame Dragon tribe. However, the formations he imparted to Huang and his team were not overly complex, consisting mainly of the line formation, triangle formation, and wedge formation. Mastering these was sufficient for their current needs. The critical aspect of these formations lay in the command of the team leader, who played a pivotal role. It should not be underestimated that these formations could be adapted based on situational demands. For instance, the triangle formation could be configured into a front triangle or a rear triangle. Huang and his team found learning these combat formations to be a laborious endeavor, as they were accustomed to a life of freedom and found it challenging to adapt to the restrictions imposed by such formations, all while maintaining smiles due to Wu Yu's presence. Fortunately, they displayed discipline in his presence, and no unpleasant incidents arose. It took them 36 hours of relentless training to comprehend these formations. Yet Wu Yu remained dissatisfied, feeling they had not met his expectations. He understood that haste could lead to failure and that gradual, subtle reinforcement was necessary. Thus, he allowed them to rest as he too needed to cultivate his skills. Upon awakening, they were once again roused by the cries of the little giant ape. Wu Yu had discerned a pattern. The little giant ape would awaken 8 hours after nursing, signaling the need for food before returning to sleep. Evidently, their recent rest had spanned the full 8 hours. After replenishing their energy, the rigorous specialized training resumed. This time, however, Wu Yu initiated a warm-up session, teaching them some fundamental punching and kicking techniques. He also instructed them in a vital special forces technique known as the hand blade, a method involving a chop to the neck that could render an opponent unconscious for approximately 2 hours, provided there was no external interference, such as cold water splashing or rain. This technique had been refined through countless practical trials alongside his comrades. He named these fundamental skills and techniques as martial arts. The 16 enemy capture techniques were given a rather impassioned title, the Deadly 16 Techniques, which is quite evocative. Each of these techniques, when mastered to perfection, can indeed be lethal. Take, for instance, the technique of groin strike and neck chop. The very name conveys its vividness, and one can only imagine its effectiveness if executed correctly. If Huang and the others were given the choice of training content, they would prefer this so-called martial art, such as the hand chop, which is rather interesting to practice, rather than some mundane hand signals or formations. Unbeknownst to Huang and his companions, this was merely the beginning, as they were about to encounter training methods that would surpass their wildest dreams. After warming up and reviewing hand signals and formations, he proceeded to the third lesson of special training: combat awareness. Awareness training may sound somewhat esoteric, but it must be said that this aspect can indeed be cultivated. For example, if one practices using chopsticks to catch flies daily, over time, upon merely seeing a fly, the chopsticks will instinctively move to capture it. This is what awareness entails. Wu Yu's training method was quite straightforward: listening to the wind and discerning direction. He paired the soldiers into teams of 2, maintaining a set distance between them, with one person continuously tossing pebbles towards the other. If one could correctly gauge the trajectory of the thrown stones, dodge them, and catch them, they would be deemed successful. Naturally, this kind of awareness training required persistent effort. After demonstrating the method, he allowed them only 4 hours of practice before moving on to the next topic of special training, which was also the final subject: martial arts combat. The precursor to this martial arts combat was, in fact, Wu Yu's own experience in subduing enemies and sparring in his previous life. His training method was quite unique. Astonishingly, he began by teaching them about the structure of the human body. This is quite understandable. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in countless battles. By understanding human anatomy, one can identify the most vulnerable points of the body, allowing for a decisive strike. Huang and his companions spent 4 hours merely familiarizing themselves with human anatomy, which opened their eyes to the complexities of combat. They were astonished to discover that targeting specific areas could yield various consequences. Once they had familiarized themselves, they formally entered combat training. Before commencing the formal confrontation, Wu Yu had the cold general bring scissors to cut Huang and the others' hair into crew cuts. Naturally, he was no exception, as he had grown accustomed to such a style. Fortunately, Huang and his companions did not hold the notion of body and hair being inherited from one's parents. Otherwise, cutting their hair would have posed a significant dilemma. They had no objections. After all, it was merely a haircut, and as long as it did not pertain to life and death, all was acceptable. They had learned the reason for Wu Yu's decision to cut their hair from his lesson on human anatomy. Long hair could easily be seized by an enemy during combat and could obstruct one's vision. In truth, all preceding training was foundational for this final combat training. After imparting all the accompanying movements and sparring techniques, Wu Yu allowed them to train independently while he took out the Wu Yuan stone to cultivate his own mystical power. For Huang and his companions, the knowledge Wu Yu imparted ushered them into an entirely new realm of understanding, leaving them enthralled and utterly captivated. The transformation of their mindset would result in a seismic shift in their spirit. Through these trainings, they also discovered that engaging in combat indeed led to unexpectedly effective outcomes. When Wu Yu emerged from his meditative state, he found Huang and the others still training, seemingly tireless. Truly, a change in perspective broadens horizons. After nourishing the little giant ape, he taught Huang and the others some basic physical training methods, such as weighted push-ups and weighted frog jumps. Given the unique physique of the totem warriors, he incorporated weights into all training activities, effectively elevating them to extreme levels. Due to limited resources, the only available weights were large stones. Chapter 72, Hunting, a Practical Examination. After 10 days, their supplies had run out, and they were compelled to hunt. Meanwhile, the bat-nursing mother was nearly out of milk, surviving on a mere trickle of water and appeared to be lying on the ground, having significantly lost weight, looking quite pitiful. In fact, there was an even more pressing matter. Huang and the other special training required practical testing. Combat is the best teacher. Thus, Wu Yu decided to mobilize everyone for hunting. Upon hearing that everyone would participate in the hunt, the soldiers were filled with excitement, howling with enthusiasm. Before setting off, Wu Yu instructed Xian to distribute a vial of the poisonous python gall to each person to guard against the black wind. He also brought along an empty gallbladder to collect blood for the bat-nursing mother. Curiously, during this period, they had not heard the strange beast's roar, leaving them puzzled about the reason. Without the eerie beast's roar, they were left uncertain about when or if the black wind would strike. After making all necessary preparations and donning their armor, they set off. Huang, holding a luminous stone, led the way with his flame guard, while Ye's feather guard shielded Wu Yu, who walked in the center. Xian also carried a luminous stone, accompanied by his dragon guard bringing up the rear. Upon exiting the giant worm cave, it was daylight. Initially, Xian had suggested hunting in the misty abyss, but Wu Yu dismissed the idea, stating that the conditions were not yet ripe. Huang concurred, asserting that the misty abyss remained too perilous. Upon their exit, they chose two distinct paths. Huang's flame guard took one direction, while Xian's dragon guard and Ye's feather guard took another. Since one team needed to protect Wu Yu, the two teams combined their efforts while hunting, alternating their roles. The dragon guard and feather guard, having learned formations, advanced in a triangular formation appearing quite organized. As the saying goes, no bird appears when one is armed. After setting out for 2 hours specifically to hunt, they encountered not a single ferocious beast, which left Wu Yu feeling quite vexed. Xian remarked, "Had I known this would happen, we should have saved some of that placenta. It's an excellent lure for ferocious beasts." Wu Yu merely nodded in acknowledgement. Hearing this, Yen leaned in with curiosity, asking, "Xian, did you just say that placenta can attract ferocious beasts?" Xian replied, "Indeed, why? Haven't you consumed yours?" Yen chuckled. "I remembered that Yi used his to break through to the orange pattern warrior level, so I thought I'd save it for when I am close to my own breakthrough." He then sealed it in a vial and placed it in his bag. Upon learning that Yen had yet to consume his placenta and was still carrying it, Xian's face lit up with excitement, urging him, "Quick, take it out." Yen, however, warily inquired, "Are you suggesting we use this placenta as bait? If that's the case, I..." Xian shot him an irritated glance, retorting, "What do you mean by I? No need to worry. Just take the placenta from the vial and place it in your own bag. You don't need to concern yourself with anything else." With that, he reached for Yan's bag. Yen deftly evaded the situation, offering a sheepish smile before promptly extracting the placenta from the bone vial and placing it into a bag. Wu Yu, cradling the young giant ape, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the two. No sooner had Yen removed the placenta than, after walking less than a kilometer, Wu Yu heard a low, ominous sound of footsteps approaching from behind. He immediately signaled Su with a gesture indicating the detection of an enemy presence. Su, responding in kind with sign language, quickly organized the personnel. Under the protection of the feather guards, Wu Yu observed Su's adept use of sign language for command, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Evidently, the training over the past 10 days had yielded the desired results. He specifically instructed Su using hand signals to ensure that if they encountered a female in her nursing period, she was to be captured alive. Yen, being a member of the Dragon Guard, was naturally intended by Su to serve as bait. As long as the placenta was not used as bait, Yen was quite pleased with the prospect of being the lure. With the Dragon Guard having set their formation, the fearsome beast lurking behind revealed itself. A lion with a coat of jet-black fur, standing tall and fixated on Yen, its eyes gleaming with a sinister green light, sharp fangs glinting in the light, saliva dripping from its mouth. The dark savage lion, a formidable creature. Yeah, standing beside Wu Yu, inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself as he instinctively tightened his grip on the bone knife in his hand. Nervous, yeah? Wu Yu inquired with a smile. No. It's just that I can only watch and not take action myself, and my hands are itching, Ye replied, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the dark savage lion. Ever since he had advanced to the rank of orange-patterned warrior, he had been eager to prove his strength. As they conversed, the dragon guard had already begun their confrontation with the dark savage lion. Under Su's leadership, they adopted a trapezoidal formation, with Su directly facing the beast. In the past, 7 warriors would have hesitated to face a singular savage beast, even with an additional orange-patterned warrior among them. Moreover, this dark savage lion was considered a rare breed among savage beasts. Initially, a few warriors in the dragon guard felt a twinge of trepidation, but after a fierce battle, that fear dissipated entirely, allowing them to fully demonstrate the combat skills honed during their intensive training. Under Su's command, the dragon guard decisively defeated the dark savage lion. This particular lion was male, and Su swiftly delivered the fatal blow, filling a bag with its blood using the venomous python-esque gallbladder, a provision for the bat wet nurse. However, they were unable to extract a beast crystal, which left several first-time participants among the red-patterned warriors in disbelief. They had not anticipated that a savage beast could be so easily dispatched by their 7-member team without any casualties. It was not that the savage beasts had grown weaker, but rather that they had become stronger. Su and his comrades bore the dark savage lion while safeguarding Wu Yu. Yen's placenta was temporarily lent to Ye, allowing his feather guards to engage in hunting. Little did they know, just as they had not ventured far, the wind began to stir. It was unmistakably the herald of the black wind. Filled with fervent battle spirit, Ye, noticing the onset of the black wind, began to curse it in frustration. Yet he had no choice but to hasten the digging of their shelter. Wu Yu was taken aback when, at that moment, a massive beast erupted from the ground, charging directly toward Ye, who was engaged in digging. Seeking death, Ye, feeling restless and eager to unleash his strength, let out a fierce shout upon seeing the beast daring to reveal itself, signaling his fellow warriors to form a defensive line as he advanced to confront it. Wu Yu immediately recognized the formidable creature as a pangolin, its body clad in armored scales, also classified as a savage beast. Su and his team referred to it as the burrowing dragon. Although the burrowing dragon's armor made it challenging to kill, it could not evade its fate, succumbing to a powerful blow to the head from a bone hammer wielded by Ye's feather guards, though it took them a bit longer to accomplish. This was a lesson Wu Yu had imparted to them. When confronting heavily armored savage beasts, use heavy weaponry to strike their heads. The feather guards executed their training flawlessly. Although it took some extra time, they achieved excellent coordination and transitioned from a state of unawareness to one of seamless teamwork. After slaying the burrowing dragon, Wu Yu instructed Ye to return the placenta to Yen, advising him to seal it within the bone vial to prevent attracting any more savage beasts, suggesting they first evade the black wind. Chapter 73, Please Call Me King Kong. 2 hours later, the black wind dissipated, and no strange beast roars had interrupted the calm. This left Wu Yu puzzled, though he did not dwell on the issue. If there were none, so be it. Although they had evaded much of the black wind and had inhaled little, they could still feel a sense of lethargy, prompting them to retrieve their bone vials filled with red crown python bile and consume some. It was possible that this bile was from a savage beast. Despite only drinking a small amount, the feeling of weakness vanished, and they felt revitalized, akin to a full health restoration in a game. The emergence of the black wind had wasted 2 precious hours. Wu Yu looked up at the sky, sensing the time was growing late, and instructed the dragon guard and feather guards to lead their quarry toward the cave entrance to regroup with the flame guards. Upon reaching the entrance, they found Huang and the flame guards already waiting. They had successfully hunted 2 savage beasts, a giant-toothed savage dog and a red wolf spider. The flame guards' achievements surprised Wu Yu, as he had not expected such swift action from them. Naturally, he was pleased to witness their success, as it reflected positively on his guidance. Returning to the giant worm cave, Wu Yu instructed Su to bring the bag of beast blood to the bat wet nurse to ensure it did not starve. Should the young giant ape find itself without milk, it would likely cause chaos for everyone. Wu Yu accompanied Su, as the young giant ape had awakened. The bat wet nurse, after enduring more than 10 days of hardship, appeared frail and had become exceedingly docile. Upon seeing Wu Yu and the others descend, it fixated its gaze on Su's hand, which held the bag of beast blood, its eyes betraying a desperate plea. It seemed to have already caught the scent of blood. Wu Yu cast a glance at it, allowing Su to let the bat wet nurse drink a third of the blood before retracting the bag. After consuming the blood, the bat wet nurse appeared to regain some vitality, its eyes sparkling once more as it fixated on the beast blood in Su's hand. Observing that Wu Yu had only permitted the bat wet nurse to consume a third of the blood, Su, puzzled, inquired, Wu, why allow it to drink only such a small amount? It appears it hasn't had enough. Wu Yu chuckled softly, placing the young giant ape onto the bat wet nurse to suckle before responding slowly. One reason is that it has been starving for too long. We cannot let it drink too much blood at once, lest it suffer from overindulgence. Another reason is that even if there were ample beast blood, we cannot allow it to become fully satisfied. At most, we should aim for it to be semi-satiated. This way, it will develop a dependency, ultimately leading to its gradual taming. After considering Wu Yu's explanation, Su nodded in understanding. He then added, Wu, based on what you've said, I believe it would be prudent to give the young giant ape a name. If everyone frequently calls it by name, it will foster a sense of dependency, and in the future it will be more inclined to heed our commands. Am I correct? Indeed, Wu Yu affirmed. I was just contemplating a name for it. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu cast an approving glance at Xian, then began to muse aloud. What would be a fitting name? Vajra? It lacks originality and feels rather cliched. Great Sage? Yukong? Neither seems quite right. Goodness, coming up with a name is indeed quite a challenge. Vajra, too commonplace? Xian murmured, then turned to Wu Yu and said, Wu, I find the name Vajra quite appealing. Why do you consider it cliched? What does cliched even mean? Cliched, Wu Yu pondered briefly, feeling it necessary to elucidate, replied, means something that is overly common. For instance, a tooth knife was once regarded as precious, yet now it is ubiquitous. That's what it signifies. He then shifted the conversation and asked, what makes you think Vajra sounds appealing? Shen chuckled and responded, I just find it flows nicely. Furthermore, wasn't that stone you acquired previously called Diamond Stone? I believe naming the little giant ape Vajra would mean that when it matures, it will be as indomitable as this diamond stone. Unyielding and unstoppable. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu fell silent, repeatedly whispering Vajra to himself. At that moment, the little giant ape, having had its fill, leapt from the bat nurse back onto Wu Yu's shoulder. Upon hearing Wu Yu incessantly uttering Vajra, it chirped in response, seemingly enamored with the name. With each repetition from Wu Yu, it echoed back. It appeared that the little giant ape had taken quite a liking to the name Vajra. Observing the little giant ape's reaction, Wu Yu resolved firmly, addressing Xian. From now on, let us all refer to the little giant ape as Vajra. I too find this name quite melodious. He then attempted to formally call out to the little giant ape Vajra. Xian followed suit, calling out to the little giant ape as well. The little giant ape seemed to recognize Xian's call, turning its head to flash a toothy grin and bouncing excitedly on Wu Yu's shoulder. After emerging from the underwater passage, they found Huang and the others had already processed all 4 of their quarry. Regrettably, none of the 4 fierce beasts yielded any beast crystals, which was a minor disappointment. The skins they had stripped were treated with saltpeter by Lung. Although the previous experiment with the beast skins did not reach the same quality as before, they were still usable. It was likely that the craftsmanship was not yet refined, or perhaps something essential like salt was lacking. After accomplishing all this, Wu Yu summoned the various teams for a debriefing on their practical experiences. It is through reflection that progress is achieved. Naturally, he also pointed out the issues each team faced and highlighted the areas that required strengthening and effort. Moreover, he felt that the 3 teams could operate independently and proposed the next phase of training. Daily, one team would remain in the cave to protect him while the other 2 would venture out to hunt. Consequently, the 3 teams diligently executed Wu Yu's directives, with 2 teams embarking on hunting expeditions each day. Before implementing this decision, Wu Yu had Lung craft a backpack for each member from the treated giant python skin. The design of these backpacks drew inspiration from those used in the military during his previous life, with functionality improved to include 2 cross-shaped sheaths for easy storage and retrieval of tooth knives. He also instructed Lung to create several binding sheaths for securing shorter knives to their legs and longer ones around their waists. Once all members of the 3 teams were fully equipped, they appeared quite impressive, much to Wu Yu's satisfaction with his designs. Huang and the others were even more elated. Gazing at their gear, they marveled at the myriad uses of beast skins, producing items that were both astonishing and admirable. Chapter 74. The Stone of Inheritance. Thus Yanwei, Longwei, and Yue took turns safeguarding Wu Yu, executing his decisions while enhancing their own skills. This arrangement granted Wu Yu ample time to develop his own strength. He understood that this vast world would someday lead him away from them. He could not be by their side at all times. Teaching them to fish was far more beneficial than merely providing them with fish. The team assigned to protect him each day also faced their own challenges. He applied the military adage that soldiers must not be idle to them, rigorously scheduling their training. 2 hours of horse stance and striking, 2 hours practicing the deadly 16 forms, 2 hours of consciousness training, 2 hours of combat technique training, and finally 2 hours of weighted physical training. The team leader was tasked with expanding the underwater passage using his exotic crystal. Wu Yu still sought to bring forth the bat nurse, ensuring that when they left this place, they could take her along. Finding a nurturing beast that was both obedient and of the feral variety was a rare opportunity. Practical experience truly is the best teacher. On the first day, Yanwei and Yuwei were the first to venture out for hunting. Yanwei returned with 3 fierce beasts, 1 feral beast and 2 savage beasts. Yuwei brought back 2 savage beasts, and none of them unearthed any beast crystals. The following day, Yuwei and Longwei went hunting. That day, Yuwei returned with 2 feral beasts, while Longwei also brought back 2 feral beasts. Yet again, no beast crystals were found. On the third day, the hunting teams returned with only 1 feral beast each. A pleasant surprise was that Longwei managed to recover a feral beast crystal from the beast it brought back. On the fourth day, the hunting teams returned empty-handed. Even Yuwei, carrying the placenta of the rock beast, failed to catch sight of any fierce beasts. This did not surprise Wu Yu. It was likely that the fierce beasts in the vicinity had been nearly hunted to extinction. Therefore, he made slight modifications to the practical training, shifting it to the nighttime. However, daytime training continued unabated. Extreme training was necessary to draw out every ounce of potential from them. After 4 days of expanding the underwater passage, they finally managed to bring forth the bat nurse. The little Vajra no longer needed to choke and squeak each time. It continued its daily routine of eating and sleeping. Wu Yu also taught Leng to create a muzzle and halter from beast tendons to control the bat nurse feeding. He intended to completely tame this bat nurse. Of course, this was not an overnight endeavor but not impossible either. During this period, Wu Yu cultivated his witch power in the Chi Palace to the brink of overflowing. The 2 witch origin stones he obtained from the wild boar cave had completely dissipated into nothingness. Sensing that his witch power was nearly at its peak, he took out the inheritance stones from his pouch that evening while the 2 hunting teams were out. The team left to protect him that night was Longwei. They formed a circular formation around Wu Yu, each lying on the ground. Observing Wu Yu's solemn arrangement of the inheritance stones, they all rested their heads on their hands, gently closing their eyes, holding their breath, and peering through their eyelids at Wu Yu's every move. Wu Yu was unperturbed by the prospect of Xian and the others learning this. Such knowledge would be futile without the innate talent for witchcraft. It would be utterly meaningless. Moreover, he himself felt uncertain. Would he be able to transfer his consciousness into the heritage stone this time? Following the prescribed order, Wu Yu picked up the first heritage stone with his right hand. He cast a glance at Xian and the others, noticing that they were all feigning sleep while secretly observing him, which brought a knowing smile to his lips. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yu gradually closed his eyes. Channeling his mystical energy towards the heritage stone he held in his right hand. Upon entering the stone, his energy did not encounter any backlash from the internal restrictions. However, as he infused a sufficient amount of his mystical energy, a tremendous force suddenly rebounded from within, repelling all the energy he had previously imparted. Fortunately, due to his constant caution, he swiftly directed and dispersed the rebounding energy, thus avoiding any backlash. Gently setting down the first heritage stone, Wu Yu exhaled a long breath and picked up the second one. This time, he spent a bit more time infusing his mystical energy than with the first stone. Yet again, the outcome was the same, though the backlash was somewhat heavier than before, nearly causing his energy to spiral out of control. Wu Yu involuntarily let out a muffled groan, a trace of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He placed down the second heritage stone, gently wiped away the blood, and reached for the third. His expression remained inscrutable, yet a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. It appeared that he was undeterred, refusing to yield until he reached his goal. Xian observed the trickle of blood from Wu Yu's mouth, his eyelids fluttering several times, yet he ultimately did not open his eyes. From their interactions over this period, he understood that Wu was a person of remarkable tenacity. He would not rest until he achieved his aim. With the third stone, as Wu Yu's mystical energy barely made contact, it was immediately repelled. This continued until the 8th stone, where he still had not succeeded. Holding the final heritage stone, Wu Yu did not hasten to infuse his energy. Instead, he meditated with it in hand for nearly 2 hours before gradually channeling his mystical energy into it. This time, he took an exceptionally long duration to infuse his energy, nearly depleting the mystical energy in his Chi Palace. Yet still, there was no reaction. The heritage stone simply continued to absorb his energy, like an insatiable abyss, and he found himself unable to stop. Just as Wu Yu infused the last trace of mystical energy from his Chi Palace into the heritage stone, He braced himself for the impending backlash. From the previous 8 stones, he had gleaned some insights. The more mystical energy the stone absorbed, the greater the backlash would be. He was unsure whether he would be able to withstand this time. The outcome was no longer in his hands. At that moment, to his astonishment, the heritage stone unexpectedly began to glow. The brilliance erupted instantaneously, causing the 7 members of the Dragon Guard to open their eyes wide, mouths agape, transfixed by the sight of the heritage stone in Wu Yu's hand. The radiance persisted for nearly an hour. As the light finally dimmed and returned to its original state, Wu Yu slowly opened his eyes, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. Naturally, Xian and the others did not dare to inquire, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths slightly parted, watching him intently. Noticing their eager gazes, Wu Yu responded with a smile before retrieving the anomalous crystal. He then picked up the 3rd heritage stone and began to etch upon it with the crystal. This time, however, the anomalous crystal disappointed him. It failed to leave any mark on the heritage stone. Wu Yu couldn't help but lightly tap his forehead, shaking his head in self-deprecating amusement. He should have anticipated this. The fiery sun stone he had acquired in his previous life also resisted any attempt to mar its surface with tools. The necklace crafted from it could only be set in place. Since he could not inscribe the heritage stone, he thought perhaps he could write upon it instead. Thus, he dipped his finger in the blood of a fierce beast and attempted to inscribe numbers on its surface. To his dismay, the blood failed to coagulate and simply rolled off onto the ground. With no other options, he resorted to cutting some animal hide to wrap around the 9 heritage stones, numbering them from 1 to 9 according to the amount of mystical energy they absorbed. He undertook this task specifically to distinguish each heritage stone for future use, sparing himself the need to test them all each time. The sensation of backlash was indeed unpleasant. As for the 9th heritage stone, the one that had emitted light, it held no further significance for him. He had already absorbed all its knowledge into his mind. Even if he wished to forget, it was impossible. Of course, he needed to retain this heritage stone for the eventual transmission of knowledge to the next shaman. When that stone illuminated, his consciousness instantaneously merged with it, continuously pouring vast amounts of information into his mind. The shaman's legacy was thus conveyed through these stones, passed down through generations. Compared to written transmission, this form was more direct and specific, less prone to loss. Unless a shaman met an untimely demise, the tribe would reach its end. This information encompassed the spells, herbs, and methods necessary for cultivating the next level of shamanic mastery. In other words, from this moment forth, Wu Yu could be considered a shaman in earnest. Yet, it was not entirely so, for he had not fully grasped the knowledge pertaining to shamans. Acquiring the shamanic legacy was one matter, but comprehending it was another. It was akin to the awakening ritual of totem warriors. Within the shamanic legacy, it was referred to as the awakening technique. He understood only the surface. To truly master it, he would need to begin practicing the condensation of totem patterns. From the perspective of this awakening technique, it was evident that condensing totem patterns was no simple task. Without a certain period of practice, one could not hope to condense the totem patterns in one go. At that moment, he realized why all shamans within tribes tended to live in seclusion. The breadth of knowledge and understanding they had to master was overwhelming, leaving no time for other pursuits. The shamanic legacy was not limited to the awakening and blessing Wu Yu had initially perceived. In fact, it comprised 4 spells: the awakening technique, blessing technique, fetal breath technique, and blood pact technique, along with various minor spells like blood oath and heart cleansing. The awakening and blessing techniques were essential spells that every tribe's shaman must master, fundamental to their existence. As for the fetal breath technique, according to the legacy, its purpose was for underwater breathing. It could be applied to oneself or others. A vivid analogy would liken it to a buff spell in a game. Wu Yu found himself particularly intrigued by the final blood pact technique, a spell that formed a covenant with fierce beasts. Should one successfully establish this covenant, the beast would submit, obeying commands without question. The incantation for the blood pact technique was not complex, and Wu Yu memorized it after a few silent repetitions in his mind. The challenge lay in how to combine the heart's blood of both parties, reciting the incantation while simultaneously inscribing the contract in the air. It was imperative that the incantation be completed before the contract was formed. In Wu Yu's recollection, the shaman of the flame dragon had never utilized this blood pact technique. It is uncertain whether he has never mastered it or simply lacks the desire to practice. In Wu Yu's view, the blood contract technique is excessively intricate, laden with numerous stipulations. This complexity serves as a significant deterrent. An even more critical factor is that in order to invoke this blood contract, one must possess a medium to inscribe the covenant in the void. This essential item is referred to as the spirit crystal within the teachings, said to originate from the cosmos, impervious to fire and water, exceptionally hard, and utterly indomitable. Wu Yu's interest in the blood contract stems from his belief that the extraordinary crystal in his possession bears a striking resemblance to the spirit crystal. Although the teachings do not delineate the form of the spirit crystal, its characteristics align remarkably with those of the extraordinary crystal. Of course, whether the extraordinary crystal is indeed a spirit crystal will be revealed once he masters the blood contract and puts it to the test. After categorizing and labeling the 9 inheritance stones, he turned to Xian, who was still feigning sleep, and proclaimed, "I have acquired the inheritance of the shaman." Upon hearing Wu Yu's declaration, Xian instantly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Splendid!" He then sprang to his feet and began to dance exuberantly. The other 6 also leapt up in unison, joining in a fervent rendition of the Flame Dragon dance. Wu Yu's acquisition of the shaman's inheritance undeniably marked him as a true shaman, ensuring the continuation of the Flame Dragon tribe's legacy. More importantly, this inheritance brought him a step closer to reclaiming lost territory. The shaman had previously stated that he would lead them to recover their land during the rainy season, and now the dry season had already stretched on for over 40 days. Observing the joy of his companions upon learning of his inheritance, Wu Yu felt a surge of responsibility. He silently vowed to swiftly master these teachings and lead them back to Feather Mountain. Thus, with a smile gracing his face, he watched his companions revel, while inwardly he recited the incantations for the blessing spell. The pressing task at hand was to learn this spell, which could enhance the combat prowess of the totem warriors. The incantations within the teachings must be articulated in a specific sequence or with particular syllables, in conjunction with the utilization of shamanic power, to unleash its mysterious forces. Wu Yu understood that incantations are not mere superstition. They are a form of language through which humans express their intentions. Furthermore, the blessing spell, as outlined in the teachings, also requires a medium for its performance. The teachings clearly state that the optimal medium for casting the blessing spell is the spirit crystal. However, in its absence, a bone staff crafted from the bones of ferocious beasts may serve as a substitute, with detailed instructions provided for its creation. Wu Yu was not anxious about the absence of a bone staff. He simply needed to thoroughly master the incantations for the time being. When the time came, he could test the extraordinary crystal, and if it proved not to be a spirit crystal, he could still craft the bone staff later. While he observed Xian and the others dancing and silently recited the incantations, Yan Wei and Yu Wei returned, bringing substantial spoils with them: 3 savage beasts and 2 ferocious ones. Upon learning that Wu Yu had officially become a blessing shaman, they set down their catches and joined Xian in the dance. Huang then sat beside Wu Yu and inquired, "Shaman, do you think we can exit the Black Wind Forest now?" Without hesitation, Wu Yu responded loudly, ensuring that all the warriors could hear, "We shall rest for 1 day, and then we will depart the Black Wind Forest." Upon hearing this, the warriors' movements became even more exuberant. They had long awaited this day. Chapter 76. Exiting the Black Wind. A day later, Wu Yu and his companions opened the previously blocked passage to the lake within the forest. During this day of rest, though termed rest, it was primarily spent refining their equipment. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. To bolster their defenses, he instructed Lung to fashion each warrior a simple helmet from the scales of the burrowing dragon, focusing on protection for the crown, nape, and sides of the temples. Given the limited resources, the helmets appeared somewhat awkward when donned, yet they proved remarkably effective, much to Huang's satisfaction. Thus, they were armed to the teeth. During this time, Huang and the others had also mastered the deadly 16 techniques, and their hand strikes had become precise, capable of incapacitating an opponent with a single blow. Throughout this day of rest, Wu Yu also made significant progress with the blessing spell. The coordination between the incantations and shamanic power was nearly harmonious. Additionally, he intermittently experimented with the extraordinary crystal to determine if it could serve as a medium for casting the blessing spell. This led to a peculiar yet amusing sight. He cradled the small golden crystal, held the extraordinary crystal in his right hand, gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, and recited incantations under his breath. Initially, Huang and the others could not suppress their laughter upon witnessing him, but as they observed him diligently practicing, they quietly returned to their own tasks. If the shaman was so industrious, what reason did they have not to strive equally hard? The 5 ferocious beasts that Huang and his companions hunted at night had yielded no beast crystals, which was hardly surprising. Although they were preparing to retreat, they meticulously separated the meat from the bones of these beasts and enjoyed a hearty meal. Each warrior prepared enough provisions for approximately 3 days and packed away skins, scales, and useful bones, taking full advantage of their backpacks for convenience. Upon reaching the lakeside, They gazed at the shimmering waters and the ferocious beasts occasionally surfacing. Their expressions varied, leaving one to ponder their thoughts. Wu Yu, meanwhile, bore the egg pouch, cradled the small golden crystal, muttered indistinctly, his demeanor solemn, and occasionally pointed the extraordinary crystal toward the sky. After standing by the lake for several minutes, they formed a triangular formation, protecting Wu Yu as they swiftly made their way out of the Black Wind Forest. To prevent the Bat Mother from lagging behind, 2 warriors carried her. To facilitate the Bat Mother's training, Wu Yu had aptly named this blood-sucking Bat Mother. Exiting the Black Wind Forest was fraught with challenges. They had not ventured far when a fierce wind arose, and suddenly, dozens of terror wolves appeared. Apart from the lead wolf, which was a savage beast, the rest were all ferocious beasts. These terror wolves seemed undeterred by the black wind, encircling Wu Yu and his companions. Upon surveying the scene, Wu Yu noted that there were at least 20 of these terror wolves. The lead wolf was entirely snow-white, devoid of any stray fur, standing nearly 2 meters tall, and boasting a formidable size. At that moment, Yen felt in his pocket and realized he had forgotten to seal his placenta with a bone vial. He promptly sealed it. It turned out to be the placenta that had caused the stir. No one blamed him. Instead, they gave him a gesture of appreciation. Faced with a wolf pack of only 1 savage beast and merely 20 or so members, they found them to be rather insignificant at this point. Observing the terror wolves encircling them, Wu Yu bared his teeth and emitted a low growl, immediately signaling to Huang and the others for a swift resolution. He perceived this as an excellent opportunity for real combat. Huang quickly signaled to form a circular battle formation while he personally confronted the lead wolf. The battle did not last long. Before the black wind had fully enveloped them, it concluded swiftly, indeed a rapid engagement. As soon as the battle concluded, they hastily dug bunkers and, upon sheltering within, consumed the venomous bile of the python. It was only after the black wind had subsided that they began to assess the battlefield. Wu Yu was exceedingly pleased with the combat coordination displayed by Huang and his companions. Indeed, the distinction between practice and lack thereof was stark. In this encounter, they acquired 25 hides and 2 beast crystals, and allowed the Bat Maiden to feast to her heart's content. Notably, they unexpectedly discovered 6 young wolf cubs, rendered unconscious by the black wind, not far from their location, all of whom had opened their eyes and were weaned. This revelation astonished Wu Yu, prompting him to have Huang and the others administer some of the python's bile to the cubs before setting off. His intention was to train these young wolves as companions. Upon exiting the Black Wind Forest, the warriors reflected on their journey with a sense of nostalgia. Over the course of the past 20 days, they had undergone a significant transformation. Now was the time to reclaim all that they had lost. After leaving the Black Wind, their path did not lead them to Yushan, but rather towards the territory of the Bei tribe in the direction of Jiaoshan. This strategy had been determined within the giant worm's cave, to employ guerrilla tactics to dismantle the Bei tribe first. After Wu Yu's explanation, Huang and the others grasped the concept of guerrilla warfare. Strike one location, then swiftly relocate. The rationale for targeting the Bei tribe first stemmed from the loss of 5 orange-striped warriors within the Black Wind Forest, as well as the loss of their most formidable fighter, the Lone Fong. With a total of 12 orange-striped warriors, even though they had only lost 1 during the assault on the Flame Dragon, they now were left with no more than 6. If they could seize the opportunity to eliminate another 2 or 3 orange-striped warriors, they would possess the strength to engage the Bei tribe directly. Of course, all of this was mere speculation, and whether any unforeseen circumstances would arise remained unpredictable. Some matters are beyond human control. Wu Yu's predecessor had only ventured as far as the foot of Yushan in this area. Thus he possessed little understanding of the terrain. Although Huang and the others had described it, it could not compare to witnessing it firsthand. As they traveled, Wu Yu inscribed the path above with crystalline markings using the scales of the burrowing dragon. They did not head directly to Jiaoshan, but first arrived at the location where Wu Yu had initially awakened, the site of the ambush by the Flame Dragon Shaman and the leader Meng against their pursuers. Upon reaching this place, aside from the charred stains of blood upon the ground, not a single bone was in sight. There were no remains left. It was a testament to the ferocity of the beasts in this land. In such a savage territory, even if no one were to collect the corpses, the beasts would assist in the grim task, albeit with a different nature. Wu Yu instructed everyone to stand in 2 neat rows, removing their helmets, and offered a moment of silence towards the direction of Yushan. Following this, he delivered a succinct pre-battle mobilization. His rallying cry was brief, consisting of a single sentence: "Reclaim our lost lands, annihilate the enemy." In unison, Huang and the others shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" They did not stifle their voices, letting their cries resonate through the air, startling countless birds into flight. In this desolate place, they feared no one overhearing them. In fact, they hoped someone would hear their battle cries and come to investigate. Once their emotions settled, they proceeded towards Jiaoshan, moving at a deliberate pace. The distance to Jiaoshan was still several hundred miles, and they were in no hurry. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west. The lingering rays of the sunset elongated their shadows. Chapter 77. No matter how powerful, you cannot ascend to the skies. As the 9 suns completely dipped below the horizon and 2 moons ascended, Wu Yu and his companions continued their forward march undeterred. Their slow pace during the day was intentional, allowing them to travel under the cover of night to reach the Bei tribe's location at Jiaoshan as swiftly as possible and discern their hunting patterns. They held little concern about encountering ferocious beasts along the way. On the contrary, they hoped to confront 1 or 2 unsuspecting creatures. They were now brimming with confidence. Of course, this did not extend to the savage beasts. Truly, it was a remarkable twist of fate. Having ventured less than 10 miles under the cloak of darkness, they indeed encountered a fearsome creature, a saber-toothed tiger. Huang and the others referred to it as a knife-toothed tiger, unaware of the distinction. This name stemmed from its elongated fangs, sharp as blades. Though the saber-toothed tiger stood only about 1.5 meters tall, shorter than the wolf they had encountered earlier, its fangs measured over 30 centimeters in length, resembling 2 blades poised within its mouth. Despite its modest height, it was still a formidable savage beast. Under the night sky, the tiger's eyes glimmered with an eerie green light as it bared its teeth, crouched low, and raised its tail, fixating its gaze upon Wu Yu and his companions. They were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating an encounter with such a ferocious creature, renowned for its swiftness and savagery. The stunned moment was fleeting. Almost instinctively, Huang and the others formed a circular formation, protecting Wu Yu at the center, establishing a standoff with the saber-toothed tiger. There was no option to flee. Doing so would likely result in total annihilation. The warriors confronting the saber-toothed tiger were equipped with shields, with Huang and Xin taking the lead. Wu Yu, observing the saber-toothed tiger, inwardly cursed his luck. How could they encounter a savage beast while trying to reclaim their lost territory? Logically, such creatures were seldom found in this area. Was the heavens truly against the flame dragon? Naturally, Wu Yu did not subscribe to the notion of fate. In a flash of inspiration, a plan formed in his mind. He would have someone wield the giant ape's placenta to lure the saber-toothed tiger away. This approach carried its own risks. If the individual failed to outrun the tiger, it would swiftly close the distance, presenting a grave danger. Yet, under such circumstances, one life might need to be sacrificed. Without hesitation, he articulated his thoughts to the group. Upon hearing this, Yen stepped forward, standing beside Wu Yu, declaring, "Wu, leave this task to me. Trust me, I will accomplish it." At that moment, the little golden ape stirred and began to cry, attempting to leap from Wu Yu's embrace to the bat maiden, only to be restrained. The cries of the little golden ape were ineffective against the saber-toothed tiger. Outside the depths of the misty abyss, no savage beast understood the significance of the giant ape, and thus, none would be deterred by the little golden ape's cries. However, the sound prompted Wu Yu to consider the bat maiden. He restrained the little golden ape, having conceived a new idea, to have someone escape with the bat maiden, and once they had reached a safe distance, to ride upon her and ascend into the sky. In this manner, no matter how formidable the saber-toothed tiger, could not reach the heavens. This seemed the most viable method to evade this peril. With this thought in mind, Wu Yu turned to Yen and urgently instructed, "Open the bone vial containing the placenta and hand it to Xian, immediately." He then quickly addressed Xian, "Xian, take the placenta and the bat maiden and flee. To provide you with an initial barrier, we will momentarily shield you. Once you have distanced yourself, we shall unleash the saber-toothed tiger to pursue you. When you find yourself cornered, you can mount the bat lady and ascend into the heavens, rendering it incapable of following your flight." Originally, Yen intended to negotiate further, but upon hearing Wu Yu's declaration, he promptly opened the bone vial containing the placental essence and handed it to Xian. The moment he unsealed the vial, the saber-toothed tiger seemed to catch a whiff of the scent, its nostrils flaring as it hunched down, springing into action and leaping straight towards Yen. As the saber-toothed tiger charged, Huang and his companions, armed with shields, swiftly responded, launching a shield bash that successfully thwarted its attack. Observing Xian take the placental essence, Wu Yu shouted, "Run, stay safe, remember the signal." 2 long calls followed by a short one. "We shall await your return." Xian, without hesitation, acknowledged with a nod, loosened the beast sinews binding the bat lady, and led her in the opposite direction. Upon seeing Xian clutching the placental essence, the saber-toothed tiger's fur bristled with rage, intensifying its assault as it sought to bypass Huang and his comrades, charging directly at Xian. They could not hold the line for long, as the enraged saber-toothed tiger breached their defenses and barreled towards Xian, disregarding them entirely. In the face of overwhelming force, even the most intricate coordination crumbles like dust. Fortunately, their formidable armament allowed them to withstand for a brief moment, though some sustained injuries, albeit not severe. Witnessing the saber-toothed tiger barreling towards Xian, Wu Yu urgently called out, "Now is not the time to linger." Huang, upon hearing this, hastily hoisted Wu Yu onto his back and sprinted forward with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, the little golden ape in Wu Yu's arms cried incessantly, its wails echoing with an unsettling urgency. Not far from their location lay a dense grove of trees. Spotting the indistinct outline of the woods, Wu Yu bellowed to the group, "Head for the trees. Climb up." Xian could not sprint far. Just as they ascended a massive tree, large enough for 20 to encircle, the saber-toothed tiger unexpectedly turned back, pursuing them to the base of the tree and began to scale it. Fortunately, it slipped after only a few strides. Seeing the saber-toothed tiger retreat so swiftly filled Wu Yu and the others with quiet concern for Xian. Their worry was not that Xian would be devoured, but rather where the bat lady might carry him. Given the tiger's behavior, it seemed Xian had successfully evaded it. Although he had escaped the tiger's pursuit, the fate that awaited him with the bat lady remained uncertain. After several fruitless attempts to climb, the saber-toothed tiger, frustrated by its failure, let out a furious roar before darting into the woods, vanishing in an instant. At this point, Wu Yu and his companions exhaled deeply, each patting their chests in relief. The little golden ape, however, continued its relentless cries, sending shivers down their spines. In desperation, Wu Yu retrieved the bone vial containing beast blood, attempting to soothe the creature. With no milk to drink, the little golden ape, not particularly finicky, accepted some of the beast blood and soon fell silent, curling up in Wu Yu's embrace to sleep. Huang intermittently emitted the agreed signal throughout the night, yet they received no response from Xian, their faces reflecting growing concern about the direction in which the bat lady had flown with him and her reliability. As dawn broke, Xian's return remained a distant hope, and Huang's calls had left him hoarse, rendering him unable to speak. They descended from the tree and hastily exited the grove, discovering a large boulder. No words were exchanged. Their faces bore the weight of disappointment, reminiscent of a failed expedition. After a moment of silent recuperation, they slowly made their way towards the jagged mountains. Chapter 78. The Monocular. The expedition had begun poorly, and morale was low. Wu Yu observed the somber mood among his companions, fully aware of their thoughts. If Xian had truly perished, only 2 orange-striped warriors would remain. The loss would not merely be that of Xian, but the extinguishing of the entire hope of the Flame Dragon tribe. However, he refrained from voicing these sentiments, instead instructing Huang to leave markers as they proceeded. This served dual purposes. It would aid Xian in locating them, and it would also provide a semblance of hope to the others. At this juncture, further words would be futile. The only remedy for their dwindling spirits would be victory in battle, a true boost to their morale. Deep within, Wu Yu firmly believed Xian would come to no harm. Confronting a beast with its mouth caged, Xian, as an orange-striped warrior, would undoubtedly prevail. The only lingering concern was whether the bat lady would return Xian to the Black Wind Forest or lead him into the depths of the misty abyss. As he walked, he glanced at the little golden ape in his arms, occasionally stroking its head, when a grave thought struck him. What if it suddenly cried out while they were stealthily approaching the hyena tribe? That would pose a significant problem, and it was fortunate he recognized the potential issue early on. If the little golden ape began to wail at a critical moment, catastrophe would ensue. He quickly devised a solution, to fashion a soothing pacifier, although he was unsure of its feasibility. The materials were available, beast sinews. The creation was not arduous. He crafted it while walking, carefully whittling away with a strange crystal. Concurrently, he etched the path they had traversed onto his scales. In this primitive world, apart from a few well-trodden paths, there were no established routes beyond 10 miles from their territory, save for the untamed jungle. Their journey consisted largely of forging their way through thickets. Truly, the saying held, paths are born from the feet that tread upon them. They halted at a small hill that afforded a distant view of the hyena tribe. This location featured a cave atop the hill, spacious enough for 30 or 40 individuals. Wu Yu stood atop the largest stone, gazing out over the territory of the hyena tribe. From this vantage point, with his keen hearing, he could discern faint sounds. While crafting the pacifier, his ears attuned to the commotion within the hyena tribe's lands. A flash of horror crossed his eyes. The source of the noise was unmistakably distressing. The helpless cries of women and the heart-wrenching wails of children. Undoubtedly, these sounds emanated from the captives of the Flame Dragon tribe, ensnared in a dire predicament. Huang, having joined him unbeknownst, also seemed to have heard. His face contorted with rage, hands clenching into fists, veins bulging ominously. If only we had a telescope, Wu Yu murmured, gazing at the hyena tribe's domain. Hearing this, Huang echoed softly, "Telescope? What is that and what is it used for?" Upon realizing Huang had caught his muttering, Wu Yu proceeded to explain the concept to him. It was particularly emphasized that the creation of a telescope necessitates two transparent crystals, capable of rendering the scenery with remarkable clarity. Upon hearing this, Huang eagerly informed Wu Yu that he knew of a location where, within a certain cave, lay some shimmering stones. Some of these stones, when held before one's eyes, could distinctly reveal human silhouettes. As soon as Huang finished speaking, Wu Yu turned around, grasped his shoulder with fervor, and exclaimed, "Where is this place? How far is it from here?" Wu Yu's excitement stemmed from his realization that the shimmering stones Huang described must be quartz, and of an exceptionally pure kind that could be directly fashioned into lenses for the telescope. In such a primitive era, possessing a telescope was akin to wielding a pair of all-seeing eyes, making the movements of enemies laid bare before one, the implications of which were self-evident. Huang winced slightly under Wu Yu's grip and hastily replied, "If I were to go, I could likely return in a day." "Very well. You must go immediately and bring back as much of that quartz as you can, the kind that allows for clear vision through the stone. Remember, it is called quartz," Wu Yu commanded without a moment's hesitation. "I think it would be better for Yi to go, as he is also familiar with the location." "I must remain here to protect you," Huang expressed, still wary of Wu Yu leaving his sight. "Agreed, let Yi go," and instruct him to return swiftly while being cautious on the journey. Wu Yu instantly comprehended Huang's intent. Just as Huang was about to turn away, Wu Yu added, "For safety's sake, let Yi take a feathered guard with him. We cannot afford any losses at this juncture." Huang nodded in acknowledgement, descended from the boulder, and entered the cave. Before long, Yi emerged from the small mountain accompanied by the feathered guard. Only after their figures faded from view did Wu Yu descend from the boulder and venture into the cave. Inside, the presence of fluorite illuminated the surroundings, allowing for clear visibility. At this moment, the little golden bear awakened. Coincidentally, Wu Yu had just completed crafting a pacifier, which he promptly inserted into the bear's mouth. As soon as the pacifier touched its lips, the bear ceased its fussing, sucking vigorously on it. To his surprise, it proved effective. "Ha ha!" Wu Yu chuckled at the sight of the little golden bear's antics. Hearing his laughter, Gong Yu approached, and upon seeing the bear fervently sucking on the pacifier, he too began to laugh. The pacifier, as its name suggests, could only provide temporary solace and could not resolve substantive issues. It was imperative to offer the bear something to drink. After nourishing the little golden bear with beast's blood, Wu Yu turned to Gong Yu and inquired, "Among the materials you brought, do you have a large and a small hollow beast bone?" Gong Yu, upon hearing this, asked Wu Yu to wait a moment before rummaging through his backpack. He produced a bone approximately 50 centimeters long and as pure as jade, presenting it to Wu Yu. After examining it, Wu Yu proceeded to explain the process of crafting the telescope's barrel. Given the current conditions, they could only construct a single-barreled telescope. Wu Yu instructed Gong Yu to create a retractable single-barreled telescope, allowing for focal adjustments. The principle involved one sleeve fitting over another, enabling the focus to be adjusted by sliding one sleeve in and out. A day later, Yi and the others returned safely, not only bringing back a backpack full of pure quartz but also a bag of nitrate. Wu Yu meticulously examined each piece of quartz, ultimately selecting several devoid of impurities for Gong Yu to polish into lenses. Gong Yu was quite eager about this so-called telescope, working tirelessly for half a day to grind two lenses, one large and one small. Once installed in the pre-prepared barrel, Wu Yu could hardly contain his excitement as he ascended the boulder to test what might be the world's first single-barreled telescope. Chapter 79. Observation and Preparation for Battle. Wu Yu cradled the single-barreled telescope in his right hand, closed his left eye, and brought his right eye to the eyepiece, occasionally adjusting the focus with his left hand. Meanwhile, Huang and the others watched him with wide eyes, eager to witness the spectacle. Particularly, Gong Yu appeared anxious, fidgeting restlessly, as if 100 cats were clawing at his insides, unable to remain still for even a moment. Wu Yu, unfazed, continued to adjust the lens. The view through the telescope was indeed quite clear, yet it felt strangely diminished. Why did it seem as though the scenery was receding rather than drawing closer? Thus, he held the telescope in his hands for a closer inspection. Gong Yu could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Wu, how is it?" "Not bad," Wu Yu replied casually, removing the front lens. Upon closer inspection, he realized in his haste he had installed it incorrectly. No wonder it seemed to grow smaller the longer he looked. After reversing the lens, he resumed adjusting it at eye level. This time, he spotted a little girl in the territory of the Bibu tribe, being dragged along by a plump woman adorned with feathers and numerous bone ornaments, pulling her by the ear. The girl struggled intermittently, but to no avail. Witnessing this scene caused Wu Yu's heart to ache inexplicably, stirring memories from his time in the orphanage, when he and Xiao Yuro had been playing, and she accidentally bumped into a lavishly dressed woman, who then reprimanded her in a similar manner. In that moment, he had rushed to intervene, only to be struck by a man accompanying the woman. From that day forth, he had longed for strength, leading him to enlist in the army at 18. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Wu Yu handed the telescope to Gong Yu, his expression stoic as he stepped aside, discreetly wiping his eyes with his hand. His actions went unnoticed by Huang and the others, who remained fixated on the telescope. Gong Yu, taking the telescope without a glance, eagerly mimicked Wu Yu's earlier position, adjusting the lens with his left hand. "I see it. It's so clear. But why does it seem so small?" Gong Yu exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing his words, Wu Yu turned to look at him, pointing and chuckling, bending down in amusement. Indeed, Gong Yu had held the telescope incorrectly, resulting in the diminutive view. Realizing his mistake after hearing Wu Yu's laughter, Gong Yu grinned sheepishly, adjusted the telescope properly, and resumed his observation. Before long, he passed the telescope to Huang, who stood quietly behind him, seemingly despondent and wordless. He likely had glimpsed something troubling through the lens. Huang, too, after a moment of observation, relinquished the telescope to Yen, who had craned his neck in anticipation, retreating to Wu Yu's side with a forlorn expression. The soldiers, after taking turns peering through the telescope, lost their desire to continue, falling into a heavy silence that permeated the atmosphere. Nearby, birds chirped incessantly in the trees. Jian Gu picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it in frustration. It was evident that the scenes they had witnessed through the telescope were likely of the Bibu tribe's cruel treatment of captives. They were apprehensive about what further distressing images they might encounter through the lens. The imagery captured through the lens is strikingly vivid, almost as if it were unfolding before their very eyes. In their hearts, this is not merely a telescope, but rather a magical mirror. What they perceive through the lens is not merely the landscape, but the demons that dwell within their own souls. Observing the silence and dejection on everyone's faces, Wu Yu slowly began to speak. "Surely you have witnessed the plight of the women, children, and the elderly of our Yanlong tribe in the Bei clan, have you not? If we do not grow stronger, we shall remain at the mercy of others. Yet, this telescope is not intended to bear witness to their tragic fates. Rather, it serves as a tool for reconnaissance. Utilize it wisely. It is our keen eye from afar. Henceforth, every 2 hours, let one person remain here to observe the enemy's movements, maintaining unwavering vigilance. Should you see anyone descending the mountain, you must report it immediately." After delivering these instructions, he conferred with Huang regarding certain matters, then offered Gong Yu some advice on how to enhance the telescope before retreating into the cave, having heard the small golden monkey calling within. Subsequently, Gong Yu, adhering to Wu Yu's directives, constructed a tripod and mounted the monocular telescope upon it. Huang also arranged for a structure to be built atop it, camouflaging the telescope effectively. From a distance, it resembled a thicket of thorns, concealing its true nature from prying eyes. Once Huang completed this task, he instructed others to gather plants, resin, and small creatures from the hill. These materials were intended for the creation of camouflage war paint. The local fauna proved elusive. After searching for a considerable time, they managed to capture a few yellow weasels. Thus, Wu Yu and his companions settled in to wait patiently for an opportunity. Day after day, they observed the Bei clan's every movement while preparing for battle. They also crafted various tools to better arm themselves, while Wu Yu diligently practiced his blessing spells. During this period, Gong Yu fashioned a larger monocular telescope, allowing 2 individuals to conduct observations instead of just one. The dry season had rendered the hill devoid of water, yet this did not daunt Wu Yu. Each morning, he instructed Huang and the others to collect dew using bone vessels. He also discovered several towering plants nearby that contained moisture. Inserting a tube into them yielded a small amount of water. Although the collected water was scant, it sufficed for their needs. Wu Yu also had Gong Yu sharpen some darts, and during their leisure moments, he practiced throwing them, having once demonstrated the ability to strike flies with such projectiles. The warriors found this skill amusing and eagerly sought to learn as well, igniting a fervor for dart throwing. Observing their enthusiasm, Wu Yu instructed Huang to gather some venom to coat the darts. This venom was procured after Yen and his companions ventured over 10 kilometers to capture a few venomous snakes, which they subsequently kept for extracting the venom. In his spare time, he also took delight in playing with 6 wolf cubs, naming them Big Wolf, Second Wolf, Third Wolf, Fourth Wolf, Fifth Wolf, and Sixth Wolf. 2 days passed without a single member of the Bei clan venturing outside, and still, there was no word from Xian. Worry was etched upon Huang's face, though he refrained from voicing his concerns. Not only he but everyone else also avoided discussing Xian, lest it provoke discontent among them. The only one who remained steadfast in his conviction was Wu Yu. Early on the 3rd day, the watchers, Yen and Feng, simultaneously gasped in surprise. Someone from the Bei clan is descending the mountain,